The emergence of a mystical realm heralds the dawn of a new era for humanity. The age of universal card drawing has arrived, where every individual is granted 3 complementary opportunities to draw cards upon reaching the age of 18. Combat professions possess the might to move mountains and fill seas, while support professions can heal the sick and save lives. Life professions are capable of building nations. A plethora of wondrous items and equipment awaits within the cards. Fang Zhu, having traversed from the past, awakens to a divine card drawing system, drawing 3 golden legends in succession and acquiring 3 legendary professions, thus commencing a life of legend. Fang Zhu, what? Are there colors other than golden card draws? The crowd. Chapter 1. The Divine Card Drawing System. Fang Zhu, do not confess your feelings to me again. We are simply not suited for one another. In the auditorium of Sanzhong High School in Jinhe City, Zhou Tingting expressed her disdain while holding a pink letter. Indeed, one should consider their own worth. A slightly plump girl with a freckled face stood beside Zhou Tingting, looking at the boy before them with evident disdain. Our Tingting has drawn a rare profession and 2 pieces of rare equipment. Can you compare? Fang Zhu, in a daze, heard an unsettling voice, but with his head lowered, no one could discern his expression. Their elevated voices quickly attracted the attention of others in the auditorium, and some classmates privy to the situation began to whisper among themselves. That must be Fang Zhu. He looks fairly decent. I heard he brings Zhou Tingting breakfast every day for the past 3 years. What a lovesick fool. A simpering fool, left with nothing in the end. Honestly, Zhou Tingting has elevated her status. It's no surprise she wishes to cut ties with Fang Zhu. Tish? Neither of them are particularly admirable. The surrounding cacophony resumed, causing Fang Zhu to furrow his brow, vaguely realizing what was unfolding. I'm speaking to you. Are you even listening? Zhou Tingting's slightly shrill voice pierced through the air once more. Indeed, stop pretending to be aloof. Can you rival our Tingting's luck? The chubby girl interjected again. During your simulated card draws, you haven't even drawn a single purple card. During the actual draw, you'll be lucky to get blue. The mocking tone was quite grating, yet a faint smile tugged at Fang Zhu's lowered face. I never expected to encounter such an amusing situation right after my arrival. He mused inwardly, finally grasping the current circumstances. Moments ago, the boy named Fang Zhu had confessed his goddess once more, only to face rejection, just as he had countless times before. Prior to her refusal, Zhou Tingting had completed her card draw ritual and fortuitously obtained the rare profession of beast tamer, second only to legendary status. This exhilarating feeling instilled a surge of confidence in the girl, prompting her to publicly reject Fang Zhu's confession. Thus, the present scene unfolded, with Fang Zhu becoming the laughingstock of Sanzhong in the eyes of the crowd. Surely you do not still harbor fantasies of making a remarkable comeback. Zhou Tingting continued relentlessly. To be frank, even if you draw a legendary profession, it would never lead to a relationship with me. As Zhou Tingting's words faded, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated within Fang Zhu's mind. The Divine Card Drawing System has been activated. The Novice Gift Pack has been distributed. Novice Gift Pack. Your next 2 card draws will guarantee a golden legend. Daily benefits have been issued. Daily benefit. Your first draw each day will guarantee a golden legend. Note, Destiny cards are categorized into 4 levels. White, blue, purple, and gold, corresponding to ordinary, rare, uncommon, and legendary levels respectively. The abruptness of this voice left Fang Zhu momentarily stunned. However, soon, the memories of this body surged forth, and he quickly comprehended much about this world. It remains the blue star, albeit several centuries into the future. The once thriving technological system has vanished, replaced by a wondrous force known as the Destiny System, which bestows every individual with a profession. Powerful professions can move mountains and foresee the future, while weaker professions struggle to make ends meet. The journey that awaits him involves the initiation phase of the Destiny System, the Destiny Ritual. In truth, people prefer to refer to it as the card draw ritual. All individuals who reach the age of 18 are entitled to 3 complementary draws, determining whether they will attain the glory of a combat profession or the anonymity of a life profession, all in that fleeting moment of drawing cards. Naturally, exceptions exist, but such nuances are beyond the contemplation of high school students like them. Fang Zhu, have you lost your voice? Zhou Tingting exclaimed, exasperated. She had never witnessed this expression on the boy's face, leaving her feeling overlooked. Just as she intended to say more, a voice from the high platform at the end of the auditorium called out, Class 7, Senior 3, Fang Zhu. Upon hearing his name, Fang Zhu suddenly raised his head, casting an unfamiliar yet piercing gaze at the girl before him. Zhou Tingting's expression shifted, momentarily taken aback. Fang Zhu remained silent, seizing the letter he had previously sent to her from her hand, then decisively tearing it to shreds before casting it into the air. As the confetti of paper floated down, Fang Zhu turned and walked away, his back resolute and graceful. What a show-off, the plump girl muttered quietly, inexplicably losing her earlier bravado. Fang Zhu paid no heed to the voices behind him, as he now stood before the Destiny Crystal. Place your hand upon the Destiny Crystal to proceed with the card draw. Your first draw will yield a profession card. The somewhat aged voice of Principal Wang Wenyuan came from beside him. Fang Zhu took a deep breath and, under the watchful eyes of the entire faculty and student body, slowly placed his palm upon the smooth surface of the Destiny Crystal. A refreshing sensation emanated from his palm as Fang Zhu closed his eyes, silently intoning draw. In the next moment, it felt as though the world had fallen silent, save for an indistinct whisper echoing in his ears. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from the Destiny Crystal, so intense that even with his eyes closed, Fang Zhu could perceive its brilliance. Instinctively, he opened his eyes to behold the surface of the Destiny Crystal shimmering with dazzling golden light. Gold. Legend. Fang Zhu held his breath. Though he had anticipated this, the reality of it stirred his emotions. On the platform, Wang Wenyuan wore an expression of astonishment, his wrinkled face instantly alight with excitement. This is a legendary level. The first legendary level in 15 years at Sanzhong. Wow, is this for real? A legendary profession. What luck! The auditorium erupted into a cacophony of astonishment from both faculty and students. Zhou Tingting's expression turned ashen as she gazed at the spreading golden light. That was a legendary profession card, the highest grade with the strongest potential. Why on earth had Fang Zhu truly drawn it? Had my earlier actions rendered me a mere jester? Zhou Tingting pondered, suddenly feeling the weight of her peers' scornful gazes upon her. She just rejected a legendary level. Now that's a laugh. The true jester is right here at our school. Tingting, what's wrong with you? Teacher, Zhou Tingting has fainted. Fang Zhu's homeroom teacher, Luya, was unwilling to concern herself with this short-sighted girl. She dashed up to the platform, hurriedly shaking Fang Zhu's shoulder while glancing at the profession name emerging from the card. How wonderful, truly. Yet, her words faltered midway, suddenly caught in her throat. Wang Wenyuan had also approached Fang Zhu, but upon glimpsing the golden card, the expression of excitement on his face abruptly turned to one of rigidity. Below, countless faculty and students stared at the petrified expressions and motions of the two, momentarily rendered speechless. What on earth just happened? Chapter 2. The Triple Golden Cards. The legendary golden cards emanated a dazzling brilliance in Fang Zhu's hand. Yet anyone who discerned the profession inscribed upon them wore an expression of perplexity. Upon the elevated platform, the peculiar behavior of teachers such as Wang Wenyuan and Luya was vividly etched in the minds of every student and faculty member. Even the school doctor, who was attending to Zhou Tingting, cast a questioning glance during his brief intermission from treatment. The jubilant cheers within the auditorium swiftly dwindled, and moments later, the atmosphere became so hushed that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone sealed their lips, gazing at the golden card with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Our protagonist, Fang Zhu, was equally confounded. He could not fathom why the principal and homeroom teacher were suddenly struck dumb. Was there something amiss with his card? Yet, the title of Alchemist sounded rather commendable, did it not? At that moment, a clear voice resonated from beside him. Teacher, is there an issue with this student's profession? Upon hearing the inquiry, Wang Wenyuan snapped back to reality, directing his gaze towards Zhuang Yi, a former student who had graduated years prior and now held a significant position within the Education Bureau. During the card drawing ceremony, an official from the Bureau always supervised. And this year, it was Zhuang Yi overseeing the proceedings. No, there's nothing wrong, Wang Wenyuan replied, albeit somewhat hesitantly. Zhuang Yi's interest piqued. He was acutely aware of his teacher's capabilities, and such a display of unease from the seasoned educator, who had weathered numerous storms, was decidedly unusual. Thus, he stepped forward, maneuvering past the onlookers to stand beside Fang Zhu. The golden card bore an ancient depiction of a small cauldron, and beneath the illustration, 3 words were inscribed, Alchemist. Upon comprehending the entirety of the golden card's details, Zhuang Yi's expression momentarily froze in astonishment. Simultaneously, Fang Zhu heard the official soul-stirring exclamation, Alchemist? This profession exists at the legendary level. Zhuang Yi did not suppress his voice, allowing the teachers and students below the platform to hear him clearly. After a brief silence, the auditorium erupted once more. Alchemist? Isn't that a common-level profession? There are rare-level alchemists, but I've never heard of one at the uncommon level, let alone the legendary tier. Could it be that something is amiss with the Destiny Crystal? Impossible. The Destiny Crystal has never malfunctioned. Chaotic discussions permeated the auditorium, and Fang Zhu, straining to catch snippets of the discourse, began to grasp why others had reacted so peculiarly upon seeing his profession. In essence, it seemed the alchemist's rank should be either common or rare. A legendary tier had never been recorded before. Fang Zhu pondered silently, glancing at Wang Wenyuan, hoping for clarification. Sensing Fang Zhu's gaze, Wang Wenyuan felt a surge of internal conflict. Logically, he should pause the card-drawing ceremony and await Zhuang Yi's report to the Education Bureau concerning the emergence of a legendary profession before proceeding. Yet, it appeared Zhuang Yi had no intention of reporting immediately. Nonetheless, a legendary alchemist was unheard of. They could scarcely dismiss the possibility of a malfunction with the Destiny Crystal. Thus, Wang Wenyuan resolved to meet Fang Zhu's eyes and, with a gentle and deliberate tone, stated, "Do not be anxious, student. Please continue with the card drawing. We shall discuss everything once the ceremony concludes." At that moment, Fang Zhu was equally uncertain of his next steps, having recently traversed into this world. His understanding was still rudimentary, relying solely on fragmented memories to navigate his current situation. So, he nodded in agreement with the principal's directive. The teachers who had gathered on the elevated platform promptly retreated, allowing Wang Wenyuan and Zhuang Yi to position themselves unobtrusively nearby, ensuring they would not disturb Fang Zhu. "What do you think of this matter?" Wang Wenyuan quietly inquired of his exceptionally talented student. Zhuang Yi shook his head, conveying his own uncertainty. "I have never heard of a legendary alchemist, so I intend to report this to the bureau later." Wang Wenyuan nodded, redirecting his attention to Fang Zhu, who stood before the Destiny Crystal. However, the next moment, his expression transformed into one of utter shock, and he emitted an involuntary exclamation. "Golden once more. Yet another golden card." Zhuang Yi's reaction mirrored his own, his mouth agape in disbelief. The second golden card. Fang Zhu has drawn 2 legendary cards in succession. The faculty and students below, still reeling from their previous discussions, now found themselves utterly frozen at the sight of another golden radiance. Zhou Tingting, just recovering, gasped upon witnessing the second beam of golden light and promptly fainted again. "What a calamity!" the school doctor lamented, banging his fist against the floor, his expression one of exasperation. Wang Wenyuan and Zhuang Yi had already drawn closer, and the three simultaneously beheld the content of the card. It depicted an ancient, ornate hammer, legendary profession, blacksmith. Wang Wenyuan and Zhuang Yi stood dumbstruck, exchanging incredulous glances before simultaneously shouting at Fang Zhu, "Draw again." Fang Zhu scratched his head, his reaction less pronounced than theirs, as he had begun to realize that this blacksmith card might share the same unprecedented status as the previous alchemist card. Resolutely, he placed his right hand upon the Destiny Crystal once more. The next moment, crack! The principal had drawn again. Instantly, chaos erupted within the auditorium as a doctor in a white coat rushed to the platform, his staff gently tapping Wang Wenyuan's forehead. "Am I being forced to work overtime today?" The doctor silently fumed. "Priest, clear mind." In no time, Wang Wenyuan regained his senses, remaining seated while staring with bleary eyes in Fang Zhu's direction, where 3 beams of golden light shone. "I must not be mistaken. Yet another legendary golden card." Wang Wenyuan murmured, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The emergence of legendary cards was undeniably exhilarating, yet the fact that 3 had appeared consecutively, all drawn by the same individual, was simply unfathomable. "Runemaster," Zhuang Yi suddenly interjected. "What?" Wang Wenyuan was momentarily taken aback. "His 3rd legendary card is a runemaster." Zhuang Yi inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous yet intricate feelings. "I must report this immediately. Please wait here, teacher." Wang Wenyuan nodded, watching Zhuang Yi depart. Zhuang Yi stepped outside the auditorium, retrieving his phone to dial the director's number. Moments later, he recounted the events that had transpired at the 3rd middle school to Zhou Xiangyang, the highest authority within the Jinhe City education system. However, the director's reaction left Zhuang Yi feeling somewhat perplexed. Chapter 3. I am doing this for your own good. In the director's office on the top floor of the Jinhe City Education Bureau, Zhou Xiangyang listened intently to Zhuang Yi's report. 3 legendary cards: alchemist, blacksmith, runemaster. Zhou Xiangyang murmured, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. On the other end of the line, Zhuang Yi's breathing grew slightly labored. "Director, should we report this to the provincial office?" Zhuang Yi's question was abruptly interrupted by Zhou Xiangyang. "No, hold on. I will come over now. Keep a close watch on that student and the destiny cards." "Understood." Beep, beep, beep. As Zhuang Yi had yet to complete his response, he was interrupted by the sound of static emanating from his phone. Director Zhou had already terminated the call. An unsettling sensation suddenly surged from the depths of his heart. There was something amiss with Director Zhou's reaction, yet he could not quite pinpoint the exact nature of the issue. Consequently, Zhuang Yi shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and approached Fang Zhu and Wang Wenyuan. "Teacher, the director mentioned he would arrive shortly. Let us find a quieter location." Zhuang Yi said with a smile directed at Wang Wenyuan. "Very well, let us proceed to my office." Wang Wenyuan nodded in agreement, gesturing for the vice principal to take over the ceremony while the director of education made preparations at the school gate. He then turned to the young man before him, his tone tinged with excitement as he proclaimed, "Fang Zhu, please accompany me." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu promptly raised his head, realizing that his current predicament had likely caught the attention of certain higher authorities, and that he would soon be subjected to inquiries and investigations. A few minutes later, The three of them arrived at the principal's office situated within the administrative building. The decor was quite elegant, featuring a mahogany desk paired with several well-cared-for green plants, imbuing the room with a sense of refinement. Wang Wenyuan invited them to sit on the sofa nearby, before taking up a teapot to brew tea. Rather than idly waiting, Fang Zhu seized the opportunity to inquire about the particulars of his 3 legendary cards. Principal, is there something amiss with these 3 legendary grade cards of mine? At this, Wang Wenyuan's tea brewing paused momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure, responding with a cheerful demeanor. It's not that there is a problem per se, but rather that these 3 professions have never before manifested at the legendary level. Never. Fang Zhu nodded slightly, internally affirming his previous suspicions. Zhuang Yi interjected unexpectedly. I just checked. There was once a legendary alchemist in North America, akin to our potion master, but it only lasted a year before meeting its demise in the secret realm. Oh. Wang Wenyuan's interest was piqued. He recognized alchemist as an auxiliary profession, which had scarcely ever achieved a rarity above uncommon. So, does this mean that Fang Zhu's 3 legendary cards are indeed valid? He pressed eagerly. The moment Fang Zhu heard the principal's assertion, he could not help but display a speechless expression, as if to say, so you have always believed there was something wrong with them, haven't you? Zhuang Yi chuckled, cradling the tea handed to him by Wang Wenyuan, and remarked, it cannot be said that there are no issues. After all, this is the first instance in our nation. From their exchange, Fang Zhu gleaned insights into knowledge he was previously unaware of. Combat professions unlock a skill every 10 levels, and auxiliary professions follow suit. As an ordinary individual who had just transitioned careers, he would require specialized training before venturing into the secret realms for advancement. The 3 engaged in a lively discussion when suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the principal's office. Enter, Wang Wenyuan called out. The door swung open to reveal a young male teacher, striding in confidently. Principal, Director Zhou and his team are arriving at the school gate, the teacher reported. Wang Wenyuan sprang to his feet, having been caught up in conversation and forgetting to personally greet them at the entrance. Zhuang Yi discreetly furrowed his brow, sensing the director's actions were rather hasty. Yet he suppressed his curiosity and joined Wang Wenyuan in heading toward the school gate. Soon, Fang Zhu found himself alone in the office. He approached the window, peering through the glass towards the entrance, where indeed a group of middle-aged men clad in black jackets could be seen. A short while later, Fang Zhu was introduced to Zhou Xiangyang, the director of the Municipal Education Bureau. He was a portly middle-aged man with meticulously combed balding hair and shrewd, twinkling eyes that hinted at a keen intelligence. Were it not for his title, Fang Zhu might have mistaken him for a small-time businessman. Ah, you must be Fang, yes? Ha ha ha, truly a fine specimen, Zhou Xiangyang exclaimed, extending his hand and enthusiastically patting Fang Zhu's shoulder, his gaze radiating unabashed fervor, as if he had encountered something exceedingly dear to him. Fang Zhu instinctively stepped back, feeling somewhat awkward yet exhilarated as he shook Zhou's hand. He sensed that the director's demeanor was peculiar, and he endeavored to present himself as an unsuspecting high school student. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Xiangyang picked up the 3 cards Fang Zhu had drawn, meticulously examining them, when Wang Wenyuan, who had been standing by, suddenly interjected, Director, if I recall correctly, these 3 auxiliary professions have never before appeared at the legendary level. Are they truly without issue? Zhou Xiangyang set down the cards and shook his head with firm conviction. Of course, there is no problem. Every profession holds the potential to attain the legendary level. We cannot dismiss the possibility simply because it has not occurred before. Such dogmatic thinking is unacceptable. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Director, Wang Wenyuan replied, an expression of enlightenment gracing his aged features. Fang Zhu's gaze flickered, imbued with a newfound warmth towards Wang Wenyuan. The principal's seemingly inappropriate question was, in fact, a reassuring gesture. If the director affirmed that the 3 cards posed no issues, then they were likely sound. This elder, who bore no airs of authority, was willing to stand up for him even in the face of reproach from the director, which warmed Fang Zhu's heart. Now, I wish to have a private conversation with Fang Zhu, Zhou Xiangyang stated abruptly, his tone asserting an undeniable authority. While the others found this request somewhat odd, they complied and made their way to the door. Before exiting, Wang Wenyuan cast a thoughtful glance back at the director, leaving the office in contemplation. Once alone with Fang Zhu, the astute director spoke slowly. Fang, your 3 legendary cards have significantly elevated the city's standing. Zhou Xiangyang's expression was amiable, yet a flicker of greed glimmered in his eyes. As a reward for your remarkable achievement, I shall ensure that you can choose any university within Jinhua City, with resource subsidies elevated to grade A. However, should you be willing to support the city's endeavors by relinquishing your legendary Runemaster card, I can elevate your resource subsidies to super grade. Think it over, he concluded. Chapter 4. When did I ever say I would give up? The office fell into a profound silence. At this moment, Zhou Xiangyang regarded Fang Zhu with eager anticipation, seemingly hoping for a response that would meet his satisfaction. Fang Zhu lowered his head slightly, a surge of indignation swelling within him. Was he to be taken advantage of? To be rewarded with policies that should rightfully be his? How could this be justified? Was it merely due to his imposing stature? Fang Zhu struggled to maintain a neutral expression, stifling the urge to unleash a torrent of invective. He was well aware that he could not acquiesce to Zhou Xiangyang's demands, yet he could not afford to reject him too vehemently. If he were merely an inexperienced high school student, he might have been ensnared by the director's honeyed words. But Fang Zhu's lifetime of experiences before his transmigration had granted him clarity regarding Zhou's intentions. Yet, precisely because he discerned the truth, he knew he could not react impulsively, as that would easily place him in a disadvantageous position. So, Fang Zhu opted for silence, displaying an appropriately conflicted and contemplative demeanor. Director Zhou, may I take some time to consider your offer? He replied with a hint of nervousness. Seeing Fang Zhu's expression, Zhou Xiangyang felt a slight sense of relief. He nodded approvingly, his smile broadening. Of course, this is a matter that warrants careful consideration. Upon concluding his words, Zhou Xiangyang rose and made his way to the door. Before opening it, he turned back, his tone adopting a slight gravity as he said, Classmate Fang Zhu, the resources allocated for grade A training do indeed possess subtle distinctions. I trust you are an astute individual who will make the right choice. Fang Zhu eagerly nodded, responding in haste, I understand, Director. Zhou Xiangyang nodded in satisfaction before exiting the office. Fang Zhu gazed at his departing figure, his expression gradually darkening. Before long, the office door swung open once more, and in walked Principal Wang Wenyuan. Approaching Fang Zhu, with a smile gracing his lips, he inquired, What did the director just discuss with you? Fang Zhu regarded the elder before him and recalled the scene where the man had chosen to endure reprimand from the director to reassure him. A sense of deliberation began to brew within him. He pondered for a moment and resolved to inform the elder about Zhou Xiangyang's demand for the life card, as it aligned with his identity as a high school student. The director just asked if I could provide him with a legendary rune master. Wang Wenyuan's astonishment grew with each word. He could hardly fathom how a director of such stature could utter such brazen demands. He quickly probed further. Did you acquiesce to the director? Fang Zhu shook his head and replied, No, I am still contemplating. Wang Wenyuan sighed in relief. That is for the best. Observing the elder, Fang Zhu noted the genuine concern on his face, sensing that Wang Wenyuan was grappling with unspoken words, perhaps due to his current position inhibiting him from voicing certain thoughts. After a moment of internal conflict, Fang Zhu decided to test Wang Wenyuan's stance. Principal, if I were to, hypothetically, refuse the director's request, what would my future prospects look like? At Fang Zhu's question, a spark of insight flickered in Wang Wenyuan's eyes as he keenly noted Fang Zhu's choice of the word prospects. It indicated that, to this young man, refusing the director represented a significant cost. Wang Wenyuan mused quietly to himself, recognizing the difficulty of this juncture. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze to Fang Zhu and said, I can assist you in formulating a plan. But you must be truthful with me. Do you genuinely intend to reject the director? Fang Zhu remained silent for a few seconds, then offered a wry smile. Principal, even if I agree, will things truly improve for me in the future? Wang Wenyuan paused, taken aback, and sighed, realizing Fang Zhu's perspective. Indeed, if Zhou Xiangyang was already this greedy now, it was likely that he would become even more demanding as Fang Zhu progressed. Thus, it seemed wiser to sever ties now. With 3 legendary professions at his disposal, what fear could there be in his growth? I understand. Await my message at home. You need not attend afternoon classes. Wang Wenyuan said slowly. Fang Zhu rose, gratitude illuminating his face as he replied, Thank you, Principal. At my age, securing a future for my students before retirement brings me peace of mind. Wang Wenyuan waved his hand, his expression somewhat complex. Recognizing the moment, Fang Zhu refrained from lingering, bidding farewell before departing the office. As evening descended, he received a call from Wang Wenyuan as anticipated. The principal had utilized his connections to find a way out for Fang Zhu, inevitably leading to a rift with the Tianhe City Education Bureau. Fang Zhu, unfazed, noted Wang Wenyuan's assurance that this matter would not impact him significantly, and thus they reached a mutual agreement. However, Fang Zhu aimed to ensure all ties were irreparably severed. After all, once he declined Zhou Xiangyang, there would be no turning back. Wang Wenyuan, after some contemplation, agreed, reasoning that youth should indeed embrace a touch of audacity. Meanwhile, in an upscale neighborhood of Tianhe City, Zhou Xiangyang dialed a number, his tone laced with excitement. Son, I found you a legendary rune master. Really? Is it truly legendary? A slightly shrill voice responded from the other end. Indeed, I verified it. In a few days, I will arrange for someone to deliver them to you. Zhou Xiangyang's mouth curled into a greedy grin, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Once you become a sky rune master, our Zhou family shall thrive anew. Ha ha ha, thank you, father. The voice on the line laughed triumphantly. After a brief exchange with his son, Zhou Xiangyang hung up the phone, but before he could set it down, a new call notification appeared on the screen. It was an unfamiliar number, yet Zhou Xiangyang had already surmised the caller's identity. Pressing the answer button, a clear voice resonated. Director Zhou, I apologize for the late-night interruption. Zhou Xiangyang smiled slightly and inquired softly, Classmate Fang Zhu, have you come to a decision? Yes. I have made my decision and would like to meet with you tomorrow. Fang Zhu replied, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Very well. Let us convene in the conference room at Sanzhong tomorrow morning. Zhou Xiangyang responded cheerfully. Fang Zhu acknowledged and promptly ended the call, rising to the window and mulling over the potential scenarios for the following day. The next morning, Fang Zhu arrived at school bright and early. Outside the conference room, Wang Wenyuan noticed Fang Zhu's arrival and gave a barely perceptible nod. Fang Zhu felt a surge of reassurance and pushed open the conference room door with a beaming smile. Inside, Zhou Xiangyang was engaged in jovial conversation with several Education Bureau officials, and Fang Zhu's gaze immediately fell upon the fate crystal resting on the conference table. The cardholder wishing to relinquish their unused life card must go through the fate crystal. Had they prepared it in anticipation of his abandonment? I'm afraid I cannot relinquish anything. Welcome, come, take a seat, Zhou Xiangyang said, rising with unfettered enthusiasm. Fang Zhu smiled and nodded, but chose not to sit beside the fate crystal. Zhou Xiangyang furrowed his brow slightly, gesturing towards the crystal. Are you unfamiliar with the process of relinquishing a life card? Would you like someone to guide you? Relinquish? Fang Zhu maintained his radiant smile. What is there to relinquish? Relinquish your Rune Master life card? When did I ever express a desire to relinquish it? Chapter 5. The Noble and the Commoner. Is there any distinction? In the conference room of Tianhe City Sanzhong, Fang Zhu, with a beaming smile, reiterated his earlier statement with deliberate emphasis. When did I ever express a desire to relinquish? Zhou Xiangyang, staring at the youth before him, found himself momentarily questioning his own hearing. His expression stiffened as he instinctively asked, Did you not tell me yesterday that you had come to a decision? Indeed, I have come to a decision, Fang Zhu nodded, his smile unwavering as he continued. I believe I have no need to relinquish my life card. What do you think, Director Zhou? His smile was radiant. Yet to Zhou Xiangyang's eyes, it was painfully glaring. If he had not yet grasped the gravity of the situation at this point, then all his years in office had been in vain. This jest is far from amusing, classmate Fang Zhu. Zhou Xiangyang composed himself, his countenance darkening as he spoke with measured words. I assure you, there is no jest here, Fang Zhu replied innocently, appearing every bit the ordinary high school student. You asked me to consider, and I have considered. My conclusion is that I shall not relinquish. A profound silence enveloped the conference room as the officials accompanying Zhou Xiangyang began to comprehend the unfolding situation, their gazes sharpening towards Fang Zhu, laden with hostility. Those present were undoubtedly Zhou Xiangyang's confidants, and they certainly would not stand idly by as their leader was undermined by a mere child. However, making an overt move was also imprudent, as the leader had yet to declare his stance. One of the officials displayed an expression of profound sorrow, his tone heavy as he inquired, Fang Zhu, are you truly willing to betray the director's heartfelt intentions? The director is acting for your benefit. Fang Zhu cast a sidelong glance at him, the smile at the corner of his lips gradually morphing into a sneer. Good intentions? Is it benevolence to exchange my life card for what I rightfully deserve? Fang Zhu retorted. Do you truly believe that you possess the capability to nurture 3 legendary class professionals? The official continued to implore, undeterred. That is my concern, and I would appreciate it if you refrained from meddling. Fang Zhu waved dismissively, redirecting his gaze towards the silent Zhou Xiangyang. Zhou's countenance was as dark as a stormy sky, yet he did not immediately lose his composure, maintaining the dignity befitting a figure of authority. Classmate Fang Zhu, please feel free to express any thoughts or requests. As a citizen of Jina City, I naturally wish to extend my assistance. Zhou Xiangyang endeavored to soften his voice, though he felt uncomfortably akin to a jester. Fang Zhu fell silent for a moment before suddenly producing the 3 life cards he had drawn the previous day. Ordinary individuals cannot contend with professionals. Only professionals can confront professionals. This signifies an elevation in the hierarchy of existence. Fang Zhu's actions instantly captivated everyone's attention, and Zhou Xiangyang's expression shifted subtly as he pondered Fang Zhu's intentions. Director Zhou, I am merely an ordinary person, relying on the fate ritual to turn my fortunes around. As he spoke, Fang Zhu raised the Alchemist card. I am luckier than most. My first card is of legendary caliber. Although Alchemist had never before appeared in legendary form, I have no doubt regarding my card, and thus I should rightfully benefit from state policy support, which includes guaranteed admission to a first-tier university and a Class A resource subsidy. Upon finishing his statement, Fang Zhu paused momentarily before suddenly crushing the card with force. In the next instant, golden particles erupted from his hand, and the remnants of the life card swirled around his body, coalescing into a radiant golden light, accompanied by a faint aroma of medicinal herbs that wafted through the air. Legendary class profession, Alchemist, has successfully transitioned. Zhou Xiangyang's face paled, his voice tinged with unease. Classmate Fang Zhu, I can fully comply with the policies you just mentioned, and I can even provide you with an additional Class A resource subsidy. Fang Zhu smiled faintly and then lifted another life card, that of the legendary class profession, Blacksmith. Last night, I perused historical records of the fate ritual. Since the dawn of the new era, only 3 individuals have attained 2 legendary class professions through the fate ritual. Of the three, one perished under mysterious circumstances, while the other two now hold high positions. Fang Zhu's tone was unremarkable, yet to Zhou Xiangyang, it resonated like the whispers of a devil. And I am not merely the fourth individual to possess dual legendary class professions. I am the first individual in Manhwa's new era to hold 3 legendary class professions. On what grounds do you believe you possess the right to suppress me? And with such despicable means? Fang Zhu's gaze turned frigid, and he applied pressure once more. Crack. The sound of the life card shattering echoed ominously in the conference room. As Zhou Xiangyang watched helplessly as the blacksmith card transformed into a rich essence of fate, gradually infusing into Fang Zhu's being. Fang Zhu's exterior radiated brilliant golden light, accompanied by the resonant sounds of hammering and chiseling reverberating in the air. Legendary class profession, blacksmith, has successfully transitioned. At this moment, Zhou Xiangyang could no longer maintain his composure, his face betraying sheer terror. His body bent in a near plea as he implored, "Classmate Fang Zhu, grant Uncle Zhou an opportunity. Feel free to voice any demands. And I assure you, I will meet them without hesitation." He was genuinely alarmed. Although the Zhou family was once a prominent lineage, its fortunes had drastically waned since the new era, leaving his generation completely estranged from the centers of power in Manhwa. To revitalize the Zhou family, the simplest and most direct method was to have Zhou Xiangyang's son achieve a professional advancement, thereby becoming the most gifted young talent in Manhwa. Fang Zhu's legendary class, rinsmith, was the key to that professional advancement. Should he miss this opportunity, he might never find a more suitable life card in his lifetime. Fang Zhu regarded the slightly unhinged middle-aged man before him, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Do you truly desire it?" He suddenly softened his tone, appearing as if he were genuinely inquiring. Zhou Xiangyang nodded vigorously, his expression earnest as he replied, "Whatever your demands may be, I will undoubtedly fulfill them." Yet Fang Zhu sighed deeply, memories of certain loathsome figures from his past life flashing through his mind. "In truth, you are all alike. You have never regarded us ordinary folk with any semblance of respect." Fang Zhu's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. In reality, many matters hinge on a single attitude, a chance for equal dialogue, a modicum of mutual respect. However, you merely wish to flaunt the meager power you hold, as if you are inherently superior while we are but the dogs you occasionally deign to pity. He chuckled softly. "But I no longer wish to be in such a position. Director Zhou, have you ever heard the saying?" Fang Zhu abruptly shifted the conversation, fixing his gaze on Zhou Xiangyang. The disheveled director momentarily lost his train of thought, instinctively responding, "What saying? Noble lords and commoners, do they not share a common fate?" As the words fell, Fang Zhu raised the rinsmith life card high and suddenly crushed it. "No." Zhou Xiangyang's expression shifted drastically, his voice rising in a wretched scream. Chapter 6. The Mask is Torn. In the conference room of Jinha City No. 3 Middle School, the radiance of 3 life cards intertwined, momentarily illuminating the entire room in a resplendent glow. Amidst the golden light, Zhou Xiangyang's expression spiraled into madness. He frantically waved his arms, seemingly attempting to gather the shattered rinsmith life card back together. However, such efforts were futile, rendering him more akin to a mad clown. Fang Zhu regarded the director with a chilling gaze, his heart devoid of any turmoil. "Fang Zhu, you are courting your own demise." Zhou Xiangyang lowered his flailing arms, trembling, his voice hoarse as he bellowed, "Director, I am merely employing my own life card. How can this be construed as courting death?" Fang Zhu maintained his calm demeanor. Yet to Zhou Xiangyang, it felt like a sharp thorn piercing through his heart. Zhou Xiangyang clutched his chest, his face flushed, as a murderous glint shimmered in his eyes. "If that is the case, then you have no further value in existence." Zhou Xiangyang was nearly driven to madness, his robes billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. "You have severed the Zhou family's hope for resurgence, so do not expect to fare any better." Consumed by rage, Zhou Xiangyang stepped forward, extending his hand to point at Fang Zhu's brow. The rare class profession, civil servant, unleashed its aura, enveloping Fang Zhu in an oppressive presence that rendered him motionless. He could only watch as Zhou Xiangyang's finger loomed larger in his vision. A sudden wave of intense peril washed over him, as if the figure before him were not a man, but a ferocious beast. Is this the power of high-level professionals? Fang Zhu instinctively marveled at the thought. Though Zhou Xiangyang was not a combat profession, his civil servant was a life profession, yet even so, he could unleash a chilling aura and pressure that could potentially cost Fang Zhu his life. However, Fang Zhu felt no fear. His 3 legendary class professions had elevated his life level to a terrifying height. And even combat professions would find it difficult to claim his life in a short span of time, let alone a life profession with limited combat prowess. The finger, imbued with a terrifying power, suddenly advanced, coming to a mere inch away from Fang Zhu's brow in an instant. What does it matter if he holds a legendary profession? Today, I shall render you powerless. Zhou Xiangyang gritted his teeth, his voice piercing like a wail from the depths of the underworld. However, just as his finger was about to make contact with Fang Zhu's brow, the door to the conference room exploded with a resounding bang. splintering into numerous pieces. Amidst the flying wood shavings, a deep voice resonated from outside. Who do you intend to incapacitate? Who do you think you can incapacitate? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a robust middle-aged man strode into the conference room. Raising his right hand, he pushed through the air with a force that traversed half the room, crashing down heavily upon Zhou Xianyang. Caught off guard, Zhou Xianyang was sent hurtling backward, only coming to a halt when he collided with the nearby wall. Coughing, Zhou Xianyang clutched his chest, struggling to regain his footing, casting a bewildered glance towards the entrance. Zhao Hongwu, what are you doing here? Zhou Xianyang demanded, his voice laced with confusion. The imposing figure known as Zhao Hongwu raised an eyebrow. Stepping into the room and approaching Fang Zhu, scrutinizing the youth while responding, Zhou Xianyang, be mindful of your tone when addressing me. Zhou Xianyang fell momentarily silent, brushing off the dust from his clothes and glaring resentfully at the unexpected intruder. Fang Zhu's eyes flickered, equally observing the formidable man before him. This was evidently a fierce-looking middle-aged man, with a prominent scar running from the corner of his eye to his jaw, his square jawline exuding an intimidating presence. When this man refrained from smiling, he appeared formidable, yet when he did smile, an unsettling chill would creep into one's heart. As if he were a ruthless thug unperturbed by the act of killing. Fang Zhu could even faintly sense the scent of blood and fire wafting from him. Zhao Hongwu, the mayor of neighboring Dingbei City, was one of the few in all of Huagua who held a combat profession while serving as a mayor. The path that Wang Wenyuan had sought for Fang Zhu last night led directly to this man. Since Tiana City had become untenable, it was better to seek refuge elsewhere. Kid, your psychological resilience is commendable. You haven't been reduced to a quivering mess in the face of an adversary. Zhao Hongwu remarked, patting Fang Zhu's shoulder with a hand the size of a fan, his face adorned with a smile of approval. Before Fang Zhu could express his gratitude for the timely intervention, a belligerent voice interjected from the side. Zhao Hongwu, don't you dare label me as your enemy. Zhou Xianyang retorted, his complexion darkening, while several other officials present shared equally grim expressions. Zhao Hongwu merely shrugged, disregarding their clamor, and turned his attention back to Fang Zhu, inquiring, have you made up your mind? My place lacks the conveniences you enjoy in Tiana City. Fang Zhu chuckled softly, his tone earnest as he replied, I have indeed made my decision. At least in your city, there are no rabid bullies who prey on the weak. Haha, good lad, you have a spine. Zhao Hongwu laughed heartily, satisfaction evident on his face. Last night, during a phone conversation with Wang Wenyuan, this soon-to-retire principal had provided a brief overview of the circumstances in Dingbei City. Among the four most terrifying class as secret realms in northern Huagua, two were located within Dingbei City. To combat these realms, the entire city had paid a heavy price, which explained Zhao Hongwu's assertion that their living conditions paled in comparison to those of Tiana City. However, this environment was not without its advantages. The overall atmosphere in Dingbei City resembled that of a military unit, devoid of much internal strife, with a spirit of unity prevailing among its people. It was precisely for this reason that Fang Zhu had resolved to leave Tiana City and join Dingbei City. Listening to their conversation, Zhou Xianyang felt a surge of anger, but also came to a grim realization. He pointed at Zhao Hongwu, his expression twisted in rage. Do you intend to poach talent from my Tiana City? How could this be considered poaching? Isn't this voluntary? Zhao Hongwu grinned, pulling out a chair and settling down with a casual air. His willingness matters not. The city will never let you go. Zhou Xianyang retorted, his tone laced with feigned bravado. Yet, the words that followed from Zhao Hongwu caused Zhou Xianyang's heart to plummet. I must thank you, brother Zhou. If it weren't for you suppressing the report to the city regarding Fang Zhu's legendary status after he drew the legendary fate card yesterday, I would have encountered considerable obstacles in transferring his household registration. Zhao Hongwu's smile widened, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Thus, I can effortlessly transfer Fang Zhu's registration. Zhou Xianyang felt his strength wane, nearly collapsing to the ground, saved only by a loyal aide who reached out to steady him. At this juncture, Zhou Xianyang understood that he had lost all hope of a comeback. The youth before him had completely slipped from his grasp. Chapter 7. The Terrifying Talent. Fang Zhu, you are impressive. Zhou Xianyang leaned against his aide, his face a mask of frustration and fury. Even now, he did not believe he had acted wrongly. He merely regretted not having dealt with this rebellious youth sooner. Yet in the presence of Zhao Hongwu, he could only lower his tail and submit. There was no other choice. He was simply outmatched. A life profession of the same level could never compete with a combat profession, let alone that Zhao Hongwu was a rare-grade combat profession, the bloodthirsty berserker. If Zhao Hongwu desired, he could take his life within 2 minutes. It would be far simpler than killing Fang Zhu. At this moment, however, Director Zhou was taken aback as Fang Zhu suddenly spoke. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. With that, he turned and made his way towards the door. Zhao Hongwu cast a lingering glance at Zhou Xianyang, his lips moving silently, though no words emerged. Yet, upon discerning Zhao Hongwu's lip movements, Zhou Xianyang's face flushed crimson, as though he were about to explode with rage. for Zhao Hongwu had uttered 2 words, foolish fool. Upon reaching the administrative building's entrance, Fang Zhu encountered Wang Wenyuan, who had been patiently awaiting him. Zhao Hongwu approached from behind. Concern etched on his face as he regarded the elder. Teacher, I trust today's events did not cause you any distress? Indeed. Zhao Hongwu was also a pupil of Wang Wenyuan, who had dedicated his life to education, nurturing countless talents. Wang Wenyuan waved his hand with a smile, replying, no worries. I'm retiring next month, and all the paperwork is complete. Can Zhou Xiangyang really revoke my status? Hearing Wang Wenyuan's words, Zhao Hongwu felt relieved. Turning to Fang Zhu with a hint of surprise in his gaze. I had assumed you would continue battling Zhou Xiangyang. I did not expect you to walk away so easily. Zhao Hongwu pondered for a moment before asking. Fang Zhu chuckled resignedly, shaking his head. It's not feasible. I am but a minor player at the moment, and it is challenging to achieve much more. Moreover, even if you wish to decisively eliminate Zhou Xiangyang, it wouldn't be so straightforward. Zhao Hongwu's expression turned approving, as he patted Fang Zhu on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, no need for the higher-ups. That's excellent. I had intended to offer you some words of advice, but it seems unnecessary now. Fang Zhu regarded Zhao Hongwu, his opinion of the man rising a notch. Although he appeared to be a brash individual, he was surprisingly astute. This was to be expected, as anyone capable of becoming a mayor is not to be underestimated. Very well, we shall leave it at that for today. Return home and prepare. Come find me in Dingbei City in a couple of days, and I will arrange for your subsequent matters. Zhao Hongwu glanced at his watch, speaking in a measured tone. Thank you, Mayor Zhao. Fang Zhu expressed his gratitude sincerely. Zhao Hongwu nodded with a smile, then departed alongside Wang Wenyuan, evidently having other matters to discuss. As Fang Zhu observed their retreating figures, the tension that had gripped his mind began to ease slightly. To his astonishment, upon traversing into this new realm, he was met with such troublesome circumstances. It seems that, irrespective of the era, those who possess even a modicum of power are seldom free from the clutches of corruption and moral decay. However, it is curious that neither of them inquired about his vocational talents. Perhaps they assumed that a legendary profession would inherently possess great prowess, or perhaps they simply overlooked it. Suddenly, Fang Zhu's mind sparked with realization, and he murmured to himself. At that moment, a few lines of text materialized before his eyes. Profession, Alchemist, Legendary. Level 1. Talent 1. Every time you concoct a potion, success is guaranteed, and the materials consumed are reduced by 30%. Talent 2. Each time you concoct a potion, there is a 30% chance of producing double the output. Talent 3. Each time you concoct a potion, there is a 30% chance of elevating its grade. Though Fang Zhu did not yet fully comprehend the disparities between practitioners, the talents he possessed appeared exceedingly formidable, verging on the realm of the terrifying. Accompanying such formidable talents, he also possessed 2 additional sets. Profession, Blacksmith, Legendary. Level 1. Talent 1. Every time you forge an item, success is assured, and the materials consumed are reduced by 30%. Talent 2. Each time you forge an item, there is a 30% chance of adding a unique attribute. Talent 3. Each time you forge an item, there is a 30% chance of enhancing its grade. Profession, Rune Master. Level 1. Talent 1. Every time you inscribe a rune, success is guaranteed, and the materials consumed are reduced by 30%. Talent 2. Each time you inscribe a rune, there is a 30% chance of doubling its duration. Talent 3. Each time you inscribe a rune, there is a 30% chance of elevating its grade. 3 legendary professions, each accompanied by a trio of similar yet profoundly formidable talents. Any one of these professions, when bestowed upon an ordinary individual, could propel them to great heights, and yet, Fang Zhu possessed them all. After calming his emotions, Fang Zhu directed his gaze towards the teaching building, intending to return to the classroom to gather his textbooks and personal belongings, for he could no longer remain in Jinhe City from this day forth. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of Class 7, Year 3, where the atmosphere was lively with students discussing the card drawing ceremony from the previous day, each dreaming of becoming revered high-level professionals. Fang Zhu. A jubilant voice drew the attention of all present. Following the sound, Fang Zhu beheld a rotund figure barreling toward him. Slow down, Peng Dehai. Fang Zhu recognized this individual as his close friend, a formidable presence standing at 180 centimeters and weighing an equal measure. One could say that from behind, Peng Dehai resembled a cube with a head perched atop. Nevertheless, he was remarkably agile, deftly weaving through rows of desks to reach Fang Zhu. Congratulations. You are the first legendary professional in our school in 15 years. Peng Dehai exclaimed excitedly, his ample flesh quivering with each movement. Fang Zhu chuckled, patting Peng Dehai on the shoulder. Stick with me, and I promise you'll be starving only 3 meals out of 9 days. Hey, Brother Zhu, do you know what I drew? A hint of pride and modesty flickered across Peng Dehai's face. Fang Zhu stared at him, astonished, thinking, could it be that you also drew a legendary class? However, he clearly overestimated the situation. Legendary classes were rarer than the giant panda. I am a rare level paladin, Peng Dehai declared proudly, puffing out his chest. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu's expression transformed into one of delight. He had not anticipated that this portly friend would possess such fortuitous luck. As the two conversed, envious and jealous glances were cast upon them from their classmates. Yet, amidst the sea of admiration, one individual stood out glaringly, her countenance marred by a palpable malice, as if she wished to slay the young man at the doorway with her very gaze. Chapter 8. A Treasure Discovered. Zhou Tingting never imagined that she would one day become the subject of ridicule at Jinhe City's third high school. To publicly reject the affections of a legendary professional was truly an audacious act on her part. Did she genuinely consider herself a goddess? Look, Fang Zhu hardly acknowledged her. A rare-level individual, and she believed herself to be above it all. Clearly, Fang Zhu had not dismissed them. The cacophony of discussions around her filled Zhou Tingting's ears. And at that moment, a torrent of resentment boiled within her heart. She did not resent her own actions. Rather, she loathed Fang Zhu for his overwhelming fortune. He, a mere sycophant, a human ATM, how could he possibly draw a legendary class? Zhou Tingting never believed she had erred. She simply acted as any girl might in her position, neither proactive nor rejecting, devoid of responsibility. Now, her mind was consumed with a singular thought: to make Fang Zhu vanish. Only when he had completely disappeared from this world would no one remember her rejection of a legendary professional. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Tingting made a concerted effort to rein in her seething hatred. She gazed at the adulated Fang Zhu, her mind racing with schemes to bring about his disappearance. Fang Zhu, oblivious to Zhou Tingting's thoughts, felt unperturbed. With 3 legendary professions backing him, aside from those high-level combat classes, it was unlikely that any other profession could inflict a fatal blow. After exchanging pleasantries with his classmates, Fang Zhu began to gather his textbooks and personal belongings. He refrained from disclosing his departure from Jinhe City to others, for speaking too much might stir up trouble. Instead, he merely mentioned that he would not be returning to school, as a legendary profession came with guaranteed admission, and thus, his attendance over the next month would bear little consequence. Meanwhile, at the school gate, Zhao Hongwu slapped his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "Oh no! I forgot to ask that lad about his vocational talents. Ha ha ha, are you worried the teacher might let you down?" Wang Wenyuan chuckled, stroking his sparse beard. "Of course not. Just wanted to be prepared," Zhao Hongwu replied with a sheepish grin. Wang Wenyuan secretly wiped his brow. He too was uncertain about Fang Zhu's talents. What if he possessed some bizarre talent? Yet, he could not voice his concerns, for fear that it might deter Fang Zhu. They needed to coax him to Dingbei City, first before addressing such matters. "Teacher, I must take my leave now. There are several meetings to attend in the city," Zhao Hongwu remarked, glancing at his watch and realizing he could not linger any longer. "Travel safely. I will have Xiaoxue come your way later." Wang Wenyuan nodded with a smile. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Hongwu abruptly halted his steps. "What? Xiaoxue is coming too?" Zhao Hongwu asked in surprise. "Is there a problem? Your environment is quite suitable for these young individuals to gain experience." Wang Wenyuan maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Teacher, my place is no joke. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Wouldn't it be better for Xiaoxue to go south instead? That would be far more suitable for a girl like her." Zhao Hongwu hastily declined. What a joke. If anything were to happen to Wang Yinxue on his turf, how could he ever face this teacher who treated him like a son? Zhao Hongwu is an orphan. His parents mysteriously vanished in the secret realm during his childhood. Upon learning of this circumstance, Wang Wenyuan wished to bring him into his home. However, the young Zhao Hongwu was quite obstinate and resolutely refused to accompany Wang Wenyuan. At that time, Wang Wenyuan had not yet assumed the role of principal and was unable to persuade him, thus allowing Zhao Hongwu to continue residing in the small room left by his parents. Nevertheless, every evening, Wang Wenyuan would invite Zhao Hongwu to return home for dinner. Over time, Zhao Hongwu became an unofficial member of the Wang family, and it could be said that Wang Wenyuan provided him with a paternal warmth. Therefore, Zhao Hongwu was determined to prevent Wang Yinxue from coming to Dingbei City. Wang Wenyuan chuckled softly, choosing not to linger on this topic any longer, and waved his hand, signaling Zhao Hongwu to return home promptly. Zhao Hongwu complied and turned to leave the school. Meanwhile, Fang Zhu had finished packing his belongings and strolled leisurely towards the school gate. He had only just traversed into this new world for less than a day, and the jumble of events and memories in his mind was exceptionally chaotic. Thus, he sought to use this moment to sort through his thoughts. Fang Zhu retrieved his phone from his pocket, examining this device that bore a striking resemblance to the one from his previous life while succumbing to contemplation. He could ascertain that this object, exuding a gentle jade-like aura, was not the familiar phone he once knew. Strangely, however, its operational method was identical to that of a phone, and there was even a more advanced version that could be controlled by thought alone. This induced a sense of dissonance within Fang Zhu. Although many familiar items appeared similar, they were evidently entirely different. It seemed that the people of this era had completely replaced the technological framework he was acquainted with another system. With a sigh, Fang Zhu tucked the phone back into his pocket. Beyond this, many other aspects of the world had undergone significant changes, such as the sudden emergence of a destiny system and the abrupt arrival of the secret realms. As he pondered, he suddenly realized he had arrived at the school gate, where Principal Wang Wenyuan stood outside, his expression filled with nostalgia. Principal, Fang Zhu approached Wang Wenyuan and called softly. "Oh, it's you, Fang Zhu." Wang Wenyuan slowly turned, gazing at the handsome and sunny youth, smiling as he inquired, "Have you finished packing?" "Yes, I have everything from the school here. I plan to head to Dingbei City soon." Fang Zhu nodded in response. "Dingbei City is quite different from here. You must adapt quickly. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let me know. This old body of mine can still offer some words of wisdom." Wang Wenyuan's aged voice revealed a touch of concern. Fang Zhu solemnly expressed his gratitude to Wang Wenyuan, but before he could say more, Wang Wenyuan's voice rang out again. "By the way, what is your occupational talent?" Wang Wenyuan could not suppress his curiosity, wishing to understand before Zhao Hongwu found out, to avoid inadvertently leading his student astray. Fang Zhu grinned, setting his backpack aside, and began to elaborate on his occupational talent. He discovered that the text describing his talent was invisible to others, compelling him to relay it verbally to Wang Wenyuan. Initially, Wang Wenyuan listened earnestly, but as Fang Zhu continued, he became increasingly dazed and petrified. The impact of those talents was overwhelming, leaving this self-proclaimed clear-minded elder utterly bewildered. After a lengthy pause, he finally remarked, "Zhao Hongwu has stumbled upon a treasure." Chapter 9, The Secret Realm Uprising. Outside the gates of Jinhe City's third high school, Wang Wenyuan stared blankly at Fang Zhu for an extended period. The intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down Fang Zhu's spine, prompting him to instinctively rub his arms and retreat a step. Wang Wenyuan took a deep breath and patted Fang Zhu's shoulder, yet remained silent. This peculiar action left Fang Zhu bewildered, causing him to question whether there was something amiss with his occupational talent. "Principal, is there something wrong with my talent?" Fang Zhu scratched his head, momentarily stumbling over his words. "Ha ha ha, no, it's perfectly fine. Rest assured." Wang Wenyuan laughed heartily, turning to walk back into the campus. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. He had toiled for many years to attain the rare level of teacher and ascend to principal, only to find it utterly incomparable to Fang Zhu's achievements. "I mustn't dwell on this. If I do, I might just shed a tear." Wang Wenyuan shook his head, sighing as he moved further away. Fang Zhu watched the principal's retreating figure with a peculiar expression, his mind swirling with numerous conjectures. Could he be suffering from senility? Half an hour later, Fang Zhu returned home. The house was eerily silent, with only the sound of his belongings disrupting the stillness. Indeed, Fang Zhu was also an orphan. Yet his situation differed from Zhao Hongwu's. He had no guardian who regarded him as family. From the moment he gained consciousness, he had been alone, having never seen his parents or learned of his origins. His survival had relied solely on the support of neighbors and the meager assistance from the state. Although his transmigration had transformed his fate, the disappearance of his original self was undeniably difficult to accept. "He has not vanished. The two of you have exchanged souls." A voice suddenly echoed in Fang Zhu's mind, momentarily startling him before clarity dawned. This was the voice of the divine card drawing system. "Are you speaking the truth?" Fang Zhu asked, excitement bubbling within him. "Please rest assured, this system is entirely honest." At this, Fang Zhu's face broke into a satisfied smile. This way, after enduring so much hardship over the years, the original self could return to a past age of technological prosperity and enjoy life. With this knot in his heart untied, Fang Zhu felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. "We are both orphans. There is no need to dwell on the past." He was a person capable of accepting reality. Since he had arrived in this world, he would live well, honoring the identity of a transmigrator. Meanwhile, just disembarking from the flying vehicle, Zhao Hongwu received a call from his secretary. The voice on the other end was tinged with urgency, and upon hearing a few sentences, Zhao Hongwu's expression shifted. "Are you saying that the third team went to explore the Bloodwolf's lair, and now only one member has managed to escape?" Zhao Hongwu pressed for clarification. "Yes, Mayor. The escaping member is currently with me," the secretary promptly replied. "I understand. I will be there immediately," Zhao Hongwu said, his body suddenly accelerating, transforming into a blur within the flying field. As a high-level, bloodthirsty berserker, the speed at which Zhao Hongwu unleashed his full power was formidable. Passengers in the flying field only caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow rushing past, the wind howling, causing some timid individuals to turn pale. Fortunately, the staff within the flying field quickly calmed the crowd's anxiety. In just 10 minutes, Zhao Hongwu arrived at the government building. Stepping into the office where he immediately spotted his secretary seated on the couch alongside the sole survivor of the third team. "Mayor, this is Zhang Tiantian, a level 20 dark assassin," the secretary introduced, standing. Zhao Hongwu nodded, approaching Zhang Tiantian and inquiring, "What happened? Please explain the situation in detail." Zhang Tiantian appeared to have come directly from the secret realm, his clothing stained with splotches of blood and fatigue etched across his face. "Mayor, here's the situation. Normally, someone of my rank wouldn't meet with you, but this time the situation was rather special, and the lower office reported directly," he explained. "In the city of Dingbei, there exist 3 primary operational sequences directly under the government: the combat sequence, the exploration sequence, and the escort sequence. Zhang Tiantian is a member of the third team within the exploration sequence, whose primary responsibility is to venture into secret realms and seek out usable resources. Their current mission involves a foray into the Blood Wolf lair to procure a versatile material known as blood smoke crystal. Initially, this task posed no significant danger, as the Blood Wolf lair is classified as a level C secret realm, presenting a low level of threat. However, no one anticipated that the pack of blood wolves would collectively go berserk, attacking them with ferocity. The third team was forced to fight while retreating, ultimately seeking refuge in a valley where the terrain offered temporary stability. Recognizing that this was not a sustainable solution, Zhang Tiantian utilized his innate stealth abilities as an assassin to break through the encirclement and return to the city to seek assistance. Upon hearing Zhang Tiantian's account, Zhao Hongwu fell into deep contemplation, sensing that the situation was somewhat peculiar. Despite the blood wolves' notorious brutality, such a collective frenzy was exceedingly rare. Do you have any suggestions? Zhao Hongwu inquired, stroking his chin. Without hesitation, Zhang Tiantian responded, I hope the city can dispatch 2 teams to fend off the wolves from the outside. Zhao Hongwu shook his head, letting out a sigh as he replied, all other teams are currently engaged in combat missions. The fastest we could expect a return is in 5 days. The team can hold for 2 days at most. Beyond that, it's uncertain. Zhang Tiantian's expression grew anxious. Zhao Hongwu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, speaking in a calm tone, do not fret, I will devise a solution. You should return and recuperate. Zhang Tiantian opened his mouth to protest, but was gently halted by the secretary beside him. It's all right. The city will certainly find a way, the secretary said, shaking his head lightly as he escorted Zhang Tiantian out of the office. In a dilapidated neighborhood of Jinhe City, Fang Zhu had packed all his personal belongings, which filled just a single suitcase. He did not intend to linger in Jinhe City for long, although Zhao Hongwu mentioned 2 days hence. He wished to arrive early to acclimate himself to the environment, for according to Wang Wenyuan, the lifestyle in Dingbei City differed from that of Jinhe City. The earliest flight was scheduled for 5 o'clock this evening, and after surveying his room, Fang Zhu decided to take that particular vessel. In this era, the aircraft he was familiar with had been replaced by a shuttle-shaped flying machine, reportedly powered by fake crystals harvested from various cities, leading Fang Zhu to ponder the possibility of one day acquiring his own flying machine. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized a pressing issue. Obtaining fate fragments was essential for drawing cards, and such fragments could only be acquired from secret realms. If he wished to draw golden cards daily, he needed to find a way to procure some fate fragments. Fang Zhu felt a wave of concern wash over him. These fragments were indeed quite scarce, and he wondered if they were included in the resource subsidies. Chapter 10, Urgent Dispatch. As evening approached, Fang Zhu boarded the aircraft bound for Dingbei City. This aircraft, akin to a diminutive plane, had a significantly lower capacity, accommodating only a few dozen passengers. Nonetheless, the comfort level was commendable, with spacious seating. The walls were adorned with softly flickering runes, which Fang Zhu scrutinized, vaguely sensing that he might decipher their meanings once he attained a higher level as a rune master. The flight was remarkably smooth. Yet Fang Zhu noticed that their seating area lacked windows, thwarting his attempts to observe the external environment. Approximately 2 hours later, the aircraft began to decelerate, and as a slight jolt signaled their arrival, an announcement resonated through the cabin. The other passengers swiftly rose to prepare for disembarkation, and Fang Zhu, clutching his suitcase, followed suit. However, before he could take in the surroundings of the flight terminal, his phone rang. Upon answering, Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow in surprise, murmuring to himself, Zhao Hongwu, why is he calling me now? Rewinding half an hour, inside the Dingbei City government building, Zhao Hongwu anxiously perused the documents in his hands, his mind racing with strategies to rescue the third team from the Blood Wolf secret realm. Under normal circumstances, he could easily request leave from higher authorities and venture into the Blood Wolf lair alone to effectuate the rescue. However, that was not feasible now, at least not for the next month. Since the beginning of the month, disturbances had erupted in 2-level secret realms that Dingbei City was suppressing, with the mutated beasts relentlessly assaulting the forward operating bases. Although Zhao Hongwu adeptly mobilized troops to stabilize the situation, this left Dingbei City with no surplus forces to allocate to other secret realms. Combat professionals were a limited resource, and the military could not provide immediate assistance. After a moment of deliberation, Zhao Hongwu summoned Zhang Tiantian once more to gain a clearer understanding of the Blood Wolf secret realm's conditions. Following their discussion, Zhao Hongwu asked, if the city cannot provide you with sufficient manpower, what do you think we should do to rescue the remaining members of the third team? Zhang Tiantian remained silent for a considerable time before suddenly recalling something and quickly asked, could the city supply us with some potions and weapons? I expended nearly all resources before I left. He emphasized the need for weapons, as they had sustained considerable damage during combat. With proper equipment, I might be able to infiltrate back and assist them in a forced breakout. Zhao Hongwu raised an eyebrow, promptly dialing the secretary. After hearing Zhang Tiantian's request, the secretary's expression revealed a hint of difficulty. Weapons are not a significant issue. However, potions have mostly been dispatched to the military district, and it will be challenging to gather them within the next 3 to 5 days, the secretary explained, exasperated. Dingbei City boasted fewer than 300 alchemists, and among them, no more than a handful could produce adequate potions. The government, particularly the military, maintained high standards for potion quality, making it improbable for them to procure the required quantities for the third team in the short term. Sitting behind his desk, Zhao Hongwu tapped his fingers thoughtfully against the surface, displaying a contemplative expression. The most effective solution would be to seek assistance from neighboring cities. But that would require navigating bureaucratic procedures, potentially delaying the process. I will find a way regarding the potions, Zhao Hongwu resolved after much internal strife, ultimately deciding to inquire with nearby cities to see if they could send a batch of potions by tomorrow. Zhang Tiantian nodded and turned to exit the office. Inside, only the secretary and Zhao Hongwu remained. The secretary hesitated before speaking. Mayor, neighboring cities are likely in dire straits as well. I recall Mayor Lu mentioning at a meeting a few days ago that their secret realm had also encountered troubles. Zhao Hongwu rubbed his temples. Feeling overwhelmed by the mounting pressures, under normal circumstances, Dingbei City would not regard a mere level C secret realm as a significant concern. Suddenly, Zhao Hongwu's gaze fell upon a document on his desk. It was Fang Zhu's personal information. Since Fang Zhu's household registration was being transferred, his background had been thoroughly examined. Zhao Hongwu noted Fang Zhu's profession, alchemist, legendary. Those few words invigorated Zhao Hongwu. A legendary alchemist must possess some extraordinary talents, he thought. Currently, the highest-ranked alchemist in Dingbei City was a rare-level practitioner, whose abilities could enhance the efficacy of potions by 20%. In this vein, Fang Zhu's talent is undoubtedly not inferior to that of his counterparts. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hongwu promptly picked up his phone and dialed Fang Zhu's number. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded, with Fang Zhu standing in the airport terminal, receiving a call from Zhao Hongwu. After a moment's contemplation, he sought out a secluded spot and pressed the answer button. Zhao Hongwu's deep voice resonated immediately. Fang Zhu, are you currently in Jina City? No. I am in Dingbei City, having just disembarked from the aircraft. Fang Zhu replied honestly, as he had intended to explore Dingbei City himself, but since Zhao Hongwu inquired, he spoke the truth. That's perfect. Zhao Hongwu's voice instantly brimmed with excitement. Come to the government building. I need to discuss something with you. Understood, Mayor Zhao. Fang Zhu readily agreed, and then stepped outside the terminal to find a taxi. The vehicles of this era differed from the automobiles he was accustomed to, but he had little inclination to observe them closely at the moment. The taxi sped along, and the driver's driving style provided a sense of familiarity for Fang Zhu. The abrupt accelerations and decelerations felt reminiscent of a boat ride, a rather uncomfortable experience. After approximately 20 minutes, Fang Zhu arrived at the government building. Looking up, he beheld an imposing structure, adorned with mysterious runes that shimmered with a gentle light, imparting an air of solemnity. The security guard at the entrance noticed the behavior of this somewhat peculiar youth, whose expression resembled that of a country bumpkin arriving in the city, piquing his curiosity. Consequently, he stepped out of the security booth and approached Fang Zhu. Comrade, what brings you here? The guard inquired, maintaining a reasonably polite demeanor. I am here to see Mayor Zhao, Fang Zhu replied candidly. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression changed drastically, an inexplicable arrogance manifesting. Do you think you can meet Mayor Zhao at will? The guard demanded sharply. My name is Fang Zhu. If you are uncertain, you may call someone above. Fang Zhu responded coolly. Fang Zhu, you say? The guard's demeanor shifted instantly, a hint of respect now evident in his tone. Why didn't you say so earlier? Please, come in. One must admit, this guard possessed an exceptional talent for changing his demeanor. Chapter 11, The First Alchemy. Fang Zhu successfully met with Mayor Zhao on the top floor of the government building. The latter appeared somewhat weary and lacking in energy. Yet, Fang Zhu understood that this was merely a facade. High-ranking, powerful professionals could manage to go 10 days or even half a month without sleep while remaining vibrant. Upon Fang Zhu's entrance, Zhao Hongwu's eyes brightened immediately. He stood up and beckoned Fang Zhu to sit closer. Mayor Zhao, I am truly grateful for your assistance with the previous matter, Fang Zhu expressed sincerely, opting not to sit down right away, but rather to extend his thanks once more. Zhao Hongwu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was no trouble and that there was no need for such formality. He then cut to the chase, speaking with efficiency and clarity. The reason I urgently sought you out is that an issue has arisen in a secret realm, and as a legendary alchemist, you should be able to assist. Fang Zhu scratched his head, hesitating as he replied, though I have successfully transitioned to my new vocation. I have yet to engage in alchemy, so... Before he could finish, Zhao Hongwu interjected, I understand your concerns, it's all right. My request is merely part of a larger plan, and I have made other preparations, so do not feel pressured. Fang Zhu nodded and asked, what would you have me do, Mayor Zhao? Before we commence formally, I must inquire about your vocational talents, Zhao Hongwu said with a smile. Fang Zhu promptly recounted his vocational talents to Zhao Hongwu, whose expression shifted from a smile to one of shock, culminating in him rising from his seat. Are you serious? Zhao Hongwu exclaimed excitedly as he approached Fang Zhu. Indeed, if you doubt my words, I can demonstrate, Fang Zhu replied with a smile. Zhao Hongwu's astonished and skeptical demeanor somewhat eased Fang Zhu's worries, as he recalled Wang Wenyuan's strange expression, which had left him concerned about his own talents. Follow me. Zhao Hongwu grasped Fang Zhu's arm and pulled him towards the door. Fang Zhu found it impossible to break free. The imposing man possessed immense strength, his grip akin to that of a vice. 10 minutes later, they arrived at another building adjacent to the government building, the Dingbei City Practitioner Base. This facility, constructed by the authorities, could accommodate thousands of practitioners for study and training, with similar structures found in nearly every city. The base manager was somewhat taken aback by Zhao Hongwu's unexpected visit, as typically, visitors would notify ahead of time. Nevertheless, he swiftly prepared an alchemy room per Zhao Hongwu's request and dispatched other staff to retrieve the necessary materials for concocting the revitalization pill. Fang Zhu surveyed the room with curiosity. It was a square space, modest in size, featuring a golden dragon head at its center, gazing skyward. Beside the dragon head were 2 tables, one neatly arranged with measuring cups, test tubes, and other items, while the other bore more intricate instruments. Fang Zhu recognized the purpose of everything in the room. Ever since he had transitioned to an alchemist, knowledge of alchemy had naturally surfaced in his mind. Nonetheless, the sight of these instruments still felt somewhat disjointed. The Grand Dragon Head served as a geothermal ignition device, as alchemy required flames of exceedingly high and stable temperatures. Hence the need for this device. The ancient geothermal apparatus, combined with sophisticated modern equipment, evoked a striking contrast between ancient civilization and contemporary technology. Before long, staff from the practitioner base entered the room, bringing with them various materials. Fang Zhu immediately recognized the names and properties of the ingredients. Perhaps this was the innate gift of an alchemist. Zhao Hongwu regarded Fang Zhu with a fervent gaze, eager to witness the true prowess of a legendary alchemist. At that moment, a group of men and women gathered outside, drawn by the news of the mayor's sudden visit. Who is this person to warrant the mayor's personal attention? I don't know, but it seems he is an alchemist. I am also an alchemist. Why isn't the mayor accompanying me? Their hushed discussions, though not loud, reached Fang Zhu's ears clearly. Yet, Zhao Hongwu did not deter the onlookers, still watching Fang Zhu with keen interest. Ignoring them, Fang Zhu stepped forward, categorizing the ingredients and beginning to process them one by one. Some materials required fruits, while others only needed roots and stems. Juicing, extracting, distilling. Despite it being his first attempt at alchemy, Fang Zhu felt as if he had practiced countless times before. Each step in the creation of the revitalization pill vivid in his mind. Just this skill alone left Zhao Hongwu and the surrounding crowd astonished, their mouths agape. Ordinary and rare-grade alchemists could not accomplish such feats. They required time to learn and mimic before achieving precision in every step. As for the rare-grade alchemist, since the dawn of the new era, only one had emerged in Huagua, and that individual had since defected to the American Federation across the ocean. Zhao Hongwu was uncertain whether that traitor could possess the same innate talent as Fang Zhu, but he doubted it. Before this moment, Fang Zhu had never fully observed others crafting the revitalization pill. He had merely glanced at the formula and the steps inscribed on paper. This was the true essence of genius. Zhao Hongwu murmured to himself, his expression a tapestry of wonder. Fang Zhu's movements were both swift and steady. In just half an hour, he had meticulously processed all the medicinal ingredients. Before him lay an array of beakers and test tubes of varying sizes, each containing an assortment of carefully prepared herbs. Meanwhile, on another table, a centrifuge whirred rapidly, transforming the materials within. Fang Zhu took a deep breath, extending his right hand, and a soft golden light began to coalesce between his palms. Zhao Hongwu held his breath, and so did the onlookers. Though they were not alchemists, they could discern the extraordinary nature of Fang Zhu's process. The fluidity and rhythm with which he handled the ingredients were unmatched by any other alchemist they had encountered in decades at the base. Now, this exceptionally young alchemist was poised to take the final step in the crafting process. Curiosity about Fang Zhu's alchemical furnace began to brew among the spectators. Why was his furnace emanating golden light? Goodness, what a radiant furnace. I've never seen such a beautiful alchemical tool. One exclaimed. But what does beauty matter if it doesn't enhance the chances of success? Another retorted. An alchemist should prioritize the quality of the elixir over the appearance of the furnace. Suddenly, the room buzzed with hushed whispers as a palm-sized, glimmering cauldron appeared in Fang Zhu's hand. Upon closer inspection, the cauldron was adorned with bizarre totems, seemingly depicting ancient beasts in a frenzy, intertwined with mysterious runes chronicling untold tales. This was the life-bound treasure of every alchemist, their alchemical furnace. An aura of desolate wilderness emanated from the cauldron, swiftly enveloping the room, and the onlookers felt an invisible pressure weighing upon them. It was Fang Zhu's first time summoning his furnace, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The ability to conjure an alchemical furnace from thin air wasn't solely a privilege of those in legendary professions. In fact, nearly half of all professions would be bestowed with a personal weapon or treasure upon successful advancement. For instance, A sword immortal of rare rank or above would automatically possess a flying sword that could be wielded with precision, its power further enhanced through subsequent card draws. Similarly, auxiliary professions like Fang Zhu often came equipped with their own treasures. Alchemists had furnaces, blacksmiths had hammers, rune scribes had pens, and priests had staffs. At this moment, within the alchemical chamber, Fang Zhu cradled his furnace, scrutinizing it intently. Truth be told, his astonishment mirrored that of the spectators. The scene that had just unfolded was nothing short of magical, and he initially struggled to comprehend how he had summoned the furnace, as if it were an instinct requiring no conscious thought. Although Zhao Hongwu was surprised by Fang Zhu's pause in the alchemical process, he dared not interrupt. As a high-level professional, his perspective was broader than that of the others present. With a single glance, he could ascertain that Fang Zhu's furnace was extraordinary, rivaling the esteemed furnace of the foremost alchemist in Huagua. With a slow exhale, Fang Zhu approached the dragon head fire apparatus and placed the furnace upon it. Instantly, the cauldron began to transform, expanding several times its original size. A faint clicking sound echoed as the furnace secured itself firmly within the gaping maw of the dragon. Outside, some fellow alchemists began to realize that the young man before them was exceptional, yet they remained steadfast in their skepticism until he successfully produced an elixir. Regardless of the initial preparation's elegance or the furnace's aesthetic appeal, only the successful creation of a qualified elixir could truly define an alchemist's prowess. The adage that rivals are often foes held true. How could a youth so young command the mayor's attention? Those who had immersed themselves in the art of alchemy for decades were not about to concede defeat. Fang Zhu remained oblivious to their inner thoughts as he slightly bent forward and pressed a switch on the dragon's head. A torrent of blazing flames erupted from the dragon's mouth, burning steadily at the base of the furnace. Fang Zhu patiently awaited a moment, and once the furnace reached a critical temperature, he swiftly turned around and deftly poured in the prepped herbs from the beakers, one by one. Witnessing his technique, several onlookers, who were fellow alchemists, exchanged disdainful glances. Is this how one crafts elixirs? It's wholly unprofessional. One scoffed. It appears impressive. But he is merely dumping the herbs in without observing their transformations. Only by carefully monitoring the changes within the furnace can one ensure the alchemical process does not fail. From his method alone, I can tell he is a novice. I wonder what the mayor sees in him. A public failure would be a disgrace to the mayor. Keep your voice down. Don't let the mayor hear you, another cautioned. The murmurs outside were hushed, yet they still reached Zhao Hongwu's ears. He merely scoffed, uninterested in the opinions of these lesser alchemists, who were primarily low-level practitioners incapable of producing even rare-grade revitalization pills. It was utterly absurd. As long as Fang Zhu could successfully concoct a qualified elixir, Zhao Hongwu would seize the opportunity to rectify the atmosphere within the base, preventing certain individuals from languishing in complacency and mutual exclusion. Fang Zhu's innate talent ensured his success in every alchemical endeavor. Yet he did not approach the craft carelessly or whimsically. For this initial furnace, he adhered to the instincts of an alchemist, maintaining high standards and strict requirements. With a decisive motion, he added the final herb to the furnace and sealed the lid. At this moment, the gazes of dozens inside and outside the room converged upon the furnace. Indeed, the crowd was swelling. The entire base was abuzz with news of the mayor's association with a young prodigy in alchemy. Of course, the term prodigy was used with a hint of irony. Alchemy is a profession that demands experience, who could be formidable right after transitioning. Though the mayor did not explicitly state it, many believed he was using Fang Zhu to send them a message. However, a young alchemist of such tender years might just falter. As time ticked by, a fragrant aroma began to waft through the alchemical chamber, initially faint, but soon becoming rich and potent. Zhao Hongwu twitched his nose, surprise flickering across his face. He had encountered many alchemists in his time, yet he had never inhaled such a pure fragrance. This scent is rather pleasant, unlike any I've encountered before. Oldly, why have I never smelled this aroma during your alchemical sessions? Outside, the discussions resumed, and some alchemists began to lose their composure, exchanging glances that hinted at foreboding. Could it be that this exceptionally youthful alchemist has truly succeeded? The fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air signified that the elixir within the alchemical furnace had taken shape. The next step involved merely extinguishing the earth fire device and allowing the furnace to cool naturally. However, this process was not devoid of risks. The timing of shutting off the earth fire was crucial. Either premature or delayed action could adversely affect the quality of the elixir. Furthermore, there was a possibility of the potion fracturing during the cooling phase, a concern that, while infrequent, often plagued novice alchemists. Fang Zhu silently attuned himself to the changes within the furnace and finally concluded that everything was complete. Now was the moment. He reached out and switched off the earth fire device, causing the steady flames to recede swiftly, and the temperature of the furnace began to descend gradually. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the alchemical apparatus. Had it succeeded or not? Yet, Fang Zhu remained oblivious to the surrounding murmurs and inquiries, effortlessly tidying up the instruments at hand. Chapter 13. The Rare Rejuvenation Pill. Among those present, Perhaps only Fang Zhu and Zhao Hongwu were unfazed by the outcome of the elixir. As the alchemical furnace gradually cooled, the primal runes adorning its surface began to dim. Elder Wu, what is the situation with this young man? An alchemist could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of the nearby base administrator. Elder Wu chuckled softly and shook his head, opting for silence. His reticence was not out of a desire for mystery, but rather due to Zhao Hongwu's prior admonition to keep Fang Zhu's identity under wraps for the time being. Thus far, only a select few were aware that Fang Zhu had simultaneously acquired 3 legendary-level professions, and Zhao Hongwu feared that news of this would attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Each year, countless prodigies in Huagua met untimely demises, so it was prudent to exercise caution. As the onlookers observed Elder Wu's silence, their curiosity only intensified. At this juncture, was it not a certainty that the elixir would succeed? A fair young woman queried her companion. The companion shook his head. A flicker of disdain in his eyes, certainly not. If he encounters issues while uncovering the lid, the elixir may still fail. The girl nodded in realization, her gaze returning to the resplendent furnace within the room. The companion discreetly rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat vexed. His previous statement, upon initial hearing, was indeed correct. However, under normal circumstances, as long as an alchemist was not deranged, the final step ought to proceed without complications. Thus, he simply refused to acknowledge Fang Zhu's prowess. Fang Zhu efficiently organized the workspace before stepping before the furnace, casually extending his hand to grasp the top lid with 3 fingers. The lid radiated a residual warmth, and after a brief pause, he exerted force. With a soft pop, the top of the furnace was lifted. A rich and refreshing fragrance of medicinal herbs surged forth like a tidal wave, prompting several alchemists to retreat several paces, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. At this point, they no longer needed to observe. Within that furnace undoubtedly lay at least one high-quality rejuvenation pill, a conclusion drawn from years of alchemical experience. Upon realizing this, they exchanged glances and collectively turned to depart, seemingly intending to leave the premises. Elder Wu huffed, the smile on his face vanishing abruptly. The departing alchemist froze at the sound of his voice, which carried an unmistakable edge of warning. Zhao Hongwu cast a sidelong glance at the departing alchemists, suppressing a chuckle. Prior to bringing Fang Zhu here, he had not intended to admonish these alchemists. It was merely Fang Zhu's performance that had drawn attention, prompting him to take advantage of the situation. One could say it was an unintended stroke of good fortune. Unperturbed by the commotion behind him, Fang Zhu gently shook the furnace, and soon 4 rejuvenation pills materialized in his hand. Wait, 4? How could there be 4? Some onlookers immediately displayed expressions of astonishment. Even those unfamiliar with alchemy could discern that Fang Zhu had initially prepared only a single batch of rejuvenation pills, which consisted of 2 units. This was common knowledge. So how could there be 2 additional pills seemingly conjured from thin air? Zhao Hongwu, however, was not like the others. He stepped forward, excitement radiating from him as he regarded the elixirs in Fang Zhu's hand with an expression of approval. There was no doubt they were indeed rejuvenation pills, and of a notably high quality. Elder Wu also approached, and upon seeing the pills in Fang Zhu's hand, he stood transfixed, momentarily stunned. Following this, the room erupted with Elder Wu's astonished and incredulous exclamations. A rare rejuvenation pill. His exclamation sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd. Rare level. Good heavens. Are there rare level rejuvenation pills? Indeed, but only high-ranking alchemists possess the capability to concoct them. The clamor of discussion among the onlookers grew increasingly fervent, with a couple of bold individuals even contemplating approaching for a closer look. However, before they could act, Elder Wu's piercing gaze swiftly deterred them. It was no jest. An alchemist capable of producing rare-level rejuvenation pills was a precious gem, and common folk like them had no business encroaching upon such a talent. Elder Wu resolved firmly that he must forge a connection with Fang Zhu. A genius alchemist of this caliber would surely provide an abundance of elixirs in the future. The 4 dark red pills arranged neatly in his palm caused Fang Zhu's eyes to shimmer with excitement. Although he had anticipated success in his alchemical endeavors, this was nonetheless his first successful batch, and to claim he was not exhilarated would be a falsehood. The innate talent of a legendary alchemist was indeed formidable. Under the fortunate circumstances of triggering 3 abilities simultaneously, his output of elixirs was astonishingly high, rivaling the finest works of the strongest alchemists in Huagua. Zhao Hongwu and Elder Wu, their expressions alight with enthusiasm, carefully examined the elixirs. At that moment, a singular thought resonated in their minds. This is the hope for the future of alchemy in Huagua. This is the hope for Huagua's path of elixir crafting. Name: Rejuvenation Pill, Rare Level. Effect: rapidly heals non-fatal injuries, but cannot regenerate severed limbs. The fact that a mere first-level alchemist could achieve such a feat would be met with disbelief, yet now, the rare-level rejuvenation pill stood before them, a tangible reality, with both of them as witnesses, along with the surrounding spectators. However, they needed to devise a means to ensure confidentiality. Zhao Hongwu had already anticipated this scenario. Thus, he beckoned Elder Wu closer and whispered a few words into his ear. Elder Wu nodded and promptly exited the alchemical chamber. Zhao Hongwu gathered all the rejuvenation pills crafted by Fang Zhu in his hands and turned to face the crowd gathered at the entrance. A smile adorned his face. Yet to the eyes of the other professionals, it carried an unsettling aura. My esteemed colleagues, I trust you are all aware of what this signifies. Zhao Hongwu's voice was steady. I understand that many of you have not placed much emphasis on alchemists or the craft of alchemy, especially considering that Huagua has yet to produce a high-level alchemist above level 50. However, this should not serve as an excuse for some to abandon their ambitions. If you are to enjoy the privileges granted to professionals by our nation, you must strive to produce qualified elixirs. Zhao Hongwu surveyed the crowd, absorbing their reactions, and continued speaking. Although I speak of alchemists here, the same applies to other professions. It matters not if one's rank is low or one's level is modest. As long as your endeavors benefit Dingbei City, contribute positively to the nation of Huagua, and serve the people, you are considered a commendable practitioner. The individual behind me, merely a first-level alchemist, has achieved such remarkable feats. I hope you do not lag too far behind the younger generation. Chapter 14. Striving to refine. Zhao Hongwu's words resonated powerfully, causing the onlookers outside to display expressions of mild shame. Regardless of their internal thoughts, they felt compelled to exhibit such sentiments in the presence of the mayor. Zhao Hongwu did not expect that his few words would instigate change in certain individuals. Yet he knew it was a necessary endeavor. Though today's encounter was serendipitous, he believed that with sufficient effort, some would inevitably find their rightful path. Dingbei City is unlike any other. Merely coasting through life here can prove perilous. Fang Zhu listened to Zhao Hongwu's discourse, feeling a stirring within. Throughout all ages, there exist sincere individuals who do not seek personal gain, but instead wish to contribute to their country. While he humbly recognized that he had yet to reach Zhao Hongwu's level, he resolved to take action, given his connection to this familiar land. At that moment, Elder Wu approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man holding a stack of faintly silver-toned papers. Recognizing the man, some in the crowd instantly wore expressions of concern. A contract master? How could he be here? It appeared that this young man's identity was rather extraordinary. Had they known, they might have chosen to stay away today. Fang Zhu observed with keen interest the papers in the middle-aged man's hands, deducing from the discussions around him that his profession was akin to his own, a supportive vocation. Just as he pondered this, Zhao Hongwu pulled him aside. Everyone who has witnessed your alchemy today will be required to sign a confidentiality agreement. The penalty for breach is a gruesome demise, with one's blood vessels rupturing, Zhao Hongwu stated with an unsettling calm. Fang Zhu was taken aback. So severe? You now possess a distinctive identity. You must exercise caution, Zhao Hongwu replied with a smile. Fang Zhu found himself at a loss for words, gradually realizing that the tranquil life he once knew might soon be a distant memory. Though the onlookers expressed some dissatisfaction, they complied with the signing of the contract. As Zhao Hongwu's watchful presence left them with no other option, refusal would be tantamount to courting death. Once all had affixed their signatures, silence returned to the room. Zhao Hongwu placed a call to his secretary, and shortly thereafter, the secretary arrived alongside Zhang Tiantian at the practitioner's base. Allow me to introduce, this is Zhang Tiantian, a member of the Exploration Team 3, Zhao Hongwu indicated towards the young man before them, whose brow bore a hint of worry. Fang Zhu extended his hand, greeting him politely. I am Fang Zhu, newly arrived in Dingbei City. Hello, Zhang Tiantian replied, his demeanor indicating a lack of enthusiasm as he glanced at Zhao Hongwu, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Zhao Hongwu smiled faintly, then handed over a rejuvenating pill. If I provide you with these, can you lead Team 3 to safety? He inquired. Zhang Tiantian accepted the pill, and upon a brief glance, his demeanor transformed entirely. Is this a rare grade? His voice trembled with disbelief. Indeed, rare grade. You must have seen the details of the pill, Zhao Hongwu affirmed with a nod. I have, but it's hard to believe. Zhang Tiantian cradled the pill as if fearing he might inadvertently crush it. The common grade rejuvenating pills merely healed minor injuries gradually, while the rare grade accelerated healing. Yet, he was astonished to discover that the effects of the rare grade rejuvenating pill extended to non-lethal wounds. With great effort, Zhang Tiantian contained his excitement, suddenly realizing something. He turned to Fang Zhu with astonishment. Brother, did you refine this? Fang Zhu nodded slightly. Yes, it should suffice, right? Surpass suffice. With this pill, I can guarantee that Team 3 will sustain no casualties. Zhang Tiantian declared, thumping his chest confidently. Excellent. Zhao Hongwu clapped his hands and turned to Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu, I kindly request that you refine this rejuvenating pill today. We have ample materials. Is that agreeable? Fang Zhu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Mayor, the rare grade rejuvenating pill cannot be produced every time. Zhao Hongwu paused, then abruptly slapped his forehead in realization. He had forgotten that Fang Zhu's professional talent was triggered by chance. No matter, do your best. Whatever you can produce by noon tomorrow will suffice. Zhao Hongwu waved his hand decisively. Though Zhang Tiantian was somewhat bewildered, he grasped Fang Zhu's hand with palpable anticipation. Brother, The lives of over 10 members of our team rest in your hands. Please help us. Fang Zhu nodded slowly. I will do my utmost. He certainly would not refuse. Nor was there any reason to do so. For an alchemist, the opportunity to refine with sufficient materials was a coveted dream. All right, it's entrusted to you. Zhao Hongwu patted Fang Zhu on the shoulder and subsequently exited the alchemy room with Elder Wu and Zhang Tiantian. Fang Zhu stretched his wrists and shoulders, approaching the table to gather the materials for his second batch of rejuvenating pills. He was confident that Zhao Hongwu would handle everything, leaving him free to focus solely on the alchemy. As before, Fang Zhu methodically prepared the herbs. This time, he exhibited greater proficiency. Particularly challenging materials danced deftly in his hands, processed within mere minutes. Once he placed the alchemy furnace atop the dragon head, he commenced the second round of refining. Half an hour later, he stared at the 2 pills in his hand, exhaling a long breath. Fortune smiled upon him. Although he did not trigger the talent for doubling production, he did activate the talent for elevating quality. This indicated that the 2 pills he now possessed were also rare grade. As he completed the refinement, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, your alchemist level has risen to level 2. Fang Zhu felt a clarity of mind with his newfound level. Typically, an alchemist unlocks a new formula every 10 levels or acquires them through card draws. However, Fang Zhu needed not engage in such pursuits. As a legendary alchemist, he could reverse engineer the formulas and steps simply by observing the pills. Legendary alchemists are remarkably powerful, and Fang Zhu speculated that upon reaching level 10, he would awaken abilities beyond those of others. While contemplating this, he continued with his tasks. As Elder Wu and 2 staff members delivered supper and ample materials, Fang Zhu quickly finished his meal and returned to his alchemical endeavors. He was no longer merely fulfilling Zhao Hongwu's assignment. He genuinely found alchemy captivating, akin to leveling up in a game, filled with exhilaration. Chapter 15. Completion. A day slipped by in the blink of an eye. Aside from a 3-hour rest at midnight, Fang Zhu had been immersed in alchemy. By noon the following day, he had successfully refined 50 rejuvenating pills, 21 of which were rare grade. Such efficiency was astonishing. While an ordinary alchemist might produce a mere 10 pills in a day, Fang Zhu had multiplied that output several times over. Moreover, Fang Zhu's fortune was rather favorable, with the probability of his innate talent triggering approaching 50%. The 21 rare grade rejuvenation pills were more than sufficient for the third squad. As Fang Zhu was meticulously counting the medicinal pills and herbs at hand, a sudden knocking echoed from the door of the alchemy chamber. Come in, he replied without lifting his head. The door swung open, and Zhao Hongwu and Zhang Tiantan entered, one after the other. Mayor, the pills are all here, Fang Zhu said with a smile, handing over 5 wooden boxes. Upon seeing the boxes in Fang Zhu's hands, Zhang Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief. Are these all rejuvenation pills? His tone was filled with incredulity, as clearly, Zhao Hongwu had not disclosed the nature of Fang Zhu's professional talent to him. However, even Zhao Hongwu, who was aware of the truth, displayed a look of astonishment upon beholding the boxes. Each wooden box could contain 10 pills, allowing Zhao Hongwu to easily calculate the quantity Fang Zhu was holding. 50 pills? Zhao Hongwu asked, reaching out to take them, his curiosity piqued. Fang Zhu nodded, smiling as he confirmed, 50 rejuvenation pills, of which 21 are rare grade. Hiss. Both Zhao Hongwu and Zhang Tiantian inhaled sharply, the temperature in the room rising slightly as they registered the significance of the rare grade rejuvenation pills, which had never been produced before Fang Zhu's creation, now resting in their grasp. Realizing this, Zhao Hongwu felt a surge of tension. He recognized the value of these pills, deeming it a potential revolution in the current state of the alchemy industry in Huagua. Yet, even a handful of these would hardly rectify the industry's awkward predicament. Zhao Hongwu opened one of the wooden boxes and gazed at the rejuvenation pills within, his eyes catching sight of a few lines of text. Name: Rare Grade Rejuvenation Pill. Effect: Rapidly heals non-fatal injuries but cannot regenerate severed limbs. Name: Uncommon Grade Rejuvenation Pill. Effect: Rapidly heals minor wounds, moderately suppresses severe injuries. From the effects of the pills, it was clear that the description regarding non-fatal injuries within the rare grade rejuvenation pills likely included some severe injuries, those that were not immediately life-threatening. Zhang Tiantian, trembling slightly, reached out to accept the pills Zhao Hongwu offered, his lack of composure prompting a hearty laugh from Zhao Hongwu. Come on, pull yourself together. It's just a few pills, and you're already trembling, Zhao Hongwu teased. Fang Zhu also smiled and turned to Zhang Tiantian, asking, Brother Zhang, are the pills sufficient? If not, I can still refine some more in haste. Enough, enough. Zhang Tiantian nodded eagerly, then, with a serious expression, bowed deeply to Fang Zhu. Thank you, Brother Fang. On behalf of the third squad, please, no need for such formality. Fang Zhu waved his hand with a smile. This is merely my duty. You should go save the others. I'll treat you to a meal when you return. Zhang Tiantian nodded vigorously, turning to say something, but was interrupted by Zhao Hongwu's large foot meeting his backside. Hurry up and go. Don't waste time. If even one of you is missing upon your return, I'll hold you accountable. Moments later, only Fang Zhu and Zhao Hongwu remained in the alchemy chamber. Zhao Hongwu gazed intently at Fang Zhu, his expression growing increasingly grave. Fang Zhu met Zhao Hongwu's stare with calm composure, already sensing what was to come. Fang Zhu, your talent is exceptionally high, Zhao Hongwu began slowly. I hope you can remain in Dingbei City, as it would greatly alleviate my burdens. However, you are ultimately a legendary class professional and will undoubtedly have greater opportunities for advancement in the future. I only hope that when that time comes, you might lend a hand to Dingbei City. The pressure here is immense, and the two classes' secret realms leave me on edge. Zhao Hongwu's tone was heavy. He understood he could not retain Fang Zhu, and thus sought to appeal to their camaraderie before Fang Zhu's growth took flight. This approach was entirely reasonable and not in the least bit devious, yet Zhao Hongwu felt a pang of discomfort. Knowing he had only helped Fang Zhu in a minor way, Fang Zhu discerned Zhao Hongwu's underlying sentiment and chuckled softly, settling into a chair beside him. Uncle Zhao, your efforts to assist me and your conflict with Jinhe City are etched in my heart. Therefore, you need not worry. I will certainly help Dingbei City in any way I can. Though he was merely a fifth-level professional, his words carried the weight of authority, providing Zhao Hongwu with a measure of reassurance. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiantian wasted no time. Diving into the Blood Wolf's secret realm with the rejuvenation pills and the equipment Zhao Hongwu had previously bestowed upon him, the familiar forest materialized before him, and Zhang Tiantian inhaled deeply, his figure gradually blurring until he seamlessly melded into the shadows among the foliage. The talent ability of the Shadow Assassin thrived in such an environment, explaining why he could escape the encirclement of the Blood Wolves while others could not. Zhang Tiantian oriented himself and charged toward the valley. As time ticked by, he sprinted through the forest for over 3 hours. Encountering numerous carcasses of blood wolves, remnants of the third squad struggled before being besieged. Ordinarily, these carcasses would be retrieved by their comrades, but now they lay exposed, indicating some unknown change had befallen the blood wolf pack. Approaching dusk, Zhang Tiantian arrived at the wilderness outside the valley, wary not to approach too close, as he could already hear the sounds of the blood wolves stirring, noting new signs of battle outside the valley. This indicated that the third squad had attempted to break free over the past day, yet the outcome was evidently grim. They had failed. Zhang Tiantian cautiously concealed himself, inching closer to the valley where the blood wolf pack was feasting. Surrounded by enemies, he felt no fear. He carried hope, the hope of saving his squad. As night fell, the blood wolf pack launched another assault, moving with agility and impeccable coordination, fanning out in a formation that stirred up dust, the sounds of battle echoing throughout the valley. Zhang Tiantian could only pray in his heart that this attack would not inflict further casualties upon the third squad. Fortunately, the third squad proved resilient. The wolves' onslaught subsided in under half an hour, allowing Zhang Tiantian to seize the opportunity to enter the valley. Night was the domain of the assassin, and thus Zhang Tiantian successfully encountered the members of the third squad. In a cave within the valley, Captain Wang Hu leaned against a damp wall, his complexion pale and weary. Beside him, a team member bore an expression of despair. Captain, I'm struggling to hold on, a member inside the cave murmured. Bloodied and evidently lightly injured. Hang in there, Tianzi has gone for help. He will return, Wang Hu asserted resolutely. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Who is there? The guard at the entrance perked up, warily questioning. It's me. Zhang Tiantian's voice rang out from beyond. Upon hearing his voice, the team members perked up. However, when they noticed that no one was behind Zhang Tiantian, confusion spread across their faces. Zhang Tiantian, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement as he approached them, retrieving several wooden boxes from his pack. The team members were even more puzzled, and Wang Hu furrowed his brow, pointing at the boxes. What is this? Pills. Yes. Zhang Tiantian nodded vigorously, then opened one of the boxes. The information about the elixirs instantaneously manifested before the eyes of the crowd, and mere moments later, the cave erupted with a chorus of suppressed exclamations. Wow, this is incredible. Amazing. I've never seen such a potent rejuvenation elixir. The members of the team exchanged glances, their faces betraying undeniable delight. Although they had not received any personnel support from the city, these elixirs were sufficient to significantly enhance their chances of survival. Moreover, Zhang Tiantian said, retrieving several palm-sized jade tablets from his backpack, each inscribed with esoteric runes. These are constructed runes. Wang Hu exclaimed softly, reaching out to take the tablets from Zhang Tiantian's hands. These constructed runes, once activated, can generate a bespoke set of armor and weaponry. It is no exaggeration to say that every combat professional yearns for their own customized constructed runes, yet they are exceedingly rare. The mayor has given me 3. Let us see who among you would wear them best, Zhang Tiantian remarked as he handed the constructed runes to Wang Hu. Then proceeded to distribute the rejuvenation elixirs, fewer for those with minor injuries and more for those with severe ones. The team members accepted the elixirs without hesitation, quickly swallowing them. In less than 10 minutes, their wounds had largely healed. Meanwhile, Fang Zhu returned to the residence arranged for him by Zhao Hongwu. It was a room within a modest apartment, decorated with a certain elegance, replete with all necessary furnishings. Although Debei City lacked wealth, it still managed to be generous in these aspects. In fact, there was nothing of significant value within the room. The only item that could potentially incite envy was a small fake crystal placed atop the coffee table in the living room. Indeed, Fang Zhu possessed a fake crystal, which meant he could conduct card draws from home. He had also procured the materials for the card draw. When Zhao Hongwu had asked what he desired at noon, Fang Zhu had spontaneously declared fate fragments. Zhao Hongwu had been quite generous, directly providing Fang Zhu with 2 fate fragments, each allowing for 1 card draw, equivalent to 2 golden legends for Fang Zhu. Approaching the coffee table, Fang Zhu first produced a fate fragment, a translucent, irregular object of deep purple hue, reminiscent of amethyst but much paler. Come on, let us draw a gold, he encouraged, bringing the fate fragment closer to the fate crystal. A radiant light emanated from the crystal, and the fragment vanished without a trace. Fate crystals are not solely large, in essence. There is no difference between large and small crystals. Both can facilitate card draws. However, larger fate crystals allow multiple draws in a single day, while smaller ones permit only a limited number, like the one in his hand, which could only be drawn 3 times a day. Yet, this was inconsequential to Fang Zhu. He needed merely 1 draw. As the fate fragment dissipated, the fate crystal suddenly emitted a dazzling beam of light, pure and golden, illuminating the entire room in resplendent glory. Fang Zhu fixated on the fate crystal, observing a golden meteor streaking across the sky, trailing a long tail, before a golden card materialized above the crystal. The card spun gracefully, and Fang Zhu smiled as he reached out to grasp it, a line of text instantly materializing before his eyes. Name, Qingli Qihua, Fire Seed. Description, Qingli Qihua is one of the highest grade flames in existence. Nurturing it will greatly benefit both combat and alchemy. Fang Zhu stared at the card in his hand. Then his face broke into a joyous expression. For an alchemist, flame is indeed more crucial than the formula itself. Standard ground fire apparatus cannot produce the most exquisite elixirs. A top-tier alchemist must utilize their own flame to achieve peak results. At that moment, Fang Zhu had drawn the finest flame in the world, uniquely his. Suppressing his excitement, Fang Zhu crushed the card with a satisfying crack. Golden shards danced in the air, and a palm-sized azure-red flame, radiating astonishing warmth, appeared gracefully. This flame was exquisite, exhibiting a lustrous sheen, and Fang Zhu felt reluctant to disrupt its current state. Nevertheless, he extended his hand to grasp the flame, a surge of heat spreading from his palm, yet it did not scorch his skin. Fang Zhu felt enveloped in a warm embrace, and soon witnessed the flame diving into his palm, coursing up his arm to settle at the heart's position in his chest. Thus, the flame had been wholly absorbed, and his next task was to nurture it until it matured. Only then could this extraordinary flame manifest its miraculous effects. Meanwhile, in the Blood Wolf secret realm, Wang Hu and 2 robust teammates, clad in heavy but not unwieldy armor, charged towards the Valley's exit. Behind them, a dozen teammates stood poised, ready to unleash their vengeance on the encroaching pack of blood wolves. Daring to surround us, are you? Come, let us see you try that again. As the battle ignited, an unprecedented ferocity erupted within the valley. Armed and rejuvenated, the 3rd squad showed no fear of the blood wolves. After all, they were merely mindless beasts. Even if they went berserk, what of it? The following morning, as the gentle sunlight painted the horizon, silhouettes began to emerge at the entrance of the Blood Wolf secret realm. Wang Hu, Zhang Tiantian, and Xiao Song led 15 members of the exploration team out successfully, with no casualties. The soldiers guarding the entrance rushed forward, filled with excitement. We thought you might have encountered trouble inside. It's such a relief to see you all safe. The soldiers expressed with relief. Zhang Tiantian smiled slightly, glancing at the rejuvenation elixirs he had yet to consume, his heart swelling with gratitude for the young man. Chapter 17, Flying Rainbow Stone. At 8 in the morning, Fang Zhu received a call from the mayor's secretary. This middle-aged man, exuding a military demeanor, got straight to the point. Comrade Fang Zhu, the city has decided to arrange special training for you as a practitioner. Are you willing? Fang Zhu, still groggy from the previous day's alchemy session, instinctively inquired. Special training? What is that? It's a training program designed for high-grade novice practitioners, enabling you to acquire knowledge about secret realms and adapt to combat within them. The secretary patiently explained. Rubbing his face to shake off the remnants of sleep, Fang Zhu began to feel more alert. All right, I'll go. He readily agreed. Realizing there was no reason to refuse, he knew too little about this world to overlook any opportunity to learn. Good. Meet me at 3 this afternoon, and I will assist you with the paperwork, the secretary concluded before hanging up. Fang Zhu placed his phone aside and collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted, yearning only for sleep. Yet, barely 2 minutes after closing his eyes, the second call arrived. Hello, who is this? Fang Zhu didn't check his phone, merely pressing the answer key. It's me, Zhao Hongwu. The resonant voice of the mayor came through the phone, prompting Fang Zhu to sit up abruptly. He regarded Zhao Hongwu with greater respect, After all, this man would be his pillar in the days to come. Mayor Zhao, do you need something from me? Fang Zhu inquired. Team 3 has emerged from the secret realm. They express their desire to extend their heartfelt gratitude to you, Zhao Hongwu replied, his tone imbued with a hint of levity. Fang Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they are back, but there is no need for thanks. However, he was interrupted mid-sentence by Zhao Hongwu. Do not decline. This is a matter of life and death, Zhao Hongwu insisted, his voice carrying an undeniable weight. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Zhu acquiesced, prompting Zhao Hongwu to chuckle and suggest that Fang Zhu visit the largest restaurant in the city, the Welcome Hotel, around noon. To be frank, the name struck him as somewhat pedestrian. After hanging up the phone, Fang Zhu leaned back against his bed, feeling the remnants of fatigue dissipate entirely. After a brief pause, he proceeded to the bathroom to splash some water on his face, then took a seat at the coffee table. Zhao Hongwu had bestowed upon him 2 destiny fragments the previous day, allowing him another chance to draw. The daily rewards from the divine card drawing system had refreshed, and Fang Zhu was convinced that this time he would procure a legendary gold card. Calming his nerves, he brought the destiny fragments close to the destiny crystal. The familiar scene unfolded as the fragments gradually faded from his grasp. In the next moment, the destiny crystal erupted with a dazzling golden light. Fang Zhu's eyes were fixated on the crystal, wishing for an option to skip the card drawing animation. As seconds passed, the golden radiance began to recede, revealing a pure gold card that spun gracefully above the crystal. He snatched it eagerly, the card's information materializing before his eyes. Name: Rainbow Stone. Description: one of the most robust materials in existence, exceedingly difficult to forge. Just as Fang Zhu finished reading, the card in his hand began to undergo a transformation. He had not activated it. This was entirely an autonomous action. It was his first encounter with such an occurrence, and he rose to his feet, feeling a tinge of anxiety. However, he soon realized his apprehensions were unfounded, as the card gradually morphed into an irregular object approximately 2 meters long, revealing itself as a sizable stone that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight. What is the purpose of the rainbow stone? Fang Zhu murmured, momentarily bewildered. His understanding of this world was still limited, and thus he was unaware of the specific utility of the rainbow stone. Yet, its legendary quality alone suggested immense worth. He decided against lingering on his confusion, grabbing his phone to conduct a search. Before long, he uncovered information regarding the rainbow stone. In essence, it was the optimal material for crafting construction talismans. To put it simply, one could liken construction talismans to the armor encased within Iron Man's chest, albeit more compact. Once activated, a construction talisman could form a suit of armor that enveloped the body, boasting commendable offensive and defensive capabilities. The construction talismans crafted from rainbow stones were among the finest in the world, with only 3 existing sets, 2 of which were possessed by the formidable figures Huang and Zeus. According to the online descriptions, the secret realm that yielded rainbow stones was exceedingly perilous, rendering them scarce in circulation, with only a handful preserved within certain large factions. After absorbing the information, Fang Zhu's gaze returned to the rainbow stone before him. If the online data was accurate, he might now hold the largest rainbow stone in existence. In all honesty, Fang Zhu felt an exhilaration coursing through him. Yesterday and today's card draws had bestowed upon him 2 significant enhancements to his power. Although the tangible effects would require time to manifest, he was undeniably wealthier and stronger than before. Crafting construction talismans was a complex endeavor, necessitating the collaboration of both a forger and a runesmith. And Fang Zhu happened to possess both professions. This meant that by merely elevating his proficiency in these 2 vocations, he could transform into a relentless production machine for construction talismans, and the most elite variant at that. It was astonishing how 2 card draws had solidified the trajectory of his future development. Leaning back on the sofa, Fang Zhu contemplated the considerable size of the rainbow stone and realized a pressing concern. He could hardly keep such a large item in his home. If Zhao and the others were to visit and discover it, they would surely be astounded. Moreover, given his still nascent foundation, should any nefarious individuals become aware of it, it could spell disaster. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a considerable time, but could not devise a satisfactory solution. Thus, he reluctantly relocated the rainbow stone to a corner of his bedroom, at least concealing it from plain sight. As noon approached, Fang Zhu departed his single apartment and hailed a cab to the Welcome Hotel. This time, he took the opportunity to observe the taxis of this era. Overall, they bore a resemblance to the vehicles of his previous life, yet the circular steering wheel had vanished, replaced by a square stone slab etched with intricate runes. He stared at it for a long while, then suddenly realized that this was reminiscent of the driving mechanics in mobile games from his past life, with the directional buttons substituted for various rune patterns. Upon reaching his destination, Fang Zhu exited the cab in silence, only to find Zhang Tiantian waiting at the entrance. Having stood there for an indeterminate amount of time, "Brother Zhang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," Fang Zhu greeted him. Zhang Tiantian, who had eagerly awaited Fang Zhu's arrival, instantly displayed a joyful expression upon seeing him. No, Please don't call me Brother Zhang. Just refer to me as Tian Tian. He chuckled, waving his hands dismissively. Fang Zhu accepted this, understanding it to be a gesture of goodwill. After exchanging a few pleasantries downstairs, Zhang Tian Tian led Fang Zhu upstairs to a spacious room on the 3rd floor. The decor of the Welcome Hotel was not particularly ostentatious. Rather, it exuded a profound and antiquated charm. Upon opening the door, Fang Zhu saw a circular table occupied by a dozen men and women. The eldest appearing to be nearly 40, while the youngest was just in their early 20s, only a few years older than him. As he entered, everyone stood up, their faces adorned with expressions of joy and gratitude. Under Zhang Tiantian's introductions, Fang Zhu greeted each person in turn. Truth be told, memorizing so many names at once was somewhat challenging, but as the center of attention today, he need not exert himself too much. After the initial formalities, Fang Zhu took a seat at the head of the round table. The restaurant served dishes promptly, evidently having prepared a portion in advance. As everyone dined and conversed, Fang Zhu noted that Captain Wang, who commanded considerable respect, even with Fang Zhu, the savior, present, others seemed to feel a sense of trepidation in his presence. As glasses were raised and toasts exchanged, the meal progressed swiftly. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Zhao Hongwu entered with a cheerful demeanor. Instantly, everyone stood up, courteously greeting the mayor. Zhao Hongwu waved his hand, saying, "There's no need for such formality. I've already eaten. I merely stopped by as I was passing through." His gaze then turned to Fang Zhu. "Fang Zhu, the special training for practitioners will commence tomorrow, running from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. for a month. I suggest that after your daily studies, you join Team 3 to learn some genuine secret realm exploration techniques, as the initial phase of the training will primarily focus on theory." Fang Zhu nodded immediately upon hearing the words, replying, "Understood, Mayor. You all enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave." After Zhao Hongwu finished speaking, he declined the invitation to join them, departing the private room without a backward glance. Fang Zhu could not recall how he exited the room or how he returned home. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the soft bed of his studio apartment. Rubbing his somewhat aching head, he managed to sit up, noticing that dusk had already descended outside. The setting sun cast golden speckles on the floor through the glass. The clock on the wall indicated it was already 5 in the afternoon. And a sudden jolt of alarm shot through Fang Zhu as he remembered his appointment with his secretary to report in the afternoon. This was not good. He immediately took out his phone, intending to apologize to his secretary. It was not his intent to drink so much, but the team had been exceedingly enthusiastic. However, before he could dial, he noticed a message from his secretary. "Comrade Fang Zhu, considering the possibility of you being slightly inebriated after dining with the 3rd squad, the report for the professional training has been postponed to tomorrow morning." After reading the message, Fang Zhu scratched his head, feeling the phrasing was somewhat awkward. While the tone was quite formal, the wording conveyed an oddly crude sentiment. What did they mean by slightly inebriated? He had merely indulged a bit more than usual. Dismissing thoughts of food, Fang Zhu began browsing online for knowledge about secret realms and professionals. Most individuals in this world might never set foot in a secret realm, as everyday professionals need not engage in combat. Thus, the publicly available information on secret realms online was rather superficial. Nevertheless, Fang Zhu was deeply intrigued and devoured the material voraciously. The following morning, he awoke with an empty stomach, having skipped dinner the previous night, and felt an unbearable hunger. Descending to the ground floor, he successfully located a breakfast shop and hastily consumed a meal before heading to the government building, where he encountered his secretary, who had been at work for quite some time. The secretary cheerfully handed him a registration form and said, "The training location is at the nearby professional base, lasting for a month. The instructors are from the top-ranked squads in our city. The initial phase will focus on theoretical content, while the latter part will depend on circumstances. You may be taken into the secret realms for practical training, which will also help elevate your level." Fang Zhu nodded in understanding, replying, "I see." The registration form contained little information, and he quickly filled it out. In truth, whether he completed it or not was inconsequential, as the city had already made arrangements for him. However, filling out the form served as a record for official purposes, preventing any future complications. "Very well. You may proceed now. Simply report my name. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to call me," the secretary said, putting away the registration form. Fang Zhu acknowledged her and promptly exited the office. Given the short distance, he opted not to take a taxi and leisurely walked from the government building to the professional base. "Hello. May I ask?" A professional stationed at the entrance halted Fang Zhu, but before he could finish his inquiry, he abruptly stopped. He scrutinized Fang Zhu for several moments before his eyes widened in recognition. "You are the one who refines pills." Fang Zhu smiled and nodded, saying, "That would be me. Secretary Liu sent me to participate in the training." Indeed, the mayor's secretary was surnamed Liu, a detail Fang Zhu had only recently learned from the bulletin board in the government building. "Ah, the training is it? Please head to the underground training facility," the professional instructed, pointing below. Fang Zhu expressed his gratitude and proceeded to find the stairs leading to the underground level, when suddenly, he caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure. While not overly acquainted, the individual had left a profound impression on him, allowing him to recognize her even at a glance. Wang Yingxue? What brings her here? Fang Zhu approached with curiosity, not seeking her out per se, but rather because the corridor leading to the underground was singular. As he traversed the corridor, Fang Zhu's vision opened up to reveal a vast underground training arena, with an array of training equipment neatly arranged along both sides. Classmate, are you here for the training? A cool voice called from beside him. Turning his head, Fang Zhu saw Wang Yingxue standing gracefully behind him. The young woman wore an ice blue gown, her silky hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, adorned with minimal embellishments, yet radiating a pure beauty. Her skin was as flawless as freshly fallen snow, exuding a faint, cool luminescence, and her delicate texture seemed as though it would melt at a mere touch. She stood there as if embodying the very essence of ice and snow. Chapter 19. The training commences. Though it was Fang Zhu's first time being so close to the young woman, he quickly regained his composure, ensuring he did not appear overly flustered. Yes, I am here for the training, he replied with a smile to Wang Yingxue's inquiry. The cool young woman nodded slightly, then hesitated, biting her lip as she asked, "Do you know where to report?" Upon hearing her words, Fang Zhu's smile faltered momentarily as he realized she, like him, was also uncertain. I just arrived and haven't found the reporting location yet. He managed to maintain his composure, replying with a smile. Wang Yingxue tilted her head slightly, blinking her eyes at Fang Zhu. This ordinary gesture took on a unique charm when performed by her, exuding both a cool demeanor and an adorable innocence. Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow, about to speak when he suddenly noticed a young man in training attire approaching them from the side of the training area. Wang Yingxue noticed the change in Fang Zhu's focus and turned to see who he was looking at. The unexpectedly appearing young man approached them at a leisurely pace. Speaking in a friendly tone, "Are you two here for the training?" Fang Zhu nodded, recognizing that Wang Yingxue was not particularly social. Thus he took the initiative. "Hello, I am Fang Zhu, and this is Wang Yingxue. We are here for the training." The young man observed the two, his gaze lingering on Wang Yingxue for a considerable time before he spoke. "Well then, follow me." Fang Zhu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If he weren't a transmigrator, he probably wouldn't fare much better than the young man upon seeing Wang Yingxue. As the granddaughter of Wang Wenyuan, the principal of Tianhe City's third middle school, Wang Yingxue had attracted considerable attention since her enrollment, uncontroversially becoming the school's belle. Although Fang Zhu was not in the same class as her, they occasionally crossed paths on campus. In fact, most boys at third middle school harbored dreams of her, and Fang Zhu's original self was no exception. While he found it surprising that Wang Yingxue was present at the training in Dingbei City, he refrained from inquiring hastily. He could surmise some reasons, and it was highly probable that her presence was connected to him. The young man's pace was moderate, seemingly considerate of the two. Or perhaps he simply wished to observe this ethereal beauty. "My name is Feng He. I am a student in the second phase of training in Dingbei City." The young man introduced himself as they walked. Fang Zhu, intrigued, asked, "What does second phase mean?" "It means I've been training here for 2 months, Feng He explained, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "I didn't pass the assessment last month, so I have to train here for another month. If I fail again." The latter part of Feng He's sentence remained unspoken, yet Fang Zhu and the others had already grasped the essence of his meaning. Secretary Liu had not previously informed him about the nature of this assessment, but upon reflection, it seemed only natural. One could not expect an individual to linger here for an entire month and then consider it completion of specialized training. Under Feng He's guidance, Fang Zhu and Wang Yingxue traversed the left side of the training ground, arriving at a position towards the rear center, where several moderately sized classrooms were located. Fang Zhu noticed that a classroom contained approximately a dozen individuals. "This is it. Some of them arrived earlier than you, hence they found their own seats first," Feng He announced as he approached the classroom door. Fang Zhu lifted his gaze and saw the classroom's plaque reading Special Training Class 1. The name was exceedingly straightforward and clear. As he pondered this, Feng He had already pushed the door open, causing the occupants of the classroom to turn their attention towards the sound. Upon seeing Wang Yingxue, the male and female students within the classroom appeared momentarily frozen, as if petrified by her presence. Wang Yingxue paid no heed to their stares, walking directly into the classroom and taking a seat in the corner. Fang Zhu surveyed the room before making his way towards another corner. However, after just a few steps, he suddenly became aware of someone's gaze fixed upon him. He slightly turned his head and saw Wang Yingxue, who was staring at him motionlessly. The young woman's expression was serene, her eyes devoid of any emotion or fluctuation. Nevertheless, Fang Zhu sensed a certain sentiment and thought emanating from her, as if she were silently urging him to sit beside her. Unsure if his intuition was merely a figment of his imagination, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately approaching Wang Yingxue. Upon noticing Fang Zhu's movement, she subtly lowered her eyelids, as if nothing had transpired. Fang Zhu settled next to Wang Yingxue, and the two exchanged not a single word. The ethereal girl maintained a perfectly straight posture, her gaze not lingering on Fang Zhu for even a second. At that moment, the sound of boots striking the floor echoed from outside the door, followed by the entrance of a robust young man clad in a leather coat. Fang Zhu had not encountered this individual before, yet he sensed an aura of danger emanating from him, as if he were someone who had weathered countless storms. The leather-clad man positioned himself at the front of the classroom, his sharp gaze sweeping across the assembled students. An immediate silence enveloped the room, as the dozen or so new and veteran students fell into a hushed stillness. The man nodded in satisfaction before speaking in a steady tone. "Welcome, everyone, to the special training class. I am your instructor for this month, Shintuping." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu noticed a fleeting expression of bitterness cross his face, indicating that this man was not to be underestimated. Fang Zhu mused silently to himself. Meanwhile, in the exploration base, Wang, who sat in his room, contemplating the rejuvenation pill in his hand. After a moment of deliberation, he resolved to pick up his phone and dial a number he had not contacted in a long time. Beep, beep. The phone rang just twice before being answered, and Wang, who heard a slightly hoarse, aged voice. "Tiger, what prompted you to call me out of the blue?" Wang, who remained silent, while the person on the other end patiently waited without haste. After several seconds, Wang, who let out a deep sigh and spoke softly. "Dad, I have discovered a prodigy." "A prodigy?" The voice on the other end seemed intrigued. "Do elaborate." "It's Zhao Hongwu from Jina City." Wang, who meticulously recounted everything he had learned about Fang Zhu. The person on the other end listened in silence for a considerable time before responding in a low tone. "I understand. Await my news." After the call ended, Wang, who leaned back against his bed, once again toying with the rejuvenation pill in his hand. "That's all I have to say. Today marks the first day of special training. Let us begin with a 5-kilometer run." In the classroom of Special Training Class 1, Shintuping revealed a faint smile. The room fell into a profound silence. Although everyone present held a respectable rank, their physical capabilities were all on the same level of mediocrity. This was not merely Fang Zhu's conjecture, but rather, it was corroborated by Shintuping's evaluation of the group a mere 10 minutes later. On the training ground, Fang Zhu moved his feet with a sense of unsteadiness, panting heavily. He was nearing his limits, yet a considerable distance remained to complete the 5 kilometers. Shintuping's incisive voice rang out from the sidelines. "You are all a bunch of weaklings, novices. Even running a mere 5 kilometers. You would undoubtedly become a liability to your teammates in the secret realms. What are you staring at? Run." Fang Zhu paid little heed to Shintuping's taunts. Yet several fellow students clearly could not withstand such verbal assaults. Their eyes reddened with fury as they glared at Shintuping, seemingly wishing to pierce him with their gaze. Fortunately, none among them were truly foolish, or Fang Zhu would have genuinely worried about being implicated. Not far away, Wang Yingxue maintained a steady pace. Beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her flushed face lending her an added allure following the strenuous exercise. From Wang Yingxue's performance, it was evident that combat professions possessed a slight edge in this regard compared to others. However, as all were low-level practitioners, the disparity was not pronounced. Time ticked by, and Fang Zhu completed the final stretch purely by sheer willpower. He felt as though his legs were no longer under his control. 5 kilometers may not seem lengthy, yet completing it proved to be remarkably challenging, particularly for the majority of the students in Special Training Class 1. Naturally, there were exceptions. Feng He and a few other veteran students from the second phase could manage to run the 5 kilometers with relative ease. But Shintuping had no intention of allowing them such comfort. Thus, these 3 received an additional 5 kilometers to undertake. Furthermore, Shintuping mandated that they complete the second 5 kilometers before the last of the new students finished their initial 5 kilometers. Feng He was left in a state of bewilderment, yet he dared not oppose Shintuping, for the latter was notorious in the entirety of Dingbei City. At last, Fang Zhu gritted his teeth and crossed the finish line, completing his 5 kilometers. The moment he crossed the line, he felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing onto the ground. However, in the next instant, a soft force supported his body, and Shintuping's voice resonated in his ear. "Keep moving forward, do not stop." Fang Zhu nodded with difficulty. His body hunched as he continued onward. Wang Yingxue walked ahead of him, her steps equally labored. Whether combatants or support practitioners, all below level 10 could only be considered ordinary individuals. It was only after surpassing level 10 and awakening their first skill that they truly possessed extraordinary power. What Shintuping was currently doing was enhancing everyone's physical fitness and combat skills, 2 aspects that would never become obsolete, regardless of level. Following the run, they transitioned to theoretical knowledge acquisition, with Shintuping patiently and meticulously explaining the intricacies of the secret realms. Everyone should be aware that the secret realms manifested in the year 2100. Currently, nations worldwide widely attribute the decline of once thriving technology to the arrival of the secret realms. However, that historical period was exceedingly tumultuous, and we can only glean fragments of information from sparse records. One thing is certain, though, the fate system we utilize today did not accompany the secret realms. It first emerged in 2110. In other words, humanity was powerless against the abyss for a decade. Until the emergence of the fate system, the advent of the professionals, and the rise of combat occupations, which allowed humanity to gradually stabilize the situation. At this juncture, A hand was raised in the classroom. Instructor Shintu, a student queried, I have heard that humanity once used technological weapons to suppress the abyss for a time. Why then do you claim that during that period, humanity was entirely at a loss against it? Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward the speaker. The individual in question was an unremarkable young man of about 20, clad in black-rimmed glasses, with a frail physique and a slightly pale complexion. Fang Zhu recalled that he had finished the recent 5-kilometer run in last place. Mechanic, a profession nearly devoid of prominence in this era. Wang Yingshue's voice suddenly chimed in from the side, her eyes fixed ahead. Fang Zhu paused momentarily, then realized that Wang Yingxue was addressing him. Then why was he selected for the special training class? Fang Zhu inquired softly. Because he is a rare-grade mechanic. And it is said he has awakened a formidable occupational talent. Although I am unaware of the specifics, Wang Yingxue replied rapidly, her words flowing like scattered beans. Fang Zhu nodded thoughtfully, beginning to understand why the other had posed inquiries regarding technology. At the podium, Shintu Peng shook his head and stated solemnly, the historical account you refer to may have existed, but ultimately, no substantial evidence has been found. Thus, you should not dwell on this matter. Instead, focus on enhancing your own strength as swiftly as possible. The youth who had just spoken was rendered speechless by Shintu Peng's words and retreated to his seat. Fang Zhu furrowed his brow, sensing that the disappearance of technology harbored deeper implications. Shintu Peng scanned the room and continued. The core of the fate system lies in drawing cards. Everyone can derive power from the fate crystals, but they must offer fate fragments in return. The draws from the fate crystals yield a plethora of items, including but not limited to occupational cards, weapons, equipment, and materials. In the future, you may acquire a secondary occupation or even advanced items and materials from the fate crystals. However, remember this, if a card emits a black light, report it immediately to the highest administrative authority in your vicinity. Do you understand? Shintu Peng's tone and expression were exceedingly serious as he spoke, and Fang Zhu committed his words to memory. Although he did not elaborate on the significance of the black hue, it was evident that such a color was anything but normal. The first day of training concluded smoothly in the afternoon, and Fang Zhu, weary and fatigued, made his way to the exploration team base located in the eastern district of Dingbei City. According to Zhao Hongwu, he could foster camaraderie with the third team during his leisure time. Fang Zhu surmised that Zhao Hongwu likely had additional plans, which he had yet to disclose. As the taxi traversed the streets of Dingbei City, Fang Zhu remained oblivious to the fact that something was following closely behind him, eyes occasionally appearing on the road, on tree trunks, and in roadside signs, intently fixated on his position. Chapter 21, A Sudden Arrival. Upon arriving at the exploration team base, Fang Zhu was warmly greeted by the members of the third team. Zhang Tiantian was the first to approach, brimming with excitement as he introduced Fang Zhu to the base's layout. Wang Hu followed a few steps behind, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure and engaged Fang Zhu in conversation. The base was modest in size. Aside from the living quarters, there was only a training ground, resembling a scaled-down version of a professional space. We've received another mission. We depart the day after tomorrow, Zhang Tiantian announced upon returning to the living area, looking somewhat dejected as he prepared a cup of tea for Fang Zhu. Is it that urgent? Can't we rest for another couple of days? Fang Zhu inquired, sipping his tea. Widespread disturbances have erupted in various abysses recently, and the higher-ups hope we can uncover the reasons behind them, Wang Hu explained from the side. Fang Zhu nodded, yet before he could respond, he noticed Zhang Tiantian's expression shifting to one of hesitance and embarrassment. Amused inwardly, he realized that the group would not bring up the topic without reason, indicating that they had a request to make. Zhang Tiantian scratched his head, stammering, could you possibly help us concoct some rejuvenation pills? We can pay, and we have the materials, Zhang Tiantian added hastily. Fang Zhu smiled, setting down his teacup decisively. Certainly. But I am currently in special training, so my time is somewhat limited. Not a problem. Zhang Tiantian and the others beamed with joy, erupting into laughter as they raised their teacups in a toast. Let us get started right away, Zhang Tiantian urged, pulling Fang Zhu by the arm. Fang Zhu's face was a canvas of confusion. Moments later, Fang Zhu found himself contemplating the alchemical equipment prepared for him, sensing that he might have been tricked, though he lacked proof. Meanwhile, Zhang Tiantian and the others looked on with eager anticipation, which placed an invisible pressure upon him. It seemed he had no choice but to comply. 3 hours swiftly passed, and Fang Zhu extinguished the flames atop the dragon's head, presenting the concocted pills to Zhang Tiantian, who had been waiting at the door. 6 rare grade, 4 uncommon grade, 10 rejuvenation pills in total. Zhang Tiantian accepted them with glee, showering Fang Zhu with thanks. While Fang Zhu waved his hand wearily, he was now certain he had been duped by Zhao Hongwu. The invitation to foster relationships had merely been a ruse to compel him into labor. Nevertheless, Fang Zhu chose not to dwell on the matter, recognizing that such casual opportunities to concoct pills were scarce for any alchemist. Outside the base, a vehicle awaited, arranged by Wang Hu to transport Fang Zhu. This service was quite satisfactory, and Fang Zhu climbed aboard, waving goodbye to his companions. Wang Hu watched the vehicle depart, his expression momentarily lost in thought. Though I dislike doing this, they need you, he murmured to himself before turning back to the base. Fang Zhu soon arrived at his single apartment, opening the door and collapsing onto his bed without even changing his clothes. The combination of physical training, theoretical study, and 3 hours of alchemy had left him utterly exhausted. Moreover, Zhang Tiantian and the others had neglected to provide a meal. They claimed that the high-energy foods they were consuming were unsuitable for Fang Zhu, as they could disturb his stomach. Thus, he decided to let it be. Sighing, Fang Zhu picked up his phone and ordered a seemingly appetizing takeout. The following morning, Fang Zhu awoke feeling invigorated, but as he attempted to rise, a wave of soreness coursed through his legs. The previous day's exertions had indeed been excessive. In addition to the 5 kilometers, the afternoon had included a grueling physical training session, leaving him somewhat numb by the end. After breakfast, he meandered to the professional base, ready to embark on a new day of training. Wang Yingxue had arrived earlier, already seated in the same spot as the previous day. After a moment's consideration, Fang Zhu approached the young woman. Upon noticing his approach, a subtle smile graced Wang Yingxue's lips. In the morning, the 5-kilometer run remained, yet this time, Shintu Peng imposed a time constraint. Anyone who failed to complete the distance within the stipulated time would be required to undergo additional training. Fang Zhu felt an overwhelming sense of malice, but nonetheless began his arduous journey into today's training with heavy steps. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Dingbei City, several individuals clad in peculiar trench coats meandered through the woods. The leader concealed their visage beneath a hood, emanating an aura of menace. "Captain, why are we doing this?" A voice unexpectedly emerged from behind. Without turning, the captain softly replied, "Do not question. It is an order from above." "Very well," came the voice, tinged with resignation. Their pace was swift, and soon they entered the city. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. These trench-coated figures traversed the thoroughfare unnoticed by any passers-by, as if they were mere phantoms. Some pedestrians brushed past them, entirely oblivious to their presence. Inside the government building, Zhao Hongwu set down his teacup, his gaze suddenly sharpening. He rose and approached the window, fixating intently on the direction of the exploration team's stronghold. At this moment, Fang Zhu had just completed his 5-kilometer run, panting heavily as he dragged his seemingly foreign limbs across the training ground. Shintu Peng's voice broke through from the side. "You two have failed to finish within the designated time. You will continue additional training after the theoretical session." Fang Zhu turned his head and noticed that one of the individuals Shintu Peng was addressing was the rather frail mechanic. Logically, such a profession, which deals with machinery day in and day out, should not yield such poor physical condition. Fang Zhu speculated that perhaps the person's low level was the reason the advantages of being a mechanic had yet to manifest. Upon returning to the classroom, the theoretical instruction for the following day commenced. The day's lesson was more practical, as Shintu Peng had compiled various videos and images, all depicting common environments and exotic beasts within the secret realms. Fang Zhu absorbed this knowledge fervently, akin to a sponge soaking up water. At that moment, in a corner of the classroom, a pair of hollow eyes suddenly opened, staring intently in Fang Zhu's direction. Outside the practitioner base, the trench-coated team stood side by side at the entrance, resembling sentinels. Strangely, all practitioners entering or exiting the base seemed oblivious to their existence, instinctively veering away as they approached. This scene was undeniably eerie, yet no one seemed to recognize its peculiarity. Chapter 22. The secret team outside the practitioner base. A voice suddenly resonated ominously. "Yama, what brings you to this desolate place?" As he spoke, Zhao Hongwu emerged from the shade of a nearby tree. His arms crossed over his chest, his expression neutral. "It is Mayor Zhao," the leading figure among the trench-coated individuals remarked, turning towards the source of the voice before removing his hood to reveal a face marred by scars. "I am here on a mission," the scarred man, known as Yama, slowly replied. Zhao Hongwu furrowed his brow, inquiring in a subdued tone, "A mission? Why have I received no notification?" Yama smirked, displaying a stiff and unsightly grin. "Mayor Zhao, our secret team's missions do not require your notification each time, do they?" Zhao Hongwu remained silent for a moment, scrutinizing Yama before shaking his head with a faint smile. "Your manner of speaking remains as unappealing as ever." "I have always been this way," Yama succinctly retorted. The atmosphere fell into silence. Neither the trench-coated team nor Zhao Hongwu uttered a word. After a prolonged pause, Zhao Hongwu turned his gaze towards the base, focusing not on the building above, but rather beneath its surface. Yama sighed softly. "Mayor Zhao, your perceptiveness remains unparalleled. What is your mission?" Zhao Hongwu did not respond directly, but posed another question. Yama shook his head, stating, "I cannot disclose that at this moment, as certain matters remain unconfirmed." "I understand." Zhao Hongwu nodded, continuing, "Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact me." With that, Zhao Hongwu's figure gradually vanished into the air. How can a berserker possess such a skill of instantaneous movement? One member of the trench-coated team suddenly inquired. Yama did not respond, instead casting a fierce glare at the speaker, who immediately fell silent. Below the practitioner base, Fang Zhu concluded his morning classes and limped towards the cafeteria on the first floor. It must be said that the dining options within the base were quite commendable. Fang Zhu always found dishes to his liking, and the tradition of culinary excellence remained strong in this era of Huagua. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" A voice suddenly rang in Fang Zhu's ear. He turned to see the frail mechanic. "Certainly, no problem," Fang Zhu replied, shifting over to make room. The mechanic had a refined appearance, his looks reminiscent of certain stars from a distant galaxy, making it difficult to associate him with his profession. Curiosity stirred within Fang Zhu. He wondered why this youth had suddenly chosen to sit beside him. Just as he pondered this, the youth spoke again. My name is Zhao Daba, a rare-grade mechanic. Currently, at level 3. The boy's voice was soft, akin to a lover's whisper. Fang Zhu shivered. Could it be that he was gay? Fortunately, Zhao Daba's next words eased his concerns. "I wanted to ask, what is the name of the girl who usually sits beside you?" Fang Zhu was somewhat speechless, thinking, "Are you attempting to circumvent the issue?" He chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "If you wish to know, you should ask her directly. It's not my place to divulge." Zhao Daba's expression fell, and he sighed, turning his attention to his meal. Fang Zhu fell silent as well, contemplating the matter of destiny fragments. Given the current pace, it appeared that only after his supergrade resource subsidy arrived would he have the chance to obtain destiny fragments. However, this seemed rather wasteful. His divine card drawing system provided a daily opportunity for golden draws. If he could accumulate enough fragments, he could feasibly equip himself in a short span. Thus, Fang Zhu yearned to acquire some destiny fragments quickly. If need be, he could trade for them using elixirs. Currently, he was the only one capable of refining rare-grade rejuvenation potions. At least among those he knew. Unbeknownst to him, just beneath the table at his feet, a pair of eyes gradually opened, observing his every move. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the practitioner base, the trench-coated team sat cross-legged. One individual suddenly opened their eyes, speaking in a low tone. "Captain, outwardly, this person appears unremarkable." Yama nodded slightly in response. "Continue monitoring." "Captain, what are your suspicions?" A feminine voice emerged from beneath one of the slender trench coats. Yama shook his head, offering no explanation for his thoughts. As the afternoon training commenced as scheduled, Shintapeng entered the classroom, carrying a large silver metal box. He surveyed the assembly before him and solemnly announced, "The higher-ups have specially allocated strength-enhancing elixirs to improve your physical capabilities. Each of you will receive one. After consuming it, follow me to the training ground." Shintapeng spoke as he extended his hand to open the box, revealing a neatly arranged collection of over a dozen pills. Beneath the pills lay 5 sets of syringes, each containing a pale blue potion. A minuscule fraction of individuals may experience the adverse effect of ruptured blood vessels after consuming the strengthening pill, at which point the aforementioned blue injection becomes necessary. Shintapeng raised a syringe and continued, "This is a potion sourced from the American Federation, of considerable value. Hence, I implore you all to avoid any side effects." Subsequently, everyone formed a queue to receive a pill, and the moment Fang Zhu grasped the pill, he deciphered its refining process and raw materials. A testament to the formidable prowess of a legendary alchemist. Name, strengthening pill, rare grade. Effect, slightly enhances physical constitution. A very small number may succumb to the potency, resulting in ruptured blood vessels. Fang Zhu scrutinized the pill before swallowing it whole. A warm sensation immediately coursed down his throat, followed by a surge of fire igniting within his heart. Moments later, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead and body. Others experienced similar reactions. However, Wang Yingxue appeared somewhat unusual. Fang Zhu took a deep breath, attempting to quell the heat within, and turned his gaze towards Wang Yingxue. The stunning young woman's complexion was abnormally pale, and the energy from the strengthening pill seemed to have no effect on her skin. This was concerning. Fang Zhu's mind raced through the various herbs contained within the strengthening pill, and he quickly discerned a troubling issue. Wang Yingxue was in distress. The instant this thought crossed his mind, her skin abruptly flushed a vivid red, starkly contrasting with her previous pallor. Without hesitation, Fang Zhu sprang to his feet and dashed towards Shintapeng. Chapter 23, The Strengthening Pill. Shintapeng, now aware of the unusual situation, swiftly grabbed a syringe from the box and handed it to Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu seized it forcefully, disregarding the aches throughout his body, and hurriedly approached Wang Yingxue, thrusting the syringe directly into her neck. This scene appeared somewhat brusque, but in that moment, there was no room for hesitation. The pale blue liquid swiftly entered Wang Yingxue's body. Mere seconds felt like an eternity as Fang Zhu anxiously watched her skin. At last, the unnatural redness began to fade, gradually returning to her normal complexion. Leaning against the table, Fang Zhu exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had noticed in time. Otherwise, it could have ended badly. Shintapeng's reaction had indeed been prompt, but compared to Fang Zhu, he was still a tad distant from Wang Yingxue. Standing beside Fang Zhu, he observed Wang Yingxue's gradual recovery, a wave of apprehension washing over him. He had never anticipated such an incident among this batch of students. According to incomplete statistics, Only 1 in 100,000 individuals could not withstand the potency of the strengthening pill, and given Wang Yingshue's high occupational rank, she should not have been among that rare few. Fang Zhu fell into a brief silence, already formulating a hypothesis. The wild potency of the rare grade strengthening pill could indeed pose a problem for someone with Wang Yingshue's constitution. After approximately 10 minutes, Wang Yingxue fully regained her normal state, offering a grateful glance towards Fang Zhu before expressing her thanks to both him and Shin Tupeng. Shin Tupeng nodded and addressed the class. Now everyone, follow me to the training ground. On the rooftop of the practitioner's base, a man in a trench coat succinctly recounted the events that had transpired in the classroom to the captain, known as the King of Hell. The King of Hell nodded slightly, glanced at his phone, and his expression suddenly turned grave. His face, marred by scars, made it difficult to discern his emotions. Yet his team members who were familiar with him keenly sensed the shift. "Captain, what's wrong?" one member inquired. The King of Hell furrowed his brow, lowering his phone as he spoke slowly. "The A-class secret realm in Demon City has erupted. The aberrant beasts have breached the second line of defense. The higher-ups are urgently reallocating military units and practitioners from other cities for support." Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of astonishment. After all, it was Demon City, the southern city of Huagua, renowned for housing the highest concentration of high-ranking practitioners. How could it so easily succumb to aberrant beasts breaching 2 lines of defense? Enough worrying. The state will resolve this matter, the King of Hell reassured them with a single statement, redirecting their anxious thoughts. He glanced at the sky before continuing. "The rest of you, come with me to book a hotel. Dian, you stay behind." The young man referred to as Dian immediately sulked, sighing in complaint. "Captain, even if I go to the hotel, I can still monitor the situation here." "Enough of that. You can't afford to miss any details by staying here." The King of Hell waved dismissively. Dian sighed again, reluctantly nodding in acquiescence. At the training ground, Fang Zhu was running like a madman. He felt as though a fire was spreading throughout his limbs, leaving him in a state of extreme exhilaration and vitality. Truly, the effects of the strengthening pill were impressive. Others were similarly energized, and the training ground resonated with the exuberant shouts of youthful practitioners. However, seated beside the track, Wang Yingxue observed the scene with a stoic expression. Unable to endure the potency of the strengthening pill, she could only watch as others freely expended their energy. After about 10 minutes, Fang Zhu sensed the invigorating sensation beginning to wane, prompting him to come to a halt and saunter over to Wang Yingxue. "I suspect that your profession clashes with the attributes of the strengthening pill," Fang Zhu stated directly and succinctly. Wang Yingxue lifted her gaze to meet Fang Zhu's eyes. "If you need it, I can attempt to modify the formula of the strengthening pill to make its potency milder," Fang Zhu continued, unwavering in his gaze. "Of course, if you prefer not to, that is perfectly fine." Fang Zhu harbored a somewhat unrefined idea. He wished to explore a solution for the side effects of the strengthening pill and subsequently exchange the improved version for fragments of destiny in the city, thereby increasing his chances of drawing cards. Wang Yingxue was an ideal candidate for this experiment. Naturally, he recognized that addressing a beautiful lady in such a manner could be perceived as somewhat offensive. Yet he was confident that the pills he crafted would be safe for her consumption. Wang Yingxue did not respond immediately, merely gazing at Fang Zhu in a daze. After approximately 10 seconds, she nodded slightly and said, "All right, thank you." Fang Zhu was unfazed by her aloof demeanor. She had always been this way, often going entire days without speaking to her classmates during school, a fact that others had long since come to accept. A few minutes later, Fang Zhu approached Shin Tupeng to discuss his idea. Given that the base contained a pill refining room, it would be quite simple for him to concoct pills. But he needed to procure the materials himself. Upon hearing this request, Fang Zhu frowned. While he still had some savings, the cost of herbs was exorbitant, particularly for the rare materials required to refine the coveted strengthening pill, which he could not afford solely on his own. Fang Zhu did not intend to create an ordinary strengthening pill. He wished to refine the formula, which would necessitate even greater expense. At this moment, Shin Tupo comprehended Fang Zhu's intentions. He thoughtfully stroked his chin and slowly remarked, "You might consider consulting Secretary Liu to inquire if the city can provide funding for your research. After all, it is an endeavor beneficial to society." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu's eyes brightened, and he immediately sought details regarding the funding. Shin Tupo, despite his rigorous training, was quite approachable, and the fierce aura that typically surrounded him had notably diminished. "The city has dedicated funding programs, as long as your research project meets the criteria and shows promise. There should be no issues," Shin Tupo elucidated. Fang Zhu nodded appreciatively and moved aside to retrieve his phone, dialing Secretary Liu's number. After a few rings, Liu's meticulous voice came through. Fang Zhu carefully organized his thoughts and relayed the conversation he had just had with Shin Tupo, albeit in a more polished manner. Secretary Liu neither assented nor denied, merely instructing Fang Zhu to come to the office the following morning to fill out a form. While he could have made a definitive decision on the matter, his position required him to consider various factors, and certain procedures did not warrant unnecessary complications. On the rooftop, Yin took out his phone and sent a message to Yin Wang, subsequently resuming his surveillance posture. Chapter 24, The Improvement Plan. As evening descended, following the conclusion of the next day's specialized training, Fang Zhu contemplated and decided to visit the exploration team. While fostering camaraderie with the third squad was one motivation, his primary aim was to glean more insights about professionals in this era, as official practitioners were not easily accessible, and he had a unique opportunity that would be unfortunate to squander. Upon exiting the practitioner's base, he spotted a familiar vehicle parked at the entrance, emblazoned with the bold words, Exploration Sequence. It appeared that Wang Hu and his team had sent someone to fetch him, rendering refusal impossible. Fang Zhu shook his head with a light chuckle before opening the car door and entering. The vehicle roared to life, swiftly departing the practitioner's base. At the entrance, Wang Yingxue observed the departing car, her gaze contemplative as it drifted towards the eastern district of Dingbei City. On the rooftop, Yin stretched languidly, muttering to himself, "Everyone else has gone to the hotel to rest, and I'm left all alone here. I must ensure they treat me to a grand meal later." After his soliloquy, he glanced in the direction the car had taken and then leaped off the rooftop of the towering skyscraper, an astonishing sight indeed. In Fang Zhu's understanding, he had never envisioned that practitioners could possess such formidable prowess. However, regrettably, he missed witnessing Yin's descent. Approximately 10 minutes later, Fang Zhu arrived at the exploration sequence's base. This time, he was greeted by Wang Hu, a robust man with a hearty demeanor who welcomed Fang Zhu inside and led him to the alchemy chamber. Fang Zhu was momentarily taken aback. Was there no pretense to be had? They had jumped straight into alchemy without any formalities. Observing the prepared herbs in the chamber, he sighed and inquired, "Brother Hu, is this secret realm you're venturing into dangerous?" Wang Hu poured him a glass of water and replied, "It's a Class B secret realm, somewhat perilous. But we should manage. Besides, you have your elixirs to assist us." By the way, Fang Zhu turned, as if struck by a sudden thought, and casually asked, "Brother Hu, could you exchange my alchemy remuneration for fragments of fate?" Wang Hu paused, a look of mild concern crossing his face. He scratched his head and pondered. "It's not impossible, but our stock of fate fragments is limited. Here's the deal. I'll give you one fragment now, and after we return, if we still need your alchemy services, we'll settle at the standard rate." Fang Zhu nodded in agreement. After 2 days of specialized training, he had begun to grasp the value of fate fragments, which were indeed rare, with only 3 secret realms in the entire country capable of producing them. Wang Hu's proposal was quite generous. "All right, you go ahead and start your alchemy. I will fetch the fragment for you." After Wang Hu left, Fang Zhu commenced his alchemical work for the day. Thanks to the strength-enhancing elixir he had consumed, he felt significantly better than the previous day. Moreover, as he grew more adept at crafting the rejuvenation elixirs, he was able to simplify certain steps compared to before. An hour later, Wang Hu returned to the alchemy room, holding a palm-sized fate fragment. Noticing that Fang Zhu was engrossed in a critical moment of his alchemy, he remained silent and took a seat nearby, waiting patiently. Another hour passed before Fang Zhu extinguished the flames of the dragon's head and wearily settled onto a nearby bench. It was then that Wang Hu had the opportunity to speak. Although Fang Zhu's level was considerably lower than his own, Wang Hu understood the importance of respecting skill. "I've placed the fate fragment here for you," Wang Hu said with a smile. Fang Zhu nodded, retrieving the elixirs from his alchemical furnace and presenting them. There were still 10, 3 of rare grade and 7 of uncommon grade. Wang Hu accepted them with satisfaction, carefully storing them away. "Come, let us have a meal before you leave." Wang Hu enthusiastically beckoned, pulling Fang Zhu's arm as they headed to the base's cafeteria. "Brother Hu, didn't you mention that your meals are too energy-dense for me to consume?" Fang Zhu queried, somewhat puzzled. After consuming the strength-enhancing elixir, you can indulge a bit. But remember not to overeat," Wang Hu explained. Fang Zhu nodded and followed Wang Hu to the cafeteria. In a hidden corner of the base, Yin was astonished, his eyes shimmering with a faint white light, fixated on Fang Zhu as he emerged from the alchemy chamber. What had he just witnessed? The process of crafting rejuvenation elixirs appeared astonishingly simple. Just this skill alone made Fang Zhu immensely valuable. Yin hastily pulled out his phone to message the captain. And just as he intended to stow his phone away, the captain's reply promptly arrived. "Return immediately. I have shared the address with you." Yin blinked in surprise, swiftly putting away his phone, adjusting his trench coat, and then vanishing from the corner as if he had never existed. In the cafeteria, Fang Zhu encountered ingredients he had never heard of before: purple heart lotus, blood wolf meat, and giant white bamboo shoots. Each ingredient was sourced from secret realms and contained immense energy. Ordinary individuals consuming them would perish from the overwhelming force, leaving only combat professionals and a select few support practitioners able to partake. Following Wang Hu's advice, Fang Zhu modestly served himself a small portion and sat down next to the third squad to begin his meal. Frankly, he had not anticipated the meal to be so potent. At 3 in the morning, Fang Zhu sat on his bed, feeling invigorated, akin to the sensation he experienced after consuming the strength-enhancing elixir, though the power from the food felt more gentle. Unable to sleep, he began contemplating the nature of the strength-enhancing elixir. Drawing inspiration from the food he had just consumed, he pondered whether certain herbs could be replaced with milder ingredients to modify the elixir's potency. As he contemplated, he rose from his bed, retrieved a sheet of paper, and began to sketch out his ideas at his desk. In a hotel in Dingbei City, Yinwang scrutinized the documents in his hands, frowning in silence. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Yama's expression darkened momentarily, but upon sensing a presence at the door, he relaxed once more. "Captain, are you asleep?" A somewhat alluring voice floated in from the entrance. With a sigh, Yama responded helplessly, "What is it, Xiaoli? I have a few questions for you. Could you please open the door?" "No, I'm already asleep," Yama stated firmly. "You are not asleep. I can hear your heartbeat." Xiaoli's voice carried a hint of playful reproach. Yama shut his eyes, lying on the bed as he controlled his breathing and heartbeat, swiftly entering a state of simulated death. Outside, Xiaoli stamped her foot in frustration and left with an annoyed expression. Chapter 25, Enhancement. As dawn approached, Fang Zhu completed his conceptualization, drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired since his transition to an alchemist and his studies during this period. He designed a type of strengthening elixir that theoretically possessed greater potency while being gentler in its effects. Of course, the efficacy of this potion would require validation. Stretching his weary body, he noticed the clock on the wall indicating it was already 4 in the morning. He climbed into bed, weary, and set an alarm for 8 o'clock, deciding to forego his morning training in favor of meeting Secretary Liu. At 8 o'clock that morning, in a modest hotel, Yama emerged from his room with prominent dark circles under his eyes. He had stayed up too late the previous night and was disturbed by Xiaoli. Although he had feigned death to send her away, he ultimately had not rested well. In the breakfast shop downstairs, Da Yin glanced between the captain and the pouting Xiaoli, puzzled about what had transpired. However, before he could inquire, Yama broached the subject of their current mission. Da Yin, continue monitoring Fang Zhu today. Fengzi, you will head to Jinhe City to investigate whether there were any anomalies surrounding Fang Zhu's fate ritual. Our current information lacks detail. Understood. The two young men replied in unison. The rest of you will accompany me to the Bloodwolf secret realm. There are suspicions that this large-scale secret realm upheaval is unusual. The others nodded in agreement before swiftly finishing their breakfast. In the government building, Fang Zhu met with Secretary Liu and received an application form. Your idea is commendable, while the side effects of the strengthening elixir are infrequent. They have impacted quite a number of people. If we can save the nation money on imported potions, it would be for the best, Secretary Liu remarked with a smile. Fang Zhu scratched his head. He had not considered saving money for the government. His primary aim was to concoct an improved version of the strengthening elixir and trade some fate shards with the government. Suddenly reminded of the fate shard that Wang Hu had given him yesterday, still tucked away in his pocket, he thought, I'll draw it tonight. Since I have few shards now, it doesn't matter when I use it. With that thought, he completed the application form. Secretary Liu nodded after reviewing it. All right, this will do. You can return and await my news. Oh, by the way, your resource subsidy has been approved and will be processed in the coming days. Fang Zhu's expression brightened. He had been waiting for this subsidy for quite some time. However, as Zhao Hongwu had explained, the approval process for higher-level resource subsidies was slower. Additionally, many rare materials within the A-grade resource subsidy needed to be sourced from across the country, which would inevitably take time. Leaving the government building, Fang Zhu hurried to the practitioner's base. Although he had a valid reason to arrive late, the special training was crucial, so he aimed to return as early as possible. In the Bloodwolf secret realm, Yama led his team as if they were in a realm devoid of challenges. Even the Bloodwolf King could not withstand more than 3 strikes under his command. However, this was the Bloodwolf's territory, and they could not clear the enemies in a short time. The secret realm was a peculiar entity. Regardless of the destruction inflicted upon it or the number of otherworldly beasts slain within, it would restore itself swiftly, along with its resources. This characteristic allowed Yama and his team to act without restraint. Half an hour later, the covert team reached the innermost depths of the Bloodwolf secret realm, where the most formidable pack of Bloodwolves resided. According to reports, this Bloodwolf King was likely connected to the upheaval within the realm. However, just as they cleared a path, over 100 enormous Bloodwolves surged forth from the depths of the realm. These wolves were unlike the common variety. Not only were they massive, but they also burned with a faint crimson flame, exuding an aura that rivaled some members of the covert team. Yama's expression shifted as he raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of intense black energy toward the pack, while the other team members activated their abilities, causing a storm of blood and chaos to erupt within the realm. Ah, here he comes, Shinto Peng said, eyeing Fang Zhu as he appeared at the doorway, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You won't be taking a midday break. Instead, you will make up for the 10 kilometers you missed this morning. Fang Zhu was taken aback. He hadn't expected to return to the practitioner's base only to hear such unwelcome news. And why 10 kilometers? Shinto Peng offered no explanation, but merely gestured for Fang Zhu to return to his seat, not wishing to waste time during the theoretical lesson. With a grimace, Fang Zhu complied, while Wang Yingxue casually turned her head, her gaze briefly landing on him before she looked away. Time in class always seemed to fly by, and Fang Zhu felt as if he had just begun to engage when Peng announced the end of the lesson. After lunch, Yin sat on the rooftop, watching with keen interest as Fang Zhu ran laps alone. He was particularly intrigued by Fang Zhu's proposed enhancement of the strengthening elixir, as he was among the rare individuals unable to consume it. Though the elixir was no longer beneficial to him, it had caused him some distress in the past, leaving him occasionally troubled when he recalled it. Fang Zhu had never felt running to be so effortless. The combination of the strengthening elixir and energy-rich food had dramatically elevated his physical capabilities. Had it not been for his insufficient sleep the night before, he could have completed the 10 kilometers in even less time. As evening approached, Fang Zhu concluded his special training. The third team had already set off for the secret realm, allowing him to forego exploring the sequence outpost that day. It was at this moment that his phone rang. Secretary Liu delivered good news. His application had been approved, and he could commence his experiments at the practitioner's base immediately, with all expenses covered by the city. Fang Zhu was pleasantly surprised by the speed of the approval, likely due to efforts made by Secretary Liu or Zhao Hongguo. As such projects ultimately hinged on a word from the city. With his own laboratory secured, Fang Zhu no longer felt the need to rush home. He sought out the base's administrator, successfully acquiring a key to an alchemy room, along with a credit limit for materials that did not require prior notification for withdrawal. Should his expenses exceed this limit, he would need to submit a new application and materials list to the city to avoid any suspicions of misappropriation. Not rushing to the alchemy room, Fang Zhu decided to draw a card first. The fate shards in his possession left him feeling restless. The card drawing room was located on the second floor of the base, and Fang Zhu quickly found the room, named Favor of Fate. Chapter 26. 9 turns Spirit Heart Elixir. This is an expansive chamber, and as Fang Zhu steps inside, he immediately notices a colossal fate crystal, significantly larger than the one he encountered at the third high school in Jina City. At this moment, in front of the crystal, a dozen men and women are nervously drawing cards, each clutching a fragment of fate in their hands. Fang Zhu feels a pang of envy, thinking how wonderful it would be to have so many fragments. I assure you, I can draw gold. He takes a deep breath, forcibly shifting his gaze to the other side of the room. There, he observes several compartments, designed as private spaces for those in need, where one can draw cards without anyone knowing the outcome. Naturally, Fang Zhu would not draw cards in public. A disturbance could lead to complications. Ordinary individuals might draw gold only a few times in their lifetime, and if he were to draw a gold card in front of a crowd, he would gain notoriety throughout the entire base by the next day. Some individuals have taken notice of the unfamiliar face of Fang Zhu and glance over with curiosity. Although the number of professionals in Dingbei City is not as vast as in first-tier cities, not everyone has seen this young man who recently concocted the rare-level rejuvenation pill. Ignoring their stares, Fang Zhu strides purposefully towards the innermost compartment. Upon pushing the door open, he is greeted by a fate crystal that is a full circle larger than the one at home, accompanied by a stool and a table. The entire layout and furnishings of the room are rather simplistic. Yet, this is of no consequence, as he is here to draw cards, not to sleep. Fang Zhu cautiously locks the door behind him, then retrieves a fragment of fate from his pocket. He scans the surroundings to ensure there are no cameras before preparing to draw his card. However, he suddenly remembers that this era lacks such devices, or at least, not the kind he is familiar with, hidden in every nook and cranny of a room. With this realization, Fang Zhu shakes his head and chuckles softly. Although he has been transported here for some time, he still occasionally struggles to adapt to the changes of this era. Deciding not to dwell further, he raises his hand and places the fragment of fate atop the fate crystal. After a brief pause, a brilliant golden light erupts from the surface of the crystal. Fortunately, the compartment's enclosure is sound, preventing the light from spilling out. The professionals in the hall remain blissfully unaware of the gold card that has just materialized beside them. Having drawn gold several times already, Fang Zhu is no longer as excited as he once was. He patiently awaits the special effects to dissipate. Soon, a golden card hovers above the fate crystal. What will it be this time? He wonders, reaching out to retrieve the gold card. Lines of text materialize before his eyes. Name, 9-turn Spirit Heart Pill. Description, revive the dead, restore bones, and live a second life. Upon reading the card's description, Fang Zhu nearly drops it in astonishment. What the heck? This is incredible. He mutters, his expression filled with shock. The item he has drawn is truly terrifying. As long as the injury isn't instantaneously fatal, he can consume the pill to return to full health. Moreover, the phrase live a second life carries profound implications, suggesting that the 9-turn Spirit Heart Pill might also extend one's lifespan. Fang Zhu cannot ascertain this definitively, but based on the card's description, it seems highly plausible. Frankly, what he has drawn today is even more astonishing than the Qingli Red Fire and Fei Home Stone, for this life-saving item can serve as a trump card. After all, being alive is worth more than anything else. Fang Zhu takes a deep breath, unable to suppress the gleam of excitement in his eyes. He examines the card from various angles before suddenly crushing it in his hand. Golden light scatters into the air, and a radiant pill materializes in his palm. At that moment, Fang Zhu instinctively comprehends the pill's ingredients and crafting method, only to reveal a rueful smile shortly thereafter. Not to mention that the herbs are entirely unfamiliar to him. Even the refining process is beyond his current capabilities. Each step is extraordinarily intricate, requiring no fewer than 81 days to successfully craft a 9-turn spirit heart pill without error. During this period, the alchemist must not sleep or rest, remaining vigilant to the changes in the herbs. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the refining must be halted immediately. According to Fang Zhu's knowledge, such a pill is defiance of the heavens, and its creation will attract divine retribution. Thus, even if he successfully crafts the 9-turn spirit heart pill after 81 days, whether it can truly manifest in the world depends on the alchemist's ability to withstand this retribution. Hence, the pill in Fang Zhu's hand is of immeasurable value. After a considerable time, Fang Zhu finally regains his composure. He places the pill into a vial, securing it closely to his body. He has resolved that this pill must never leave his possession. Pushing open the compartment door, he finds several professionals who have just drawn cards sitting dejectedly on nearby stools, evidently disappointed with their recent outcomes. This is the norm of card drawing. The odds of ordinary individuals obtaining high-grade cards are exceedingly low. On the rooftop of the base, a wide-eyed individual, known as Big Eye, is in a state of stupor. He has witnessed the emergence of the gold card. That is the legendary golden card. In his brief life, Big Eye has only drawn 2 purple cards, which are considered rare, and the idea of a gold card was beyond his imagination. Yet, that boy managed to draw one. Although Big Eye is unaware of the pill's effects, he assumes it must be powerful. How could a gold card be anything but valuable? He eagerly pulls out his phone, hastily sending this news to his captain. Yan Wang does not respond immediately, and Big Eye does not dwell on it, understanding that being in a secret realm makes it normal to not check one's phone. This kid's luck is terrifying, counting the fate ceremony. He has drawn a gold card 4 times already. Big Eye mutters to himself. Little does he know, Fang Zhu has actually drawn 2 additional gold cards, meaning this young man, embodying 3 legendary professions, has drawn a total of 6 legendary cards. Pushing open the door to the alchemy room, Fang Zhu sits at the long table, contemplating the enhancement of the strengthening pill. Last night, he clarified his thoughts and gathered a rough idea of the necessary herbs and ingredients. So now he only needs to refine the details before he can collect the items from the warehouse. Approximately half an hour later, Fang Zhu arrives at the rear courtyard of the professional base, where a sizable warehouse stands. Mysterious runes shimmer on the doors and walls of the warehouse. He recognizes the general function of these runes, perhaps a testament to the innate talent of a legendary runesmith. I need some materials, Fang Zhu states, handing his list to the guard at the entrance. Chapter 27, Discovery. The guard, having already received orders from his superiors, promptly submits Fang Zhu's list to the warehouse manager. Minutes later, Fang Zhu returns to the alchemy room, laden with bags of materials. Although Dingbei City has a multitude of secret realms, many of which are perilous, this also means that various materials are abundant and well-suited for experimentation. Once he has sorted all the materials, Fang Zhu begins to experiment with his ideas. He needs to establish some control groups, so the entire alchemical process is rather slow. After some contemplation, he decides to utilize a computer to assist in his experiments. This era still possesses the concept of computers, albeit drastically different from those he previously used, but after a brief period of familiarization, he gradually adapts. However, the computers of this era are rather rudimentary, lacking the sophistication of the technological age. Fang Zhu can only perform simple calculations through the computer. After more than half an hour, the first batch of elixirs is completed. Fang Zhu opens the alchemical furnace, meticulously observing the condition of each elixir. It is said that a legendary alchemist's innate talent ensures success in every concoction, though the efficacy of the elixirs remains uncertain. Moments later, Fang Zhu sets the elixirs aside and suddenly utters a perplexing statement. I am quite curious. Who exactly are you? The room falls silent, and in a corner, a pair of eyes narrows in shock, fixated on Fang Zhu. Initially, he thought the vague sense of surveillance he felt a couple of days ago was merely a figment of his imagination, yet just now, while drawing a card, he distinctly sensed the presence of another. I cannot ascertain whether you are friend or foe, but since you have shown no malice towards me these past few days, it is likely you are not an enemy. Fang Zhu speaks slowly, turning his gaze towards the corner of the room. He himself does not understand how he could sense those eyes. Perhaps a certain profession has heightened his sixth sense. On the rooftop, the watcher, known as Big Eye, feels a twinge of panic. He never expected his surveillance to be discovered by Fang Zhu, and it appears the latter had sensed him beforehand. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Previously, he had never been detected during his monitoring, at least not by someone of such a low-level profession. Consequently, he finds himself somewhat at a loss. But he quickly regains his composure, leaping down from the rooftop and swaggering towards the base. While Fang Zhu may have noticed him, that does not imply others will. After all, his trench coat is a rare-grade piece of equipment. Fang Zhu, seated in the alchemy room, scratches his head in confusion at the sudden disappearance of the eyes. Did I scare him away? What on earth was that? He does not worry about his safety. If someone truly intended to harm him, they would not do so within the confines of the base, where several high-level professionals reside. Moments later, Fang Zhu hears a knock at the door. The fact that the visitor can enter the base confirms his suspicions. As he opens the door, he is greeted by a man clad in a trench coat, possessing an utterly ordinary face, one that would fail to draw attention in a bustling street. Appearing to be in his 20s, there is still a hint of youthful naivete about him. Fang Zhu notices that the man's gaze is filled with curiosity and confusion. Hello, Fang Zhu. I am Big Eye, the trench-coated man introduces himself, extending his right hand. Fang Zhu does not immediately reciprocate the handshake. Instead, he places his left hand into his pocket, gripping the 9-turned spirit heart pill he had just drawn. Although the man likely bears no ill intent, exercising caution is always prudent. Hello, Fang Zhu replies, offering a brief handshake before falling silent, as he lacks sufficient understanding of the situation to initiate conversation. Big Eye, noticing the silence, smiles and gestures towards the alchemy room. Aren't you going to invite me in to sit? Who are you? Fang Zhu disregards the question, posing a counterquery. Big Eye sighs. The situation has become somewhat unruly, leaving the initiative in Fang Zhu's hands, and he must follow the other's lead. You need not worry. I am affiliated with the authorities. Big Eye refrains from elaborating further, as some matters cannot yet be divulged to Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu furrows his brow, scrutinizing Big Eye's appearance, which does not suggest an ally. Do you have any proof? He inquires. Big Eye is momentarily taken aback by the question. He indeed possesses proof, but presenting the insignia of the secret team may result in Fang Zhu not recognizing it. Please wait a moment. Big Eye turns around, swiftly composing a message on his phone. Fang Zhu observes quietly, having already surmised that Big Eye is likely an official, for enemies do not extend such courtesy. 2 minutes later, Big Eye, somewhat helpless, hands his phone to Fang Zhu. It's Secretary Lu's call. Fang Zhu nods, accepting the device. Indeed. Secretary Lu's serious voice emanates from the receiver. Fang Zhu, this individual is a member of the National Secret Team. He is here to discuss matters with you. So there is no need for concern. They harbor no ill will. I understand, Secretary Lu. Thank you. Fang Zhu replies with a smile, returning the phone. Now, can you trust my identity? Big Eye exhales a sigh of relief. Fang Zhu steps aside, gesturing towards the interior. Please come in. While Secretary Lu's assurance alleviates some of my doubts, I still cannot completely trust you. However, I am willing to allow you to enter and converse. Big Eye, somewhat at a loss for words, steps into the room. Yet, Fang Zhu's left hand remains in his pocket, even with Secretary Lu's endorsement. He cannot afford to place blind faith in this individual, especially since no one wishes to be under constant surveillance. Had I not discovered those eyes, would you have continued to monitor me? Fang Zhu questions while seated on a stool. Big Eye shakes his head. At the latest, we will formally contact you the day after tomorrow. To reintroduce myself, I am a member of the Hell King team within the secret squad of Huagua, and I am here to assess you. Fang Zhu is momentarily taken aback. Assess me? Yes, to evaluate whether you qualify to join the secret team, Big Eye states earnestly. Is it because of my legendary level profession? Fang Zhu retorts. Indeed, you are the first individual to possess 3 legendary level professions since the new era of Huagua. Your potential is unprecedented, which has prompted higher authorities to wish to recruit you into the secret team. Of course, if you do not meet the secret team standards, your talent will not afford you any leniency. Fang Zhu nods, then inquires, so, have I passed the assessment? Big Eye removes his hood and scratches his head. I do not know. You do not know? Fang Zhu is momentarily perplexed. What do you mean you do not know? Aren't you here to assess me? He levels a scrutinizing gaze at Big Eye, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Well, whether you pass or not is not up to me. It is the captain's decision. Big Eye quickly gestures, and your assessment is not yet complete. The captain has not informed me of the outcome. And where is your captain? Fang Zhu asks. Off to the secret realm on a mission, Big Eye replies. Fang Zhu nods, spreading his hands. So, our meeting today was entirely unplanned. Big Eye nods emphatically. Indeed, I did not anticipate you would detect my secret eyes. I could not simply pretend nothing had occurred, so I had to come to meet you. Since you are here, why not tell me about the secret team? Fang Zhu suggests with a smile. Big Eye remains silent for 2 seconds before nodding. Very well, I shall provide you with a brief overview. The secret team operates directly under the Council of Elders in Huagua and comprises 3 squads, primarily tasked with addressing emergencies that ordinary professionals cannot handle. These emergencies are not limited to the secret realms. We also intervene in pressing situations in the real world. Members of the secret team must possess at least a rare level profession, with one exception, a certain individual whose talent is exceptionally unique, allowing them to join the secret team despite not meeting the usual criteria. Big Eye's expression is rather nuanced as he delivers the final statement, prompting Fang Zhu to realize. The exception you refer to wouldn't be you, would it? Ah ha ha, indeed it is. Big Eye exclaims, laughing heartily and proudly acknowledging the truth. Fang Zhu gazed at the other person with a sense of bemusement, realizing that their character differed somewhat from his initial assumptions. He had anticipated encountering someone taciturn and socially inept, yet after a few exchanges, it became evident that this was far from the truth. "So, you are a rare-grade profession?" Fang Zhu inquired. The individual with large eyes nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am the sole rare-grade professional to join the clandestine squad." Fang Zhu clapped his hands in a feigned manner, momentarily at a loss for further questions, as it was apparent that some inquiries would yield no answers. Asking would be futile. The large-eyed one hesitated for a moment before suddenly proposing, "Well, could you possibly pretend that today's incident never occurred? If others find out that a low-ranking professional discovered me, I would be the laughingstock." Fang Zhu smirked, his mind racing as he replied, "Surely. A confidentiality fee is in order." The large-eyed individual froze momentarily, his demeanor stiffening, before he slowly asked, "What do you desire?" "Not too much. I'm not particularly affluent." "Not much, merely 5 fragments of fate." Fang Zhu beamed, revealing his gleaming white teeth. The large-eyed one instantly leaped from his seat, exclaiming, "You might as well disclose this matter. I can't afford to lose face." Seeing his reaction, Fang Zhu quickly reassured him, "Hang on, brother, let us negotiate." The large-eyed one reluctantly resumed his seat. "You call that not much? That is half a year's salary." Fang Zhu was genuinely taken aback. 5 fragments of fate for half a year's labor seemed exorbitant, making it evident that drawing cards daily would be quite a luxury. "Can you spare me a few?" he inquired. Two. That's the maximum." The large-eyed one wrestled with his conscience before offering a meager number. It was indeed quite pitiful. Even the strongest professional from Manhwa's top squad could only part with 2 fragments of fate. However, this was understandable. As most individuals would use their fragments the moment they received them, few could resist the temptation to draw. "Fine, 2 it is," Fang Zhu declared, slapping his thigh. "What transpired today is known only to us four. No third party will ever be the wiser, so you need not keep an eye on me." Upon hearing this, the large-eyed one managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace, then slowly produced 2 palm-sized fragments of fate from his pocket. This represented all his savings from the past 2 months, and parting with them was indeed painful. Fang Zhu felt elated, as this meant 2 golden cards would soon be credited to his account. "If there's nothing else, you may take your leave. I must continue my experiments," Fang Zhu stated, ushering him out. The large-eyed one stood, dejectedly making his way to the door. Just as he was about to push it open, Fang Zhu's voice rang out from behind. "By the way, don't peek while I bathe." "Who would do that? I have no interest." The large-eyed one shouted angrily before exiting. Fang Zhu chuckled and resumed his experiments. In the Blood Wolf secret realm, Yin Wang stood at the forefront, his gaze icy as he fixated on the colossal Blood Wolf King, which lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, its body riddled with grotesque wounds, blood cascading and staining the earth a deep crimson. "Captain, I sense the essence of the abyss emanating from it," one of the team members remarked. Furrowing his brow with a serious tone, Yin Wang nodded slightly, sensing the abnormality of the Blood Wolf King. The festering wounds emitting black smoke all but confirmed their suspicions. Just like in other regions, the cause of the secret realm's turmoil was the abyss. Yin Wang murmured to himself. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the Blood Wolf King's forehead, where something appeared amiss. Before he could act, the center of the Blood Wolf King's brow erupted, a foul spray of blood showering the air, raining down upon them. Yin Wang's heart raced as a nearby team member rushed forward, extending his hand to create a translucent shield in midair. The next moment, a sizzling sound filled the air as the blood scorched the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. "How can it be so corrosive?" the team member exclaimed. His talent impressive, yet those droplets of blood proved more formidable than he had anticipated. Yin Wang's sharp gaze fixated on the Blood Wolf King's corpse. Indeed, following that explosion, the creature had completely lost its life essence. At that moment, a gaping wound, deep enough to see bone, appeared on the enemy's forehead. As if something were about to emerge, Yin Wang shouted, his body transforming into a shadow, swiftly arriving at the Blood Wolf King's side. He raised his arm, releasing a dense black mist that enveloped the creature's brow, penetrating directly into the wound. Yet, he was a moment too late. Almost as the black mist made contact with the wound, a dark object shot upwards, swiftly fleeing into the distance. "What is that?" someone gasped. "Chase!" Yin Wang bellowed, leading the charge as the other team members hastily followed suit, each utilizing their talents to accelerate madly. Chapter 29, Abyssal Origin. Fang Zhu furrowed his brow, contemplating the elixir before him. He had just used the adjacent apparatus to conduct a thorough analysis, and the results were less than satisfactory. It could not be said to be identical to the old formula. Rather, it was devoid of any improvement. In fact, the properties of this new elixir were inferior to those of its predecessor. This outcome exceeded Fang Zhu's expectations, for according to his designs from the previous night, the new version should have surpassed the old in at least one aspect, yet it seemed he had entirely failed. Fang Zhu scratched his head, knowing well that perfecting an alchemical formula rarely succeeded on the first attempt, but the sting of failure still brought a tinge of disappointment, especially since no legendary alchemist had ever experienced such a setback. However, he quickly quelled the disheartenment brought on by this failure. meticulously recording the experimental data before embarking on another round of alchemy. A single failure could not defeat him. He understood well that persistence was key in experimentation. As the day darkened into night through repeated trials, Fang Zhu rubbed his temples, concluding his 5th attempt. He lifted his gaze toward the clock. It was now 1:30 in the morning, and he had failed 5 consecutive times. According to the instruments, the properties of these elixirs were all inferior to the old version, but upon reflection, it was understandable. The original strengthening elixir had existed for many years, refined by generations of alchemists, and expecting to create a new version after just a few experiments was indeed wishful thinking. Fang Zhu documented the detailed data from each failure, then secured the alchemical chamber's door before departing from the professional base. His current physique was far superior to before. A few sleepless nights would hardly affect his daytime training. The following day, as Fang Zhu arrived at the base, he spotted Shun Tu Peng rushing toward him, hurriedly tossing out a cryptic remark before swiftly exiting the classroom. Training is suspended for the day. Watching Shun Tu Peng's retreating figure, Fang Zhu sensed that something dire was amiss. After all, he was the captain of the 1st combat squad in Dingbei City, arguably the most formidable professional in the entire region. The fact that he appeared so flustered was indeed troubling. There has been an incident in the secret realm, a familiar, cool voice interjected. Fang Zhu turned slightly, glancing at Wang Yingxue. Do you know what is going on? Not entirely. I merely overheard other professionals discussing it this morning. Wang Yingxue replied, her expression neutral. Fang Zhu nodded slightly and rose, approaching Feng He, who seemed to be quite familiar with the other individuals in the base and likely privy to some insider information. Indeed, as soon as Fang Zhu drew near, he overheard him boasting about the situation. Have you heard? There's been a major incident in the Bloodwolf secret realm. What? What significant event could possibly occur in a C-grade secret realm? Don't be so skeptical. Apparently, a monster has escaped from within, and all the official practitioners of Dingbei City are currently engaged in hunting it down. A monster? Is it some kind of mutated beast? Not quite. I'm not entirely sure what it is. Feng He excitedly discussed the matter with a few companions nearby, while Fang Zhu listened quietly for a moment before sensing a gaze fixed upon him. Turning his head, he discovered Zhao Debo had somehow appeared at his side. This somewhat delicate youth whispered softly to Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu, are you particularly interested in this incident? Fang Zhu nodded and pulled Zhao Debo aside. It seemed he had some knowledge, yet was reluctant to share it with others. Thus, Fang Zhu quietly inquired, do you know what is going on? My father told me, Zhao Debo replied, his expression serious. After a brief pause, he added, but you must give me Wang Yingxue's contact information. Fang Zhu was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt as though he hadn't interacted with any normal people lately, just a series of somewhat eccentric individuals. Why don't you just ask Wang Yingxue directly if she wants to hear? Fang Zhu suggested, gesturing with his chin toward the cool and serene girl not far away. Zhao Debo's face immediately flushed, and he fidgeted with the hem of his clothing, appearing even more bashful than a girl. With a sigh, Fang Zhu said slowly, forget it. I won't ask you anymore. Seeing this, Zhao Debo hastily replied, no, wait. I'll tell you. But you need to bring Wang Yingxue over to listen with you. Fang Zhu pondered for a couple of seconds before nodding. He assumed the girl would also be curious to know what had transpired. Thus, he waved to Wang Yingxue, signaling her to come over. She furrowed her brow slightly, but gracefully approached nonetheless. All right, now we can discuss it, Fang Zhu said, extending his hands toward Zhao Debo. Zhao Debo, exceedingly shy, glanced at Wang Yingxue before slowly beginning. A primordial abyss entity has appeared in the Bloodwolf secret realm. A team pursuing it made a mistake, allowing it to break free from the realm and escape to the suburbs. Mayor Zhao has gathered most of the high-level practitioners and is currently pursuing the primordial abyss entity in the suburbs. After hearing this, Fang Zhu exchanged a look with Wang Yingxue. He could grasp the general idea of what had occurred, but what exactly was a primordial abyss entity? Noticing the confusion on their faces, Zhao Debo continued to elucidate. The primordial abyss entity is a terrifying species that manifests unexpectedly, possessing the abilities to corrode and assimilate. Once it attaches to a person, they will quickly lose consciousness and be reduced to a mere beast driven solely by the urge to kill. Fang Zhu inhaled sharply. That sounded genuinely terrifying. But couldn't high-level practitioners handle it? Though he had never witnessed their full power, he had inferred from various materials that their abilities were formidable, while it might be an exaggeration to say they could move mountains or fill seas. They should at least possess strengths akin to that of superheroes. Could such power truly be ineffective against the primordial abyss entity? Fang Zhu would not keep his questions to himself, so he organized his thoughts and voiced his doubts. Zhao Debo sighed, responding helplessly. Ordinary high-level practitioners really cannot contend with such a monster. It's extremely fast and difficult to kill. If a practitioner makes even a slight mistake in their battle with it, they risk having their consciousness extinguished. Fang Zhu solemnly nodded, shifting his gaze from Zhao Debo to the direction of the suburbs. A battle was likely unfolding there. Yet ordinary citizens and lower-tier practitioners in the same city remained oblivious to it. This reminded him of a saying from his era. What peaceful times are there? It is merely that someone bears the burden for you. In this era, Manhwaadiobook was still diligently protecting its citizens. High-level practitioners, much like soldiers, selflessly stood on the front lines of danger. Perhaps there was something he could do, Fang Zhu pondered inwardly. Chapter 30, Ink Fragrance Pill. Fang Zhu certainly would not foolishly venture into the suburbs. Given his current rank and combat capabilities, that would be akin to courting death. Though he possessed 3 legendary-level professions, his support role was not suited for direct confrontation. Thus, any assistance he could provide to the practitioners would solely rely on elixirs. With this in mind, Fang Zhu excused himself, claiming he needed to use the restroom, and stepped outside the classroom to dial Secretary Lu's number. Secretary Lu sounded somewhat fatigued, as though the events of the previous night had drained him considerably. Fang Zhu, is there something you need? Fang Zhu cut to the chase without beating around the bush. Secretary Lu, is there any way I can assist with the primordial abyss entity situation? Secretary Lu paused for a moment before slowly responding. You seem quite well informed. He chuckled lightly before continuing. No worries, the city will handle this matter. You can continue with your experiments. Can we alleviate their stress with elixirs? Fang Zhu pressed on, unwilling to back down. Knowing well that Dingbei City had extended considerable support to him, he could not just stand idly by when trouble arose. Well, there is a type of elixir with a fragrance that can attract the primordial abyss entity. If you wish to help, you can attempt to concoct some. The materials can be obtained from the base, Secretary Lu replied. All right, I'll head there now. Fang Zhu instantly perked up, hanging up the phone and making his way to the warehouse. The warehouse manager had already received the message, so by the time Fang Zhu arrived, all the medicinal materials had been prepared. However, the formula for the ink fragrance pill was quite complex, and Fang Zhu requested a defective product from the warehouse. The finished products had already been dispatched to the suburbs, leaving only the substandard version available to him. Yet, even a defective product allowed Fang Zhu to grasp the method of crafting the ink fragrance pill through touch. He wasted no time, swiftly transporting the materials to his alchemy chamber. Secretary Lu seemed unaware of Fang Zhu's talent, merely suggesting he give it a try. However, Fang Zhu was confident in ensuring the success of every alchemical endeavor, even though this was his first attempt at the ink fragrance pill. The initial processing for the ink fragrance pill was rather tedious. As Fang Zhu organized the materials, he mused that perhaps he could find an apprentice to assist him with such tasks in the future. If that proved unfeasible, he could always devise some instruments to aid him. Currently, the only effective instrument in his alchemy chamber was a pharmacological analyzer, the same device he had used the previous day to assess his new elixirs. Fang Zhu could discern that most of the principles behind this device seemed to be related to runes. Since runes could achieve these feats, he too could master them in time. After all, being a legendary-level runesmith was no trivial matter. Approximately an hour later, Fang Zhu successfully concocted a batch of ink fragrance pills. Utilizing the pharmacological analyzer, he determined that these pills were flawless. However, a single batch was rather insufficient, so he resolved to create another. As noon approached, the second batch of ink fragrance pills was completed. This time, Fang Zhu was fortunate enough to trigger both his second and third talents, resulting in a total of 6 ink fragrance pills, 3 of which were of rare quality. It appeared that the probability for his second talent was calculated per batch, while the third talent was assessed per pill. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Zhu stowed the elixirs away and exited the alchemy chamber. He was unable to venture into the suburbs at present. Thus, he could only entrust the elixirs to the returning adventurers. While handing over the potions, Fang Zhu engaged in a brief conversation with them. The situation in the suburbs was far from optimistic. The abyssal original was exceedingly cunning, and any lapse in vigilance from the adventurers could be seized upon by this entity. In a mere span of 3 to 4 hours, Dingbei City had already lost 2 high-ranking adventurers. Nurturing a combat professional was no trifling matter, and such losses weighed heavily on Zhao Hongwu's heart. However, it was imperative to capture this abyssal original, should it grow in the material realm. It could inflict immeasurable harm and devastation on Dingbei City, as there have been prior instances where mature abyssal originals had obliterated cities. In a bid to swiftly apprehend the abyssal original, Zhao Hongwu had summoned all available teams from the secret realm. He even contemplated requesting military assistance directly from the military district, but that felt somewhat undignified, as the military district was of equal standing with him, and seeking their aid for minor issues would reflect poorly on his capabilities as mayor. At that moment, the telephone on Zhao Hongwu's desk suddenly rang. He answered it hastily, and was met with some good news. Mayor, Fang Zhu has produced several rare-level ink fragrance pills, which may aid in capturing the abyssal original, Secretary Lu reported swiftly. Individuals are already en route to the suburbs with these ink fragrance pills. Excellent. This is wonderful news. Zhao Hongwu's face brightened with a smile. Keep me updated with any developments. At the adventurer's base, after completing the refining of the ink fragrance pills, Fang Zhu did not dwell further on the matter. There was little more he could do. Tidying up the herbs on his desk, he redirected his focus to experimenting with a new type of strengthening pill. While crafting the ink fragrance pills, he had conceived several new ideas worth exploring. He soon immersed himself entirely in the alchemical process. While the ever-watchful Big Eye had vanished without a trace, the events of the previous night were not something Big Eye could simply ignore. Their rare-level profession proved remarkably effective in such scenarios. During this time of alchemical endeavor, Wang Yingxue ventured into the suburbs alone. This was an exceedingly reckless act, bordering on suicidal, yet fear did not inhabit her heart. The exquisitely beautiful girl, akin to ice and snow, swiftly approached the heart of the suburbs. Before long, dark clouds obscured the sky, and thunder and rain brewed ominously above. Fang Zhu glanced up during a pause in his alchemical work. A look of unmistakable concern etched upon his features. "A heavy rain is imminent," he murmured, tidying away a batch of failed potions as he swiftly retrieved 2 shards of fate. An idea struck him. Since he was unable to assist the adventurers in the suburbs at the moment, why not draw a card? Perhaps he might uncover something useful. Rushing from the alchemical chamber, he swiftly made his way to the Hall of Fate, noting a conspicuous drop in the number of individuals there to draw cards today. He surveyed the surroundings and chose a room that appealed to him. Today he intended to place his faith in the arcane, allowing his intuition to guide him. Locking the door behind him, Fang Zhu first took out a shard of fate. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits," he silently recited a few words of prayer, then slowly brought the shard closer to the fate crystal. In an instant, a golden light erupted, and a golden meteor streaked down through the fate crystal. Holding his breath, Fang Zhu's gaze fixated on the shimmering crystal above. Moments later, a golden card gradually materialized before him. He snatched it eagerly, and words appeared before his eyes. Chapter 31, Alchemical Furnace Enhancement. Name: Alchemical Furnace Enhancement Stone. Description: slightly increases the success rate of potions, significantly expands the furnace's capacity, and slightly reduces alchemical time. Upon reading the item description, Fang Zhu paused for a moment before slapping his thigh, a broad smile spreading across his face. This is a splendid item. Not only will it prove beneficial for this round of alchemy, but it will also serve me well in the future. Without hesitation, he summoned his alchemical furnace, a primal energy washing over him, bringing the enhancement stone close to the furnace. In just a second, it transformed into a stream of luminous energy that seamlessly integrated into the furnace. Immediately, astonishing changes unfolded. The furnace in Fang Zhu's palm spun rapidly, expanding to over 3 times its original size, and the fierce beasts adorning it appeared even more solid and exquisite. With the enlargement of the furnace, he could now produce a greater quantity of potions per batch. Based on his experience, he estimated that this round could yield 6 to 8 pills, with the potential for even more if his talents activated. Stowing the furnace away, Fang Zhu hurried back to his laboratory, the alchemical chamber designated by the administrators. He resolved to concoct some rejuvenation pills, as the impending battles in the suburbs would likely result in casualties, and Dingbei City was currently low on their stock of these vital potions. The materials for the rejuvenation pills were plentiful, so he gathered 5 batches of herbs and tossed them all into the furnace at once. After all, the furnace was large enough to accommodate them. Approximately half an hour later, a rich fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. He extinguished the flames and tilted the furnace gently. A cascade of sounds echoed as a dozen or so potions rolled out from the furnace. "What remarkable efficiency!" Fang Zhu exclaimed, inspecting each one with glee. A total of 14 rejuvenation pills emerged, with 4 being of rare quality. Though his luck was slightly lacking this time, it was still acceptable, as the effects of the rare-grade rejuvenation pills would be sufficient for those with minor injuries. He collected the potions and prepared to start another batch. Meanwhile, in the suburbs, Wang Yingxue found herself in a precarious situation, darting through a desolate building. She had just caught sight of the abyssal original, but, for safety's sake, she did not approach closely. Instead, she attempted to lure it away. To her surprise, the creature was remarkably swift, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Just when she was in a dire predicament, another adventurer arrived to assist, carrying ink fragrance pills, thus successfully diverting the abyssal original's attention. Wang Yingxue initially intended to help. Her profession was particularly effective in such situations, but she soon realized her level was too low to even seize the opportunity to confront the enemy. This crisis brought her to a sobering realization. She began to reflect on her impulsive actions. Despite her belief that she had exercised sufficient caution, her rare-level profession had led her to an uncontrollable sense of arrogance. Thankfully, others were there to aid her. Otherwise, she might have perished that day. As she ran, she patted her chest, vowing to herself, "I must never take such reckless risks again." She silently resolved to expedite her special training, aiming to ascend to lower-level secret realms so that she could acquire the strength to protect others. At that moment, the rain began to fall, the sky darkening as the ground grew damp. Wang Yingxue waved her hand gently, causing the raindrops to glide away from her body as if an invisible barrier surrounded her, a phenomenon attributed to her rare-level profession, the ice and snow goddess, which endowed her with the power to manipulate ice and snow, as rain was merely a form of it. Having exited the suburbs, she recalled that her backpack remained at the base, prompting her to change direction towards the nearest bus station. Fang Zhu had successfully concocted the rejuvenation pills. He procured a large wooden box and carefully placed all the pills inside before heading to the first floor of the base. Indeed, There were several seasoned professionals who had returned for a while and were now preparing to venture into the suburbs. Each bore wounds, yet none displayed the slightest intention of retreat. Fang Zhu approached and handed the wooden box to them, speaking rapidly. "These are some rejuvenation pills. I believe you will find them useful." A look of surprise illuminated the face of one professional as he accepted the box, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Fang Zhu smiled and inquired, "What is the current situation in the suburbs?" Upon hearing this question, the smiles faded from the faces of the professionals. "We lost 3 brothers. That abyssal entity is exceedingly cunning. Now that dusk has settled, it is even harder to detect him," one professional said, his expression a mix of sorrow and anger. Fang Zhu furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for comforting words. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "Have the professionals returning for rest come find me in room 2 on the 3rd floor. I will prepare more pills for you." "Thank you, brother," they replied before turning to leave the base. At that moment, Wang Yingxue entered from outside. Although her clothing remained dry, her countenance was far from pleasant. Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow and quickly stepped forward to her side. "What troubles you? You appear unwell," he asked with concern. Wang Yingxue shook her head and softly replied, "It's nothing. I just went to the suburbs." "You went to the suburbs?" Fang Zhu exclaimed, taken aback. He looked at her, marveling at her fortuitous survival. Especially since the previous professional had just reported that the situation there was dire, with 3 high-level professionals having perished. For her, a low-level professional, to return alive was indeed a stroke of luck. Wang Yingxue merely nodded, her mood evidently subdued. "Were you injured?" Fang Zhu inquired again. "No," she replied, shaking her head. And then suddenly uttered, "I am still too weak." Fang Zhu was somewhat puzzled, not fully grasping the meaning behind her words, but after a moment, he surmised that she had likely been affected by the presence of higher-level professionals in the suburbs, which was entirely understandable. "So what brings you to the base now?" Fang Zhu intended to ask if she planned to train overnight, but her demeanor suggested that she was not in a suitable state for such an endeavor. "I came to pick something up." Now, Wang Yingxue appeared to have regained her composure, reverting to her usual icy calmness. In fact, this demeanor was quite reassuring. Her earlier flustered and talkative manner seemed entirely out of character. Fang Zhu nodded in silence, and the two parted ways in the stairwell. Chapter 32. Gratitude. Returning to the alchemy chamber, Fang Zhu resumed his experiments. Outside, the rain intensified, transforming within half an hour into a torrential downpour. Water began to accumulate on the roads, and the drainage system of Dingbei City was overwhelmed, with an increasing number of streets submerged in filthy rainwater. If the city was faring poorly, one could only imagine the plight of the suburbs. Fang Zhu gazed out the window, contemplating the unfortunate timing of this downpour. He extinguished the flames of the dragon's head furnace. Today's experiment had predictably failed yet again. Nevertheless, Fang Zhu had gleaned some insights. Feeling that he was on the right path, with such heavy rain, even though his apartment was not far from the base, he would inevitably return drenched. Thus, he decided to stay at the base for the night, ensuring that he could readily prepare more pills should any professionals come seeking them. Before retiring for the night, he organized several batches of rejuvenation pill materials, placing them within easy reach on the table. Should the need arise, these materials could be transformed into rejuvenation pills within a matter of minutes. Around midnight, not long after Fang Zhu had succumbed to sleep, a knock echoed from outside his door. He immediately rose to answer it, discovering the returning professionals, who bore good news. "We got him. The abyssal entity has been captured." One professional, though weary and bloodied, was visibly exhilarated. "Excellent. That is wonderful." Fang Zhu clapped his hands together, then swiftly inquired, "What are the casualty figures?" "Somewhat grim. I came here to request rejuvenation pills, as they mentioned yours are particularly effective." Fang Zhu nodded and approached the dragon's head furnace, invoking its presence as he said, "Give me a quarter of an hour. I shall commence refining." "Great." The professional settled at the doorway, seemingly cautious not to stain the clean floor with his blood. Fang Zhu cast a glance at him before tossing all the prepared materials into the alchemy furnace. The enhanced furnace proved remarkably efficient. The rejuvenation pills that once required approximately 20 minutes to concoct could now be prepared in just a quarter of that time. Although the time saved may seem modest, the cumulative effect across numerous batches was promising. Meanwhile, in the small white building at the back of the professional base, a dozen bloodied professionals were receiving treatment from the doctor and priest. Some with less severe injuries quickly regained considerable health, while others with more grievous wounds could not recover immediately. The capabilities of lower-tier doctors and priests were limited. They could only prevent the deterioration of injuries, but were unable to heal the ghastly wounds, especially those tainted with abyssal power. Fortunately, after a quarter of an hour, a professional rushed in, clutching several warm rejuvenation pills, rare-grade ones at that. Fang Zhu had been fortunate. His last batch had triggered both Talent 2 and Talent 3, resulting in a doubling of quantity and an elevation in quality. Thus, he produced 10 rejuvenation pills, 8 of which were rare-grade. However, this quantity was still insufficient, as a significant number of high-level professionals in Dingbei City had sustained injuries of varying degrees, with 5 having perished at the hands of the abyssal entity. Therefore, This batch of pills would only alleviate the burden on medical resources without providing a complete solution. Consequently, he requisitioned additional materials from the warehouse for the creation of more rejuvenation pills. His alchemist level had risen to 8 after several days of relentless crafting, now just 2 levels shy of awakening his first skill. Fang Zhu toiled away in the alchemy room from midnight until 6 in the morning, finally pausing as most professionals in the small white building had regained their strength. The remaining few could not be helped by rejuvenation pills alone. They required the expertise of high-level medical professionals. After nearly a day and night of labor, Fang Zhu felt a throbbing headache. Nearing the point of falling asleep the moment he closed his eyes. He sent a message to Shin Tupo and then drifted off in the alchemy chamber. Sometime later, Fang Zhu was roused by a commotion outside. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he hastily rose from the makeshift bed he had fashioned from stools. As he approached the door, a series of knocks echoed, and upon opening it, he was met with a throng of professionals of various appearances filling the corridor, all sporting smiles of gratitude and excitement. Fang Zhu was momentarily taken aback, wondering what had prompted their visit. Before he could gather his thoughts, a somewhat familiar professional squeezed through the crowd, exclaiming excitedly, "Fang Zhu, thank you for your pills." Fang Zhu studied the individual for a moment before realizing it was the same person he had conversed with in the hall the previous night. As Fang Zhu had yet to finish his words, the other professionals began to chatter and laugh amongst themselves. After hearing a few remarks, Fang Zhu finally grasped the situation. These individuals had come to express their gratitude for his selfless gift of the medicinal pills. According to them, their successful capture of the abyssal entity was largely attributable to the ink fragrance pills he had provided. Those rare pills possessed an immense allure for their enemies, significantly alleviating the pressure on the others. Fang Zhu hastily waved his hands, reluctant to take full credit for such an accomplishment. However, the professionals were evidently of a different opinion, with one even kneeling before him in gratitude. Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for your timely delivery of the revitalizing pill, I might not be here right now. My wife just gave birth. If I were gone, how would they survive?" As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, prompting Fang Zhu to rush forward and assist him to his feet. "I merely did what I could. There is no need for such gratitude, my friend," Fang Zhu said sincerely, looking at the young man who was only a few years his senior. "No, it is only right," the professional replied resolutely. Fang Zhu, feeling helpless, continued to support the emotional young man while glancing at the others. Although the rest were not as overtly emotional, their profound sincerity and gratitude were unmistakable. "It is enough that you all are safe. There is no need to come all this way to thank me," Fang Zhu pondered aloud. "You must be thanked." Before he could finish, each person began retrieving various items from their bags, and the corridor was instantly filled with a kaleidoscope of colors. Fang Zhu was momentarily dazzled, realizing for the first time that certain graded items emitted light when activated. "Brother, take this. It's not worth much," several professionals insisted, attempting to thrust their offerings into Fang Zhu's arms. He promptly stepped back, bemused. "I truly cannot accept. These are hard-earned treasures from your perilous endeavors." Fang Zhu remained resolute in his refusal. He was genuinely indifferent to the gifts from these professionals, as he lacked nothing at present, and what he truly desired was beyond their means to provide. Collectively, they could hardly gather a few fragments of fate. It would be more prudent to cultivate goodwill and strengthen their relationship for future endeavors. After a couple of rounds of insistence, Fang Zhu realized that most of the professionals were genuinely kind-hearted, sincerely wishing to express their gratitude. If he continued to refuse, they might remain in the corridor indefinitely. Just as Fang Zhu was deliberating on how to proceed, a voice resonated from the end of the staircase. All right, everyone disperse. In the future, help Fang Zhu with a task when the opportunity arises." Shin Tu Peng appeared at the perfect moment, and his words successfully extricated Fang Zhu from the awkward situation. The onlookers exchanged glances and subsequently acquiesced to Shin Tu Peng's suggestion, acknowledging it as a reasonable compromise. After exchanging a few more words of gratitude, they departed. Fang Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Shin Tu Peng, who was approaching him. "Instructor, thank you. Your experience is invaluable," Fang Zhu remarked with a smile. Shin Tu Peng returned the smile, reaching into his pocket to produce 2 fragments of fate, handing them over. "Regardless of whether you accept their gifts, you must accept mine." "Instructor, what do you mean?" Fang Zhu asked in confusion. "Without your ink fragrance pills, we could never have defeated the abyssal entity within a single day. Had it matured, it would have brought disaster to the entire city of Dingbei. Therefore, providing you with some rewards is only fair," Shin Tu Peng explained slowly. "Is this a reward from the city?" Fang Zhu inquired, intrigued. Shin Tu Peng nodded, responding, "This is just the first step. There will be additional rewards in terms of items. Moreover, Mayor Zhao wishes to apply for military honors on your behalf, which will greatly benefit your future development." Fang Zhu's expression brightened with surprise, realizing this was beyond his expectations. He had thought he had merely accomplished a small task, not realizing he had helped secure a victory for the frontline professionals. "Then I shall graciously accept." Fang Zhu chuckled as he accepted the fragments of fate from Shin Tu Peng. "Well, There's nothing else of importance. Special training will resume tomorrow. So take the day to rest, Shin Tu-pong concluded before turning to leave for the staircase. Fang Zhu clutched the 2 fragments of fate, locked the alchemy room door, and proceeded directly to the Hall of Destiny's favor. The hall was noticeably livelier today, the atmosphere far less oppressive than the previous day. Fang Zhu expertly opened the room where he usually drew cards, only to find it empty. It seems most prefer the thrill of drawing cards in front of an audience. He mused with a smile before closing the door. He had now learned to control his emotions. Drawing golden cards every time had lost its excitement. It was akin to visiting a car show so frequently that the allure of the models faded, even becoming somewhat bothersome. As Fang Zhu indulged in his musings, he brought the fragments of fate closer to the crystal of destiny. The fragments gradually vanished, and a burst of golden light erupted from the crystal. Fang Zhu paid little attention to the dazzling effect, reaching out to grasp the golden card atop the crystal. Name, strength pill, formula, description, temporarily significantly enhances the strength of the user. After the effect wears off, the user will experience a period of weakness. The higher the grade of the strength pill, the shorter the weakness period. Fang Zhu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the golden card. This item bore an uncanny resemblance to something a charlatan might concoct. Although the card's description was quite clear, the name indeed felt rather out of place. After a brief moment of silence, Fang Zhu crushed the golden card in his palm, and a cascade of golden light rained down, revealing an aged, slightly yellowed piece of parchment. The parchment was densely filled with rows of tiny text, and upon reading the first line, Fang Zhu's pupils dilated in shock. What is this? I have never even heard of these herbs, he exclaimed involuntarily. Though he had never formally studied alchemy, his mind was brimming with knowledge about herbs and elixirs. This was the remarkable strength of a legendary profession. Such knowledge seemed almost innate. Yet, Fang Zhu also understood that he could not master the entirety of alchemy in just a few days. So it was entirely reasonable that he had not heard of some herbs. However, it was quite unusual for him to be unfamiliar with all the herbs in a single formula. Fang Zhu began to doubt the authenticity of the formula. Yet, this thought dissipated almost instantly. The items drawn from the Crystal of Destiny could not be fake. The only possibility was that these herbs lay within his knowledge blind spot. Alas, another item that I cannot utilize at present, Fang Zhu sighed, tucking the formula away as he prepared to leave the room. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously developed expectations for card drawing. Even golden cards no longer satisfied him. Back in the alchemy room, Fang Zhu resumed his experiments concerning the improved strength pill. While in the training grounds of the base, Wang Yingxue relentlessly honed her combat skills. Last night had indeed spurred her greatly, leading the ice-cold maiden to fixate solely on one thought, to become stronger. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Yin Wang expressionlessly severed a piece of dark flesh from his calf. Flesh and sinew fell to the ground with a sizzle, and the tiles of the hotel floor were promptly corroded, forming a small pit. Captain, Xiaoli exclaimed, rushing over with concern. She gazed at the wound on Yin Wang's leg, her eyes involuntarily reddening. Yin Wang cast her a sidelong glance before resuming his treatment of his injuries. Nearby, De Yin sighed, checked his pockets, and, upon confirming he had enough money to compensate for the hotel's damages, managed to calm himself. He held no worry for the captain's injuries. After all, this was Yin Wang, the strongest among the younger generation of Huagua. Moments later, Yin Wang exhaled deeply, his body riddled with wounds, yet the dark, abnormal blood and flesh had ceased to ooze. There is an issue with this abyssal entity, Yin Wang declared abruptly. Could it be the work of other countries? One of the team members inquired. That possibility cannot be dismissed. You all need to put in some overtime and swiftly draft a report to send up the chain. Yin Wang instructed. Understood, Captain. Well then, let us discuss Fang Zhu's situation next, Yin Wang said, turning his gaze towards De Yin, who stood nearby. Chapter 34, Growth Plan. The room fell silent as everyone awaited the next words from the captain and De Yin. As the individual who had been monitoring Fang Zhu for the past 2 days, De Yin was indeed the most qualified to evaluate him. However, the scene from their last meeting and the 2 lost shards of fate floated in his mind, causing his words to choke in his throat. I think. Da Yin stuttered, failing to articulate a complete sentence. Yin Wang looked at him with curiosity, as if questioning why he was acting mute. Noticing the captain's gaze, De Yin forced a wry smile and finally managed to utter, I think this kid is decent. He truly struggled to evaluate Fang Zhu. Moreover, the thought of his lost fate shards caused him a heartache that left him breathless. Yet, he was even less willing to allow others to mock him. The fact that a lower-tier practitioner had discovered the secret was simply too embarrassing. Yin Wang scrutinized De Yin for a moment longer, sensing something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint exactly what. Thus far, we have only observed Fang Zhu's alchemical talent. He also possesses the skills of a blacksmith and rinsmith. Should we seek an opportunity for him to showcase these as well? De Yin quickly changed the subject. Yin Wang nodded slightly, contemplating before responding. Very well. Contact the Dingbei city government and have them find a reason to conduct some tests. If the results are satisfactory, we shall arrange a meeting with him. Upon hearing this, The others displayed expressions of surprise. Xiaoli directly inquired, "Captain, are you considering taking Fang Zhu under your wing?" De Yan, upon hearing Xiaoli's question, slapped his forehead in exasperation, replying, "Do you take the captain for Tang Sung?" In the alchemical chamber of the practitioner's base, Fang Zhu eagerly opened the alchemical furnace and retrieved 2 pills. The scorching pills in his hands compelled Fang Zhu to hastily place them onto the potency analyzer. These 2 pills represented his utmost alchemical prowess, having been crafted with immense dedication from selection of materials to production techniques. Should they fail, he might begin to doubt his identity as a legendary alchemist. Fortunately, the results from the potency analyzer did not disappoint him. The improved strengthening pill exhibited heightened efficacy, yet its potency was no longer as ferocious. Even an ordinary person consuming it would not experience any discomfort. However, the side effect of ruptured blood vessels remained, an issue that could not be resolved overnight. After all, this side effect was not solely dependent on an individual's constitution, but also on the profession of the user. Fang Zhu could only endeavor to summarize the patterns leading to side effects and subsequently target solutions accordingly. A partial victory is still a victory, and with a satisfied smile, Fang Zhu stored the 2 pills and swiftly noted down the production methods and material ratios for the improved strengthening pill on a piece of paper. 2 hours later, having secured 5 newly crafted strengthening pills, Fang Zhu turned to leave the alchemical chamber. He intended to report his findings to Secretary Liu first, as this would aid in his continued deception for funding applications. Upon arriving at the government building, Fang Zhu successfully met with Secretary Liu, a meticulous middle-aged man who looked somewhat fatigued yet greeted him with a warm smile. "I was just about to seek you out," Secretary Liu said slowly. "Is there something you need?" Fang Zhu asked, placing the wooden box containing the new strengthening pills on the table. "The city intends to test your skills as a blacksmith and rinsmith. This will be beneficial for us to formulate a specialized enhancement plan for you in the future," Secretary Liu replied, handing him a piece of paper. Fang Zhu stood to accept it, observing the detailed description of the arrangements the city had in store for him. The plan commenced with tests for the 2 professions, followed by assigning Fang Zhu theoretical studies in alchemy, blacksmithing, and runes based on the results. Finally, dedicated personnel would escort Fang Zhu to the secret realms to elevate his professional levels, aiming to ensure all 3 professions reached above level 20 as swiftly as possible. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Fang Zhu would likely complete his first professional advancement before the university semester began, ultimately establishing himself as a crucial force within Huagua. Upon reading the document, Fang Zhu's expression transformed into one of astonishment. It seemed as if Dingbei City was exceedingly eager for him to grow. Under normal circumstances, a practitioner would require over 6 months of theoretical and combat skills training before entering low-level secret realms, followed by leveling up to level 10 within those realms, and then an additional 6 months of training to access higher-level secret realms. Most of these endeavors were typically completed during university, and for a practitioner to achieve advancement before graduation was already considered remarkably fast. An entire country had rarely witnessed such rapid transitions within a month as described in the plan. For practitioners, reaching level 20 marked a watershed moment, allowing for professional advancement, which would yield comprehensive enhancements thereafter. Fang Zhu was well aware of the typical leveling speed for practitioners. Ascending from level 10 to 20 generally required 2 to 3 years of time, barring any unforeseen events. If frequent injuries were incurred in the secret realms necessitating extensive recuperation, the journey from level 10 to 20 could extend to 4 or 5 years. Achieving level 20 within a month seemed contingent upon a high-level team directly escorting Fang Zhu into advanced secret realms, enabling him to level up rapidly through a nurturing combat approach. Was this truly necessary? Fang Zhu found himself pondering this question. He knew the value of his legendary-level profession was immense, yet according to the plan, Dingbei City appeared poised to invest all their resources into cultivating him, desperate to facilitate his swift growth, regardless of the costs involved. Was it worth it? Even without such efforts, Fang Zhu could achieve a commendable level of proficiency within 3 to 4 years, rendering the urgency exhibited by Mayor Zhao and his associates rather unwarranted. Perceiving Fang Zhu's uncertainty, Secretary Liu's expression turned serious as he began to explain, "The next year or 2 may not be peaceful. We require your strength." His explanation was somewhat vague, even sounding like a mere excuse, yet Fang Zhu keenly detected an unusual undertone in his words. Was the nation preparing for significant actions? Or was there an unresolved crisis within the secret realms? These 2 conjectures flashed through Fang Zhu's mind in an instant. "Do not overthink. You are a legendary practitioner, so have a little confidence in yourself," Secretary Liu said with a smile. Fang Zhu nodded and pushed the wooden box in front of him towards her. "Secretary Liu, I have completed part of the improved body strengthening pill. Here is the finished product." "Oh, let me take a look." Secretary Liu's heart raced as she hurriedly accepted it. Chapter 35. Testing. Upon receiving the wooden box, Secretary Liu swiftly opened the top lid with a flick of her finger, revealing 5 neatly arranged pills inside. Fang Zhu scratched his head and remarked, "I have yet to resolve the side effect of blood vessel rupture. But this version of the body-strengthening pill is more effective than the one we currently use, according to the pharmacological analysis device. Secretary Lu nodded slightly, pinching the body-strengthening pill to examine it closely. In truth, she could discern little, but she believed that such scrutiny would project professionalism. After a moment, she placed the pill back into the box and said with a smile, "I will find someone to conduct a test. You can continue your research and strive to eliminate the side effects completely." Fang Zhu agreed, and then raised the project plan in his hand, asking, "Brother Lu, when do I start on the contents of this plan?" "Tomorrow," Secretary Lu replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, his eyes flickering with a teasing glint that vanished as soon as Fang Zhu looked closely, leaving Secretary Lu's expression unchanged, as if his previous demeanor had been merely a figment of Fang Zhu's imagination. An ominous premonition surged within Fang Zhu. He sensed that he might encounter unforeseen circumstances the following day. "Your reward is currently in process, and it should arrive alongside your resource subsidies." Secretary Lu paused momentarily before continuing. "Remember to go to the base to find Shen Tuopeng at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. There's nothing else." Fang Zhu nodded and rose to leave the office. Upon exiting the government building, he contemplated returning home for a day of rest. Although he had not directly engaged in combat recently, he had still put himself through considerable strain. The thought of the project plan alone was terrifying, as the daily schedule would likely be packed. Seizing the rare opportunity to take a break, Fang Zhu promptly decided to head home and relax. He was not inherently a particularly competitive individual. It was merely that his recent transition into this world had compelled him to push himself for survival. Now that he had established a foothold, he thought, when better to rest than now. With that thought, Fang Zhu took a turn toward his single apartment. Half an hour later, he lay on his bed. He intended to check his phone, but soon drifted off to sleep. When he next opened his eyes, it was 5 in the morning of the following day. Refreshed, he rose from bed, gazing out at the dawn sky, intending to organize the knowledge he possessed about alchemy, forging, and runes. His legendary vocation had bestowed upon him a vast reservoir of knowledge, yet it required his own effort to sort and digest it. This was precisely why his skills in alchemy improved with each pill he crafted. Sitting at his desk, he began to organize his knowledge of forging. As he had primarily focused on alchemy and remained at a rudimentary understanding of forging, time slipped by, and when Fang Zhu finally regained his awareness, he discovered that the clock on the wall read 7 o'clock. Time for breakfast, he thought, closing the notebook on the table and preparing to leave the room. Before departing, he opened the bedroom door to check on the Feihong stone, concealed beneath the bed sheets. Though this method of hiding was rudimentary, he had no better alternatives at the moment and could only make do for now. Satisfied that the Feihong stone was secure, Fang Zhu exited the apartment and purchased a pancake from a roadside vendor. Not to mention, the culinary delights of Huagua never ceased to amaze. And he couldn't help but wonder how much effort his predecessors had expended to preserve these dishes during times of chaos. As he ate, Fang Zhu made his way to the practitioner base, heading straight to the underground training ground where he successfully found Shen Tuopeng, who had just finished his breakfast as well. "You're here," Shen Tuopeng acknowledged Fang Zhu with a nod, gesturing towards a nearby small room. "Wait for me there. I need to arrange training for the others." "Understood, instructor," Fang Zhu replied, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Wang Yingxue happened to walk in. Clad in a form-fitting outfit suitable for exercise, her high ponytail giving her an elegant yet vigorous appearance. "Why is she here so early today?" Fang Zhu wondered curiously. Nodding towards Wang Yingxue offered a gentle smile and approached the two, saying to Shen Tuopeng, "Instructor, I'll head to training first. I'll join you for the theory class later." "All right, go ahead," Shen Tuopeng replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. Fang Zhu then watched as the young woman turned and began running laps around the training area. He turned to Shen Tuopeng, asking out of curiosity, "Instructor, what is going on with her? She has been like this for the past couple of days, training with exceptional enthusiasm. It seems she was somewhat stimulated the night we captured the abyssal entity," Shen Tuopeng pondered before responding. "This is also beneficial. Her talent is remarkable, and increasing the training intensity will facilitate her rapid growth." Fang Zhu nodded, refraining from further questions, and turned towards the small room. Upon opening the door, he immediately spotted the anvil set up on the floor. He slapped his forehead and sighed, taking a seat on a nearby stool. "It's indeed forging," he mused. He had assumed the city would employ different methods to test his abilities, but it turned out to be forging after all. After a brief wait, Fang Zhu approached the anvil for a closer inspection. With a wave of his right hand, a quaint forging hammer materialized in his grasp. The hammer was crafted from an extraordinarily unique material, one he had neither heard of nor seen before. Upon closer examination, he noticed that it bore the same ferocious beast pattern as the alchemical furnace, emanating an aura of primal wilderness with each swing. This was the legendary Forging Master's innate forging hammer. Fang Zhu felt as if, at that moment, the hammer was an extension of his own body, allowing him to wield it with perfect control, even though it was his first time summoning it. Setting the forging hammer aside, Fang Zhu waved his hand again, and a radiant golden calligraphy brush appeared in his palm. The brush, too, was adorned with the same primal beast motif and exuded a similar wild essence. Fang Zhu had an inkling that these 3 pieces of equipment were perhaps a set, which he might refer to as the primal set. Just as he was preparing to delve into studying the forging hammer and the rune brush, the door to the room suddenly swung open, revealing Shun Tuopeng accompanied by a refined middle-aged man. Fang Zhu had never encountered this middle-aged individual before, but he extended his hand in greeting nonetheless. Allow me to introduce, this is Mr. Su Tsang, the strongest forger in Dingbei City, Shun Tuopeng stated with utmost seriousness. Hello, Mr. Su, Fang Zhu said, shaking hands with the man, his curiosity prompting him to study the individual closely. To be frank, the man's appearance bore little resemblance to that of a traditional forger. He was not a muscular type, nor did he possess the ruggedness one might expect. Chapter 36. The master forger Su Tsang responded with a gracious and gentle smile. His voice warm as he said, Hello, Fang Zhu. Thank you for your assistance a couple of days ago. Fang Zhu was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Su Tsang was referring to his involvement in capturing the abyssal entity. I merely performed my duties, Fang Zhu replied with a smile, downplaying his contribution. Those who perished in battle are the ones who truly deserve to be remembered, he remarked, speaking candidly about the lack of personal sacrifice on his part. If it weren't for your rare-grade rejuvenation elixir, my nephew would not have survived. Thus, you are indeed a benefactor to the Su family, Su Tsang stated earnestly. Fang Zhu was momentarily at a loss for words, smiling as he continued to downplay his contribution. He was somewhat unaccustomed to the feeling of having unwittingly become someone else's savior. After exchanging a few more words, Su Tsang gestured towards the anvil and said, Shall we begin? Fang Zhu nodded, feeling a slight sense of nervousness. His concern was not about passing the assessment. Rather, it was a profound respect for true masters. Su Tsang, oblivious to Fang Zhu's change in demeanor, waved his hand, and a block of iron, as thick as a thigh and as long as an arm, appeared on the ground. Let us forge this block first, Su Tsang said with a smile. Fang Zhu placed it upon the anvil and began to strike it rhythmically with the forging hammer. Logically, such forging would require heating the iron to soften it. However, Fang Zhu instinctively felt that this was unnecessary, as if his hammer could shape anything in existence. Su Tsang's gaze sharpened at this sight, and his breath quickened slightly. After a mere 10 minutes, the iron block had morphed, akin to modeling clay. Su Tsang hesitated briefly before speaking. Continue forging, follow your instincts, and just provide me with a finished product. Fang Zhu was taken aback, but nodded, resuming his vigorous hammering. Sparks flew from the iron block, and Su Tsang's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. Fang Zhu's forging defied all standards and conventions, yet the iron block continued to transform. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of cold light burst forth from the metal. What was unfolding could not merely be described as skill. Fang Zhu was performing what resembled magic. Su Tsang felt his decades of forging experience shatter. He had never imagined that forging could be so simple. Merely striking the iron with a hammer could yield a weapon. He glanced at Shun Tuopeng beside him, who wore a similarly astonished expression, as if he had encountered a ghost. Su Tsang muttered to himself, Is a legendary-grade blacksmith truly this formidable? Shun Tuopeng exclaimed involuntarily, What on earth is happening here? Fang Zhu, absorbed in his craft, paid no heed to the two. His entire being was devoted to forging, his hammer flying up and down as a rough longsword took shape on the anvil. Su Tsang's hands trembled slightly. The scene before him brought back memories of his own apprenticeship, when his master's forging techniques appeared utterly magnificent and impossible to replicate. Yet Fang Zhu's methods were not merely unreplicable, they were incomprehensible. Half an hour later, Fang Zhu ceased his hammering, revealing a delicate longsword radiating a soft silver glow resting upon the anvil. No need for fuel, no need for forging or quenching, just a hammer in Fang Zhu's hands, and a weapon could be instantly forged. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fang Zhu smiled at Su Tsang and asked, Master Su, what do you think of my work? Su Tsang inhaled deeply, slowly approaching the anvil to lift the longsword. Name, fine iron longsword, rare grade. Description, a solid and sharp longsword forged as a single piece. Special attribute, slightly increased durability. Su Tsang studied the longsword's information in silence, taken aback by how easily a weapon with special attributes could be forged. Fang Zhu was uncertain of the quality of his creation. His luck had not favored him this time, as he had not triggered the second or third talents of a blacksmith, leaving him to await Su Tsang's evaluation. Typically, only weapons of rare grade or higher possessed special attributes, and only a minuscule fraction of rare grade weapons did. Although Fang Zhu's longsword was not particularly exquisite, it was his first forging, and it boasted a special attribute. Su Tsang struggled to contain his emotions, wishing to inquire why the gap between rare grade and legendary grade professions was so vast. Indeed, he was a rare grade blacksmith, a rank that had previously represented the pinnacle of blacksmithing before Fang Zhu's emergence, with no rare grade blacksmiths having appeared prior. Yet here was Fang Zhu, single-handedly elevating the standard and severely undermining the confidence of all blacksmiths. It turned out that legendary grade professions could indeed be self-taught. This predicament was also a consequence of Secretary Liu and Zhao Hongwu's oversight. They had not subjected Fang Zhu to any testing in alchemy, thus remaining unaware of the strength of legendary grade professions, mistakenly believing that Fang Zhu had prior experience in alchemy. Additionally, the rarity of legendary grade professions meant that there were few examples to draw upon. The confluence of these factors left no one fully aware of just how powerful Fang Zhu truly was. Su Tsang set the long sword aside, nodding gravely as he said, "The forging is commendable. Achieving this level on your first attempt is already impressive." With these words, Fang Zhu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was uncertain of the typical capabilities of an ordinary blacksmith. Although he had a reference in alchemy, the two fields were distinctly different. It was entirely possible that blacksmiths in this era were generally more competent. "So, does this mean I've passed the assessment?" Fang Zhu inquired. Su Tsang turned to Shin Tu Peng with a bemused expression. "Passed the assessment? The level of skill exhibited would be considered average among national blacksmiths. And with a little training, he could easily reach a higher tier. There was hardly anything to assess here." Yet Su Tsang, uncertain of the city's expectations, contemplated for a moment and decided to temper Fang Zhu's enthusiasm. After all, he was still young, and a sense of pride could lead to complications. "Well, I suppose you've barely passed. Although there were some issues during the forging process, they can all be resolved through learning," Su Tsang said solemnly, his demeanor reflecting the stature of a true master. Fang Zhu nodded, recognizing that indeed, in the presence of a true master, his forging was still rather immature. Shin Tu Peng, who had some understanding of forging, nearly lost his composure at Su Tsang's words. "All right, let us conclude the forging for now. Please wait here while we move on to the next item," Shin Tu Peng stated, making a concerted effort to maintain a calm expression. Chapter 37. The younger generation is formidable. Su Tsang left the room holding Fang Zhu's crafted longsword. He felt somewhat dazed. Fang Zhu's performance had nearly shattered his confidence and upended his worldview. Yet having navigated the complexities of society for many years, Su Tsang managed to maintain control over his emotions. He recognized the necessity of reporting this matter to the Blacksmith Association. Legendary grade professions were exceedingly powerful, far exceeding his expectations. To be ahead by a step is to be a genius, but to be ahead by 5 or 10 steps is to be a prodigy. In truth, blacksmiths were not the only ones with associations. Most supportive professions had their own, but due to the unique circumstances in Dingbei City, the government had focused most of its resources on the secret realms. Thus, the Alchemist Association remained oblivious to the existence of a legendary grade talent like Fang Zhu. The situation in Jinhua City was even less likely to be disclosed. Revealing such information would be akin to slapping oneself in the face. Shin Tu Peng also exited the room, while Fang Zhu sat on a stool, reflecting on the entire forging process he had just completed. Frankly, forging was simpler and more effortless than he had imagined. Indeed, legendary grade blacksmiths lived up to their reputation. However, Fang Zhu still endeavored to identify his mistakes during the forging process. Although he could ensure that each of his forges was successful, he believed that if he performed exceptionally well, he might enhance the quality of the items produced. After a brief wait, Shin Tu Peng re-entered with an elderly man. This individual was of modest height, yet his gaze was piercingly sharp. As soon as the old man entered, he fixed his eyes on Fang Zhu, who immediately felt as though his secrets were laid bare before him. It was as if, in the presence of this elder, he had no secrets to conceal. Fang Zhu inhaled slightly, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his expression. "Ah, young friend, there is no need to be anxious," the elder said, taking a couple of steps closer to Fang Zhu and revealing a kindly smile. "Greetings, I am Fang Zhu," he replied, extending his hand with utmost courtesy. The elder exuded an aura far more formidable than Su Tsang, and merely standing there created a palpable sense of suffocation. "You may call me Master Gu," he said with a slight nod, his presence radiating an impressive authority. "Very well, Master Gu," Fang Zhu responded while casting a glance at Shin Tu Peng. Sensing an unusual tension between the two, Shin Tu Peng realized that Master Gu was not an easy person to engage with, and that few could converse with him in a light-hearted manner. Thus, he stepped in to ease the atmosphere. Master Gu, don't you have a meeting to attend soon? Perhaps we should commence preparations now," Shin Tu Peng suggested with a smile. "Indeed, that sounds reasonable," Master Gu replied, casting a brief glance at Fang Zhu before suddenly extending his right hand and tracing a couple of arcs in the air. In the next moment, an enigmatic rune materialized and shot toward Fang Zhu's chest. Fang Zhu was taken aback and swiftly sidestepped, but the rune's speed was astonishing. He had barely managed to evade half a step before it struck him squarely in the chest with tremendous force. Thud! Fang Zhu was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall a few meters away before finally coming to a stop. Shin Tu Peng's expression changed slightly, yet he did not intervene in Master Gu's actions. Coughing, Fang Zhu rose from the ground. Though he had been propelled a distance of 2 to 3 meters, he found himself largely uninjured, merely feeling a bit sore. "Master Gu, are we starting off with such intensity?" Fang Zhu said, stretching his shoulders with a grimace. Master Gu chuckled and continued to etch runes in the air. This time, Fang Zhu reacted promptly, summoning his own rune pen and beginning to carve as well. 2 seconds later, while Master Gu had completed his rune, Fang Zhu had only managed to finish half of his. This is not good, Fang Zhu thought anxiously, retracting his outstretched hand and deftly dodging to the side. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the rune crafted by Master Gu grazed Fang Zhu's body, crashing into the wall behind him, leaving a small dent in the material. Fang Zhu inhaled sharply. The power of that rune had been significantly greater than the first, and had it struck him, it would undoubtedly have inflicted injury. Without hesitation, he scrambled to his feet and resumed inscribing his rune. Master Gu observed this scene, a flicker of subtle appreciation crossing his eyes. He intentionally slowed his pace just a fraction, allowing Fang Zhu's rune to be completed successfully. 5 seconds later, a delicate rune appeared before Fang Zhu, rotating gracefully in the air before darting directly at Master Gu. With a dismissive hum, Master Gu did not flinch, opting instead to take the blow head-on. Thud! The rune struck his chest, yet Master Gu remained steadfast, seemingly unaffected. However, upon closer inspection, tiny rips appeared in his robe, exposing a small portion of his aged skin. Once more, Master Gu nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. Yet internally, he was deeply astonished, nearly on the verge of exclaiming. It was rare for a novice rune master to inscribe a rune of such formidable strength. The profession of a rune master is indeed a remarkable one. Not only can they imbue weapons and equipment with various effects, but they can also transform into semi-combatants when the need arises. This is precisely why two individuals could engage in such a fierce contest using runes. Moreover, rune masters can combine with talisman masters to evolve into even more powerful celestial rune masters, a vocation that boasts both offensive and defensive prowess with virtually no weaknesses. Of course, it was still too early to speak of such advancements. Fang Zhu was far from achieving a class change. As Master Gu pondered, he inscribed a peculiar rune in the air, and in the next moment, he vanished from the room. Fang Zhu was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the elder had activated an invisibility rune. Without hesitation, he gently tapped the center of his brow with the rune pen. Instantly, his vision underwent a transformation, revealing the elder's hazy and ethereal figure. Heavenly Eye. Master Gu was truly astounded this time. What low-level rune master possesses the ability to activate the Heavenly Eye? At that moment, Master Gu finally comprehended why Su Tsang had exhibited such a despondent, yet somewhat delighted expression upon leaving. Indeed, they were helpless against a prodigy of this caliber. Those who had advanced through conventional means found themselves utterly powerless. The elder ceased his offensive, his figure gradually solidifying in the air, his expression one of bewilderment. Seeing this, Fang Zhu stood straight and put away his rune pen, perplexed. Shin Tu Peng, too, was filled with confusion, wondering what had transpired and why the test had suddenly halted halfway. Truly, the youth is formidable, the elder remarked, his voice resonating with a hint of awe. Chapter 38, Passing the Test. Fang Zhu did not fully grasp this statement. Rather, he did not perceive his performance as particularly remarkable. Master Gu had clearly held back, otherwise. Given his ability to inscribe runes without the need for a rune pen, Fang Zhu felt he would have been subdued within 5 exchanges. This was a perfectly reasonable conclusion as Master Gu, being advanced in years, possessed combat experience, and a level far surpassing his own. Thus, Fang Zhu felt little despair. Yet he also did not regard himself as exceptional. While a legendary rune master is indeed impressive, he still felt quite inexperienced compared to a true master. However, Master Gu's perspective differed. He shared similar thoughts with Su Tsang, marveling at how a legendary-level professional could achieve such mastery without formal instruction, effortlessly wielding techniques that had taken them years to master. Such insight and talent were truly extraordinary. With just a modicum of cultivation, Fang Zhu could ascend to unparalleled heights. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Fang Zhu's emergence could fundamentally transform these professions, given the time to grow. He would undoubtedly become the most formidable auxiliary practitioner, unrivaled by any. As Master Gu contemplated this, he suddenly burst into laughter, the imposing aura he once held dissipating entirely. Fang Zhu was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp what had transpired. Shin Tu Peng, however, discerned some underlying significance, having already witnessed Fang Zhu's capabilities during the forging test. Master Gu, Fang Zhu's test, Shin Tu Peng began, but Master Gu interrupted him with hearty laughter, evidently in high spirits. Ha, of course, he has passed. Fang Zhu is truly worthy of his legendary title. We are about to witness the rise of a great talent in Dingbei City. Master Gu generously praised Fang Zhu, causing the young man to feel a flush of embarrassment. Oh no, it's nothing, he stammered modestly. Fang Zhu scratched his head, revealing a somewhat foolish grin. He was aware of his formidable profession, yet uncertain of its true strength. In this moment, after receiving praise from Su Tsang and Master Gu, he finally comprehended that perhaps his talent was indeed extraordinarily exceptional. Even the foremost blacksmiths and rune masters of Hua Nation acknowledged that Fang Zhu's innate gifts were unparalleled. Oh, Fang Zhu, would you be inclined to join the Rune Master Association? Master Gu suddenly inquired. By becoming a member, You will gain access to a wealth of knowledge and materials that ordinary rune masters seldom encounter. The benefits are plentiful and the drawbacks non-existent. Fang Zhu was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Shin Tu-peng. Shin Tu-peng promptly elaborated. The Rune Master Association is a semi-official organization with branches in various cities, serving as a hub for rune masters to exchange ideas and enhance their skills. Fang Zhu nodded in understanding, but soon realized another question arose. If there existed a Rune Master Association, did associations for alchemists and blacksmiths also exist? He voiced this inquiry. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Tu-peng replied, "Of course there are. Why has no one informed me of this?" Fang Zhu asked, perplexed. Shin Tu-peng slapped his forehead in realization. "Oh dear, it seems I truly neglected to mention this to you. It wasn't forgetfulness, but rather I assumed it was common knowledge." However, he quickly dismissed the error as inconsequential, explaining, most auxiliary professions have their own dedicated associations. To participate, one must register at the headquarters of the professional association in the Southern District and pass an assessment. Fang Zhu nodded in comprehension, not dwelling on the matter further. Shin Tu-peng discreetly wiped his brow, relieved that no one had noticed his oversight. "So, Fang Zhu, will you join our Rune Master Association?" Master Gu inquired with a smile, casting a glance at Shin Tu-peng before continuing. Fang Zhu hesitated not, for he had gleaned the significance of these associations from Shin Tu-peng's words, recognizing their utility for his current endeavors. "Yes, I agree." Fang Zhu replied with a smile directed at Master Gu. "Excellent. I shall arrange everything for you. Just remember to visit the association in the coming days." Master Gu chuckled heartily. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he departed, mentioning an important meeting ahead, which Fang Zhu speculated might pertain to the abyssal entity. Now, only Fang Zhu and Shin Tu-peng remained in the room. Shin Tu-peng clapped Fang Zhu on the shoulder, and a look of admiration and envy gradually appeared on his usually stoic face. Very well, very well. It seems the city did not misjudge you." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu understood that Shin Tu-peng was also privy to the plans regarding his growth. It appeared that only a select few were informed of this, otherwise, Su Tsang and Master Gu would not have been so courteous toward him earlier. Outside the room, in an unnoticed corner, Yin Wang also revealed a faint smile. His scarred visage rendered expression difficult, making his smile appear somewhat menacing. "Indeed, it is time to make contact with him," Yin Wang murmured before his form gradually vanished into the air. Fang Zhu collected the forging hammer and rune pen from the table and turned to Shin Tu-peng, inquiring, "Instructor, how shall I proceed next? Let us begin with training. Although your potential is commendable, you are still quite inexperienced," Shin Tu-peng replied gently. Fang Zhu felt a shiver run down his spine at the sudden softness in Shin Tu-peng's tone, suspecting that this newfound gentleness might be a prelude to mischief. Exiting the room, the two made their way to the training ground, where others had also gathered. Fang Zhu's recent potential assessment had only consumed a little over an hour. Thus they arrived just in time for the regular training session. According to the plan outlined yesterday, today's assessment was primarily to evaluate his potential, after which the city would arrange his subsequent training regimen. Yet, Fang Zhu sensed that what the city truly wished to observe was what a legendary class profession might look like. Alchemists, blacksmiths, and rune masters had never produced a legendary figure, leaving them uncertain of the true capabilities such a profession could possess. They could only conduct a test to ascertain Fang Zhu's true abilities. Fang Zhu harbored no qualms about revealing his strengths to others. A profession could not be concealed, and being known by the city would allow him to engage in certain endeavors openly, such as the enhancement of body-strengthening potions. However, what he truly wished to keep under wraps was the fact that he could draw golden cards daily, until he established a secure foothold in this world. Fang Zhu could not allow others to discover his ability to consistently produce gold, as it could lead to endless troubles. Even the possibility of being captured and used as a card drawing machine. In the mayor's office within the government building of Dingbei City, Yin Wang set down his teacup, which he had just sipped, and solemnly addressed Zhao Hongwu. The Yin Wang squad will officially make contact with Fang Zhu tomorrow. Zhao Hongwu exhibited little surprise at this revelation, as though he had anticipated it. After a moment of silence, he lifted his teacup and inquired slowly, "Has he passed the assessment?" "He has, and he performed admirably." "Very well," Zhao Hongwu nodded, his expression neutral, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. "With Fang Zhu's assistance, your casualty rate should notably decrease. The covert squad does not speak of casualties. We only discuss sacrifices." Yin Wang enunciated deliberately. Humph. Zhao Hongwu displayed an inscrutable expression. He did not hold a negative view of sacrifices. Rather, he simply found Yin Wang's frequent allusion to them somewhat distasteful. "I wish to be present when you meet Fang Zhu tomorrow," Zhao Hongwu suddenly declared. Yin Wang was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief silence, he nodded in agreement. "Very well." At that moment, within the practitioner base, Fang Zhu lay sprawled over his desk, utterly spent. He had just run 15 kilometers at the fastest pace of his life, and upon finishing, he felt as though he had glimpsed his great-grandmother. "Damn it, this is inhumane," he muttered under his breath. He had expected today's physical training to merely involve an additional 5 kilometers, but instead, Shin Tu-peng had flown in on a sword, trailing behind them. If anyone slowed their pace, Shin Tu-peng would pierce the ground beneath their feet with his long sword. No one dared to gamble on whether Shin Tu-peng's attacks would land upon them, thus they could only run for their lives. Shin Tu-peng skillfully controlled the tempo. Keeping his sword in a state of poised menace, the fear it instilled prevented Fang Zhu and the others from daring to relax even for a moment. Now, not only did Fang Zhu feel utterly drained, but the others were similarly fatigued. Wang Yingxue fared slightly better, being a rare combat profession. Her physical capabilities could be improved with even minimal training. After a prolonged moment of catching his breath, Fang Zhu glanced at Wang Yingxue, who appeared entirely unfazed, and sighed softly. Why can't I draw a combat profession? Even a mundane one would enhance my physical attributes. But it seemed as though he were under a spell. As each day he drew gold cards with no relation to profession cards. Suddenly, Fang Zhu's spirits lifted. He remembered that he had yet to draw a card today. He still possessed fate fragments, which were too valuable to waste. However, just as he prepared to leave the classroom, Shin Tu-peng's voice resonated from outside. Everyone quiet down. There will be no theoretical lessons today. I will take you to the secret realm. As Shin Tu-peng entered the classroom, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone held their breath, their eyes alight with surprise as they turned to gaze at him. This was indeed an unforeseen occurrence. Originally, they were scheduled to embark on their expedition to the secret realm in a week, yet now it had been hastened. Fang Zhu swiftly deduced that this was likely due to him, a consequence of the one-month growth plan. At that moment, Shin Tu-peng's gaze met his, and their eyes exchanged a silent understanding, as if conveying, all is unsaid yet understood. It seemed the city was indeed in a hurry. Enough with the dawdling, gather outside. Shin Tu-peng clapped his hands and exited the classroom. Instantly, the students rose, chattering animatedly. Brother Feng, what is going on? Didn't you say we wouldn't be able to go to the secret realm for another week? Inquired a seemingly youthful practitioner. Feng He, equally perplexed. Venture to guess, perhaps the city has other arrangements. I've heard that the secret realm isn't quite stable at the moment. They probably wish for us to adapt swiftly. So, Brother Feng, doesn't that mean you're in your element? They laughed heartily. Moderate. We still don't know which secret realm we're heading to, Feng He replied, grinning with a hint of arrogance. He was the quintessential brawn-over-brains type, struggling to focus during theoretical lessons, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement when discussing training and combat. The secret realm was indeed Feng He's domain. During the previous intensive training, he secured third place in practical combat, yet finished last in theoretical examinations, which was why he was called back for the second round of special training. Soon, they assembled in the training field outside. Fang Zhu felt a surge of excitement. Since his arrival in this world, he had heard tales of the secret realm, yet had never had the chance to see it firsthand. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he resolved to capture every detail in his memory without blinking. However, he pondered, where exactly was the secret realm? To his surprise, he realized he was utterly unaware of its location within Dingbei City. Shin Tu-peng had not mentioned it during their theoretical lessons. Fang Zhu was not alone in his confusion, but Shin Tu-peng quickly addressed their queries. The secret realm of Dingbei City is located in the suburbs. During our journey, refrain from asking too many questions or gazing about. You currently do not possess the free passage rights to the secret realm, understood? Understood. They responded in unison, their voices brimming with vigor. Shin Tu-peng nodded, pleased to see that their training had not been in vain. He then led them away from the training area on the lower floor, navigating through twists and turns until they reached the back entrance of the base, where a bus awaited them at the curb. Everyone boarded in an orderly fashion, and Fang Zhu naturally took a seat beside Wang Yingxue. To this point, the others still hesitated to approach the Ice Queen, leaving only Fang Zhu, who, with his thick skin and her tacit acceptance, interacted with her as a friend. As the bus started, Shin Tu-peng stood beside the driver, facing the group with a serious expression as he elucidated the precautions before and after entering the secret realm. Imagine the secret realm as a separate little world, devoid of any communicable civilization, populated solely by an endless array of exotic beasts. These beasts will periodically attempt to breach the gates of the secret realm and invade our world. We term these collective assaults from the beasts as a secret realm upheaval. Currently, all practitioners are striving towards a singular goal: to eradicate these beasts, establish our own bases within various secret realms, and harness their resources. However, the beasts within the secret realms are inexhaustible. Even if we were to eradicate them with the full force of our nation, they would inevitably return after some time. Thus, practitioners must always be present within the secret realms to monitor and control their numbers. Our destination this time is the low-level secret realm, the Fire Rabbit secret realm. Once we enter, do not wander aimlessly. Follow my commands throughout the entire process. Any ideas must be reported to me first and await my consent before acting. Though the Fire Rabbit is a low-level beast, it is not something you novices can easily handle, so remain vigilant. Chapter 40. Entering the Secret Realm. Shin Tu-peng admonished them as if he were a mother hen. Those familiar with his character would be astonished at this display. for Shin Tu-pong was typically perceived as a cold-blooded warrior. It was only in this moment that he revealed a drastically different facet of himself. As these individuals before him represented the hope of Dingbei City, the very pillars of the future of Huagua. Once the bus departed the base, it swiftly merged onto the highway via the nearest entrance, the scenery outside morphing rapidly until they were well beyond the urban confines. After approximately an hour, Fang Zhu spotted several peculiar structures on the horizon. They appeared akin to miniature Sydney opera houses. Their hemispherical forms crafted from an unknown material that shimmered brilliantly under the sun. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that these strange edifices were clustered together, numbering around a dozen. Before he could inquire further, Shin Tu-pong's voice resonated from the front of the bus. Those buildings house the gates to the secret realm. Each gate leads to a different secret realm. Fang Zhu was taken aback. He had assumed these realms were scattered across the suburbs, not concentrated in one location. From their current vantage point, the secret realm gates appeared huddled together, occupying far less space than he had envisioned. As the bus continued forward, they soon approached the gates. Arriving at the base of the spherical structures, an overwhelming sense of oppression emanated from the buildings, the glossy, jade-like metal evoking an ethereal and sacred aura. Along the pathways connecting the secret realm gates, fully armed soldiers were stationed, and Fang Zhu spotted unfamiliar mechanized units marching in formation. Military presence is a constant near the secret realm gates. What you see here is the 3rd Practitioner Corps of the Northern Military District, Shin Tu-pong informed them. Evidently well acquainted with the area, some patrol units paused to observe the bus as they passed by. Before long, the bus navigated through the first checkpoint, proceeding smoothly into the depths of the secret realm gate complex. A practitioner student suddenly asked, "Instructor, don't we need to undergo a security check?" "No need. From the moment you entered this area, all of you have been thoroughly scanned, even down to the details of your undergarments," Shin Tu-pong replied cryptically. Several female students, including Wang Yingxue, rolled their eyes at such coarse language, seemingly unaccustomed to it. A few minutes later, the bus gradually came to a halt, and Shin Tu-pong began to usher everyone off. Fang Zhu lingered slightly behind, and as he stepped out of the vehicle, the overwhelming sense of awe from the spherical structures enveloped him once more. He found it challenging to articulate his current feelings. It was as if a presence that existed solely in dreams had suddenly materialized in reality, the shimmering runes on the walls reminiscent of the veins of a colossal beast, stirring a tremor within him. "All right, enough gazing. Follow me," Shin Tu-pong said coldly. In that moment, he exuded an aura of iron-fisted resolve, prompting everyone to rein in their emotions and silently follow in his wake. As they stepped through a grand metallic gate, Fang Zhu and his companions were greeted by the breathtaking interior of a spherical structure. Before them lay an expansive hall, at the far end of which stood a colossal portal, undulating like a flowing stream, a true entrance to the mysterious realm. Flanking this entrance were dozens of uniquely designed, yet formidable constructs, meticulously arranged, their dark tubes extending toward the portal at the hall's terminus. Without the need for Shin Tu-pong's explanation, the group instantly grasped the purpose of these imposing creations. They served as the penultimate line of defense for the gate to the mysterious realm, should the beasts within breach their confines. These mechanisms would unleash devastating assaults to eradicate them on this threshold. Naturally, the government had also contemplated the direst of scenarios, if the weapons proved ineffective and the beasts from the mysterious realm surged into the real world. The professionals among them would form the final bastion to safeguard the nation and its people. Leading the way, Shin Tu-pong exchanged greetings with the soldiers approaching, then retrieved a document from his backpack and handed it over. "Welcome," the soldier read, then executed a crisp salute. "We plan to remain inside for 6 hours. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will call for support from the outpost," Shin Tu-pong stated with utmost seriousness. "With Captain Shun leading the team, there will be no mishaps," the soldier replied with a smile. Shin Tu-pong waved his hand dismissively, gently placing a hand on the soldier's shoulder. "If your combat skills were half as proficient as your tongue, you would already be a squad leader." The soldier scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "All right, enough chatter. Let us proceed," Shin Tu-pong declared, beckoning to Fang Zhu and the others, who immediately followed suit. Standing before the portal, which rippled like flowing water, Fang Zhu couldn't help but hold his breath. The entrance was stunning, captivating to the extent that it rendered one unable to look away. Its shimmering surface resembled the most mesmerizing lake in existence. "Let us go," Shin Tu-pong whispered, then stepped forward into the portal. His figure melded into the lake-like surface, gradually vanishing within moments. The ripples created by his entry settled, and the portal quickly fell into silence. The group exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting excitement and anticipation. Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow, surprised that Shin Tu-pong had ventured into the mysterious realm without waiting for them. However, he soon realized this was a precaution against potential dangers within, as the circumstances inside the realm could not be relayed to those outside in real time. Thus, Shin Tu-pong had to scout ahead. Indeed, mere seconds later, Shin Tu-pong emerged from the flowing portal, nodding to the group before pointing to one individual at the front. "Proceed in order," he instructed. The team promptly moved, with Fang Zhu bringing up the rear. Once everyone had entered the mysterious realm, Fang Zhu approached the portal, now only he and Shun Tu Peng remaining outside. The iron-willed instructor revealed a faint smile. "Do not stray too far from me." "Understood," Fang Zhu replied, stepping into the portal. A gentle white light obscured his vision, and he felt as though his senses were momentarily clouded by an unseen force, his body becoming weightless as if devoid of mass. Chapter 41, The Outpost Base. So this is the sensation of entering the mysterious realm, Fang Zhu mused. At that moment, he had crossed the flowing portal, yet his consciousness lingered, unanchored to his body. He was uncertain how long this state persisted until sounds began to filter into his awareness. Initially, there were only the whispers of wind rustling through leaves, followed by distant voices, gradually becoming clearer until a man's voice seemed to resonate directly beside him, while the wind receded into the background. At last, the blinding white light began to dissipate, revealing a hazy landscape where figures and structures blended together like a colossal mosaic. After a while, Fang Zhu's vision finally sharpened. He recognized his training classmates, saw the low, sprawling buildings, and observed soldiers fully armed passing by him, all amidst the vastly different scenery of the mysterious realm. "Awake now?" Shin Tu Peng's voice sounded from behind. Fang Zhu turned, somewhat bewildered, and asked, "What just happened? How long was I unconscious?" Everyone experiences a loss of consciousness upon first crossing the portal. You might feel like you've been out for ages, but in reality, it was merely a couple of seconds. Shin Tu Peng explained slowly. "Those of legendary class are indeed enviable. Others entered before you yet remain in a stupor." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu quickly surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, his classmates appeared dazed, their eyes vacant. Even Wang Yingxue looked the same, though her usual stoic demeanor lent her a somewhat adorably vacant expression. Fang Zhu shifted his gaze from his peers to the nearby structures, which were rows of orderly barracks, constructed from some unknown material, emanating an aura of formidable austerity. This was the outpost base, the foundation of Huagua within the mysterious realm. However, as the Fire Rabbit realm was merely a lower-tier dimension, the number of stationed soldiers was limited, and the Barak area was not extensive. Nevertheless, it was Fang Zhu's first encounter with such a scene, stirring a sense of excitement within him. At that moment, a soft whimper caught his attention. Turning towards the sound, he saw Wang Yingxue blinking her eyes, the spark returning to her pupils. "Awake?" Fang Zhu imitated Shin Tu Peng's earlier inquiry. Wang Yingxue nodded slightly, appearing unfazed by the situation. This left Fang Zhu astonished, as he recalled Shin Tu Peng never mentioning that one might lose consciousness upon passing through the portal. "You weren't present when the instructor discussed the portal's precautions." Wang Yingxue seemed to guess his thoughts, and said coolly. Fang Zhu was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, that was quite reasonable. After a brief interval, everyone regained their senses. Feng He, true to his martial prowess, was among the top 5 to awaken. "From now on, you must strictly adhere to my commands. Without my explicit permission, do not stray more than 5 meters from me." "Understood," Shin Tu Peng declared with stern authority. "Yes," the group responded in unison. "All right, follow me," Shin Tu Peng instructed, turning towards the camp. At that moment, approximately 100 meters away, 2 rows of soldiers had assembled, equipped with standard weaponry, their eyes gleaming with an unmistakable ferocity. "I, along with the 2nd and 3rd platoons, will ensure your safety. Your task today is to observe, to absorb every detail without attempting to engage. Any act of aggression could jeopardize everyone." Shin Tu Peng conveyed these words with a calm demeanor. Yet the seriousness resonated with the group. Should anyone defy his instructions, they could expect nothing less than a grueling training session upon their return. Feng He understood the intensity of the specialized training. What they were currently experiencing was merely an appetizer. Running and combat training alone would only foster individual improvement, not transformation. Only through the life and death struggles within the secret realm can an individual truly grow. However, it is evident that the current situation here does not reflect such peril. Moments later, Shin Tu Peng, accompanied by his comrades, converged with the 2nd and 3rd squads. To ensure their safety, the military within the Fire Rabbit secret realm dispatched a contingent of 50 elite combat professionals to protect the 13 individuals, a lavish display by any standard. "Let's set forth," Shin Tu Peng commanded with a sweeping gesture, and the 2nd squad began to advance slowly beyond the confines of the camp. At this moment, Fang Zhu and his inexperienced companions found themselves positioned at the center of the formation, flanked by the 2nd squad ahead and the 3rd squad behind, with Shin Tu Peng standing nearby to manage any unforeseen emergencies. The camp was not expansive, and after approximately 10 minutes of walking, they exited the base's perimeter. However, the towering watchtowers still loomed in the distance, indicating that they remained within the alert zone. As they continued onward, the scenery began to shift, revealing the vast, boundless grasslands that epitomized the true essence of the Fire Rabbit's secret realm. The muddy ground beneath their feet had been diligently transformed by the military. Without such modifications, it would have been overrun with wild grasses reaching waist height, from which the ferocious fire rabbits would emerge unexpectedly to launch surprise attacks. Everyone, remain vigilant. We are about to enter. Shintaping's voice resonated through the ranks. Fang Zhu tightened his fists, a faint glow flickering in his hands, an indication that his rune pin was on the verge of manifesting. Currently, his offensive and defensive capabilities relied solely on runes, as alchemists and blacksmiths possessed little combat prowess. Nevertheless, the legendary rune masters were capable of remarkable feats, should an opportunity arise. He might prove himself no less competent than the average combat professional. The 20 soldiers from the second squad were the first to penetrate the waist-high grass. The peculiar verdure of the secret realm produced an odd creaking sound reminiscent of wheels grinding against an epoxy floor as they tread upon it. While Fang Zhu felt little discomfort, one female classmate exhibited a visibly distressed expression, nervously hugging herself and cautiously trailing behind the group. Today's mission was straightforward, to traverse the grasslands and seek the green fire mine near the Greenshade Lake. Regardless of whether they succeeded in their quest, they were to return within 6 hours, Shintaping reiterated loudly. Just as he concluded, a rustling sound erupted from the towering grass, prompting the 50 soldiers to immediately assume a battle-ready stance. Chapter 42. The Onslaught of the Fire Rabbits. Fang Zhu and his companions felt an uncontrollable tension rise within them. They had never truly faced extraordinary beasts and were unaware of the formidable power that nearly obliterated human civilization. Among the members of the special training class, only Feng He had genuinely encountered such creatures, yet even he could not claim to be calm, for these beings were genuinely lethal. In the next instant, a rabbit of a size comparable to a Tibetan mastiff sprang forth from the underbrush, its body ablaze with crimson fur and moving with astonishing speed. Swiftly positioning itself diagonally before the group, the leading soldier unsheathed his long blade and shouted a fierce battle cry as he charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the rabbit. The other soldiers maintained their vigilance, refraining from immediate intervention. Fang Zhu observed the soldier's combat style closely. The blade danced in his grip, creating afterimages in the air. Within less than a minute, the fire rabbit bore several long wounds, yet they were non-fatal. It continued to leap and dodge with agility, launching repeated assaults. At that moment, several more fire rabbits emerged from the grass, their fiery red fur marking them as extraordinary beasts launching a full-scale attack on the group. The trainees, aside from Feng He, displayed expressions of astonishment, having not anticipated such an encounter immediately after leaving the forward base. The soldiers of the second and third squads swiftly engaged, expertly repelling the initial onslaught of the fire rabbits. Fang Zhu noted that some soldiers wielded not long blades, but rather staves adorned with gemstones. In the military, professions are typically categorized as warriors, mages, priests, and assassins. Shintaping's voice echoed through the ranks. Generally, those who engage in close combat with weapons are classified as warriors, while those who fight from a distance are mages. Those endowed with healing abilities are referred to as priests. As for assassins, they may comprise elite teams tasked with eliminating enemy leaders or serve as scouts deep behind enemy lines. The military does not delve into the specifics of your profession. Here, you are merely a soldier, obeying orders to fight for your country and its people. As Shintaping spoke, the soldiers wielding staves prepared their spells, conjuring a variety of magical forms: fireballs, ice spikes, meteorites, and even ominous black skulls. In the next heartbeat, these spells launched forth, resulting in a cascade of explosions that erupted in the air, leaving the encroaching fire rabbits severely wounded before they could evade. It must be said that the spectacle of mages in battle far surpassed that of warriors. Following the mages' synchronized barrage, the soldiers of the warrior class formed pairs to execute the final extermination of the fire rabbits. The battle swiftly reached its conclusion. The injured fire rabbits proved no match for the well-coordinated soldiers. This was a textbook encounter marked by impeccable teamwork in less than 5 minutes. The 50 soldiers had dispatched all foes, suffering only 2 or 3 minor injuries among them. Such wounds were so trivial that a priest's intervention was unnecessary. The soldiers merely staunched the bleeding to complete their treatment. Do you think the fire rabbits are easy to handle? Shintaping suddenly inquired. The trainees were momentarily taken aback, a few even nodding instinctively. Naive, immature, Shintaping retorted without hesitation. Their ease of defeat stems from years of combat experience, a reflex honed through countless life and death struggles. And you, who among you can claim that you would not falter, that you would not feel fear when confronted by a fire rabbit's assault? You may possess high grades and specialized professions, but you are still far too inexperienced. In a life and death conflict, any one of you present could be dispatched within 3 moves. With a measured breath, Shintaping's keen gaze swept over the group. I shall say no more. Whether you comprehend this lesson is entirely up to you. Fang Zhu grasped the essence of Shintaping's message, yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. The group continued onward, and for the next hour, they encountered 2 additional assaults from the fire rabbits. The first encounter was manageable, their numbers still within the soldiers' capacity to handle. However, during the second encounter, the number of fire rabbits surged to 30, and despite the soldiers' desperate efforts and various tactics, they struggled to resolve the situation swiftly. As the circumstances escalated perilously, Threatening the safety of the trainees, Shin Tu-pung let out a cold snort, drawing his long sword with a swift motion that traced an elegant arc through the air, instantly dispatching 3 fire rabbits. True to his reputation as the leader of the combat unit, the rare-class profession of Sword Immortal manifested unparalleled combat prowess. With his assistance, the soldiers of the 2nd and 3rd squads gradually stabilized the situation, repelling the fire rabbit onslaught. "Let us regroup for a moment," Shin Tu-pung stated. Wiping the blood from his sword, his expression grave, Fang Zhu sat upon the verdant lawn, reflecting upon the vivid scenes he had witnessed throughout the day, and suddenly became acutely aware of a troubling realization. It seemed that the fate system of this era was not as sophisticated as he had previously imagined. Though the professionals were capable of accomplishing a myriad of tasks, overall, it imparted to Fang Zhu a sense of roughness and superficiality, as exemplified by the watchtowers and the ongoing skirmishes. In an age of advanced technology, such structures as watchtowers, while not entirely obsolete, would hardly serve as the primary means of reconnaissance. Various detection devices and instruments could surpass the capabilities of mere watchtowers. Similarly, in combat, despite the professionals possessing extraordinary powers, only a minuscule fraction of their potential was being realized. This inconsistency had long struck Fang Zhu as discordant. The fate system undoubtedly had greater capabilities, yet he often felt entirely disconnected from them. At this moment, he began to grasp that the current fate system still relied heavily on individual strength. Although a well-organized military existed, the soldiers' methods of warfare appeared primitive, akin to the technologically advanced Wakanda-wielding spears and other melee weapons in battle. This was irrational, deeply so. Fang Zhu sensed a thin veil obscuring his understanding, and he felt that if he could pierce through it, he might uncover the crux of the issue. He scratched his head and gazed around. The fate system could undoubtedly achieve more. A shift in perspective could propel Manhwaadiobook to new heights. But what might this perspective be? The cognition he had cultivated in the technological age clashed incessantly with the prevailing mindset of this era. Unconsciously, he rose to his feet and, under the curious gaze of those around him, approached a soldier not far away. The soldier, equally perplexed, politely inquired, "Comrade, do you need something? May I see your weapon?" Fang Zhu suddenly asked. Chapter 43, The Path of the Fate System. The soldier paused, momentarily bewildered by Fang Zhu's request. At that moment, the squad leader glanced at Shin Tu-pung upon hearing Fang Zhu's question. After receiving a nod of affirmation, he smiled and said, "No problem, comrade." The squad leader promptly picked up the soldier's standard long knife from the ground and handed it over. Fang Zhu expressed his gratitude and grasped the long knife firmly. He scrutinized the weapon, and its information materialized before his eyes. Name: standard long knife, ordinary grade. Description: a common weapon forged by an ordinary blacksmith, capable of inflicting wounds upon foes. The long knife was unremarkable in every aspect, and the item description was rather blunt. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Zhu set down the long knife and picked up a nearby staff. The staff appeared somewhat more refined than the long knife, yet the information that emerged indicated that it bore little difference. Name: standard staff, ordinary grade. Description: a common weapon forged by an ordinary blacksmith, capable of casting simple spells. Fang Zhu remained silent, lowering his gaze to the weapons at the waists of other soldiers and on the ground before them, which were the very weapons they had just employed. As expected, all were wielding these exceedingly mundane standard weapons, with even the squad leader being no exception. "What's wrong, Comrade Fang Zhu?" inquired a robust young man with a dark complexion, his expression one of curiosity. Fang Zhu snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Nothing. I was merely a bit curious. If you want one, I can fetch you one from the warehouse later." The dark-skinned squad leader chuckled heartily. Fang Zhu nodded and returned to his place in the academy's formation. Wang Yingxue cast him a sidelong glance, her eyes reflecting contemplative thoughts. Shin Tu-pung rose and sat beside Fang Zhu, gesturing toward the standard weapons as he asked, "Do you find them rather rudimentary?" Fang Zhu was taken aback by the insight of this seemingly rough individual who had astutely perceived his thoughts. Indeed, these soldiers' weapons are far too simplistic. This long knife possesses minimal attacking power, being merely the most basic of weapons. Shin Tu-pung sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. "Everyone is aware of this, yet we find ourselves powerless to change it. Why is that?" Fang Zhu queried, puzzled. "One of the primary reasons for this predicament lies in the scarcity of blacksmiths. A blacksmith of ordinary or rare grade requires 3 to 5 years of study to forge acceptable weapons. If during their training they draw a different profession, they are likely to abandon their pursuit of blacksmithing altogether. Consequently, our nation has a limited number of blacksmiths, and even fewer reach a level of proficiency where they can stand alone. The military's demand for weapons is immense. Thus, a blacksmith cannot afford to spend an inordinate amount of time crafting a single exquisite piece. They must produce the maximum number of weapons in the shortest time possible, giving rise to these standard weapons. The standard long knife and standard staff you see are the result of multiple iterations, produced in the shortest time with the best quality available. A blacksmith can create 2 such long knives each day, which suffices to meet the military's current needs given the number of blacksmiths we have." As Shin Tu-pung elaborated, Fang Zhu grew increasingly silent, feeling he had grasped the crux of the matter. The reason the fate system remained entrenched in such a primitive stage was fundamentally due to its failure to achieve true industrialization. Perhaps the card drawing system had fostered a sense of complacency among people, or perhaps the professions constrained their thinking. In any case, humanity in this era had not embarked upon the path that could potentially overturn everything. Fang Zhu inhaled deeply and turned to Shen Tupeng, his tone resolute and powerful as he declared, "Instructor, I now understand what I must do." Shen Tupeng, taken aback, responded, "What? What do you intend to do? I don't quite follow." Observing the expression on Shen Tupeng's face, Fang Zhu smiled without elaborating. The time for rest had concluded, and Shen Tupeng refrained from further inquiry, rising to rally the group for departure. A minute later, the small team once again set forth towards the Green Shadow Lake. After the recent skirmishes, the members of the special training class had come to realize the extreme dangers present. Without the soldiers' protection, at least half of them would have perished in the previous hour. The secret realm was unforgiving, and survival demanded relentless effort. This time they were safeguarded. But the next encounter could prove uncertain. Unbeknownst to them, the group advanced through the secret realm for another hour, successfully reaching Green Shadow Lake under the protection of the soldiers and Shen Tupeng. Fang Zhu looked ahead, where a vast expanse of dark green water unfolded before him. This was the very center of the entire Fire Rabbit secret realm, the most valuable location within it. Initially, the military intended to station a unit of soldiers here to ensure a continuous supply of special materials from the Fire Rabbit secret realm. However, they quickly realized the impracticality of this plan, as powerful fire rabbits frequently emerged around Green Shadow Lake. These fire rabbits were likely the elite of their kin, characterized by their ferocity and formidable aggression, making it exceedingly difficult for soldiers to conduct their daily production activities amid such assaults. Thus, the military had to withdraw to the vicinity of the secret realm's entrance. If a lower-grade secret realm posed such challenges, it was difficult to fathom the difficulties that higher-grade realms might present. Green Firestone is a distinctive stone, marked by a blend of green and red, easily identifiable. Let us not separate. Stay close, and we shall search together. The sergeant stood at the forefront of the formation, vociferously commanding, "Yes." The trainees responded in unison. However, just as they had traversed a mere few hundred meters along the verdant perimeter of the green shade pool, two fire hares, each as sizable as wild boars, suddenly burst forth from an inconspicuous corner. These fire hares were evidently elite specimens. Not only were they larger in stature, but their fur also shone with a more vivid and fiery hue, resembling two flames soaring close to the ground from a distance. The soldiers displayed no signs of panic upon witnessing this spectacle. Instead, they swiftly assumed a defensive formation, with several robust and battle-hardened soldiers taking their positions at the front to buy time for their mage comrades to cast spells. For Shin Tupu, these fire hares posed little challenge. With a modicum of effort, he could dispatch them. Yet, he refrained from acting hastily, for the lurking dangers beyond were uncertain, and he needed to conserve his strength. Fang Zhu gazed at the soldiers standing resolutely at the forefront, and an idea sparked in his mind. He recalled that a certain profession he possessed might lend assistance to these valiant soldiers. "Instructor, I request permission to utilize runes to aid the soldiers in battle," he articulated to Shin Tupu. The latter raised an eyebrow but promptly nodded in agreement. While he was uncertain if others could aid the soldiers, he was confident in Fang Zhu's capabilities. Chapter 44. Fire Thunder Crocodile. Fang Zhu stepped forth from the ranks, the rune pen materializing in his grasp. The knowledge of runes surged within his mind, and he swiftly determined the rune he intended to inscribe. At that moment, the two elite fire hares had encroached upon the soldiers' defensive line. Without hesitation, he wielded the rune pen, etching an arcane symbol in the air. "Go," Fang Zhu murmured softly. The stone rune spun in midair before darting toward the front of the formation. In the next instant, an invisible wave radiated outward, as the rune manifested into a protective barrier enveloping the soldiers. Simultaneously, Fang Zhu completed his second rune, the blade rune, which rapidly sought out the highest-ranking soldier. The soldier stared in astonishment as the rune merged with his longsword, and he immediately sensed an indescribable sharpness emanating from the blade. The blade rune activated Fang Zhu's second innate talent, allowing it to persist for a full hour. With a resounding thud, the fire hares launched their assault upon the foremost soldier. The soldiers adept in defense successfully braced themselves against the fierce impact of the fire hares, utilizing their long swords and the stone rune. Typically, such soldiers would have been forced to retreat under the weight of the elite fire hares' might, for their strength vastly surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Yet, with Fang Zhu's runes augmenting their capabilities, they not only stood their ground, but also found the strength to counter the fire hares. The soldier bestowed with the blade rune seized the opportunity, lunging forward and aiming the enhanced longsword at the enemy's neck in a sudden, decisive strike. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced flesh, and a spray of crimson erupted as the fire hare's fragile throat was cleaved, its head lolling to the side. The soldiers gazed in awe at the scene, and Fang Zhu was equally astonished. He had not anticipated the rune's power to be so formidable, allowing him to fell a fire hare with a single blow. At that moment, the other fire hare, witnessing the demise of its companion, let out a shriek and lunged toward the nearest soldier, baring its vicious fangs. Fang Zhu, positioned relatively close to the fray, could clearly see the creature's menacing teeth. The soldier, however, was not one to succumb to fear. He raised his longsword defensively, pushing off the ground to avoid retreating, and struck down upon the fire hare's gaping maw. The invisible barrier flickered, the stone rune successfully absorbing the enemy's attack, while his longsword tore through the hare's lips, slicing back to the base of its skull. Other soldiers swiftly converged, each delivering decisive blows to slay the fire hare. Thus, the two elite fire hares fell under the collective assault of the soldiers, who sheathed their longswords and cast grateful glances toward Fang Zhu in their midst. They were acutely aware of the reason behind their ease in dispatching the fire hares. Fang Zhu's runes had elevated their attack and defense, rendering the elite fire hares no different from ordinary ones in their eyes. Shen Tupu also wore an expression of delight, clapping Fang Zhu on the shoulder and generously praising, "Well done." Fang Zhu smiled bashfully, extending his hand to inscribe another rune in the air. This was a warning rune. If an enemy approached within a 15-meter radius, Fang Zhu would receive a premonitory alert. "Commence the search for green firestones," the sergeant called out to the troops. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers quickly dispersed, forming small teams to search the surrounding terrain. Green firestones typically existed only in the vicinity of the Greenshade Lake, their formation seemingly linked to the lake's waters. Therefore, the military had yet to discover green firestones in other areas of the fire hare's secret realm. Initially, the military had contemplated surrounding the Greenshade Lake to ensure a continuous supply of green firestones. However, they soon realized that all the exotic beasts in the secret realm would come to the lake for water, launching frenzied assaults upon humans upon detection. Such was the case with the elite fire hares. Furthermore, after conducting scans, the military discovered that the formation of green firestones was also erratic, leading them to ultimately abandon the idea of establishing a base there, deeming it a venture fraught with peril. While green firestones were considered valuable among lower-tier materials, it was deemed unnecessary to sacrifice lives for their acquisition. The quantity collected bore little impact on the overall outcome. For the time being, Fang Zhu and his fellow trainees were permitted to move freely, albeit within the soldiers' designated perimeter. Wang Yingxue and some other trainees, however, showed little interest in the green firestones, opting instead to gather around the corpses of the fire hares for closer inspection. This was their first genuine encounter with exotic beasts, and the distinct appearance and behavior of these creatures, so divergent from the fauna of Blue Star, swiftly captivated their attention. Fang Zhu, on the other hand, approached several soldiers, collaborating with them in the search for green firestones. As a support practitioner, he typically did not need to engage in combat actively. Thus, it was more prudent to familiarize himself with the green firestones rather than congregate with others to study the exotic beasts. Before long, one soldier discovered a palm-sized green firestone nestled within the mud by the lake's edge. Carefully extracting it with his longsword, the soldier's movements were meticulous, and Fang Zhu keenly observed, committing the stone's characteristics to memory. Just as the soldiers began to collect the green firestones in earnest, a peculiar shriek echoed from the depths of the Greenshade Lake. At the sound of this eerie cry, 3 soldiers positioned closer to the water immediately paled, abandoning their half-excavated green firestones and sprinting toward the periphery, shouting, "Retreat! Retreat!" Fang Zhu promptly rose to his feet, sprinting away from the lake's edge without a moment's hesitation. However, not everyone reacted with such alacrity. A trainee from the special training class stood frozen, evidently oblivious to the unfolding danger. Noticing this, Shen Tupu swiftly returned, grabbing the trainee's arm and forcefully pulling him outward. In the next instant, the lake erupted with a thunderous roar, a column of water soaring skyward as the turquoise liquid cascaded down in a deluge. Amidst this torrent, a colossal, fiery red creature gradually emerged from the depths. It resembled an enlarged crocodile, its eyes radiating the lethal intent characteristic of cold-blooded creatures. Fang Zhu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, and it dawned upon him that both Shen Tupeng and the student were in peril. The fire thunder crocodile was indeed this monstrous entity. Whispers among the soldiers behind Fang Zhu revealed the creature as the most perilous being in the fire rabbit secret realm. The last time they encountered the fire thunder crocodile was a year ago, during which they paid the price of over 100 lives to vanquish the beast. This meant that the strength of this fire thunder crocodile could very well rival that of Shen Tupeng. Chapter 45, A Miracle. By the verdant shores of Greenshade Lake, Shen Tupeng gripped the student's arm and sprinted a few steps outward. However, the speed of the fire thunder crocodile was evidently superior. The massive beast lunged forward, instantly closing the distance between them. Realizing the imminent threat, Shen Tupeng swiftly turned, his sword soaring into the air and piercing towards the crocodile's right eye. At such a moment, his swordsmanship proved invaluable. The fire thunder crocodile had to tilt its head to evade the strike. Seizing the opportunity as the creature paused, Shintupeng propelled himself and the student into the air, landing safely within the soldier's defensive line. At this juncture, Fang Zhu had regained his composure. Wielding a rune pen to sketch symbols in the air, the first he inscribed was the Stalwart Rune, a versatile talisman that could enhance survival odds against any foe. The fire thunder crocodile roared, its powerful limbs crashing against the ground as it charged towards the group. Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow, promptly releasing the freshly drawn rune, which transformed into an invisible barrier before the soldiers. Faced with such an oppressive adversary, Fang Zhu's heart remained unsettled, inevitably affecting his rune-drawing speed. The soldiers let out a low growl, forming a defensive formation that collided solidly with the fire thunder crocodile. Boom! A colossal force surged forth, causing the soldiers to stagger back several paces, even with the stalwart rune in effect. Yet, the situation was not as dire as anticipated. The soldiers soon realized that the crocodile's assault had not inflicted any harm upon them. What could be the reason? The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances at the invisible barrier hovering before them. They vaguely comprehended that the stalwart rune, crafted by Fang Zhu, was at work, though it appeared far sturdier than it had been when confronting the fire rabbits. Logically, a low-level rune master should not be able to create a rune capable of withstanding the might of the fire thunder crocodile. This phenomenon was easily explicable. While others remained oblivious, Fang Zhu was not surprised at all. The stalwart rune he had inscribed had simultaneously activated his innate talents, Talent 2 and Talent 3, thereby elevating the rune's grade to a rare level. No matter how formidable the fire thunder crocodile was, it could not breach a rare grade rune in a single blow unless it was a being of level 40 or above. In such a case, Fang Zhu and his companions would have no chance but to lie down and await their demise. Fang Zhu continued inscribing runes. While the fire thunder crocodile initiated its second assault, Shintupeng summoned his flying sword and aimed for the creature's neck, its most vulnerable spot. It was perplexing how such a massive beast had scales that were tougher than fine iron, save for the slightly softer scales beneath its neck. Boom! The collision between the fire thunder crocodile and the soldiers sent ripples through the invisible barrier, resembling the surface of a lake disturbed by a thrown stone. Fortunately, the crocodile's attack yielded no success. Its large head appeared momentarily dazed, shaking as it emitted confused roars. It had never encountered such resilient humans before. Those it had previously faced were either gored to death or devoured whole. The tenacity of these humans exceeded its expectations, evoking a flicker of retreat within the fire thunder crocodile. Yet, the beast's simplistic mind could not entertain such complex thoughts. Upon witnessing the human's provocative expressions, a surge of murderous intent surged within it. It pressed on, intent on exterminating these humans. At that moment, Fang Zhu completed the inscription of the blade rune, bestowing another soldier's weapon with its power. The call to counterattack was sounded. Two soldiers enhanced by the rune lunged forward, their blades slicing toward the crocodile's neck, while the mage soldiers completed their incantations, unleashing fireballs and ice shards. The fire thunder crocodile's advance was abruptly halted as it turned its back, opting to shield itself with its armored scales while thrashing its powerful tail, attempting to shatter the barrier with relentless strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Spells struck the fire thunder crocodile, while its tail thumped heavily against the barrier. The earth trembled, dust billowing, as the clash escalated to a fever pitch. The crocodile's defense was formidable. Despite sustaining numerous magical assaults, it remained capable of action. Meanwhile, Fang Zhu tirelessly inscribed additional blade and stalwart runes, ensuring that his team's offensive and defensive capabilities surpassed those of the enemy. At last, after several minutes of fierce combat, the fire thunder crocodile began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Blood flowed from its wounds, staining the earth beneath it. Fortunately, due to its massive size, it possessed a significant volume of blood. Otherwise, it would have succumbed to blood loss moments earlier. As the creature's movements grew sluggish, Shintupeng seized the opportunity, driving his sword like lightning into the weakest point beneath the crocodile's neck. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and after a few futile struggles, the fire thunder crocodile collapsed, its life extinguished. Witnessing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Zhu, exhausted, sank to the ground. He had inscribed a total of 8 runes, and now his mind felt foggy, waves of dizziness crashing over him like a tide. Were it not for the legendary level profession bolstering his mental fortitude, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Shintupeng scanned the surroundings, his expression far from relaxed. While others might let their guard down, he could not afford such a luxury. Should any casualties occur during this secret realm expedition, he would undoubtedly face repercussions from the city authorities, necessitating that Shintupeng remain utterly vigilant. Fortunately, the emergence of the fire thunder crocodile had instilled fear in nearby beasts. The elite fire rabbits, upon sensing its presence, opted to retreat. The fire rabbit secret realm housed more than just fire rabbits. Their sheer numbers compelled the soldiers to confront primarily these creatures, hence the realm's nomenclature. However, the most formidable beast within this secret realm was undoubtedly the fire thunder crocodile. Though scarce in number, each was exceedingly vicious, even posing a challenge for mid to high-level professionals like Shintupeng when confronted alone. while lower-level secret realms predominantly featured lesser beasts. It did not imply the absence of formidable foes capable of rivaling high-level professionals. Each appearance of such beasts had historically inflicted significant losses on the stationed military forces. Yet, this time was different. Not a single one of the 50 soldiers had perished, undoubtedly creating a miracle within the lower-level secret realm. Chapter 46, The Return. Once the vicinity of Greenshade Lake was deemed secure, 2 squad leaders commenced organizing the soldiers to clear the battlefield. The carcass of the Fire Thunder crocodile proves to be exceedingly valuable. Its entrails can be refined for alchemical purposes, its bones can be crafted into weapons, and even its scales and claws can be fashioned into various items. Thus, this extraordinary beast, brimming with resources, is not something that anyone would willingly forsake. Naturally, Shintupeng also kept in mind the mission that brought them to this secret realm today. You few, do not cluster together. Disperse and search for the green fire stones. He called out to several students. Feng He, reluctantly rising to his feet, pouted as he made his way towards the lakeside. He held no interest in the green fire stones and was far more intrigued by how the soldiers would handle the carcass of the Fire Thunder crocodile. However, it was evident that Shintupeng did not wish for him to focus solely on combat. An exceptional warrior must possess knowledge beyond the battlefield. Although soldiers seldom encounter the Fire Thunder crocodile, they are familiar with the process of dismemberment. Given the massive size of such a creature, meticulous handling is unnecessary. As long as there is no extensive damage, it suffices. Approximately an hour later, the carcass of the Fire Thunder crocodile had been processed, and the students successfully gathered a sufficient quantity of green fire stones. All right, prepare to withdraw. Shintupeng waved his hand, his expression finally easing somewhat. Just before their departure, Fang Zhu utilized a seal pen to inscribe a sturdy stone rune for the team. His proficiency in conjuring runes from thin air had significantly improved, resulting in a marked reduction in the mental energy expended. After a brief period of rest, Fang Zhu felt the dizziness and discomfort in his mind subside somewhat. Under Shintupeng's organization, the group began their journey back in the direction they had come. The soldiers continued to guard the vicinity of the elite training class members, while Shintupeng stood beside Fang Zhu, resembling a protective deity. Following the 2 recent skirmishes, Shintupeng recognized Fang Zhu's immeasurable value. The runes he inscribed were capable of withstanding the attacks of a Fire Thunder crocodile, a beast that even he approached with caution. Thus, he resolved that as long as he, Shintupeng, was present, Fang Zhu would remain unharmed. The return trip was slightly slower than their initial journey, as both soldiers and students bore the weight of the green fire stones and the Fire Thunder crocodile's carcass, which was quite substantial. For safety's sake, they could only proceed at a measured pace. Fortunately, during their return, they encountered very few fire hares attempting to stage ambushes. The only instance was preemptively detected by Fang Zhu's alert rune. Consequently, Shintupeng commanded the students to engage in combat. Feng He took the lead, directly engaging the fire hare in a fierce struggle. Wang Yingxue wielded her staff, summoning a blizzard that swiftly incapacitated the fire hare's mobility. The other students, armed with the soldiers' long knives, charged forward with fervor, and within 10 minutes, all the fire hares that had attempted to ambush them were slain. They were indeed high-grade professionals. Even if their levels were somewhat lower, they could hold their own in this secret realm, demonstrating commendable prowess. As afternoon approached dusk, the group finally returned to the outpost base. Due to the unexpected appearance of the Fire Thunder crocodile, their originally planned 6-hour stay had been extended somewhat. The second platoon leader and others handed over the carcass of the Fire Thunder crocodile and the green firestones to the base's logistics. The burly man then addressed Shintupeng, saying, "Captain Shun, would you prefer to receive materials from the Fire Thunder crocodile? Or shall we convert them into other items of equivalent value? If you desire other items, it may take a few days, as we need to undergo the approval process." Shintupeng did not make an immediate decision. Instead, he turned to Fang Zhu. Initially, Fang Zhu intended to suggest that Shintupeng decide, but he suddenly remembered that some materials from the Fire Thunder crocodile were quite rare. He cautiously proposed, "Could we obtain the spine? If that is not feasible, the skull would suffice." The legendary blacksmith had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding crafting to Fang Zhu, and both the spine and skull of the Fire Thunder crocodile were exceptional materials for weapon creation. If he could trigger his talent, it was not beyond possibility to forge 2 rare-grade weapons. Upon hearing Fang Zhu's request, the second platoon leader raised an eyebrow, his expression a blend of complexity as he remarked, "Good eye." Shintupeng chuckled heartily, patting Fang Zhu on the shoulder. "Do not underestimate my student." The second platoon leader immediately shook his head. "How could I dare to underestimate? Classmate Fang Zhu saved so many of our soldiers just now. I will certainly apply for military merit on his behalf." "Very well, I shall hold you to that." Shintupeng nodded earnestly, his expression turning serious as he declared, "I will await your response. If military merit is not awarded within half a month, I will personally seek out the military district commander." The second platoon leader sighed, rubbing his forehead, and after a long silence, he said, "Providing the entire spine may be somewhat challenging, I will submit a request to higher-ups and ensure your satisfaction." "That sounds more reasonable," Shintu Peng's demeanor softened somewhat. Fang Zhu had become a treasure for the entire Dingbei city. Naturally, his needs would be met. Such requests for materials were hardly burdensome. Had it not been for the military district and government being two distinct entities, Shintu Peng would have made a direct decision. However, obtaining military merit was also beneficial. Fang Zhu could exchange it for even rarer materials. So Shintu Peng did not linger on the matter of the spine or half of it. Thus, this initial exploration of the secret realm drew to a close. After Shintu Peng submitted the departure paperwork to the military, he led Fang Zhu and the others towards the gate of the secret realm. China's approach to secret realms differs significantly from that of most other nations. In Western countries like the American Federation and the British Kingdom, the attitude is largely laissez-faire, allowing all professionals to explore secret realms, with the resources discovered being repurchased by the state. In contrast, China maintains strict control over nearly all secret realms, with military forces stationed at each location to ensure the maximum safety of the populace, thereby preventing potential uprisings from threatening urban areas. Ordinary professionals wishing to enter a secret realm for exploration must submit applications to the government and military, and only upon approval may they proceed. The state does not concern itself with the resources they gather. It is difficult to definitively declare which method is superior. Yet Fang Zhu perceives that while China's management of secret realms may be somewhat conservative, it is sufficiently safe, so long as the military remains intact. Ordinary citizens will not face danger. Conversely, the Western nations are driven solely by profit, which can easily lead to uprisings in secret realms without professionals present to address them. Their military forces typically refrain from entering these realms, and even when they do, they lack the selfless bravery exhibited by China's military. Consequently, Fang Zhu finds himself increasingly resonating with the post-apocalyptic China, acknowledging that despite the numerous trials faced, the nation continues to love its children dearly. Chapter 47, Spirit Guarding Pill. Standing before the gate of the secret realm, Fang Zhu glanced back one last time at the outpost base. The soldiers stationed there were primarily of ordinary and rare combat professions. They may never ascend beyond level 30, yet their contributions outweigh those of many mid to high-level professionals. Guarding a secret realm is a monotonous and perilous occupation, with fewer than 50% of these soldiers likely to retire alive. Nevertheless, they steadfastly remain, never retreating an inch. Had it not been for Fang Zhu's assistance by the Green Shadow Lake, more than half of the 50 soldiers could have faced death or severe injury. This situation should not have arisen. Had these soldiers been better equipped, or had they possessed more advanced technological support, they would undoubtedly have survived until retirement. At this moment, Fang Zhu had come to the realization of what he ought to do. He was neither the type to charge to the front lines of battle, carving a path single-handedly, nor was he the sort to remain comfortably in the rear, deftly orchestrating troops with a mere snap of his fingers. Instead, he understood that he should leverage the advanced ideas of his technological era to propel the progress of the destiny system, even if only incrementally. Individual strength was not what constituted true power. It was the strength of the entire Huagua that signified genuine might. Everyone was prepared to traverse the secret realm. Shintu Peng's resounding voice interrupted Fang Zhu's contemplation, prompting him to lift his head, a flicker of determination gracing his expression. As he stepped through the portal to the secret realm, a slight dizziness washed over him. However, this time he did not experience that disorienting sensation of losing consciousness, and he quickly regained his awareness within mere seconds. Before him reappeared the spherical hall, where a dozen robust cannon barrels were aimed at their position. All right, are we all accounted for? Shintu Peng surveyed the group, silently counting heads before striding toward the hall's exit. The bus that had brought them was already waiting outside the military base, and Fang Zhu and the others boarded it smoothly, commencing their journey back to the urban district of Dingbei City. Shintu Peng stood beside the driver's seat, adopting a serious tone as he spoke. You all escaped the clutches of death today solely because of Fang Zhu. Had it not been for him, you would have witnessed your comrades perish beside you. Do not underestimate the secret realm. This is merely the lowest tier of such realms. The beast you encountered attacked only with brute force, but truly formidable creatures could indeed reshape mountains and fill seas. Take, for instance, the most perilous class, a secret realm in Dingbei City. The military sacrifices thousands there each year to stabilize the situation within. You may one day be guardians of such realms, facing life and death on a daily basis. At that point, do you believe you can survive every battle? As he spoke, Shintu Peng glanced out the window and continued earnestly. The rank of your profession is indeed significant, but it is not the most critical factor in your survival. Only by becoming powerful enough to protect yourself, those around you, and everything you hold dear, can you truly possess strength and be deemed a strong individual. In this era, you must become strong. There is no other path. With Shintu Peng's speech concluded, a profound silence enveloped the bus. The day's harrowing experiences in the secret realm replayed vividly in their minds. The battles, the bloodshed, and the scenes of soldiers fighting desperately against overwhelming odds were all too clear. Indeed, had it not been for Fang Zhu's intervention and Shintu Peng's assistance, their mission could have been fraught with peril. teetering on the brink of disaster. Fang Zhu's runes, in a sense, were akin to a professional of level 20 to 39, while Shintu Peng was already a professional of level 40 and above. Together, they had safeguarded those soldiers and vanquished the Fire Thunder Crocodile. What would have happened had they not been present? How would the soldiers from other realms withstand the onslaught of the beasts? As these thoughts coursed through their minds, a complex expression settled upon the faces of the group, especially Wang Yingxue, who, despite her proud demeanor, found herself utterly helpless during the earlier encounter in the secret realm. A reality she found hard to accept. Thus, at this moment, she resolved quietly within herself to double her training efforts upon returning, determined to evolve into a powerful professional capable of making a difference. Fang Zhu fully comprehended Shun Tu Peng's words. He had already charted his course ahead. Therefore, even in the absence of motivational fervor from the latter, he would pursue his ambitions resolutely. The bus sped down the road, and within half an hour, they returned to the city. The nighttime streets were relatively deserted, and the bus driver pressed the accelerator to the floor. Upon disembarking, Fang Zhu felt a surge of dizziness, exacerbated by the driver's reckless driving. By now it was past 7 in the evening, and Shintu Peng began to usher everyone toward dinner. Fang Zhu rubbed his stomach as hunger pangs struck him. He sat by the roadside, taking deep breaths to clear his mind. Noticing Fang Zhu's condition, Wang Yingxue furrowed her brow and approached Shintu Peng with a few inquiries. The iron-willed instructor revealed a flicker of concern, pondering for a moment before retrieving a small porcelain vial from his pocket and producing a glowing green pill. "Have him take this," Shintu Peng said, his expression betraying a hint of reluctance. Wang Yingxue disregarded his hesitation, snatching the pill and approaching Fang Zhu. He paused for a moment, his attention drawn to the pill, and gently tapped it with his fingertip. Instantly, 2 lines of text materialized before his eyes. Name: Spirit Stabilizing Pill. Rare. Description: stabilizes the mental realm, calms the turbulence of the consciousness, and slightly enhances mental strength. Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a valuable item. Shintu Peng proved to be a prominent figure among Dingbei City's professionals, even carrying such a pill. "The instructor has given it to you. You should take it." Wang Yingxue's icy voice cut through the air, though Fang Zhu discerned a hint of concern in her words. He smiled, expressed his gratitude to Shintu Peng, and accepted the pill, consuming it without hesitation. A refreshing sensation coursed down his throat and into his stomach. Fang Zhu inhaled sharply, feeling a minty freshness akin to that of a menthol candy. Within seconds, the discomfort in his mind began to dissipate, and his eyes gradually regained their focus. The spirit-stabilizing pill proved remarkably effective. Fang Zhu felt rejuvenated. The lingering effects of mental exhaustion nearly vanished. This immediate relief delighted him, and he quickly recognized that the value of the spirit-stabilizing pill far exceeded his initial expectations. He resolved to refine a few more for future use, intending to return this one to the instructor when he had the chance. Chapter 48, Resource Subsidy. Dinner consisted of a steaming, delectable hot pot. In this era, sheep had become a rarity, but in their place was a creature resembling a donkey, yet equally palatable. Following their recent experiences, the trainees of the special training class had subtly transformed, perhaps even unbeknownst to them, as certain seeds of ambition began to take root within their hearts. Upon returning to his single apartment, Fang Zhu collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. This day had been excessively demanding for him, from the initial tests to the subsequent journey through the secret realm, leaving him in a state of constant mental tension. Even after consuming the spirit-stabilizing pill, the fatigue remained, as its primary function was to stabilize the mind rather than restore it. With a yawn, he forced himself to jot down the recipe and materials for the spirit-stabilizing pill, fearing that his current state might cloud his memory. So writing it down felt like the most prudent course of action. After about 10 minutes, Fang Zhu set down his pen, rolled over, and succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, the sunlight streamed brightly through the window, directly illuminating his face. Yawning again, he checked the time on his phone. It was already 8 in the morning of the following day. He had slept nearly 12 hours. Rising from his bed, Fang Zhu felt as though the fatigue from the previous day had completely evaporated. Moreover, he also noticed that the levels of his 3 professions had changed. It was possible that this alteration had occurred earlier. He simply had not paid attention. As of now, Fang Zhu's 3 professions were as follows: Alchemist, level 9, Blacksmith, level 2, and Runesmith, level 5. The auxiliary professions have 2 pathways for advancement, in addition to gaining experience through battles in the secret realm. Auxiliary professionals can also level up by utilizing their professional abilities. Fang Zhu had been doing just that, consistently employing his professional skills. After a recent exploration of a secret realm, his alchemist had reached level 9, just 1 step away from awakening his professional skill. Although his blacksmith and runesmith levels remained low, the formidable nature of legendary professions was beyond question. Fang Zhu could now accomplish feats that typically required a level 20 professional. He dared not imagine how powerful he would become once his levels increased. Just as Fang Zhu was preparing to step out for breakfast, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he was surprised to see that the caller was Secretary Liu. "Why would she call me so early in the morning?" Fang Zhu muttered, suddenly struck by a possibility, and his eyes brightened. He promptly pressed the answer key and politely greeted, "Good morning, Secretary Liu." "Good morning, Fang Zhu," Secretary Liu replied, her voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "Your resource subsidies and military merits have come through. Come to the office, and I will take you to collect them." "Sure. I'm on my way," Fang Zhu exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy, realizing that indeed there was no other reason for Secretary Liu to call him at such an early hour. After hanging up, Fang Zhu swiftly exited his apartment, eagerly anticipating the resource subsidy he had long awaited. If it contained enough fragments of fate, he could experience rapid growth in a short span of time. A little over 10 minutes later, Fang Zhu arrived at the government building, where he met the impeccably dressed Secretary Liu in her office. The two then left the office together and boarded a government vehicle heading to the logistics headquarters, located not far from the city center of Dingbei. The subsidies for high-tier professionals were directly provided by the capital. In cases of smaller quantities, they would be handed directly to the professionals. However, Fang Zhu's case was somewhat more substantial, necessitating their personal collection. While seated in the government vehicle, Fang Zhu voiced a question that had been on his mind. "Secretary Liu, what does my subsidy entail?" With a smile, Secretary Liu replied, "Fragments of fate, potions, and various materials. The resource subsidies are tailored to each individual situation, so you will receive a wealth of materials, which will aid you in swiftly enhancing your professional levels." Fang Zhu's eyes lit up at her words. These were precisely the items he urgently needed. In addition, there will be some formulas, blueprints for forging, and rune diagrams, essential knowledge for you to acquire. Secretary Liu paused before continuing. "If all goes as expected, these resources should suffice for you to reach around level 40. Fang Zhu nodded, a profound sense of anticipation swelling within him. Shortly thereafter, the government vehicle arrived at the logistics headquarters, an expansive warehouse meticulously divided into several zones. Their destination was the professional materials area, situated in the heart of the headquarters, the most crucial section. No one dared to obstruct the government vehicle, allowing Secretary Liu and Fang Zhu to enter the warehouse without hindrance. After passing through a succession of towering structures, Secretary Liu pointed to the largest warehouse in the vicinity and stated, "The resource subsidy is housed in that warehouse." Fang Zhu nodded, his gaze captivated by the omnipresent runes surrounding them. He could comprehend the meanings of those runes and had a general understanding of the rune array existing within this warehouse. This was a large-scale rune array combining protection, defense, attack, and preservation. Although the concept was not overly complex, its execution posed significant challenges. Fang Zhu could sketch runes from thin air, but that was merely a stopgap measure. Truly effective runes were inscribed on rare materials, ensuring stability and longevity. The government vehicle came to a gentle halt at the warehouse entrance, and both Fang Zhu and Secretary Liu disembarked. Immediately, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a portly figure approached them. Secretary Liu produced a document, and after the man verified its accuracy, he waved his hand enthusiastically, bending slightly as he warmly welcomed them. Come, follow me. I have thoroughly checked the items, and there are absolutely no issues." His overly eager demeanor sharply contrasted with Secretary Liu's stern expression, nearly causing Fang Zhu to chuckle. The three of them proceeded along the warehouse corridor, which seemed to stretch on for nearly 15 minutes before they reached their destination, and it appeared that they had not yet arrived at the end of their journey. "Old Xing, are you certain that Fang Zhu's resources are all accounted for?" Secretary Liu inquired, glancing at the two large metallic crates before them. The overly eager warehouse manager nodded vigorously, affirmatively stating, "Absolutely no problem. If anything is amiss, you can take my head and kick it like a ball." Secretary Liu nodded slightly, stepping forward to open one of the crates. In the next moment, a dazzling light burst forth, causing Fang Zhu to squint. The sensation was reminiscent of the chest-opening effects found in certain games. The brilliance within the crate lasted for approximately 7 or 8 seconds before gradually subsiding, allowing Fang Zhu to finally discern the contents. The first sight to greet him was a row of neatly arranged fragments of fate, their shapes remarkably uniform and contrasting sharply with the irregular polyhedra he was accustomed to encountering. If the usual fragments of fate were irregular polyhedra, then those within the crate were standard cubes or rectangular prisms. Beneath the fragments of fate lay a stack of green wooden boxes of varying sizes. Fang Zhu immediately surmised that these boxes contained the medicinal materials necessary for alchemy. Medicinal materials were quite precious. Although the wooden boxes that housed them were treated to possess considerable hardness, a mere bump could easily damage the materials. Thus, they were placed in the innermost section. Closely adjoining the medicinal materials were various potions, roughly estimated to number in the hundreds across a dozen or so different types. And Fang Zhu could even faintly detect the fragrance of some herbs wafting from the box. At the very bottom of the metallic crate were various rare materials, distinguished from the medicinal materials by being stored in gray-blue containers. If all went as expected, these materials would be sufficient for Fang Zhu to elevate his blacksmith level to above 15. The formulas and rune diagrams that Secretary Liu had previously mentioned were stowed away in the corners of the crate. These were not particularly confidential pieces of knowledge, and even if Fang Zhu were to disseminate them, it would not matter. If one were not a blacksmith or runesmith, acquiring these texts would be futile, as one would be incapable of utilizing the knowledge contained within. Secretary Liu, holding a checklist, meticulously counted the items within the crate for Fang Zhu. Although Old Xing had guaranteed the accuracy of these resources with his life, Secretary Liu felt compelled to verify them personally for peace of mind. Fang Zhu followed closely behind, inspecting alongside her. While he had gained some understanding of professional knowledge, without having seen the actual items, discrepancies could arise. Hence, it was essential to solidify his comprehension. These starlight crystals are exceptionally valuable. Currently, they can only be found in the Starfall secret realm of the capital. Be sure not to waste them. And if you are uncertain, do not use them lightly, Secretary Liu advised Fang Zhu with utmost seriousness. Fang Zhu nodded thoughtfully as he gazed at the 50 grams of starlight crystal before him. A remarkable gem that shone white under sunlight, yet radiated a spectrum of colors in the dark. Its sole purpose was to enhance the quality of items. Indeed, items infused with starlight crystal had a certain probability of being upgraded by one level upon completion of forging, reminiscent of Fang Zhu's own forging talent. This is the Rainbow Stone, exclaimed Secretary Liu, his voice tinged with astonishment and disbelief. I can't believe they value you so highly to grant you such a significant piece of Rainbow Stone. Fang Zhu turned to look, his expression frozen in surprise as he beheld a gem the size of a fingernail. Isn't that a bit excessive? This can hardly be considered large, he thought. With such a sizable Rainbow Stone, if it were divided and applied to 2 or 3 items, one could potentially acquire at least 2 items with unique attributes. Secretary Liu couldn't help but formulate plans for Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu was momentarily taken aback. How could one possibly divide a Rainbow Stone of such size into 2 or 3 pieces? Moreover, even if it were possible, such a diminutive amount would hardly suffice to effect a qualitative change in the items. What kind of frugal existence were they leading, that even something as precious as the Rainbow Stone was handled so parsimoniously? Fang Zhu recognized the rarity and value of the Rainbow Stone, yet he never anticipated its scarcity to such an extent. Lu Gu, is this Rainbow Stone truly so precious? Fang Zhu asked hesitantly, concerned that Secretary Liu might be jesting, especially since he possessed an entire chunk. Undoubtedly, despite its small size, its value far surpassed that of the starlight crystal. Secretary Liu appeared somewhat exhilarated, his demeanor noticeably different as he spoke. Fang Zhu remained silent for a considerable time, struggling to contain his emotions, even feeling a tinge of sympathy for Secretary Liu and his colleagues. Unaware of Fang Zhu's turmoil, Secretary Liu gently set down the Rainbow Stone and resumed inspecting other items. After about 10 minutes, Secretary Liu laid down the list with a long sigh. The extent of the resource allocation exceeded his expectations. In addition to the starlight crystal and Rainbow Stone, they had also provided 2 exceedingly rare yet highly effective elixirs. Should Fang Zhu consume them all, both his physical prowess and mental acuity would see a significant enhancement. Logically deducing, Fang Zhu could potentially possess physical attributes on par with lower-tier combat professionals by level 20. A rather alarming prospect. Typically, even the most formidable support professionals could not contend with combat professionals, but Fang Zhu might become the first to bridge that gap. After regaining his composure, Secretary Liu began examining the second crate. Drawing from the experience with the first, his pace noticeably quickened. Fang Zhu, having grasped the nature of these items, chose not to accompany him this time. For a legendary professional, one thorough inspection was ample. He suddenly recalled that he still had a fate fragment yet to be utilized. Initially intending to use it, his rhythm was interrupted by Shun Tu Peng. Having counted, Fang Zhu realized he had received a total of 20 fate fragments, a quantity that for ordinary professionals could represent a lifetime savings. Even for high-tier professionals, it would take years of toil to amass such a number. He was essentially traversing a path that would take others years, if not over a decade, to complete. Moreover, Fang Zhu could earn a golden card daily, enabling him to draw 20 legendary items in less than a month. 20 legendary items. Provided his luck held, he could ascend to the pinnacle of support professionals in Huagua in just 20 days. Of course, that was somewhat of an exaggeration, given his low level. But he had indeed taken a significant step into the realm of elite professionals. By the way, Lu Gu, where do I usually store these materials? Fang Zhu suddenly pondered. Secretary Liu stroked his chin, belatedly responding, you still reside in a single apartment, correct? Fang Zhu nodded yes. It's indeed a bit cramped and poses some security concerns. After a moment's contemplation, Secretary Liu slowly stated, I'll report for approval when I return, arranging for you to move into the safest neighborhood in Dingbei City tomorrow. Fang Zhu's eyes lit up, and he quickly expressed his gratitude to Secretary Liu. Chapter 50. Military merit. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Secretary Liu finally finished inspecting all the items. He closed the metal box and turned to Old Xing, the warehouse manager, saying, find someone to help me move the boxes to the car. Sure thing, I'll arrange it right away, replied the burly Xing, clapping his hands. Shortly thereafter, 2 muscular men entered, evidently having been waiting outside for some time. Wow, that was quite the efficient arrangement. Fang Zhu couldn't help but marvel at how resourceful Xing was. Having anticipated Secretary Lu's needs, these 2 boxes were indeed heavy. Fang Zhu had tested their weight earlier during the inventory and found that he couldn't lift them at all. Despite his relatively strong physique, this was unexpected, leading him to conclude that the boxes contained items of exceptionally high density, far heavier than they appeared. The 2 muscular men, clearly professionals associated with strength, effortlessly hoisted the boxes, chanting as they made their way outside. As they walked side by side, Secretary Lu whispered to Fang Zhu, "We'll store the items at my place today, and I'll help you move once I find a suitable apartment tomorrow." "Thank you for your help, Lu Gu," Fang Zhu replied. "No need for such formality." Secretary Lu waved his hand dismissively. The 2 then boarded a government vehicle and returned to the municipal government building. Upon entering the office, Secretary Lu retrieved a document from his drawer, the header emblazoned with the bold red characters, "Military Merit Recognition." This was the military merit Fang Zhu had reported after assisting in the capture of the abyssal entity, finally approved today. Ordinarily, this merit would not have been processed so swiftly, but the recent events in the Fire Rabbit mystic realm led the military to recognize Fang Zhu's value, prompting them to expedite the approval as a gesture of goodwill. Since entering the new era, Manhwa had revamped its military merit system. The higher-ups established a set of evaluation criteria specifically for non-military professionals, categorized into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. Fang Zhu's recognition fell under the D-level merit. Though the lowest tier, it remained a significant achievement for ordinary professionals. With this D-level military merit, Fang Zhu could exchange it for rare materials from the military and also enjoy certain privileges within the mystic realms. In essence, acquiring military merit was essential for any professional wishing to navigate the mystic realms without hindrance. Fang Zhu had already taken a considerable lead over others. Even Shun Tu Peng, a seasoned high-level professional, had only obtained 2 D-level merits. Of course, Shin Tu Peng possessed merits of other levels as well. But Fang Zhu's situation of being awarded military merit before even entering university was exceedingly rare. "Don't let it get to your head. Keep working hard," Secretary Lu said with a smile. "I understand, Lu Gu," Fang Zhu replied, glancing at the military merit recognition in his hand, exhaling lightly. He had finally taken a solid and stable step in this new era. "Take a moment to rest. Join me for lunch at noon, and in the afternoon, I shall introduce you to someone," Secretary Lu suddenly interjected. Fang Zhu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to follow her train of thought. "Who might that be?" he inquired. "It will be beneficial for you," Secretary Lu replied, pursing her lips and offering no further clarification. Nevertheless, a figure began to form in Fang Zhu's mind. Could it be them? That clandestine team? Fang Zhu mused silently. However, it was evident that Secretary Lu preferred to remain tight-lipped, so he refrained from pressing for more details. Soon, Secretary Lu immersed herself in her work, prompting Fang Zhu to quietly exit the office and make his way outside the government building. While he was tallying resource subsidies, an innovative idea for enhancing the body-strengthening elixir struck him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to experiment. With an hour left until noon, Fang Zhu swiftly arrived at the practitioner base, first visiting the storeroom to requisition some medicinal herbs needed for concocting the elixir, before returning to his laboratory. As he organized the herbs, he refined his theories, having persistently sought to mitigate the side effects of vascular rupture associated with the elixir. After numerous trials, he felt he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded at both the Blacksmiths Association and the Rune Masters Association. Su Tsang and Master Gu stood before the presidents of their respective associations, passionately recounting their encounters with Fang Zhu. They pounded their chests, fervently asserting that Fang Zhu was undoubtedly the future hope for both blacksmiths and rune masters. After much deliberation, the 2 presidents arrived at the same conclusion. They would formally engage with Fang Zhu and offer him a growth contract, ensuring he received ample resources so that he would not have to divide his focus between blacksmithing and rune crafting. Unbeknownst to Fang Zhu, he had already attracted the attention of these 2 substantial organizations. At that moment, he had just extinguished the flames of the dragon's head and was awaiting the natural cooling of the alchemical furnace. After several minutes, he eagerly opened the furnace, pouring out the contents within. The few body-strengthening elixirs appeared slightly larger than usual. As he picked one up, information about the elixir instantly materialized before his eyes. However, upon comprehending the details, Fang Zhu's expression stiffened, and he promptly placed the elixir into the potency analyzer. At that moment, his phone, which lay on the table, rang. He picked it up and pressed the answer button. "Fang Zhu, where have you been?" Secretary Lu's voice came through the receiver. "I'm conducting an experiment at the base. I'll be back shortly," Fang Zhu replied hastily. "All right, no need to rush. We still have a little while before lunch," Secretary Lu said before ending the call. Fang Zhu set down his phone, turning his gaze towards the results displayed on the potency analyzer. "Another failure," he murmured softly, a hint of despondency crossing his face. He felt he had exerted considerable effort, yet success eluded him. He had meticulously studied the elixir's formula inside and out. One could say he knew it by heart. Yet the most critical issue remained unresolved. What could possibly be going wrong? After pondering for some time, he suddenly realized it was already lunchtime. He dashed out, heading towards the government building. "Captain, do you think Fang Zhu will agree to our proposal?" De Yin asked from a corner of the cafeteria, glancing at Yin Wang seated across from him. "I'm not sure," Yin Wang replied, shaking his head, seemingly unconcerned about Fang Zhu's response as he focused on his meal. "Come on, Captain, you're pretending. You claim not to know, but you must be feeling quite anxious inside," De Yin retorted, unmasking Yin Wang's inner thoughts. With a cold snort, Yin Wang's chopsticks instantly darkened as if dipped in ink, and an aura of chill emanated from him. "I was wrong, Captain." Chapter 51, The Meeting. "You've arrived. Help yourself to whatever you desire," Secretary Lu cheerfully indicated towards the cafeteria's serving area, handing Fang Zhu the meal card. It was Fang Zhu's first time dining at the government cafeteria, and he found the offerings somewhat different from what he had envisioned. He had expected to encounter unfamiliar dishes from this era, yet the familiar tomato and scrambled eggs, green beans with meat, and sautéed cabbage seemed rather mundane. "What's the matter? Nothing you fancy?" Secretary Lu inquired, noticing Fang Zhu's hesitation to serve himself. No, it's just that I find your selections rather ordinary," Fang Zhu replied, ultimately settling on the ambiguous term ordinary. In truth, he wanted to say simple, for in his time, even the better government cafeterias typically offered buffet-style dining with an abundance of hot and cold dishes. Here, however, there were only 3 hot dishes, with merely one being meat-based. "Haha, did you think we would have anything extravagant?" Secretary Lu chuckled, patiently explaining, "We are merely life and auxiliary practitioners. Thus, we do not require overly complex or upscale meals. The truly good sustenance is reserved for the frontline combat practitioners. They must be well-fed to protect our homeland." Fang Zhu felt a heaviness in his heart at her words. It appeared that even in Huagua, a once great agricultural nation, food scarcity had emerged, forcing the government to prioritize the stability of the front lines while ensuring that administrative personnel were merely filled. He sighed and took a tray to serve himself a portion of food. Just as he prepared to find a seat, he caught sight of De Yin in a corner of the cafeteria, who had just finished eating and was carelessly picking his teeth. De Yin, sensitive to being watched, noticed Fang Zhu's gaze, and the two locked eyes. De Yin's expression froze, and the toothpick he held jabbed into his gums. "Ouch, that hurts," he exclaimed. Yin Wang turned his head in confusion, shooting De Yin an irritated glare, while the other team members wore similarly displeased expressions. Da Yin quickly lowered his head, feigning nonchalance. Although the clandestine team held a high rank, they generally could not reveal their identities, making such a public display rather conspicuous. Fang Zhu observed De Yan's every action with a quiet chuckle before turning away and sitting beside Secretary Lu. Despite the simplicity of the meal, it was quite palatable. Fang Zhu was not particularly discerning when it came to food. In extreme circumstances, he could even subsist on plain noodles for over 10 days. After about 15 minutes, both Fang Zhu and Secretary Lu placed their chopsticks down simultaneously. Meanwhile, Yin Wang and his team returned for additional servings. As combat practitioners, they required larger portions. And the government cafeteria's servings were relatively small, necessitating multiple helpings to satiate their hunger. De Yin, being the smallest eater in Yin Wang's team, could manage only 3 servings, whereas the largest eater, Shi Tu, could consume up to 8. "Captain, is it all right for us to be using Mayor Zhao's meal card like this?" Xiao Li asked with a hint of concern as she also went for a second helping. "It's fine, just eat," Yin Wang replied succinctly. Xiao Li nodded, reassured, believing that if the captain said it was permissible, then it was indeed so. If any issues arose, the captain would handle them. Fang Zhu contemplated having another helping but felt somewhat embarrassed, so he ultimately departed the cafeteria alongside Secretary Lu. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in a conference room within the government building, Fang Zhu reunited with Zhao Hongwu, whom he had not seen in quite some time. "Have you been settling in well?" Zhao Hongwu asked, stepping forward to squeeze Fang Zhu's arm, seemingly checking whether he had lost weight. "Very well, Uncle Zhao. Everyone has been taking excellent care of me." Fang Zhu beamed with a radiant smile. Zhao Hongwu can be regarded as his benefactor. He has single-handedly offended other cities for the sake of one individual. A gesture that is truly touching. If you face any difficulties or have any needs, do not hesitate to speak with Xiao Lu. If he cannot make a decision, come to me. Dingbei City is your home. Do not be overly courteous with us. Do you understand? Zhao Hongwu continued, his gaze filled with indulgence. Although he has not severed ties with Fang Zhu during this period, he is acutely aware of Fang Zhu's every move, whether it be capturing abyssal entities, undergoing professional assessments, or assisting soldiers in overcoming fire-thunder crocodiles in secret realms. Each of these actions holds profound significance. Fang Zhu's current value has even surpassed that of some mid to high-level professionals, and even Zhao Hongwu, despite his rugged demeanor, has come to realize that he has stumbled upon a treasure. "Please, have a seat." Zhao Hongwu gestured towards the chairs by the conference table. Fang Zhu nodded and took a place at a more secluded seat, naturally refraining from occupying the main position. Given that the majority of those who would arrive shortly would likely be older or of higher rank, he chose to remain in the corner. This was a matter of courtesy, not bureaucratic formalism. "Do you know who will be coming today?" Zhao Hongwu inquired. Fang Zhu shook his head and replied, I do not know, no one informed me. Have you heard of the secret squad? Zhao Hongwu asked again. Fang Zhu chuckled inwardly, realizing it was indeed them. Yet he maintained an expression of curiosity and feigned ignorance as he asked, what is the secret squad? Zhao Hongwu smiled slightly and began to explain methodically. Fang Zhu was already aware of the general situation regarding the secret squad, but having promised the Yin to keep it confidential, he could only listen as Zhao Hongwu reiterated the details. Ah, I see. Fang Zhu exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of sudden understanding. So, what does this have to do with today? Are the secret squad members here to seek me out? He pretended to be taken aback. Zhao Hongwu nodded with a smile and slowly replied, Indeed, it is a secret squad, and it is currently ranked second in Huagua. Fang Zhu's surprise was palpable as he looked at Zhao Hongwu, stammering, What do they want with me? You will find out shortly, Zhao Hongwu teased. Yet he added a cautionary note that made Fang Zhu feel uneasy. Regardless of what they say or hope for you to do not agree immediately. Consider it carefully. Many matters are not as simple as they seem. As soon as Zhao Hongwu's words hung in the air, a somewhat icy voice interrupted from outside. Mayor Zhao? What do you mean by that? Without turning around, Zhao Hongwu replied from his seat, Nothing of significance. You are overthinking it. Humph. Yin Wang snorted coldly as he entered the conference room. Following him were 9 men and women clad in trench coats. And Fang Zhu felt an indescribable sense of oppression emanating from them, as if he had suddenly attracted the attention of wild beasts. Chapter 52. Entanglement. The atmosphere in the conference room was peculiar. Yin Wang stood at the head of the table, his sharp gaze fixed on Fang Zhu. Zhao Hongwu sat confidently. Yet he was in a taut state, ready to spring into action at any moment. Fang Zhu had already risen, glancing between the 2 men who seemed to be at odds with each other, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Choosing instead to remain silent and observe the unfolding situation, the Yin scratched his head, struggling to comprehend the current dynamics. Why had the captain and Mayor Zhao suddenly become antagonistic? This strange atmosphere persisted for over a minute before someone finally broke the silence. Everyone, please take a seat, called Secretary Liu, warmly inviting them, his demeanor reminiscent of the warehouse manager. Fat Xing. Yin Wang nodded slightly and sat beside Zhao Hongwu, while the other members of the Yin Wang squad took their places at the table. After another brief silence, Yin Wang turned to Fang Zhu, a grotesque smile creeping onto his otherwise fierce countenance. Hello, I am Yin Wang, the leader of the secret squad. Fang Zhu, I am here to formally invite you to join us. Your talents and abilities can only truly flourish within the secret squad. The nation requires individuals of your caliber. Yin Wang's words were delivered with sincerity, and the other team members regarded Fang Zhu with eager anticipation. However, Fang Zhu did not respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his head, seemingly entangled in thought and deliberation. Noticing his hesitation, Yin Wang continued, The benefits of joining the secret squad are unparalleled nationwide. We will arrange for dedicated professionals to assist you in leveling up. You need not worry at all. Fang Zhu remained silent. Recalling Zhao Hongwu's earlier advice, do not make decisions hastily, consider carefully. In this context, those words seemed to carry an unusual weight. If the secret squad was as appealing as Yin Wang suggested, it would be unlikely for Zhao Hongwu to have specifically advised caution. Although Fang Zhu was not particularly familiar with Zhao Hongwu, he could discern that the latter genuinely wished for his success and was not the type to stifle his development for the sake of Dingbei City's interests. Thus, there must be aspects of the secret squad that he did not yet comprehend. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Zhu opted for a delaying tactic. Captain Yin, may I take some time to think it over? Captain Yin. The team members exchanged bewildered glances at Fang Zhu's choice of address, and Yin struggled to suppress a laugh. Yin Wang shot him an admonishing glare, and the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Fang Zhu had intended this. He was concerned that the previous tension might lead to complications, and should Yin Wang speak too harshly, Zhao Hongwu might genuinely lose his temper. Thus, easing the atmosphere would help him postpone the matter. It was evident to all that Zhao Hongwu and Yin Wang were not on amicable terms, yet everyone remained relatively restrained, as this was a matter of official business. Of course, you can, Yin Wang replied with a seemingly agreeable demeanor, his lips curling into an unattractive smile. We will be in Dingbei City for the next few days, so feel free to call me whenever you have made your decision. As he spoke, Yin Wang retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Fang Zhu's number. Fang Zhu was not surprised by this gesture. For someone of Yin Wang's stature, acquiring his phone number would be a trivial matter. Well then, let us leave it at that for today. Yin Wang did not linger in the room after saying this. He stood up, preparing to depart. The other team members followed suit, and Xiao Li winked at Fang Zhu, her demeanor suggestive. Fang Zhu maintained a stoic expression while feeling a sudden surge of heat rise within him. This unexpected turn of events startled him, but he still managed to suppress his reaction, lowering his head as if nothing had occurred. Xiao Li raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly as she followed Yin Wang out of the conference room. Zhao Hongwu noticed Xiao Li's subtle action, but chose not to intervene. Such crude flirtation could very well backfire, provided Fang Zhu was not the type to be easily swayed by such advances. Outside the conference room, Yan Wang's icy expression fixated on Xiao Li, his eyes betraying barely concealed anger. Who instructed you to behave that way? Yan Wang questioned coldly. Xiao Li remained silent, offering him a pitiful gaze. To casually employ professional abilities on civilians, what audacity. Yama inhaled deeply, his eyes still ablaze with fury. If I catch you engaging in such behavior once more, I will personally expel you from the team. With that, he turned and strode out of the corridor, leaving the others in stunned silence. The expressions of the team members varied from shock to disbelief. They had seldom witnessed their captain in such a rage. Xiao Li, in particular, wore a look of profound grievance, on the verge of tears. The Yin could empathize with the captain's reaction. While others might not grasp the gravity of the situation, he understood the captain's mindset better than anyone. To Yama, Fang Zhu had become an indispensable target, and any actions that could potentially complicate matters were to be avoided at all costs. Zhao Hongwu's previous comments had already sown discontent in the captain's heart, and Xiao Li had unwittingly placed herself in the line of fire. Under normal circumstances, a few light-hearted remarks might have sufficed to brush it off. But today, as context called for restraint, not everyone would heed the nation's call without hesitation, as Fang Zhu's indecision illustrated. Thus, it would be wiser to engage him privately, appealing to his sense of patriotism and the allure of greater benefits to solidify his resolve. However, Xiao Li's approach of leveraging her professional skills to entice Fang Zhu was rather ill-timed and inconsistent with the customary conduct of secret teams or even national agencies. It was no wonder that Yama had erupted in anger. In the conference room, Fang Zhu gently closed his eyes, taking a considerable amount of time to quell the strange sensations within him. He eventually rose to his feet, casting a somewhat grim glance out the window. Zhao Hongwu, with a slight smile, began to speak. Do not overthink it. They harbor no ill intentions. Fang Zhu nodded, contemplating before inquiring, Uncle Zhao, what is the true nature of this secret team? Zhao Hongwu seemed to have anticipated Fang Zhu's question. After a moment of silence, he replied, Yama speaks the truth. The benefits afforded to the secret team are indeed the finest in all of Huagua. Once you join, you can essentially ascend to greatness and possess the opportunity to become one of the most formidable professionals. However, he shifted his tone, adding, you must understand that everything comes at a price. For every gain, there is an equivalent sacrifice. I won't divulge too much, nor can I deter you from joining the secret team. I merely hope you reflect carefully and do not make a hasty decision. Chapter 53, The Debut Wilds. Fang Zhu nodded in understanding, his mind already formulating a hypothesis. Yet, even without Zhao Hongwu's counsel, he had no immediate intention of accepting the secret team's invitation. The meeting had felt rushed, as if there were unspoken concerns lingering in the air, leaving Fang Zhu feeling somewhat awkward. He surmised that there might be underlying issues, and thus refrained from probing further. Despite his considerable talent and high rank, he recognized that potential cannot be quantified, leaving him with limited choices. Should he ultimately decline Yama's offer, he would need to provide a valid justification while ensuring he did not antagonize the other party. Lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door, followed by Secretary Lu's entrance. Mayor, the application for Fang Zhu's housing change has been prepared. Secretary Lu approached Zhao Hongwu, presenting a document. Zhao Hongwu casually signed his name, and then turned to Fang Zhu with a smile. In a moment, let Xiao Lu take you to your new residence. If you have any needs, feel free to let me know. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, and thank you, Brother Lu. Fang Zhu expressed his gratitude, realizing how beneficial it was to have connections within the government. The approval for his new accommodation had come through in less than a day. This was to be expected, as Zhao Hongwu's word held significant weight. When he said a house would be available, it would indeed be so. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhao Hongwu continued to smile. No need for such formality. Just remember, if you rise to prominence, don't forget about Dingbei City. Fang Zhu understood this as a request for assurance, and he nodded earnestly, replying, rest assured, Uncle Zhao. All right, enough said. Off you go, Zhao Hongwu chuckled, clearly in good spirits. Fang Zhu acknowledged him and exited the conference room with Secretary Lu. At the entrance of the government building, Yama's team had just boarded a government vehicle, bound for the military to gather information regarding the mysterious realms. Reports indicated that across the nation, these realms had erupted in large-scale disturbances, and Dingbei City seemed to have unique circumstances that warranted communication with the military. As the government vehicle was about to depart, Yama suddenly turned his head, spotting Fang Zhu descending the stairs. His eyes flickered with resolve. Although he had been the first to leave the corridor, he had not truly abandoned his team. Instead, he chose to wait at the entrance, confident that his reprimand would make Xiao Li recognize her misstep. Let us go? Yama uttered softly, then withdrew his gaze. The vehicle roared to life, and two SUVs carried the team away from the government building. Fang Zhu, meanwhile, joined Secretary Lu in another car. He had contemplated asking to drive this era's vehicle, but ultimately refrained, as he lacked a driver's license. The driver smoothly navigated towards Dingbei City's most upscale residential area for professionals. Beijing Community, a name that might seem somewhat quaint, was, in fact, the most exquisitely decorated, securely guarded, and technologically advanced neighborhood in Dingbei City. As Fang Zhu observed the picturesque surroundings and elegantly designed two-story villas, he was struck with awe. The community was not too far from the city center, and within just a quarter of an hour, they arrived at their destination. From what he could see, this was undoubtedly the most impressive residential area Fang Zhu had ever encountered in his life, with meticulously designed greenery that evoked a sense of paradise. The visible security personnel added an air of seriousness to the community. While they might not possess the prowess of the residents, their presence provided a significant sense of security. As no one could remain indoors indefinitely, the government vehicle entered the community and turned into the parking garage. After a brief pause, Secretary Liu pointed to a parking spot where the vehicle was about to stop. This will be your designated space. Once you have a car, you can park here directly. Fang Zhu nodded, calculating in his mind that such a parking space would likely be worth hundreds of thousands in his previous era. Stepping out of the government vehicle, Fang Zhu followed Secretary Liu directly to the nearby elevator. Liu produced a small purple card and gently swiped it at a designated spot within the elevator, prompting it to ascend slowly. After a brief ascent, Fang Zhu was greeted by the sight of his new home, a two-story villa exuding an air of refinement and luxury. The intricately carved solid wood furniture, shimmering chandeliers, and smooth, jade-like flooring captivated his attention, making it difficult to look away. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Secretary Liu asked, arms wide open and smiling. Very much so, Fang Zhu replied, struggling to articulate the elation he felt. He had never envisioned living in such an opulent abode, which left him with an almost surreal sense of disbelief. I've arranged for those 2 boxes of resource subsidies to be placed in the storage room on the first floor. Everything inside is yours to use as you please. Secretary Liu indicated towards the upper level, continuing, the second floor contains a refining room and a forging room. The equipment may not be complete, but if you require anything else, just speak to this person. Secretary Liu spoke as she picked up a card from the table, upon which was inscribed a name and a telephone number. Fang Zhu nodded slightly and inquired casually, who is this? The butler of the villa, Secretary Liu replied slowly. Fang Zhu was taken aback, exclaiming, what conditions warrant having a butler assigned to oneself? Do not overthink it. He is not solely your butler, Secretary Liu elucidated. In the Beijing community, every 5 villas are grouped together, each assigned a butler responsible for the daily needs of the residents. I understand, Fang Zhu acknowledged. Secretary Liu then proceeded to introduce the various facilities and rooms within the villa. And it was only at that moment that Fang Zhu finally realized he had moved into a grand mansion. As evening descended, Secretary Liu departed from the villa. Fang Zhu had intended to treat her to dinner, considering she had accompanied him through the arduous process of settling in for nearly an entire afternoon. However, she adamantly declined, stating that they could dine together another time as she had other matters to attend to that evening. With no choice left, Fang Zhu reluctantly set aside that thought. Once he found himself alone in the spacious abode, he burst into laughter, lying down on the cool floor, which brought him a sense of clarity. Truth be told, he felt somewhat guilty, for he had never believed his contributions merited residing in such a splendid house. Feeling a pang of conscience, he resolved to concoct some elixirs and send them to the city, hoping to ease his mind. Chapter 54. A midnight meeting just as Fang Zhu was preparing to categorize the alchemical and crafting materials in the room on the second floor. The telephone near the armrest of the couch in the living room suddenly rang. He hurried over, glancing at the number displayed on the landline. Oh, isn't this the butler Zhou's number? He mused as he pressed the speakerphone button. Hello, Mr. Fang. This is Zhou Mo, the butler of your villa. A clear voice emanated from the receiver. Greetings, what can I do for you? Fang Zhu asked with curiosity. I would like to inquire about your dinner plans for tonight. We offer a variety of cuisines, including Chinese and Western dishes. However, some more intricate options would require prior reservation, the butler explained in a composed manner. Fang Zhu was momentarily taken aback. The service was indeed meticulous. After a moment's thought, he decided to opt for a simple meal as he still had important matters to attend to. Let us go with Chinese cuisine. Just 2 dishes and a staple will suffice. Very well, Mr. Fang, please hold for a moment, Zhou responded, clearly experienced. He continued, do you have any dietary restrictions? None. I can eat normal meals, Fang Zhu replied, slightly apprehensive that the butler might present him with something exotic from the realms. Noted. Is there anything else you require? No. Just leave the meal at the door, Fang Zhu suggested, considering he might not hear the doorbell while immersed in alchemy. After hanging up, Fang Zhu couldn't help but chuckle. Life was indeed quite pleasant. Someone catered to his meals, and he resided in a grand house. Even if Di Li Ba were to visit, she would surely relish the comforts alongside him. After a brief moment of reflection, he stood up, ready to continue his work. He had meticulously organized all the materials in the metallic box, and now he only needed to transport them upstairs. There was another delightful surprise within the villa. In the functional room on the second floor, there lay a fate crystal. This meant he could indulge in card draws without restraint, even upside down, without fear of being observed. The fate crystal in his previous studio apartment was rather diminutive, with a cooldown after consecutive draws. Although the one at the base was efficient, its public setting posed risks of attracting unwanted attention if he were to draw gold repeatedly. Thus, the fake crystal in the functional room perfectly addressed this issue. It was far from a meager fragment, by its size. It could allow Fang Zhu to draw cards 10 to 20 times consecutively. This was more than sufficient, especially since he currently possessed only 20 fate shards. Approximately half an hour later, Fang Zhu had successfully moved all his materials into their respective functional rooms. The clock read past 8, and the stars and moon hung high in the night sky. As he rubbed his stomach, he suddenly realized he had yet to eat. "Where's my food?" he murmured, recalling he had instructed the butler to leave it at the door. "Has it gone cold?" He hurried to the door and opened the exquisite security door, only to find a high-end thermal food container placed just outside. "How thoughtful, how considerate," Fang Zhu exclaimed as he brought the thermal box inside and quickly finished his dinner. He had to admit, the thermal container's insulation was remarkable. Even after sitting outside for over an hour, the food remained warm. Just as Fang Zhu was about to ascend the stairs to commence his alchemical endeavors, a rhythmic knocking suddenly echoed from the door. "Who is it? Who would come knocking at such an hour?" He furrowed his brow, rising from the sofa to approach the door, softly inquiring, "Who is there?" "It's me, Yin Wang." A somewhat familiar voice responded from outside. Fang Zhu was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated Yin Wang would visit him so late at night. Logically, if Yin Wang wished to meet, it would have been more appropriate to do so during the day in a quiet place, rather than showing up unannounced at his new residence. After a few seconds of silence, Fang Zhu stepped forward and opened the door, revealing Yin Wang, the captain of the Yin Wang team, clad in a trench coat. "Captain Yin Wang, please come in." Fang Zhu naturally refrained from addressing him as Captain Yin again, as that had merely been a light-hearted attempt to break the ice. Yin Wang regarded Fang Zhu, his face breaking into his signature menacing grin. "How do you find living here?" he asked while stepping into the room. "It's quite pleasant," Fang Zhu replied, unsure of how to continue the conversation, so he chose to echo Yin Wang's sentiments. Yin Wang nodded, surveying the room before settling onto the couch. Fang Zhu pondered for a moment and deemed it necessary to pour him a cup of water, as it was a fundamental courtesy. As he turned to fetch a cup for hot water, Yin Wang suddenly posed a question. "What is your perception of our secret team?" Fang Zhu halted momentarily, surprised. And after a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I don't know much about you, so I cannot offer an evaluation. Based on your current knowledge, what do you perceive us to be?" Yin Wang pressed further. "Contributing to the nation and its people. It's quite noble." Fang Zhu ultimately decided to speak broadly, as it would be a safe response. He had learned from others about the secret team's responsibilities, which primarily involved managing the exceedingly perilous situations arising from both the realms and reality. However, upon hearing Fang Zhu's words, Yin Wang shook his head gently, murmuring, "In truth, I do not wish to engage in such endeavors. If given the choice, I would prefer to run a tavern and lead a mundane life." Fang Zhu remained silent, merely placing the hot water before Yin Wang. "Yet, this world is unsafe. Certain tasks must ultimately be undertaken by someone." Yama continued in a calm tone. "I am uncertain how well-versed you are in the circumstances of other nations, but currently, the majority of countries around the globe are beset by turmoil, with only Huagua and a select few major powers possessing the strength to confront the secret realms. We must rise to the occasion, even if only for the sake of our loved ones. Fang Zhu, you are exceptionally talented, yet if you remain in Dingbei City, such talent will go to waste. The nation needs you now. It requires individuals who are willing to step forward. You must understand. A country is the foundation of a home." Yama's words were sincere, and Fang Zhu believed that he truly meant them. However, he felt that his talents were not suited for the front line. If he were in a combat role, that would be a different matter, but as a support role, there should be alternative paths available. Chapter 55, Conducting Research. The villa fell silent for a moment, with Yama remaining quiet and Fang Zhu equally so. After a brief pause, Yama suddenly spoke again. "By the way, I owe you an apology for what transpired at noon today. My team acted without permission and caused you some trouble. I hope you can overlook it." As he spoke, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket. "This contains 2 solidifying spirit pills. Consider it a token of apology." Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow and reached out to accept it. It would be foolish to refuse. Although he was an alchemist, not all materials were readily available to him, and the ingredients for the solidifying spirit pill were relatively rare, making it unlikely that he could concoct them in the near future. "Thank you," Fang Zhu replied before falling silent once more. He was contemplating one matter. If he could achieve it, the impact of his 3 support roles would far outweigh that of standing in the front lines. Yet whether he could accomplish it remained uncertain. Yama appeared unhurried, lifting his teacup for a sip while his gaze wandered over the room's decor. Fang Zhu took a deep breath, finally resolving himself. He turned to Yama, his tone devoid of hesitation as he stated, "Captain Yama, I am unwilling to join the covert team." The moment those words left his lips, Yama's expression froze, his eyes reflecting a hint of shock. According to their investigations, while Fang Zhu was not overtly patriotic, such a decisive refusal was unexpected. Fang Zhu smiled, meeting Yama's gaze as he continued, Even if I do not join the covert team, I can still contribute to the nation. Yama managed to regain his composure, slowly asking, "What do you intend to do?" "I have an idea, though I am unsure if you will support it." Fang Zhu, now relaxed, settled onto the sofa and organized his thoughts before continuing. "I am a support role, and a legendary one at that, which has never been seen before. My place should be in research rather than combat." "Research?" Yama furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to grasp Fang Zhu's meaning. "Indeed, you may not be aware, but I have improved the strengthening pill, expanding its efficacy while reducing its impact on the human body. Now even children can safely consume the strengthening pill I have concocted." A sense of pride gradually adorned Fang Zhu's face. Moreover, the cost of the ingredients for this version of the strengthening pill has been reduced, allowing the nation the potential to promote it on a large scale. However, this is yet to meet my expectations. I plan to eliminate the side effects of the strengthening pill entirely, and I already have a concept in mind. I believe it won't be long before I can produce it. What do you think is more beneficial to the nation, what I propose, or engaging in combat? Fang Zhu's words resonated with conviction, leaving Yama momentarily stunned. He began to grasp Fang Zhu's perspective, a line of thought he had never considered before. For most individuals in this era, especially combat professionals, research was an alien concept due to a lack of energy. Stabilizing the situation within the secret realms was already a formidable challenge. Who had the capacity to contemplate further matters? Support roles faced even greater limitations. With their ranks restricting their development, ordinary and rare grades alike struggled to progress, let alone engage in research. Historically, only a few exceptionally gifted individuals could balance both combat and research. Unbeknownst to Fang Zhu, countries around the world had been mired in stagnation regarding the development of alchemy, potions, forging, and runes. Fortunately, the recent circumstances of the secret realms had not been dire. Otherwise, major nations would have faced disintegration in a short span. At this moment, Yama began to comprehend some of the intricacies involved, furrowing his brow as he uncertainly inquired, "If you were allowed to pursue your research freely, what would you do?" Fang Zhu answered without hesitation. He had contemplated this many times before, and his journey through the secret realms had provided him with some inspiration. "I would start from the basics, foundational pills, basic weapons and armor, and fundamental rune combinations. The strengthening pill is merely the first step. Next, I would develop similar pills that enhance the strength of lower-tier professionals. These pills often have side effects that prevent them from being widely promoted. If I could minimize the side effects and costs of 2 or 3 types of pills, then ordinary citizens in Huagua could possess a certain level of strength before their fate ritual, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities upon transitioning to a new profession. The same applies to weapons and armor. If our military could utilize sturdier, sharper, and more affordable weaponry, our forces would suffer fewer casualties in mid to low-tier secret realms and could allocate more personnel to suppress higher-tier realms." Fang Zhu's reasoning was clear, and with each word, Yama's eyes brightened further. If this young man before him could indeed achieve such feats, Huagua would possess unparalleled strength, and a new generation of professionals would enjoy greater growth potential and myriad possibilities. What a splendid vision that was. Yama felt his spirit surge. It had been a long time since he experienced such emotions. As one of the foremost professionals in Huagua, Yama was acutely aware of the nation's plight. Succinctly summarized in a single phrase, "We cannot fight back, nor can we retreat." The secret realms hung over everyone like the sword of Damocles, with no one knowing when it would strike or deliver a fatal blow to humanity. Currently, no major nation had the means to resist the secret realms and was instead in a state of retreat. To date, Huagua had lost nearly 1/3 of its territory. Regions now occupied by monstrous beasts and deemed forbidden zones. The nation was compelled to deploy troops along the borders to ensure domestic stability. Yet this was not a long-term solution. Furthermore, to alleviate public panic, the government seldom reported on the situation at the borders. Fang Zhu had only learned of these matters during his special training course, which only reinforced his resolve. After much contemplation, Yama spoke again. "How confident are you in these matters?" Fang Zhu pondered for a moment before rising and stating, "Words alone are insufficient. Allow me to demonstrate." Yama's expression brightened with interest as he stood and followed Fang Zhu upstairs. Upon opening the door to the alchemy chamber, Fang Zhu retrieved the materials for the new version of the strengthening pill and began to prepare them, as he stated. "I will concoct a modified version to prove that my previous statements were not mere deception." Yama nodded, taking a seat nearby. His emotions were difficult to articulate, as he felt the future was about to unfold before him. Chapter 56, Persuading Yama. Fang Zhu efficiently processed all the materials at hand. While Yama was not knowledgeable about alchemy, he was astonished by Fang Zhu's fluid movements. This is hardly a feat achievable by an amateur alchemist. He has encountered other practitioners of the craft, and typically, only seasoned alchemists possess the finesse and aesthetic appeal with which they handle medicinal materials. Fang Zhu, however, remained oblivious to the astonishment he had instigated in the King of Hell, unaware that many had already been similarly impressed by his skills. Upon finishing the preparation of the herbs, Fang Zhu ignited the dragon's flame. Indeed, this villa was equipped with a geothermic apparatus essential for alchemy. and it appeared to be of commendable quality, emitting a steady flame of exceedingly high temperature. Fang Zhu summoned his alchemical furnace and proceeded to place the herbs within. At this moment, the King of Hell finally found the courage to speak, having observed Fang Zhu's intense focus, fearful that his words might disrupt the alchemist's concentration. Whom did you learn your alchemical techniques from? Given the state's intention to recruit Fang Zhu, it was certain they would thoroughly investigate his background. However, there was nothing in Fang Zhu's life experiences indicating any connection to alchemy, which piqued the King of Hell's curiosity. I am self-taught, Fang Zhu replied with a smile. Continuing to elucidate, it is a unique talent inherent to legendary class professions. I mastered alchemy the moment I transitioned into this vocation. The King of Hell's expression shifted slightly. He had considered this possibility before, but hearing Fang Zhu confirm it filled him with astonishment. So this is the true strength of a legendary class profession. No, it is the auxiliary aspect of the legendary class that is remarkably powerful. The King of Hell was familiar with legendary combat professions, the strongest among them being Huang, a compatriot with whom he had some dealings. Yet even Huang had not exhibited such terrifying talent immediately upon transitioning, though it was possible he had deliberately concealed it. Regardless, Fang Zhu's aptitude was indeed extraordinary. Approximately half an hour later, Fang Zhu extinguished the dragon's flame, releasing a fragrant aroma throughout the room. The King of Hell refocused his thoughts and turned to Fang Zhu, who was extracting the elixir. This is a new type of strengthening elixir. Take a look, Fang Zhu said, presenting the potion. Upon receiving it, the King of Hell found information about the elixir materializing before him. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the reality of the elixir's details still elicited a surprised expression. He had been repeatedly astonished by Fang Zhu throughout the day, and a complex array of emotions surged within him. At this moment, the King of Hell realized that he had previously fallen into a misconception. Contributing to the nation did not solely involve engaging in combat within secret realms. What Fang Zhu was currently undertaking was no less significant than the perilous efforts to resolve a crisis. From the perspective of contribution, Fang Zhu had already surpassed the majority of professionals in this era. In addition to elixirs, I can also forge basic weapons at a lower cost, Fang Zhu remarked with a smile, picking up some refined iron to begin his smithing. His forging process diverged from that of ordinary smiths, and coupled with his legendary talent, creating a weapon at a minimal cost was quite effortless. However, the King of Hell interjected, gently stating, "That won't be necessary. I have grasped your intent." Fang Zhu paused his actions, looking up at him. The King of Hell remained silent for a couple of seconds before continuing. "While you may have a point, I cannot guarantee anything. It is important to note that the only place worthy of being called a research institute is the Runes Research Institute in the capital." Fang Zhu nodded. He too had noticed this. Compared to alchemy and smithing, the application of runes in daily life was considerably more prevalent. Not to mention, within the villa he currently resided in, there were numerous rune-related artifacts visible. Yet, from the perspective of someone who had experienced these matters, the level of rune application he observed was hardly sophisticated. It could even be described as rudimentary. How should I cooperate with this matter? Fang Zhu pondered before asking. "First, let me report this matter," the King of Hell replied, rubbing his temples. He had largely abandoned the idea of having Fang Zhu join a covert team. It was evident to any observer that Fang Zhu's aspirations lay elsewhere, and he clearly possessed greater talent in other domains. Of course, the King of Hell was also wary of making promises to Fang Zhu. While the Alchemist Association and the Smithing Association occasionally engaged in minor research, it was undoubtedly not what Fang Zhu sought. Although Fang Zhu did not voice it explicitly, the King of Hell could sense that the young man desired a research group or institute led by him, for only he possessed the requisite abilities. Considering the elixir in hand, the King of Hell contemplated before stating, "In that case, please provide me with some of your research materials, including any related to weaponry, if available." Fang Zhu nodded, suddenly recalling that all his research materials were in his apartment and the practitioner base. He scratched his nose and said, "It's getting a bit late. The materials aren't in this villa." "That is fine. You can bring them to me the day after tomorrow. I will be in Dingbei City for the next few days, and you can elaborate on your materials and ideas in greater detail," the King of Hell replied, flashing a grin that was both fierce and amiable. Fang Zhu found it curious how he perceived this smile as kind. An hour later, the King of Hell departed the villa, carrying the strengthening elixir and a basic longsword. Indeed, Fang Zhu had forged a longsword in the end. The King of Hell intended to present these items alongside Fang Zhu's materials to the nation's higher-ups, adding more weight to his claims. The day's developments had strayed far from the King of Hell's initial expectations. He had anticipated a conversation about life ideals and national sentiments would persuade the young man to join the covert team. Yet, unexpectedly, the discussion resulted in a shift in his own perspective. This was also due to Fang Zhu's ideas being genuinely feasible, and the King of Hell recognized that employing a legendary class auxiliary professional solely for combat seemed somewhat wasteful of his talents. Given Fang Zhu's remarkable aptitude, with a little nurturing, he could undoubtedly evolve into one of the nation's top professionals in a short span. In contrast, Engaging in combat seemed a diminishment of his capabilities. Since the King of Hell could arrive unnoticed, he could also depart without drawing attention, leading Fang Zhu to only accompany him to the villa's entrance. Soon, he found himself alone in the brightly lit room, seated on the sofa, perusing his professional information. Following his recent alchemical endeavors, his alchemist profession level had risen to 10, and he had awakened his first professional skill. Fang Zhu was filled with anticipation. For skills associated with legendary class professions could not possibly be weak. He simply wondered how formidable they might be. Skill name: Chapter 57, Movements in Other Nations. Skill name: Mastery of Flames. Skill attribute: Passive skill. Skill description: You have achieved precise control over flame temperature and duration. Each alchemical process will now take approximately 20 less time. Upon seeing his awakened skill, Fang Zhu initially regarded it as somewhat mundane, merely reducing alchemical time without seeming particularly useful. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he recognized that this skill was, in fact, extraordinary for him. A 20 reduction in alchemical time is a significant advantage. While others could produce 4 to 5 batches of the same elixir in a given time frame, Fang Zhu could manage 5 to 6. Though it may seem like a mere difference of one batch, what if his talent skill were triggered? What if the number of elixirs in the furnace doubled? The mere contemplation of this situation evokes a sense of terror. Fang Zhu, already an adept alchemist surpassing the majority of his peers, has now acquired this extraordinary skill. It is no exaggeration to assert that he, in solitude, embodies the collective prowess of numerous alchemists. At this moment, an impulsive desire to concoct a batch of elixirs surged within him. He yearned to test the efficacy of this newfound ability, eager to discern whether the reduction in alchemical time would be conspicuous. Acting on his impulse, Fang Zhu rose from the couch and ascended to the second floor. Within the alchemical chamber lay remnants of materials for his strength-enhancing elixirs. He swiftly organized them and prepared to commence his work. However, just as he was on the verge of placing the herbs into the alchemical furnace, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the lingqing grass set aside nearby. This particular herb possesses unique properties. It is typically employed to neutralize the potency of certain ingredients, rendering them more benign and stable. The reason Fang Zhu's attention was drawn to it was that the strength-enhancing elixir contained a couple of particularly potent ingredients, making it seem ideally suited for moderation by the lingqing grass. Yet, this decision could introduce a host of new dilemmas. Take, for instance, a competitive online game from Fang Zhu's era. Many remain oblivious to the fact that all heroes' abilities, acceleration, healing, protective shields, and equipment with similar effects, are derived from the same hero's code. In simpler terms, each time one utilizes or experiences these effects, an unseen bard casts spells at their side. Should this game choose to redesign or eliminate the bard, the consequences would be dire. The game would practically cease to exist. Fang Zhu now faced a similar predicament. Should he incorporate the lingqing grass into the newly devised elixir formula, the balance of the herb's properties would necessitate a complete reevaluation. Yet, a flash of inspiration struck Fang Zhu. If he could achieve this, perhaps the side effects of the strength-enhancing elixir could indeed be alleviated. He felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly began to extract the juice from the lingqing grass. Meanwhile, Yanwang returned to the team's temporary abode, where the members quickly gathered around, clamoring to inquire about the captain's findings for the day. However, Yanwang's subsequent words left them utterly astonished. Fang Zhu declined my invitation, and I acquiesced to one of his requests. Though his tone remained composed, the others, after a moment of bewilderment, revealed expressions of shock. What was happening? The captain had personally intervened and yet failed? Yanwang smiled faintly, opting not to explain immediately. He took a sip of water while waiting for the group to regain their composure before continuing. Fang Zhu stated that he is ill-suited for combat and more inclined towards research. Dian, upon hearing this, paused momentarily. He had sensed something peculiar while surveilling Fang Zhu with his secret eye, and now he finally understood the source of that feeling. It was the air of a scholar, a stark contrast to their blood-soaked warrior personas. Research? Is he planning to delve into alchemy or artifact crafting? One team member inquired softly. Both, Yanwang replied, relaying Fang Zhu's ambition to pursue advancements in all three fields. He then thoughtfully added, I believe Fang Zhu possesses a valid perspective. His legendary class indeed surpasses our expectations, and the nation currently harbors similar plans, albeit with a far more conservative approach. However, he has just transitioned to this role and lacks experience. Is it not somewhat presumptuous to embark on research so soon? Another team member contemplated before voicing their concern. Yanwang considered this, nodding in agreement. Yet he soon shook his head, stating, perhaps your concerns are warranted, but these are not matters for us to deliberate. I shall report Fang Zhu's ideas. But how the higher-ups choose to act is beyond our purview. The team members unanimously agreed with this sentiment. This was indeed beyond their control. And while Fang Zhu's proposals were not particularly revolutionary, they still exceeded the common imagination. Meanwhile, in a villa in Beijing, Fang Zhu gazed with delight at the elixirs in his hands. He had succeeded halfway. Although these strength-enhancing elixirs lacked the side effect of burst blood vessels, Their potency had significantly diminished, rendering them nearly devoid of their original purpose. This constituted a failure, yet it affirmed that Fang Zhu's reasoning was sound. The incorporation of lingqing grass and the rebalancing of the materials could indeed mitigate side effects. Thus, he retrieved a fresh notebook to document his thoughts before continuing his experimentation. As dawn broke, Fang Zhu, burdened by dark circles under his eyes, stumbled into his bedroom and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Throughout the night, he had labored tirelessly to finalize the formula for the latest iteration of the strength-enhancing elixir, yet the end result fell short of his expectations. Thus, he yearned to make another attempt, hoping to achieve a better outcome. During the hours he spent in slumber, an extraordinary event unfolded across the ocean. In the American Federation, 3 classes secret realms simultaneously erupted in unprecedented turmoil. The military swiftly mobilized, promising generous rewards to all participating adventurers. The adage, under the lure of great rewards, brave souls shall emerge, proved to be undeniably true. Thousands of adventurers surged into the realms, igniting fierce battles. In a mere 3 hours, both the American Federation and the beasts incurred staggering losses, with severed limbs and rivers of blood strewn across the secret realms. To empower the adventurers to continue their fight, the American Federation urgently convened all domestic alchemists, assigning them to concoct healing potions around the clock. Compared to the frail priests, these potions were evidently more suited for the brutal battlefield. Yet, soon the Federation realized that their stockpile of materials was insufficient. Supplying for such a multitude was no simple task, and the consumption of materials exceeded everyone's expectations. Consequently, the American Federation made a decisive resolution. Chapter 58, The Black Light. To ensure the adventurers' combat efficacy and the nation's security, the Federation allocated the majority of their medicinal stockpile from the national treasury and urgently requisitioned various materials and potions from their vassal states. Unlike alchemists, who were unique to the West, potion makers were particularly adept in such critical situations because they could concoct basic potions without the necessity of flames. They merely needed to proportionally mix the materials with the aid of magical arrays. Thus, in a short time, the American Federation could produce substantial quantities of basic potions, providing crucial support for the adventurers on the front lines. However, this required a considerable amount of materials, for even high-level potion makers could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Within 6 hours, the American Federation had wiped out the entire stock of materials and potions circulating in the international market. Realizing this was still inadequate, they began to procure materials from other countries at exorbitant prices. No one would refuse such an offer. It was akin to giving away money. Consequently, materials from various nations swiftly flowed into this Western power. Even the Manhwaadiobook could not resist, opportunistically parting with a portion of their own stock. After half a day, the situation within the American Federation began to improve. Adventurers, bolstered by the potions, successfully repelled the 2 most formidable assaults from the beasts. However, according to the assessment of the higher-ups, the enemy would not retreat in the near future. They would have to endure for a prolonged period. Certainly, our classmate Fang Zhu remains oblivious to this matter. He is currently at the practitioner base, meticulously organizing his previous research materials. After awakening from his afternoon slumber, Fang Zhu first visited his single apartment, ingeniously transporting the entirety of the Feihong stone back to his villa. He then commenced the organization of his documents, planning to submit them to Yin Wang the following day. As dusk approached, Fang Zhu requested a day off from Shun Tu Peng. Recognizing that he was at a crucial juncture in his strong body pill research, the specialized training could be deferred to a later time. Upon returning to the villa, Fang Zhu dialed Zhao Hongwu's number, recounting in detail his decision to decline the covert team. After a moment of silence, Zhao Hongwu finally spoke. Have you made up your mind? Indeed, I have consistently felt that I am ill-suited for direct combat. A role as a behind-the-scenes researcher is far more fitting for me. Fang Zhu asserted with unwavering conviction. If you are resolute, then proceed. There is no issue. I trust you, Zhao Hongwu replied, his tone imbued with warmth and encouragement. After ending the call, Fang Zhu resumed his research on the strong body pill, meticulously documenting each step of his process and establishing a control group to ensure a streamlined approach in his studies. As midnight approached, he set aside the failed pill and turned to another functional room nearby. Within, a sizable fate crystal lay in wait. It had been days since he last drew cards. And now, possessing fate fragments, he was poised to draw twice. Fang Zhu deliberately chose the stroke of midnight. For the divine card drawing system refreshes its daily rewards at 12 o'clock, allowing him to draw consecutively and obtain 2 golden legends immediately. Approaching the fate crystal, he held a fragment close. In an instant, a cascade of golden light erupted within the chamber, and a golden meteor streaked across the room. He reached out, deftly grasping the newly materialized golden card hovering above the fate crystal. Name, Pill Furnace Enhancement Stone. Description. Upon seeing the name of this card, Fang Zhu's expression turned to one of resignation. It was his first encounter with a duplicated golden card. Although the Pill Furnace Enhancement Stone held significant utility for him, He yearned for something that could bolster his strength or aid his research. With a sigh, he summoned the pill furnace and opted to utilize the enhancement stone. Instantly, the stone transformed into a liquid, merging with the surface of the furnace. In mere moments, Fang Zhu's pill furnace expanded slightly, the patterns of savage beasts upon it becoming more defined, exuding an even more formidable aura. The enhancement concluded swiftly, and an inkling of realization dawned upon Fang Zhu. Should he continue to acquire enhancement stones and persist in this manner, the pill furnace might undergo a qualitative transformation in the future, leading to astonishing changes. With this awareness, the disappointment of drawing the enhancement stone diminished somewhat. Retrieving the pill furnace, Fang Zhu glanced at the time. It was precisely 12:01, signaling the opportunity for a second draw. He procured another fate fragment, but as soon as it made contact with the fate crystal, an anomaly occurred. A surge of black light erupted from the crystal, engulfing the entire chamber in an instant, plunging Fang Zhu into absolute darkness, rendering him unable to see even his own hand. Black light. Fang Zhu suddenly recalled Shun Tupeng's prior admonition that if a black card were to appear during a draw, one must promptly report to the highest local authority. Resolving this in his mind, Fang Zhu swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhao Hongwu's number. Although it was merely a manifestation of black light at present, this aberration was beyond his control. If the golden light had yielded a golden card, it was reasonable to assume that the black light would result in a black card. Beep, beep, beep. The line emitted a series of dead tones, and Fang Zhu's anxiety surfaced as he attempted to call again. Still met with silence, his heart sank. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure, gripping the talisman brush tightly. The runes could serve as both offense and defense in such a scenario, and he was grateful to possess the power of runes. After approximately 5 minutes of oppressive darkness, signs of dissipation finally emerged. Fang Zhu immediately cast his gaze toward the fate crystal above, where a black card indeed floated. He refrained from acting hastily, recognizing that the appearance of a black card posed considerable risks. To err on the side of caution, he dialed the number once more. Yet neither Zhao Hongwu nor Secretary Liu answered. Even Shun Tupeng's line was unreachable. By now, Fang Zhu had grasped the peculiarities of the situation. While one person might be busy, the absence of responses from all was glaringly suspicious. It appeared he would have to rely solely on himself. Fang Zhu murmured to himself, cautiously advancing a couple of steps. He approached the fate crystal, scrutinizing the black card. Externally, it bore no distinction from a regular fate card aside from its color. Contemplating briefly, he picked up the talisman brush and began inscribing runes onto his body. Before he touched the card, he needed to ensure he was in peak condition. With steadfast resolve, he inscribed the stone rune, the healing rune, and the thorn rune, exhausting most of his rune mastery in one breath. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was sufficient. Otherwise, such an exertion could have easily rendered him unconscious. Chapter 59, The Black Small Sword. In the luxurious villa's functional room, Fang Zhu's expression was taut. His gaze fixed intently upon the fate crystal emanating black light, and the black fate card hovering above it. In stark contrast to the black light, a dazzling array of runes shimmered in a riot of colors upon his form. He had readied himself for the moment of contact with the black card. Taking a deep breath, Fang Zhu slowly extended his hand, cautiously making contact with the black card suspended above the fate crystal. In the next instant, an icy sensation surged from the card, coursing through his fingertips and enveloping him entirely, as if he were ensconced in a sub-zero ice vault. Fang Zhu shivered involuntarily, the outstretched hand abruptly stiffening, even losing sensation. He fought to regain control of his body, attempting to retract his arm, but the black card exerted a powerful pull, firmly anchoring his fingers to its surface. Simultaneously, the runes upon his body flared to life, their esoteric symbols materializing to unleash a formidable force that countered the black card. As the runes manifested, the chilling rigidity that had gripped him began to wane slightly. Gritting his teeth, Fang Zhu summoned his resolve and boldly grasped the black fate card. Boom! It felt as though a colossal hammer had struck the back of his head. Fang Zhu's vision blurred, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. A searing pain followed, draining the color from his face as he staggered and collapsed onto the ground. However, such an injury was insufficient to deter Fang Zhu. He clenched the card tightly. His countenance twisted with determination as he rose to his feet. At this juncture, the black light emanating from the fate crystal had entirely dissipated, leaving only the card in his hand, which continued to emit a hauntingly intolerable black glow. Yet, the black card appeared distinct from ordinary fate cards, as the expected card description had not materialized before his eyes. Just as Fang Zhu prepared to crush the black fate card to discern its true nature, an excruciating pain suddenly pierced through his palm. Fang Zhu suddenly exclaimed, his complexion turning even paler. What in the world is happening? Cursing under his breath, he lowered his gaze and was horrified to find that the hand gripping the life card had, unbeknownst to him, lost all flesh, leaving only a grotesque skeleton. Fang Zhu's expression shifted dramatically. He had never encountered such a terrifying sight before. However, he soon felt a refreshing sensation emanating from his body. a result of the self-healing runes working to tenuously suppress the pain in his hand. This cannot continue. With his mind racing, Fang Zhu summoned all his strength to ignore the agonizing pain in his hand and crush the life card in his grip. The room fell silent in an instant, as if the very fabric of reality had lost its voice at that moment. Suddenly, an innumerable number of black specks appeared before Fang Zhu, and an indescribable fear surged from the depths of his heart. He was unaware of what might transpire next, but he knew he could not remain passive. With a swift motion of his left hand, the seal pen reappeared in his grasp. Stay calm, he urged himself, his thoughts racing as he began to inscribe runes in the air with the seal pen. The items or professions contained within the life card could only manifest once it was shattered, and Fang Zhu had no idea what lay within the black card. However, it was prudent to prepare for the worst. Sure enough, in the next instant, a surge of black mist coalesced in midair, hurtling directly toward his face. The black mist moved with such speed that Fang Zhu barely had time to react. Fortunately, the runes inscribed on his body activated, conjuring a translucent barrier that appeared before him. The black mist collided violently with the barrier, yet this shield, which could withstand even fire and thunder, shattered in less than a second. Still, it was enough. Instinctively, Fang Zhu ducked, and the black mist whisked past his head with a whoosh. In that fleeting moment, Fang Zhu caught a glimpse of the black mist's form, a small black sword, roughly the length of a forearm. Relief washed over him. He had feared it might be a ferocious beast or a legendary abyssal creature. But if it were merely a cold weapon? In that instant, a flurry of thoughts raced through Fang Zhu's mind, and in a split second, he devised a solution. A mere small sword dares to provoke me. With a cold snort, he accelerated the movements of the seal pen, swiftly inscribing a rune he had never showcased before. The binding rune took shape. At that moment, the shadow drew near once more, but the binding rune surged through the air, crashing directly into the black sword. This was not the end. Fang Zhu did not cease his endeavors, and a second binding rune swiftly formed before him. Go, he commanded, feeling a momentary fog descend over his mind. He recognized this as a sign of nearing his limit. Continuously inscribing multiple runes was a considerable strain on him. Yet, the good news was that the black sword was constrained in midair by the two binding runes, its frantic attempts to break free futile against their power. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Zhu turned and snatched a solidifying pill from the nearby table, consuming it without delay. Fortunately, he had previously placed the solidifying pill in the functional room. Otherwise, there would have been no time to retrieve it from elsewhere. As the pill melted in his mouth, he felt a slight replenishment of his waning mental energy, and the dizziness began to subside. He wasted no time, immediately commencing the inscription of a third binding rune. 10 minutes later, panting heavily, Fang Zhu collapsed onto the ground. An unbearable sharp pain piercing through his mind. He had forcibly inscribed 4 binding runes in a row without fully recovering his mental energy. Although he had successfully contained the black sword, his mental capacity had reached its absolute limit. Under such circumstances, even consuming another solidifying pill would yield little effect, as he had overexerted himself to a dangerous degree, rendering even rare-grade potions insufficient. At that moment, the black mist enveloping the black sword dissipated, revealing its true form before Fang Zhu. It was an antiquated-looking small sword, and upon closer inspection, he discovered intricate patterns etched along its blade. Patterns? Fang Zhu murmured, mustering the strength to rise beside the small sword. This time, he comprehended the designs fully. They depicted primordial beasts, shrunk down dozens or even hundreds of times. Fang Zhu stood frozen in place, for the depictions were strikingly similar to those on his alchemical furnace. It was as if they were carved from the same mold. Is this mere coincidence? Fang Zhu whispered, extending his hand to grasp the hilt of the small sword. Chapter 60, The 8 Desolations Sword. Under the influence of the self-healing runes, Fang Zhu's right hand had regenerated flesh, albeit briefly, lacking skin and appearing gruesome and bloody. At that moment, as he grasped the small sword, long-awaited information about the item finally materialized before him. Name: 8 Desolations Sword, Abyssal Transformation, Legendary Grade. Description: originally the centerpiece of the 8 Desolations set, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones, it fell into the abyss for unknown reasons. Eroded by abyssal forces to a mere fraction of its former power, each use demands a price. Fang Zhu frowned as he read the item description. Having already harbored suspicions that the ominous black light, which instilled fear in high-level practitioners, was likely linked to the abyss. However, he had not anticipated the abyss to possess such uncanny power. If legendary items could be eroded, what of humans? Would they too succumb to the abyss's corruption? Fang Zhu recalled the recent abyssal entity incident, which had caused immense casualties. The abyss seemed capable of corrupting anything. He murmured to himself, suddenly realizing another troubling question. Why had he not been tainted by the abyssal power of the 8 Desolations Sword? Did this corruption require certain conditions to manifest? Fang Zhu furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for answers. He sat on the ground, placing the 8 Desolations Sword before him, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. The self-healing runes had faded, and his right hand had nearly fully regenerated. To the naked eye, the newly grown skin on his right hand appeared much fairer than that of his left. However, the lingering sensation of vertigo had not entirely dissipated. Fang Zhu realized he had overexerted himself even more than during the previous incident in the secret realm. He believed he would need at least 2 or 3 days to return to normalcy. After several minutes, Fang Zhu rose unsteadily from the ground and staggered to his bedroom, collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep slumber. Ding ding ding. The insistent ringing of his phone jolted him awake. Fang Zhu groggily reached for the phone resting by his pillow. He lifted it to his ear, and a familiar voice emanated from the speaker. Fang Zhu, are you at home? How is the data compilation progressing? It was Yin Wang's voice, and Fang Zhu recognized it immediately. His spirit jolted, and he glanced at the time displayed on his phone, 2:25 p.m. Oh no, I've slept for 2 days. Fang Zhu exclaimed inwardly. Quickly sitting up and responding into the phone, I'm at home, and I've nearly finished compiling the data. Great, I'll be there shortly, Yin Wang replied before hanging up. Fang Zhu hurriedly got out of bed, washed his face in the bathroom, and then returned to the alchemy room to review the data once more. After 2 days of rest, he had largely recovered, and his rune master level had reached level 5. After approximately half an hour of waiting, a knock resounded at the door. This time, the King of Hell was quite courteous, opting to enter through the door rather than resorting to some clandestine method. The two quickly settled in the living room, where Fang Zhu presented the research data while speaking. Captain Yin Wang, I have now discovered an effective method to eliminate the side effects of the strengthening pill. Within a week, I should be able to concoct a version that is entirely devoid of side effects and possesses enhanced efficacy. Upon hearing this, Yin Wang's eyes brightened, and he nodded thoughtfully without responding immediately, choosing instead to examine the research data in his hands. Fang Zhu's recording method was somewhat peculiar, one that Yin Wang had not encountered before, but he soon grasped some of the data within. About 10 minutes later, Yin Wang set down the materials, a mixture of surprise and discomfort evident in his smile. Indeed, even someone like me, an outsider, can comprehend this. So, is there hope for my proposal to be realized? Fang Zhu inquired eagerly. Yin Wang pondered for a moment before providing a somewhat ambiguous response. I cannot say for certain. Such a case has never appeared domestically, so I cannot predict how the higher-ups will decide. Current policies still favor combat roles, yet the value of support professions is beginning to attract attention. I can assist you in testing the waters. Fang Zhu nodded slightly. He discerned the implication in Yin Wang's words. Under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for him to establish his own research team, but given his legendary status, exceptions could be made. Thank you, Fang Zhu expressed sincerely. Yin Wang did not linger in the villa. He collected the research materials from the table and departed. After bidding farewell to Yin Wang, Fang Zhu returned to the functional room, first glancing at the Ba Huang sword lying on the ground. This sword, which had nearly cost him his life, had undergone some changes. A quaint scabbard had mysteriously appeared on the blade. This was indeed a fortuitous development, as it would spare him the concern of injuring himself while carrying it. Fang Zhu picked up the Ba Huang sword and placed it aside, then turned his attention to the fate crystal. His gold card count had refreshed, but after the events of the past few days, he now felt a twinge of hesitation regarding card draws. What if he encountered that ominous black light again? This time, luck was on his side. The power of the Ba Huang sword was barely retained, and he had the means to counter it. However, what if he drew something he could not handle? Fang Zhu was unwilling to take risks. Although he possessed the 9 turns spirit heart pill for protection, he felt compelled to prepare himself to avoid falling into a similar crisis again. With this thought in mind, Fang Zhu turned to the wall, contemplating his next steps. He resolved to inscribe some runes on the walls of the villa, runes that would be enduring and sufficiently potent. In the event of a similar situation, these runes could afford him some time, at the very least enabling him to devise a means to contact the outside world. Fang Zhu had come to understand that his previous inability to reach others by phone was likely due to the black light, which had distorted certain elements. It appeared that Shun Tupo's earlier assertions were not entirely accurate. In such situations, the best course of action would be to abandon the fate crystal and seek aid personally, as telecommunication would prove ineffective. After a period of contemplation, Fang Zhu had formulated a plan. He approached the nearby blacksmith, selecting some rare materials suitable for carrying runes from a pile. He then returned to the functional room. With a snap of his fingers, a flame erupted from his fingertips. This was the Qingli red fire within him, now capable of being released externally after a brief period of growth. Placing the materials above the flame, they soon melted into a viscous liquid. Fang Zhu took out a rune pen, gently tapping it onto the liquid. Once the pen tip absorbed the liquid sufficiently, he moved to the wall and began to draw a medium-sized rune array, reminiscent of the rune arrays he had previously observed at the logistics headquarters. For a legendary rune master, creating a rune array was not particularly challenging, even at his current 5th level. Before long, the walls of the functional room were adorned with a series of runes. These runes interconnected, forming an array of peculiar yet fascinating beauty. Fang Zhu's pace quickened as he drew, the rune pen blurring in his hand. Approximately half an hour later, he paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, and sat down to rest. He had not yet completed the rune array, but his mental stamina was beginning to wane. Fang Zhu had underestimated the mental energy required for inscribing such a rune array. He realized that, given his current level and skill, it was nearly impossible to complete it in one go, necessitating a brief respite. During his break, he did not remain idle, casually picking up the research materials beside him to ponder further. What he had presented to Yan Wang was merely a copy. The original remained in his possession. Fang Zhu had deconstructed the process of alchemy into meticulous steps, even calculating the precise amounts of each medicinal ingredient required. He had previously noted that the people of this era lacked a systematic method for recording research processes. Although there were remnants of the old era, most individuals did not truly grasp them. This might be attributed to the general disregard for research. Thus, Fang Zhu's meticulous recording method could, in a sense, be regarded as genuine research. Would a reduction of 5 grams in the juice of lingqing grass affect the other medicinal materials? Fang Zhu mused, jotting down notes and sketches on paper. To him, alchemy was akin to chemistry. However, while chemistry had the periodic table of elements and scientific calculation methods, alchemy remained largely uncharted territory. Admittedly, some alchemists had discerned certain patterns, yet these haphazard rules ultimately lacked a coherent framework. Of course, he was not yet capable of summarizing the principles of alchemy. Such an endeavor was a colossal and arduous task. But Fang Zhu believed that he could achieve it in the future. He was still young, with ample room for growth in his profession. Before long, Fang Zhu had filled several pages of draft paper. He recalibrated the formulas for the medicinal concoctions based on his findings, arriving at a highly probable and feasible approach. After setting aside the draft paper, he turned back to the wall to continue inscribing the runes. He was in no hurry to commence alchemy. Completing the rune array on the wall was his foremost priority. Once this array was finished, the villa would possess a degree of self-protection, extending beyond just the functional room to encompass the other rooms as well. At that point, Fang Zhu would hold complete dominion over the villa. There was, however, a rather troublesome aspect to this rune array. It appeared that some form of interference existed between the runes, which could lead to a reduction in their inherent power. The larger the rune array, the more pronounced this interference became. Fang Zhu's medium-sized rune array faced similar challenges, but he believed he could resolve them, albeit with some effort. Fang Zhu worked diligently until evening, finally completing the rune array. He let out a long breath, gazing at the shimmering runes on the wall with a satisfied smile. This was his first attempt at creating such a rune array, and the moment he finished, a wave of fulfillment washed over him, along with a corresponding increase in his rank as a rune master to level 7. The magnitude of the rune array's creation warranted a significant amount of experience. And if he were a mid to low-tier rune master, it would have taken days to complete such a comprehensive array encompassing offense, defense, and surveillance. However, as a legendary master, he required merely an afternoon. After dinner, Fang Zhu began the alchemical process of crafting the potent body-enhancing elixir he envisioned. Meanwhile, in the capital of Huagua, the king of hell arrived at an obscure little attic. Upon pushing open the door, he encountered 3 spirited elderly men, who were seated around a tea table, engaging in cheerful discussions. Noticing the newcomer, one of the elders set down his teacup, waved his hand in a friendly manner, and kindly beckoned, "Little Yen, do take a seat." The king of hell acknowledged with a nod and sat down. He gazed at the trio with immense respect in his heart. These were the 3 individuals reigning at the pinnacle of power in Huagua. The slightly rotund man on the left was the 3rd elder, known for his geniality, primarily responsible for domestic affairs. To the right sat the 2nd elder, a man of resolute character, meticulous yet robust, tasked with overseeing matters between nations. Naturally, the one seated in the center was the Grand Elder, who orchestrated the overall strategy, leading Huagua through thorns and brambles in this tumultuous era. For decades, he had never made a single error, successfully ensuring that Huagua stood resilient, becoming one of the mightiest nations of this world and time. At that moment, the 3rd elder spoke first. "Little Yen, I've reviewed the report you submitted. You mentioned that there is a young genius practitioner in Dingbei City who seeks national funding for his research?" The king of hell nodded and replied slowly, "Indeed, 3rd elder. I have conversed with this individual. Although he has only just graduated from high school, his demeanor and conduct are quite methodical. Furthermore, he possesses 3 legendary-level professions, indicating immense potential." The 3rd elder nodded, pulling out a stack of reports from seemingly nowhere to peruse. With his keen eyesight, the king of hell could discern that these reports detailed Fang Zhu's background and the research materials he had submitted. After a brief moment, the 3rd elder inquired again, "Did you bring the improved body-enhancing elixir?" "Yes," the king of hell replied, handing over a delicate wooden box. The 3 elders immediately leaned in to scrutinize the elixir. "Indeed, the concept is quite ingenious," the 2nd elder remarked with a slight nod. "The legendary-level profession is truly exceptional. Achieving such results in less than a month post-transition is commendable," the 3rd elder added, then turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder. Ultimately, the one who held sway in this room was the Grand Elder in the center, while the others could only offer their opinions. However, the Grand Elder merely smiled gently, refraining from voicing his own thoughts. Instead, He scrutinized the documents and unexpectedly posed a seemingly unrelated question. What is the situation over in the American Federation? The others were momentarily taken aback. But it was the second elder who quickly responded, furrowing his brow as he spoke gravely. For now, the situation remains stable. The three secret realms should be unable to breach their defenses in the short term. However, based on my analysis, the American Federation is likely creating a deceptive facade of stability using ample potions. Once the supply of potions diminishes, the beasts within the A-level secret realms will undoubtedly launch a large-scale offensive. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. In that case, the situation there is not particularly optimistic. The King of Hell remained silent, quietly listening to the three elders' discourse. After a moment, the Grand Elder picked up the report on the table, flipping through it while asking, "Do you think we should also stockpile some elixirs for unforeseen circumstances?" On the sofa, the second elder exchanged glances with the others. In truth, this matter had been raised by others before, but it had ultimately fizzled out for various reasons. Currently, there were fewer than 50,000 alchemists in Huagua whose primary profession was indeed alchemist, with a success rate of over 50% in crafting basic elixirs. This figure was exceedingly low, almost pitiable. After experiencing several upheavals, Huagua's population had sharply declined to less than 700 million. The notion of having merely 50,000 alchemists was disheartening. Consequently, the higher-ups found themselves powerless, while stockpiling elixirs was indeed a prudent strategy for crisis management. The issue lay in the sheer lack of elixirs available. The others were somewhat puzzled by the Grand Elder's sudden introduction of this topic. Even if the situation with the American Federation had provoked them, Huagua currently lacked the necessary conditions. While pharmacists may not rival alchemists in the later stages, their early advantages were substantial. Even a newly transitioned pharmacist could achieve a success rate exceeding 70%. Conversely, alchemists often struggled to endure beyond the mid to late stages, with very few able to persist. If Fang Zhu could address this issue, then providing him with some national support would be reasonable. The Grand Elder casually remarked again, as if discussing an inconsequential matter, but the other occupants of the room displayed varying degrees of astonishment upon hearing his words. To entrust such a formidable challenge to a young individual who had only recently transitioned? It was preposterous. Although the Grand Elder did not explicitly state the nature of the problem, those present were astute enough to connect the dots. Initially, the Grand Elder's suggestion to stockpile elixirs carried an implicit meaning, alluding to the earlier mentioned scarcity of alchemists. To stockpile elixirs, one must ensure that the supply could accommodate national consumption, leaving surplus for storage. If the domestic supply was insufficient, discussions of stockpiling would be moot. Thus, Fang Zhu's task would encompass addressing multiple issues: the number of alchemists, the quantity of elixirs, and methods for storage. This endeavor seemed utterly ludicrous, surpassing the capabilities of a mere youth, even one of legendary caliber. The King of Hell hesitated before speaking. Grand Elder, might this be somewhat? His words were cut off by the Grand Elder's interruption. Do not be hasty in rejection. There is no harm in trying, he said with a gentle smile. Since the young man wishes to pursue research, he must possess some ambition. With this, the King of Hell found himself at a loss for words. In truth, this also constituted a form of indirect support. The nation could not expect Fang Zhu to tackle such a challenging issue alone, so there would undoubtedly be multifaceted assistance when the time came. The higher-ups' considerations were never simplistic, and Fang Zhu was likely well aware of this. I shall convey to Fang Zhu that he should prepare himself, the King of Hell affirmed with a nod. 2 days later, in the villa, Fang Zhu erupted into boisterous laughter, his excitement palpable. He had successfully crafting the body-enhancing elixir that met his specifications. Name: Strengthening Elixir, Rare Level. Description: Fortifies the physique. Enhances physical attributes, with mild potency and no side effects. Limited to 1 per person. After numerous refinements, the name of the body-enhancing elixir had changed, but that was inconsequential. As long as the efficacy remained unchanged and the side effects were completely eradicated, that was all that mattered. The limitation of 1 per person was also trivial, as Fang Zhu had concurrently developed some secondary body-enhancing elixirs during his research, which had no restrictions on usage. Consuming a few was perfectly acceptable. At long last, it's completed. Fang Zhu could not help but exclaim, subsequently picking up his phone to dial Secretary Lu's number. Secretary Lu had provided him with substantial support throughout this endeavor, so it was only fitting to inform him of the research results at the earliest opportunity. Within the government building, Secretary Lu was reporting to Zhao Hongwu when he felt his phone vibrate. Glancing down, he recognized it was a call from Fang Zhu. Mayor, it's Fang Zhu, Secretary Lu announced as he answered the phone. Yes, take it, Zhao Hongwu nodded in response. The two soon learned of the successful research outcome regarding the body-enhancing elixir. Zhao Hongwu slammed his hand on the table, unable to contain his exuberance. Excellent. Truly splendid. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke into his phone. Quickly relay this news to the King of Hell. It may secure you some additional advantages. Fang Zhu immediately grasped the implication. Right. I'll call him now. With that, he hung up and began searching for the king's phone number in his contacts. Since the king had previously called him, It didn't take long for Fang Zhu to locate it. He pressed the dial button, and a series of beeping sounds echoed from his phone. Moments later, a somewhat frigid voice emerged from the other end. Fang Zhu, I was just about to call you. Taken aback, Fang Zhu instinctively inquired, is there something you need? Captain Yin, yes, I wanted to inform you that the higher-ups have approved your request, but you need to complete a task first. What task? Fang Zhu inquired with a smile. The state wishes for you to, well, I can't elaborate over the phone. Come to the capital in the next couple of days. There will be personnel designated to assist you. The king abruptly paused mid-sentence, nearly leaving Fang Zhu in suspense. Why are you being so cryptic? Fang Zhu said with a mix of amusement and frustration. The situation is somewhat complicated. You'll understand once you arrive, the king said. Shifting the conversation. Did you call me for something specific? Oh, right. I wanted to mention that I've devised a strength-enhancing elixir with no side effects. Fang Zhu replied with a grin. The king's breath hitched, and he couldn't help but exclaim, such speed. You truly live up to the legendary status of an elite practitioner. After a moment of thought, he continued, when you come to the capital, bring this latest elixir along with your research materials. I'll advocate for your achievements. Fang Zhu expressed his gratitude, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they concluded the call. Rising from his chair, he organized the remaining medicinal herbs before departing from his apartment. He needed to inform Zhao Hongwu in person about his trip to the capital, as there was no telling when he might return. Upon arriving at the government building, Fang Zhu successfully met Zhao Hongwu in the mayor's office. The rugged mayor appeared somewhat troubled, standing before a map on the wall, lost in thought. Hearing Fang Zhu's voice, Zhao Hongwu turned, a faint smile breaking through. Why the sudden visit? Didn't we just speak on the phone? Zhao Hongwu asked, rubbing his temples in curiosity. The higher-ups have approved my previous request to the king, so I will be heading to the capital in the next couple of days, Fang Zhu replied softly. Zhao Hongwu nodded slightly, his smile becoming more genuine. That's wonderful news. A positive development. Chapter 63, Departure from Dingbei. Fang Zhu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The Chinese tend to express emotions with great restraint. To him, Zhao Hongwu was akin to a respected elder, one who hoped for his success and wished for him to explore broader horizons. All he desired in return was to lend a hand when Dingbei City faced challenges within his capabilities. This stirred a complex mix of emotions in Fang Zhu. Regardless of Zhao Hongwu's initial motivations, he could now genuinely feel the mayor's sincere concern for him. Noticing Fang Zhu's expression, Zhao Hongwu approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, don't overthink it. We are all working for our country and our people. Just remember Uncle Zhao and the citizens of Dingbei. Indeed. Fang Zhu nodded earnestly. By the way, the military honors from the Fire Rabbit secret realm should be finalized by tomorrow. Come by before you leave, Zhao Hongwu added after a moment's thought. I'll arrange everything for the special training class. You can rest assured for your trip to the capital. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Fang Zhu nodded again. After leaving the government building, Fang Zhu made his way directly to the practitioner's base. Since he was departing, he needed to return the alchemy chamber previously assigned to him. After all, he still held the key. The base manager received the key with a smile and, after pondering for a moment, sent an attendant to fetch a variety of materials from the warehouse. These were resources abundant in Dingbei City and not urgently needed. I don't have much else. Consider these materials a parting gift, the manager said, handing over a large box filled with supplies. Fang Zhu initially intended to refuse, but eventually accepted after some back and forth. Upon seeing the materials, he suddenly recalled that he owed Shen Tu Peng a solidifying elixir. Although Shen Tu Peng hadn't pressed him for it, after his departure, opportunities to repay the debt would be scarce. So, Fang Zhu bid farewell to the manager and took the elevator down to the basement level. As expected, the special training class was in session in the basement classroom. At this stage, the class could have ventured into the secret realm for extended training. Yet Shen Tu Peng seemed to feel that their theoretical foundation was lacking and had assigned a few more days of lectures. Fang Zhu opted not to enter the classroom. To be honest, he held little camaraderie with most of the students, save for Wang Yingxue. Nevertheless, he had resolved to seek her out before leaving Dingbei City. So there was no need for grand displays in meeting others. Shen Tu Peng, being a high-level practitioner, had naturally sensed Fang Zhu's presence. He assigned the students some homework and stepped out of the classroom. Instructor, Fang Zhu approached, holding a wooden box. What is this? Shen Tu Peng asked, puzzled. I'm heading to the capital in a couple of days, and I'm uncertain when I'll return, so please take this solidifying elixir, Fang Zhu said, extending the wooden box toward him. Shen Tu Peng hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand, saying, no need, I have plenty here. He smiled and added, it seems you're off to join the secret squad. Congratulations. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Tu Peng had only heard bits and pieces during high-level meetings in Dingbei City, leading him to make an incorrect assumption regarding Fang Zhu's situation. Fang Zhu did not clarify, but insisted on returning the elixir, and after Shen Tu Peng declined twice, he ultimately accepted it. This scene mirrored Fang Zhu's earlier refusal of the materials from the base manager. After returning the solidifying elixir to Shen Tu Peng, Fang Zhu felt a sense of release from his obligations. However, he suddenly remembered someone, Secretary Liu. This stern, no-nonsense secretary had been assisting him for quite some time, and it would be remiss not to express his gratitude before leaving. He returned to the villa and entered the alchemy chamber, lost in thought. In truth, gifting Secretary Liu a solidifying elixir would have been most appropriate, as Fang Zhu discovered that this elixir seemed to hold significant value among practitioners. However, it was somewhat awkward as he currently lacked the complete materials to craft one, and even if he sought them out, time was of the essence. After some contemplation, Fang Zhu decided to create a small defensive rune array for Secretary Liu. He still had ample materials for drawing runes, so crafting a protective array disc would pose no difficulty. 2 days later, Fang Zhu boarded the aircraft bound for the capital. The clouds rushed past outside the window as he gazed at the receding Dingbei city, a contemplative expression gracing his features. If he were to gain power, he must surely lend them a hand. With that thought, Fang Zhu slowly closed his eyes, entering a state of tranquil meditation. The day prior, after handing the defensive rune array to Secretary Liu, he had gone to see Wang Yingxue. Upon learning of Fang Zhu's imminent departure for the capital, the icy young woman displayed brief surprise before quickly regaining her usual frosty demeanor, slowly articulating a few words of well-wishing. Fang Zhu, of course, had prepared a gift for her, a refined strong muscle and bone pill, along with a staff imbued with the power of frost. He was well aware that Wang Yingxue could not consume ordinary strength-enhancing potions. While her rare-class profession did offer some enhancement to her physical abilities, Fang Zhu could sense her subtle disappointment, as she was the only one among them who lacked this benefit. As for the staff, it had an interesting backstory. Initially, Fang Zhu intended to forge a small item, perhaps a piece of jewelry, but after numerous attempts, 6 or 7, to be precise, he failed to create one with suitable special attributes. In a moment of exasperation, he decided to reforge these small items, and fortuitously, their combined size was just right for a staff, resulting in the creation of the rare level Frostburst Staff. Name: Frostburst Staff, rare level. Description: contains a powerful and wildly ferocious ice and snow force. Only practitioners of rare level and below are unable to wield it, though its potency diminishes slightly in warmer environments. Special attribute: increases the power of all ice-based spells by 30%. This special attribute was straightforward yet potent, merely augmenting attack power, making it perfectly suitable for Wang Yingxue. Even at higher levels, Wang Yingxue graciously accepted the staff with a smile, her eyes shimmering with an unusual glint. Truth be told, anyone would feel drawn to such a beautiful girl, yet Fang Zhu did not harbor any excessive thoughts about her. His primary focus remained on confronting the threats posed by the secret realms. This was not to say he possessed an overwhelming sense of responsibility or patriotism. Rather, he simply wished to navigate this era with greater survival prospects. The menace of the secret realms was too great. Over half of the nations on Blue Star had succumbed to their influence, and should this trend continue, even Huagua might not endure until the end. Thus, survival was of paramount importance. Chapter 64, Deliberation. The speed of the flying vehicle was not particularly brisk, and it took approximately 5 hours before Fang Zhu glimpsed the outline of the capital through the window. He could not help but admit that, even from the sky, the architecture of the capital was far more magnificent than that of Dingbei City. The towering skyscrapers, resplendent with bright lights, remained visible against the night sky. Upon closer inspection, one could discern remnants of the era Fang Zhu once knew in the layout of the capital, though after years of evolution, its expanse had grown beyond his imagination. Through his observations, Fang Zhu realized that the current Huagua had abolished the provincial administrative division, leaving only the municipal level. This was perhaps related to the advent of the secret realms. After all, Huagua had lost vast tracts of land, rendering the division of provinces somewhat extravagant. Before he realized it, the flying vehicle had landed, and Fang Zhu, shouldering his small bag, followed the flow of people as he disembarked. He carried little with him, only a change of clothes, while the resource allocations and other supplies did not require his personal transport, as Yen Wang had arranged a specialized logistics team for him. However, concealing the substantial piece of Feihong stone had been a persistent headache for Fang Zhu, and ultimately, he decided to hide it within a large box, pretending it was part of the resources allocated to him. As long as the logistics team followed orders, his Feihong stone would remain undisclosed. This was a reluctant measure, given that he had yet to harness the power of the Feihong stone. Meanwhile, outside the airfield, 2 men clad in black stood seriously, holding a sign that boldly proclaimed, "A warm welcome to Comrade Fang Zhu." Upon seeing the sign, Fang Zhu slapped his forehead in mild exasperation, muttering, "What s with this grand display?" He quickened his pace and approached the 2 men in black. Clearly, they were already acquainted with Fang Zhu's appearance, as they greeted him with professional smiles and guided him outward. Once seated in a rather antiquated automobile, Fang Zhu could not help but inquire with curiosity, "Where are we headed next?" One of the men in black, turning from the passenger seat, replied with a smile, "The captain has made arrangements. I will first take you to your residence to settle in, and then we will report to base 2. "The captain?" Fang Zhu's expression brightened with interest. "Are you from Yen Wang's team?" "We are logistical personnel from Yen Wang's team. You may call me Yen Air." And this is Yin-san. The man in the passenger seat gestured towards the driver. Fang Zhu nodded in understanding, realizing he had not probed further. He had simply seen their credentials before boarding the vehicle. Now he felt reassured. In the capital of Huagua, his safety should be guaranteed. After all, it would be a simple task for a covert team to ensure such security. The car sped along the road, soon halting before a magnificent skyscraper. Fang Zhu blinked in surprise, his eyes wide. From the exterior alone, the building bore at least 3 medium to large-sized rune arrays, a display of extravagance. As such arrays in Dingbei City were typically reserved for highly significant locations. Yet here in the capital, they adorned a mere high-rise. While Fang Zhu was unaware of the building's specific purpose, it was unlikely to be a government office or another important site, as Huagua's government tended to maintain a low profile in such matters. You will stay here for the next few days. Other arrangements may follow, Yin said, pulling open the car door and gesturing towards the building. This treatment felt rather lavish, and Fang Zhu was somewhat unaccustomed as he stepped out, quickly adding, "Please, just be casual. You needn't to use such formal address. Calling me Fang Zhu will suffice." "Not at all, Mr. Fang. This is our duty." Yin maintained his courteous demeanor as he continued. "This is the Capital International Hotel, and I will assist you with the check-in process." After a brief span of time, Fang Zhu found himself in a luxurious suite at the hotel, designated as his temporary residence in the capital. According to Yin, the higher-ups had initially intended to place him directly in a dormitory at Base 2, but due to certain inconvenient explanations, he needed to stay outside for a few days while awaiting further notification. Yin offered little elaboration, but Fang Zhu could make educated guesses. After all, he possessed the soul of someone with decades of life experience, rendering political maneuverings rather familiar to him. Fang Zhu accepted Yin's arrangements with a sense of contentment, seeing no harm in enjoying a couple of days of respite. Although he was uncertain about the research tasks the higher-ups would assign him, he anticipated they would be challenging, so it would be prudent to take this time to relax his mind. Once the accommodation was settled, Yin and Yin-san took their leave, and Fang Zhu reclined on the plush, luxurious bed, placing a call to the logistics team to confirm the status of the transportation and various materials. Learning that everything was proceeding smoothly, he felt the urge to find something to eat. In truth, there was an aspect he had long deliberated while organizing materials. The rune array he had just drawn in the functional room of his villa in Dingbei City. He had not anticipated the higher-ups' notifications would arrive so swiftly, and the newly crafted rune array could not go to waste. Consequently, Fang Zhu devised several methods, ultimately deciding to pry the runes off the wall. Yes, pry? He spent half the night dismantling the array into several wall panels. Given the logistics team's ample transport capacity, bringing along a few wall panels would pose no issue. Meanwhile, in a conference room somewhere in the capital, a middle-aged official sat at the table, his expression grave as he perused the reports in his hands. After a moment, he raised his head and addressed the assembled individuals with a solemn tone. "I oppose allowing Fang Zhu to conduct research independently." As the middle-aged man's words fell, another official beside him could not contain his inquiry. "This is the elder's decision." "What do you mean by opposing it?" The middle-aged man, unfazed, replied, "I am well aware of the elder's intent. I concur with their views and recognize that our nation must stockpile certain elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. However, this matter should not be spearheaded by an inexperienced 18-year-old youth, no matter how legendary he may be." "What do you imply?" The official seated opposite the middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and asked. "A research team should be formed comprising high-level alchemists, with Fang Zhu as an assistant, while the state assigns dedicated personnel for oversight," the middle-aged man articulated deliberately. The meeting room fell into an immediate silence. Indeed, there was merit in the middle-aged man's argument, for Fang Zhu was undeniably too youthful. "I object." Suddenly, a voice emerged from outside the door as an elder, composed and unhurried, strode into the meeting room, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. All officials rose to their feet respectfully, exclaiming, "Elder Zhou." Zhou Tinghua made his way to the forefront of the meeting room and regarded the middle-aged official who had consistently voiced dissent. "Your perspective holds some validity. However, since the 3 elders have reached a consensus, it indicates that Fang Zhu possesses genuine talent in this domain." He paused before continuing. "While a meticulous approach is certainly commendable, have you considered that such an ambitious young man would never willingly assume a subordinate role? If we proceed according to your suggestions, Fang Zhu may develop a sense of rebellion, hindering the progress of the research." The middle-aged man remained silent for a few seconds before resolutely countering. "I do not deny his aptitude in alchemy. Indeed, a legendary profession is formidable. Yet, research is fundamentally distinct from combat. He has only recently begun his foray into alchemy. If he strays from the right path, it could jeopardize our nation's future, and we have little time for trial and error. What constitutes a wrong path, in your opinion?" Zhou Tinghua unexpectedly posed a question that caught the middle-aged man off guard. He paused, realizing that no matter how he responded, he would likely be in the wrong. Before the emergence of Fang Zhu, the highest-grade alchemist in our nation was merely rare level. Although some high-level alchemists had advanced their professions, their prowess was not inferior to that of rare-level alchemists. However, this profession remains significantly underrepresented, with no more than 10 individuals in our nation worthy of the title of Master Alchemist. Consequently, compared to the achievements of pharmacists in Western nations, our accomplishments appear rather lackluster. Now, the American Federation has managed to suppress the turmoil in the secret realms through sufficient elixirs, which is a shocking revelation for other nations. Naturally, our country has also felt a stimulus. The upper echelons were already inclined to shift policies towards research, as the development of combat professions seems to have hit a bottleneck. Seizing this opportunity, the Elder Council swiftly discussed and passed a series of legislative measures to promote research. Fang Zhu's proposal was timely. Had he presented it earlier, the higher-ups would have undoubtedly opposed his leadership in the research. Had he waited too long, the leadership might have hesitated due to various concerns. Only now, having demonstrated his capabilities with the improved strengthening elixir, and with Yan Wang's unwavering support, Fang Zhu has finally attained this nearly impossible opportunity. Zhou Tinghua's words carried significant weight. He is regarded as second only to 3 individuals in our nation, often humorously referred to as the fourth elder. It was precisely due to this stature that his resolute demeanor surprised the assembly. Ironically, Zhou Tinghua had just received a call from Yan Wang before entering the meeting room, where the leader of the clandestine team revealed a monumental piece of news. Fang Zhu had developed a strengthening elixir that was entirely devoid of side effects and demonstrated superior efficacy. This revelation solidified Zhou Tinghua's conviction. Such a talented young man must not be overlooked. The old guard could not achieve what he could, so it was better to allow Fang Zhu to take a chance. Thus, the scene unfolded where Zhou Tinghua stood resolutely against the other officials. The middle-aged man found himself in a precarious position. How could he discern what constituted a wrong path when he himself was not an alchemist? Yet, if he could not articulate his concerns clearly, Zhou Tinghua would undoubtedly champion Fang Zhu's leadership in alchemical research. He did not genuinely wish to hinder the development of our nation. Rather, as a conservative member, he believed this direct appointment of an inexperienced youth as the leading researcher in elixirs was too perilous. Fang Zhu can lead the research on elixirs. The middle-aged man finally conceded after a long silence, but he cannot be the sole research team. I propose that alchemist associations from various regions form a second or third team to conduct parallel research, mitigating any unforeseen circumstances. Zhou Tinghua nodded slightly. As the request did not surprise him, it is reasonable for conservatives to avoid placing all their eggs in one basket. Very well, it shall be arranged. The following day, within the Capital International Hotel, Fang Zhu stretched languidly as he rose from the plush bed. Despite the comfort of the bed, he found himself reminiscing about the small bed he had slept on for over a decade, a nostalgic longing for the stability of that bygone era. After breakfast, Fang Zhu left the hotel, intending to stroll through the city center, eager to witness the contrasts between the future capital and its past. However, as he walked just 2 blocks, a commotion nearby caught his attention. He turned to see a man and a woman engaged in a heated argument outside a shop. Surrounded by a crowd of onlookers with expressions of intrigue, curiosity piqued, Fang Zhu took a few steps closer to listen. Yet, just as he did, an unexpected sense of danger washed over him. Startled, he quickly retreated, and at that moment, a plume of black smoke suddenly erupted from the site of the argument. Fang Zhu observed the smoke while retreating, as the crowd dispersed in panic, sensing the impending threat. Run! A deep voice rang out from the end of the street. And in the next instant, Fang Zhu saw a dozen uniformed officers charging towards the scene, all prepared for combat, weapons raised, with energy fluctuations quietly permeating the area. Fang Zhu followed the crowd to the side. Still uncertain of the situation, he refrained from acting recklessly. At that moment, the black smoke swiftly coalesced in midair, soon forming a towering, 3-meter-tall humanoid shadow. What is that? Fang Zhu gasped internally, gripping his talisman pin tightly. The officers, taken aback by the dark figure, nonetheless charged forward. Close combat professionals swiftly closed the distance, while ranged professionals unleashed attacks imbued with various powers. An explosion erupted in the air. Yet the black figure remained largely unaffected, lowering its indistinct head as its eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Quick, contact the clandestine team. An officer shouted, his expression urgent. Just as the words left his mouth, the shadow unleashed a swift and powerful jet of black energy, aimed directly at the shouting officer. The officer's face paled, but he could not react in time, watching helplessly as the black energy bore down upon him. Boom! In the next second, a translucent barrier abruptly materialized, intercepting the black energy and absorbing the brunt of the attack on behalf of the officer. The officer was elated yet perplexed, pondering what had transpired. As he contemplated, his gaze fell upon Fang Zhu, who was smiling and gesturing to him. Chapter 66, Shadow Demon. On the street, Fang Zhu stood proudly, holding a seal pen, in stark contrast to the panicked crowd that was scattering in all directions. The officer quickly realized that this was a formidable professional. At that moment, with the assault from the other officers, the dark figure finally showed signs of injury, the black mist surrounding it becoming slightly less dense. Beneath the dark silhouette, a man and a woman, who had been quarreling moments before, were now paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Fang Zhu quickly discerned the officer's intention to distract the enemy in order to save the hostages. He stepped forward, swiftly drawing powerful runes in the air with his seal pen. The stone and blade runes taking shape and soaring towards the officers nearby who were preparing to rescue the victims. Move quickly, the runes may not hold for long. Fang Zhu shouted, prompting the officers to accelerate their movements. The dark figure tilted its head slightly, its crimson eyes fixating on the commotion below. Aware of the humans' subtle maneuvers, but unable to intervene immediately, as it was being persistently harassed by other humans. While the magical attacks inflicted minimal damage, they were undeniably bothersome. The shadow demon let out a roar, its black mist erupting violently, spreading like a sandstorm. Fang Zhu's heart raced. The protective runes he had prepared were ready to be unleashed, the most effective ones he could conjure in such a short time. However, he was unfamiliar with the shadow demon and could not ascertain the efficacy of his runes. A nearby senior officer's face paled upon witnessing the spreading black mist. He clearly recognized the creature and shouted without hesitation, "Fall back! Fall back! Do not approach the black mist." "What is that thing?" Fang Zhu immediately turned to inquire. The officer quickly explained, "It's a shadow demon, a half-beast, half-abyssal entity. The black mist has corrosive properties. Anyone engulfed by it will perish within 3 seconds." Fang Zhu gasped, and the protective rune shot forth. 2 seconds later, the rune appeared before several officers closest to the shadow demon. Just as the black mist began to encroach upon them, a sizzling sound erupted, akin to droplets of water hitting a hot iron pan. As the protective barrier trembled violently under the corrosive effects of the mist, the good news was that the barrier effectively shielded them from the mist, buying precious time for the officers to retreat. Against all odds, those officers risked exposure to the corrosive mist and successfully pulled the man and woman out of the shadow demon's attack range, their professional configurations evidently well thought out, allowing them some degree of self-preservation against the black mist. Yet, in the next moment, the shadow demon shifted, its massive form rapidly closing in on Fang Zhu. Having identified him as the most bothersome human, Fang Zhu hurriedly retreated, but as a non-combatant, he could hardly outpace such a formidable creature. The nearby officers reacted swiftly, unleashing various attacks the instant the shadow demon charged. However, they were no match for it. Truth be told, if the demon unleashed its full power, these officers would be annihilated within 10 minutes. The only reason they were able to contend with it momentarily was that the shadow demon had just emerged from a secret realm and was still curious about its surroundings. Its aggression not yet fully unleashed. Of course, Fang Zhu's runes did have some effect, but even without his intervention, the officers could barely hold their ground thanks to the support roles in their team, albeit with some casualties. At this moment, the shadow demon had closed within 5 meters of Fang Zhu, allowing him to distinctly smell the foul, rancid odor emanating from it, reminiscent of fermented herring in a humid, stifling environment. Suddenly, a torrent of black mist surged forth, almost enveloping Fang Zhu in an instant. In a flash, a figure appeared before him, grabbing his arm and yanking him away just in time to evade the mist assault. The figure did not halt, pulling Fang Zhu back several meters. Once steady, Fang Zhu recognized his rescuer. It was Xiao Li, the member of the Yin Wang team with whom he had previously crossed paths in Dingbei City, who had once used her innate abilities to entice him. Xiao Li noticed Fang Zhu's gaze, flashed a charming smile, and sweetly remarked, "I've saved your life. Consider us even." Fang Zhu understood her implication and nodded without speaking, instead directing his attention to the other members of the Yin Wang team, who were attacking the shadow demon not far away. They were indeed the strongest professional team in Huagua. The imposing shadow demon could not withstand even 5 minutes under their onslaught. With a piercing shriek, the demon was torn asunder by a powerful attack, the black mist in the air dissipating rapidly. Fang Zhu exhaled slowly, turning to Xiao Li and saying, "You arrived rather promptly." Xiao Li's lips curled into a smile as she replied softly, "Of course, that is our duty." The officers, now relaxed, greeted the covert team before beginning to secure the area. Observing this, Fang Zhu scratched his head. Even ordinary officers were aware of the existence of the covert team. Was there really any point in having such a name? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as Yin Wang had approached him. Fortune favors the bold. Encountering such an event upon arrival is quite lucky, Yin Wang remarked, patting Fang Zhu's shoulder, a hint of mirth in his tone. "I would prefer a bit less luck," Fang Zhu retorted, rolling his eyes. Indeed, it was fortunate that if the covert team had arrived a moment later, he might have perished. "All right, since we've met, let us go with us," Yin Wang said, glancing around to ensure the officers could handle the aftermath before leading his team toward the other side of the street. Fang Zhu nodded and followed, aware that news from above must have reached them. Sure enough, after walking 2 blocks, Yin Wang spoke first, and at the moment he did, an invisible wave of energy enveloped them, causing Fang Zhu to realize that his figure seemed to vanish from the eyes of passers-by. Not a single one noticed the large group walking down the street. "This is De Yan's talent," Yin Wang explained briefly before continuing. "The higher-ups have agreed to let you lead the research on elixirs, but do not rejoice too soon, as your project will be quite challenging." Hearing this, Fang Zhu's expression brightened. As long as the state supported him, everything else would be manageable. After all, challenges were inherent in research, and he had no desire for simplicity. Chapter 67, The Second Base. After walking for about half an hour, Fang Zhu finally discerned where Yan Wang and the others were headed. Is this the direction of the base? He inquired. Indeed, I'm taking you to the second base, Yan Wang replied with a smile. We'll first complete some formalities. And in a couple of days, you can return for your lab and equipment. Fang Zhu nodded slightly, then curiously asked, why are we walking? Don't we have any other mode of transportation? Yan Wang's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, there's a special vehicle ahead. We'll reach it shortly. 10 minutes later, Fang Zhu gazed contemplatively at the bus before him. Is this the specialized vehicle? It is rather different from what I had envisioned. Yin coughed lightly, causing the few passengers aboard the bus to hurriedly disembark. Let us board, Yan Wang said, leading the way. Fang Zhu hesitated for a moment, casting a puzzled glance at Yin. With a chuckle, Yin leisurely explained, this bus is indeed a shuttle to the base. However, the driver occasionally utilizes it for extra income. As for those passengers, they are merely workers from the vicinity of the base, and we are quite familiar with them. So there's no need for concern. He waved his hand dismissively. Fang Zhu nodded, somewhat speechless, and followed Yin onto the shuttle. The bus driver greeted everyone cheerfully before starting the engine and heading toward the base. Fang Zhu observed the driver and asked, somewhat perplexed, is it permissible to so openly earn extra income? Old Li has devoted his life to the service of the nation. Earning a little on the side is perfectly acceptable. Yin patiently clarified. I see, Fang Zhu replied, refraining from further inquiries as he turned his gaze to the window. The towering buildings of the city swiftly receded from view, and soon they were on the highway, racing toward the suburbs. Due to the abolishment of provincial divisions, most cities are now larger than the one Fang Zhu hails from. Simultaneously, the speed of these ruined vehicles has increased, as the number of vehicles owned by various countries has significantly diminished, allowing for freer movement on the roads. Approximately 2 hours later, the scenery underwent a noticeable transformation. The skyscrapers vanished, replaced by modest bungalows and low-rise buildings, signifying their entry into the suburban area. The base is in that direction. Yin indicated toward a distant stretch of continuous structures. Following his gesture, Fang Zhu observed dozens of uniquely shaped buildings, including a particularly conspicuous spherical edifice. Indeed, that structure housed the portal to the secret realm. As the bus approached the base, the driver retrieved a card from beneath his seat and hung it in the front windshield. From his vantage point, Fang Zhu could clearly read the inscription, Second Base Access Pass. That makes sense, he thought. After presenting the pass, the bus proceeded smoothly, transporting them directly to the heart of the base, where the tallest building, an administrative tower, stood. Upon disembarking, Fang Zhu followed the others into the building and navigated several long corridors until he arrived at his destination. The individual responsible for liaising with him was Bai Fu, the second in command of the second base, a graceful middle-aged woman clad in a striking red dress, her figure both elegant and alluring. Upon seeing Fang Zhu, Bai Fu bestowed upon him an elegant smile, rising to approach him, her eyes appraising the young man who had gained notoriety among the upper echelons. Such youth, Bai Fu remarked softly, her voice imbued with a hint of huskiness and charm. Fang Zhu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, and could only slightly bow in politeness, saying, Hello, Director Bai. Bai Fu covered her mouth with a light laugh and replied sweetly, Just call me Aunt Bai. Referring to me as director feels too formal. Aunt Bai, Fang Zhu obediently echoed. Bai Fu nodded in satisfaction, turning to Yan Wang and chiding. You lot could at least greet me. It's the newcomer who understands manners. The others exchanged awkward glances. Most of them were around Bai Fu's age and felt somewhat speechless at her comment. However, this was typical of Bai Fu's character and none took offense. Prior to arriving, Fang Zhu had learned that the professional bases in the capital differed from those in Dingbei City. 2 years prior, the 4 professional bases in the capital underwent reform, becoming the first, second, third, and fourth professional corporations. This explained why he had initially referred to Bai Fu as director. Fang Zhu was unsure whether this reform was beneficial for the nation, but he noted that the second base was indeed far more vibrant than the one in Dingbei City, with smiles adorning the faces of the professionals, seemingly filled with hope for the future. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Bai Fu turned to her desk, retrieving a form and handing it to Fang Zhu. Fill this out, and then you can return and await further news. Oh, and in the coming days, feel free to scout for potential team members. If someone catches your eye, simply provide me with their information, and I will facilitate their transfer. Thank you, Aunt Bai, Fang Zhu said, delighted as he took the form and moved to a nearby coffee table to begin filling it out. Meanwhile, Yan Wang called Bai Fu to the door and whispered a few words, prompting a look of surprise to cross her features. After a moment's contemplation, she quietly asked Yan Wang, Could you possibly procure a strongbones pill for me? Yan Wang, initially taken aback, quickly grasped her meaning. Is that for Xiaoyan? Bai Fu nodded, exhaling a sigh. Yes, Xiaoyan can't tolerate ordinary strengthening pills, and as she is in a supportive role, her physical constitution is too frail. I fear for her survival. Well, I'll see what I can do. This pill has just been developed, so I'm not entirely certain of its specifics, Yin Wang replied. Though this statement was a deception. Earlier, during their walk to the bus, Fang Zhu had already informed him of the details regarding the Strongbones pill. And one of the team members had even located the documentation Fang Zhu mentioned at a hotel. This meant that Yin Wang possessed a complete research report, not to mention a Strongbones pill in his possession. However, he could not easily acquiesce to Bai Fu, as there was considerable interest in the pill from higher-ups. Unless Fang Zhu voluntarily offered it, no one had the authority to decide its fate. Unaware of the exchange between them, Fang Zhu swiftly completed the form, scanning it from top to bottom to confirm its accuracy before rising. Have you finished? Bai Fu inquired with a smile. Fang Zhu nodded, handing her the completed form. Bai Fu took it, glancing briefly at the beginning before setting it aside. Aunt Bai, this is... Fang Zhu began, but Bai Fu interrupted him. It's all set. There will be no issues. Your paperwork will be processed shortly. Bai Fu elegantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and then retrieved a stack of documents from her drawer. These are the profiles of some alchemists. These are the ones I can facilitate for you. Feel free to indicate anyone who might be of assistance. Fang Zhu felt a surge of joy. He had initially thought he would need to seek out alchemists himself, but was pleasantly surprised that she had prepared this for him. However, he wondered why Bai Fu was being so accommodating towards him on their first meeting. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he tentatively inquired, Aunt Bai, I am unsure how to express my gratitude. If you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Bai Fu's face lit up with delight at his words. Realizing she no longer needed to impose on Yin Wang and could directly request assistance from him. Could you possibly provide me with a Strongbones pill? She asked, feigning a hint of bashfulness. She quickly added, of course, if it poses any difficulty, just disregard my request. Fang Zhu chuckled inwardly, recognizing her intentions. He replied slowly, no problem, Aunt Bai, a mere pill is nothing. I will deliver one to you in a couple of days. Wonderful, she exclaimed. Bai Fu was overwhelmed with joy, a delicate flush gracing her charming visage. She stepped forward and gently patted Fang Zhu's shoulder, her eyes brimming with admiration. Once the application form was completed, there were no further tasks at the base, prompting Fang Zhu to bid farewell to Bai Fu and depart the administrative building alongside Dian. On his return, there was no need for Fang Zhu to take the shuttle bus. Dian's professional skills were particularly advantageous when it came to guiding individuals. Thus, a mere half-hour later, Fang Zhu found himself back at the International Grand Hotel, ensconced once again in his luxurious suite. Seated at the desk, he began to meticulously examine the materials on alchemists that Bai Fu had entrusted to him. After approximately 10 minutes of scrutiny, he closed the documents with a resigned sigh. Most of the information contained therein pertained to low-tier, low-level alchemists, and their professional skills were rather mediocre. Of course, this was not Bai Fu's fault. The profession of alchemist was indeed in a precarious state, with the new generation lacking even a single rare-grade individual. Moreover, the majority of alchemists no longer regarded alchemy as their primary vocation. Under the fate system, the number of professions one could transition into was limitless, if one so desired. They could switch to a dozen or even 20 careers. However, few chose such a path, as individual energy is inherently finite. Typically, those whose primary profession is alchemist would seek to acquire other combat or auxiliary roles, developing their secondary profession as their main focus, relegating alchemy to an occasional endeavor. Thus, in modern China, the number of practitioners genuinely willing to engage in alchemy was scant, and those accessible to Fang Zhu were even fewer. To be frank, Fang Zhu had not anticipated that this would be the first obstacle he encountered in his alchemical research. It was impossible for him to conduct a large-scale study on his own, even if he were legendary. The reason was simple: his energy was insufficient. He could not personally oversee every matter, and some of the less critical tasks would require assistance. After pondering for a while, Fang Zhu reopened the alchemist materials, realizing he had no alternative but to sift through the available options. After half an hour of careful consideration, he extracted 2 pages from the documents. The talents and experiences of these 2 individuals stood out among the rest, prompting Fang Zhu to decide to reach out to them. After reviewing the documents once more from beginning to end, he stood up and dialed the number recorded on one of the pages. After a few rings, a clear voice greeted him. Hello, who is this? Fang Zhu hesitated for a moment before responding. Greetings, Comrade Wanyu. My name is Fang Zhu, and I am an alchemist. There was a brief silence on the other end before the voice replied. Hello. May I inquire what this is regarding? It was evident that this young man named Wanyu was quite polite. Are you aware that a research group for elixirs is about to be formed? Fang Zhu pondered briefly before deciding to gauge the other party's stance. Wanyu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Fang Zhu to bring up this matter. After a few moments of hesitation, he replied, I've heard about it, but it shouldn't concern me, right? Do you have time to discuss this further? Fang Zhu suggested, opting not to elaborate unnecessarily but instead extending an invitation to meet. Wanyu, uncertain about the unexpected call and the intentions of this stranger, deliberated for a brief moment before ultimately agreeing, for he indeed regarded alchemy as his primary vocation. Sure, just name a place, and I will be there shortly. Fang Zhu's heart leaped at the response. The willingness to meet indicated that this individual was not averse to delving into alchemical research, presenting an opportunity to recruit him into his group. Although Bai Fu had assured Fang Zhu that she could directly assign anyone he desired, he preferred to engage with the individual first and gather insights before making a decision. Let us meet at the Chaiyang Cafe, Fang Zhu suggested, naming a well-known venue. This cafe was renowned as a gathering place for auxiliary professionals in the capital. All right, I'll need about half an hour, Wan Yu replied before hanging up. Fang Zhu glanced at the time and then at the second document in his hand, contemplating whether to call the other individual immediately. Given that it seemed inappropriate for two people to meet concurrently, he decided to first connect with Wan Yu. Half an hour later, Fang Zhu sat at a small table in a corner of the cafe, delicately sipping the coffee of this era. Truthfully, it bore no distinction from that of the past. The only difference might be that the current era had far fewer coffee-producing regions. Now, only a small fraction of Blue Star could still cultivate coffee beans, resulting in exorbitant prices. However, Fang Zhu was unconcerned. He had ample funds, as Yin Wang had once provided him with a bank card containing a sum that appeared quite formidable to him. The cafe was tastefully decorated, with dark wooden furniture and exquisite, elegant murals that imparted a nostalgic ambience. Listening to the classical music wafting from an unknown source, Fang Zhu gradually found tranquility. Judging from the current attitudes towards him, it seemed that successfully assembling the research group would pose no issues. The only challenge lay in maximizing the use of the resources at his disposal, as his foundation was still rather shallow, and certain endeavors would likely encounter resistance. Chapter 69, The Astonished Wan Yu. Before long, his first cup of coffee was consumed, and just as Fang Zhu was about to summon the waiter for a second order, a somewhat disheveled young man entered the cafe. Fang Zhu immediately recognized him, as the image of this individual had been included in the materials Bai Fu provided. To call it an image would not be entirely accurate. In Fang Zhu's view, it resembled a form of record that lay somewhere between a photograph and a painting. Indeed, in this era, there were no true cameras, and thus, no genuine photographs existed. Nonetheless, the likeness was quite vivid and lifelike, allowing Fang Zhu to discern that this individual was Wan Yu. He promptly stood and waved, while Wan Yu reciprocated with a slight wave of his arm as he approached. Once seated, Fang Zhu ordered 2 cups of coffee and promptly stated, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Fang Zhu, the head of the Elixir Research Group." Wan Yu's expression reflected surprise. His features, already somewhat comical, made him appear even more so as his brows knitted together in bewilderment. "You are the head?" Wan Yu could not help but exclaim. Fang Zhu smiled and nodded, taking a sip of the freshly served coffee before gradually explaining. "I am uncertain how much you know about the Elixir Research Initiative, but I am indeed one of the group's leaders. If all goes according to plan, I will be establishing the premier Elixir Research Group." Wan Yu's astonishment deepened. He involuntarily took a sip of his coffee, then suddenly recalled something, murmuring to himself. Indeed, there have been rumors of such a group forming. The Elixir Research is to be divided into 3 groups, and the leader of the first group is said to be a young person who has never made a public appearance. Fang Zhu listened with a smile, then interjected. "That is correct. I am the individual you just referred to." He paused before continuing. "I presume you can guess the purpose of my visit today. I have reviewed your materials, and from the perspective of an ordinary alchemist, your qualifications are exemplary and perfectly aligned with my requirements. Therefore, I extend an invitation for you to join my team." When you had not anticipated Fang Zhu's forthrightness, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. To speak candidly, Wan Yu harbored a genuine desire to engage in the research of elixirs. He had initially intended to consult his mentor at the Alchemist Association, seeking a way to integrate himself into one of the Master Alchemist's teams. However, before he could approach his teacher, he was unexpectedly summoned by Fang Zhu. On another front, as a native of the capital, Wan Yu instinctively felt a greater trust in the local alchemists. Although he did not harbor any overt discrimination against Fang Zhu, who had been parachuted into this position, he could not help but regard him with a degree of skepticism. Thus, he began to formulate reasons to decline Fang Zhu's proposition. Yet, just as he was preparing to voice his objections, Fang Zhu suddenly placed a wooden box on the table and slid it towards him. Wan Yu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the gesture's implications. A bribe? Am I truly of such worth? This thought flickered through his mind, just as Fang Zhu's voice reached him from across the table. "I understand your doubts regarding my abilities, but I implore you to take a look at this first." Furrowing his brow, Wan Yu nonetheless reached out to accept the wooden box and slowly opened it. Inside lay an unassuming elixir. "What is this?" Wan Yu inquired, not yet lifting the elixir, but rather directing his gaze at Fang Zhu. "Take a look at its description." Fang Zhu replied with a casual smile, providing no further explanation. Wan Yu suppressed his curiosity, grasped the elixir, and in the next moment, lines of text appeared before his eyes. After a brief pause, Wan Yu's breath caught in his throat. His expression suddenly frozen in astonishment as he looked up at Fang Zhu. "Which elixir has been improved to create this?" Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow at his response, clearly impressed that Wan Yu recognized the elixir as one that had undergone enhancement. It is the strengthening elixir, he answered candidly. Indeed it is, Wan Yu murmured to himself, his expression growing increasingly complex. Is there a problem? Fang Zhu inquired softly. No, none at all. Although Wan Yu's feelings were indeed tumultuous, he refrained from voicing his inner thoughts. This is a brand new elixir derived from the strengthening elixir, modified from its original formula. Although each person is limited to one, its effects are significantly superior to the original. Fang Zhu continued, nodding in acknowledgement. Wan Yu, being an alchemist himself, could discern much more information from the description of the item. Fang Zhu's claim held true. This elixir was indeed far superior to the original strengthening elixir. Furthermore, the elixir Fang Zhu presented was of a rare quality, a classification Wan Yu had only encountered twice in his lifetime. He recalled vividly that those rare elixirs were crafted by his mentor's mentor through fortuitous circumstances. Yet here was this young man, presenting a rare elixir with such ease. What is the quality of this elixir? Wan Yu found himself at a loss for how to articulate his inquiry, settling for a vague expression. Fang Zhu chuckled knowingly, aware of Wan Yu's unasked question, but he understood that the answer required a touch of finesse, leaving an air of mystery. After a moment of silence, Fang Zhu slowly remarked, if I were to tell you that such quality elixirs are commonplace for me, you would surely not believe it. However, it is indeed not a challenge for me. Upon hearing this, Wan Yu fell into deep contemplation regarding the elixir. Truthfully, Fang Zhu's abilities exceeded his expectations. Both the enhancement of the strengthening elixir and the rare quality of this new elixir struck him as quite extraordinary. Just as he was attempting to formulate a response, Fang Zhu dropped a bombshell revelation. The reason I can speak with such confidence is that my rank as an alchemist is exceedingly high. Exceedingly high. Wan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Just how high is high? Take a guess, Fang Zhu replied enigmatically, lifting his coffee cup to take a sip. After all the discussion, the coffee had grown somewhat lukewarm. Fang Zhu hastily drank a couple of gulps, finishing off the now cold beverage. Wan Yu silently scrutinized the young man before him. A high professional rank. What rank could that possibly be? Rare level? Or perhaps a legendary level that had never been seen before? At this thought, Wan Yu's eyes widened once more. If it were merely a rare level, the higher-ups would not have allowed this individual to be parachuted in as the head of an alchemical group. After all, while rare levels are nearly unheard of, certain master alchemists, upon transitioning, could easily rival those of rare status. Therefore, Fang Zhu must be of legendary rank. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. At that moment, he felt his right hand, which held the coffee cup, tremble slightly. You are of legendary rank? Wan Yu stammered, his voice quivering. Indeed, Fang Zhu replied, lifting his head slightly, a perfectly measured expression of pride gracing his features. He possessed the capital to feel this way, a legendary alchemist, unprecedented in history, and unmatched henceforth. Chapter 70. Wan Yu was left in a daze. Within the cafe, his expression was a tapestry of complexity. He could not quite discern his own emotions. Shock, doubt, confusion, a myriad of intricate feelings surged within him, and a whisper echoed in the recesses of his mind. Could he be exaggerating? Yet, as he beheld Fang Zhu's proud demeanor, he found it difficult to maintain any skepticism. If you doubt my words, I can demonstrate my skills. But it is rather late today, and I am unsure of your availability tomorrow. Fang Zhu hesitated, appearing somewhat uncertain. Instantly, Wan Yu perked up. I have no plans. I am entirely free. You must demonstrate your abilities. It must be said that Wan Yu's capacity for rapid emotional shifts was remarkable. Upon learning that Fang Zhu was a legendary alchemist, this seemingly disheveled and slightly slow-witted young man suddenly became astutely aware. This was, in fact, Fang Zhu's intention. He wished to employ such dialogue to lure Wan Yu in, thereby increasing his trust to a certain extent. After all, people are more inclined to believe what they witness with their own eyes. Let us find an alchemical laboratory, Fang Zhu suggested, rising to his feet. Wan Yu also stood, casting a glance outside the cafe before adding, there is a private alchemical laboratory not far from here. I have a good rapport with the owner, so I should be able to borrow it. Fang Zhu nodded with a smile, replying, I appreciate your assistance. Half an hour later, they arrived at the private laboratory Wan Yu had mentioned. Upon entering, Fang Zhu's eyes were immediately drawn to the exquisitely crafted earth-fire apparatus at the center of the room. For an alchemist, a quality earth-fire apparatus could greatly enhance the alchemical process, although Fang Zhu's own fire, the Qingli Qihua, far surpassed the capabilities of any earth-fire apparatus. However, his flames were currently too feeble to complete the entire alchemical process on their own, thus he opted for the earth-fire apparatus. Fang Zhu did not instruct Wan Yu to prepare the materials for the creation of the strengthening elixir, as this was a closely guarded secret of his own. Fortunately, the laboratory was well stocked with various ingredients, and after a quick assessment, Fang Zhu found everything he needed to concoct a standard strengthening elixir. Selecting a dozen or so ingredients, he confidently approached the workstation and began his preparations. Wan Yu recognized Fang Zhu's choices and understood he intended to create a strengthening elixir. Although he had hoped to witness the creation of the more advanced elixir, he understood that Fang Zhu would likely not reveal it so readily. The strengthening elixir would suffice. as he merely sought confirmation of Fang Zhu's rank as an alchemist. Typically, professionals could demonstrate their rank through the touch of a fake crystal, where the colors that illuminated the crystal represented various ranks. However, Wan Yu was far more eager to witness Fang Zhu's alchemical prowess. Without further ado, Fang Zhu dedicated himself to the task at hand, expertly crafting the elixir. He had become so adept at producing the strengthening elixir that one might say he could do it in his sleep. It was no exaggeration to assert that he had mastered its myriad steps. At this moment, Wan Yu was utterly astonished by Fang Zhu's remarkable skills. Observing the fluidity and grace of Fang Zhu's techniques, his mind was consumed by a singular word: artistry. As an alchemist, he could discern numerous subtleties from Fang Zhu's methods, leading him to believe that even after decades of practice, he might never match Fang Zhu's proficiency. Is this what it means to be a genius? Wan Yu muttered to himself, feeling as though the first 2 or 3 decades of his life had been in vain. Unbeknownst to him, nearly everyone who had witnessed Fang Zhu's alchemy shared this sentiment, akin to the powerlessness felt when a prodigy from a cultivation novel encounters a favored child of destiny. With a decisive gesture, Fang Zhu activated the ground fire apparatus, and a vibrant flame erupted instantaneously. Indeed, this flame was impressive, and Fang Zhu could not help but express his admiration. His praise was sincere. The fire emitted from this private alchemical chamber's apparatus was consistent and gentle, greatly beneficial for alchemical processes. The requirements for flames in alchemy are stringent, not merely higher temperatures, but a stable flame within a specific temperature range that does not dissipate heat outward. This apparatus accomplished that admirably, prompting Fang Zhu's spontaneous commendation. Furthermore, he had noticed that since acquiring the flame mastery skill, his standards for flames had risen significantly. He found himself reluctant to use ordinary flames. Wan Yu remained silent, acknowledging that it was not surprising for Fang Zhu to discern these details. After all, legendary alchemists ought to possess exceptional abilities. After processing the medicinal materials, Fang Zhu waved his hand, summoning a medium-sized alchemical furnace into his grasp. Upon seeing the furnace, Wan Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. As a rare-level alchemist, he had believed his own furnace to be quite exceptional, yet compared to Fang Zhu's, it was as if he were contrasting an authentic piece with a counterfeit. The intricate patterns and textures were almost beyond his belief. Moreover, Wan Yu sensed a subtle yet palpable pressure emanating from Fang Zhu's furnace, reminiscent of some ancient, formidable beast descending into this world. Noticing Wan Yu's reaction, Fang Zhu stifled a chuckle within himself as he began to place the prepared materials into the furnace. The ensuing moments were filled with anticipation, and Fang Zhu, wiping his hands, turned to Wan Yu and inquired, "What type of elixirs do you typically excel at crafting?" Wan Yu scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "I generally focus on crafting the fasting elixir and the 100 poisons elixir." Fang Zhu's eyes brightened at this revelation. The fasting elixir was well known as a fundamental concoction, essential for various combat-oriented professions venturing into secret realms. However, it was the mention of the 100 poisons elixir that truly piqued his interest. This particular elixir was relatively rare, especially in surrounding cities near the capital, as Fang Zhu understood that few beasts with poison as their primary means of attack could be found in those locales. The 100 poisons elixir, designed to counteract numerous toxins, was highly sought after in certain southern cities, though its formulation was notably challenging. The documentation provided to him by Bai Fu had only indicated Wan Yu's proficiency with the fasting elixir, omitting any mention of his expertise in crafting the 100 poisons elixir, thus rendering this discovery a delightful surprise. "I have a keen interest in toxins as well," Fang Zhu smiled, glancing back at the furnace. His fascination with toxins stemmed from a practical perspective. Developing a toxin or elixir that could target beasts yet remain harmless to humans would alleviate much of the pressure associated with secret realms. Yet, in this era, society's disregard for toxins might also relate to the decline of alchemists. Approximately half an hour later, a rich aroma of medicinal essence wafted from the furnace, prompting Fang Zhu to conclude his conversation with Wan Yu and rise to extinguish the flame of the ground fire apparatus. The moment to witness the elixirs had arrived. Ultimately, Fang Zhu refrained from uttering any cliched phrases. Chapter 71, The Arrival of Supplies. Within the alchemical chamber, Wan Yu fixated intently on the furnace held by Fang Zhu. A sense of premonition began to stir within him, yet he understood that only by witnessing the outcome could he ascertain the truth. Fang Zhu, too, felt a tinge of nervousness, for until he beheld the elixirs, he could not confirm whether his talent had indeed been activated. Nevertheless, he had prepared enough materials for 5 elixirs. It was improbable that none would manifest. With that thought in mind, Fang Zhu extended his hand to lift the lid of the furnace. A more intense fragrance enveloped the room, prompting Wan Yu to inhale deeply. Feeling a clarity of mind wash over him, a clear sign of the elixir's exceptional quality. By this stage, Wan Yu was nearly certain that at least one of the elixirs would possess rare-level qualities, yet he yearned to witness it with his own eyes. For he had never truly seen a rare-level elixir come into existence. Had Wan Yu been privy to Fang Zhu's thoughts, he would have chuckled, for the emergence of an elixir bore no extravagant effects. The quality was consistent across all tiers. Fang Zhu raised his arm, tilting the furnace gently. And with a soft plop, 6 elixirs rolled forth. Wait, 6? Yu instantly recognized that the count of elixirs seemed amiss. As he had observed the entire process of Fang Zhu preparing the materials, those ingredients could only yield a maximum of 5 elixirs. How could there be 6? Fang Zhu offered no explanation for this anomaly, instead picking up one of the elixirs and inspecting it closely. At last, fortune had favored him. His talent had successfully activated, and the elixir in his hand was indeed rare level. Additionally, Yu discovered another rare level strong body elixir, leaving him almost speechless as he clutched it. Incredible. To be called rare level is truly rare. Fang Zhu chuckled modestly, saying, fortunately, it was a success on the first attempt. Yu inhaled deeply, placing the strong body elixir aside as he slowly remarked, I will seriously consider your invitation. That is excellent. There is no rush for a response, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. I intend to remain in the capital for quite some time, Fang Zhu stated, securing the strong body elixir. He had no intention of leaving these elixirs behind. Although he had utilized some of another's materials, he was not averse to compensating them. Upon exiting the private alchemical chamber, Fang Zhu bid farewell to Yu. By this time, evening had fallen, and noticing that the scheduled appointment for the second individual was approaching, he decided to return to the hotel for a night's rest. However, on his way back, he spotted a roast duck shop reminiscent of his past life. Having never tasted authentic capital roast duck, he stepped inside without hesitation. Now that I'm here, how could I not try it? An hour later, Fang Zhu emerged from the restaurant, contentedly picking his teeth. The flavor was delightful, and he felt satisfied. Back at the hotel, he sat at his desk, organizing the procedures for assembling his research team before sinking into a deep slumber. He had experienced quite a lot that day and was thoroughly exhausted. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating Fang Zhu as he drowsily opened his eyes and rose from bed. He had slept soundly, awakening with an invigorated spirit. After requesting breakfast from the service staff, he reviewed the profile of the second individual once more while eating. Just as he was about to call this person, his phone rang first. Upon seeing the number displayed on the screen, Fang Zhu's expression brightened, and he hastily pressed the answer button. Indeed, a familiar voice came through on the other end of the line. Comrade Fang Zhu, we have arrived at the capital's second base. Do you have time to receive the goods now? Indeed, it was the transportation team calling, having successfully delivered all of Fang Zhu's supplies. I have time. I will head over now, Fang Zhu replied as he began to dress. He had long been yearning to draw cards. He was weary of holding on to fate fragments that he could not utilize. 5 minutes later, Fang Zhu departed from the hotel and hailed a taxi. Instead of directing the driver straight to the second base, he instructed him to take him to the shuttle bus location. This was unavoidable. Although the professional base in the capital had been converted into a corporate entity, ordinary life professionals were generally restricted from approaching it. Fang Zhu was fortunate. As he stepped out of the taxi, he coincidentally caught the last shuttle bus. Since it was still morning, the shuttle bus driver had not yet taken on extra work disguised as a public transport driver. Otherwise, Fang Zhu would have had to wait much longer to board. A faint hum resonated as the shuttle bus commenced its journey, swiftly heading towards the second base. After a somewhat tedious ride, Fang Zhu arrived at the base's entrance. He inquired with the soldiers at the gate about the location of the warehouse, and, upon discovering it was not far from him, dashed over. Finally, after nearly a morning of fuss, Fang Zhu encountered the leader of the transportation team, a competent middle-aged soldier. Standing before the leader, Fang Zhu, while catching his breath, solidified his resolve in his mind. He must procure a vehicle promptly, otherwise it would be too cumbersome to go out. The leader greeted Fang Zhu with a smile and shook his hand before leading him to inspect the supplies they had transported. There were no issues. The transportation team had flawlessly completed their task, and Fang Zhu's materials were intact and undamaged. The second base had long prepared a medium-sized warehouse specifically for Fang Zhu's belongings, which would likely become the dedicated storage for their research group in the future. After placing some commonly used medicinal materials and supplies on display, Fang Zhu eagerly grasped a few fate fragments. He then glanced at the time, intending to call the second alchemist listed in the data to inquire when she would be available. Taking out his phone, Fang Zhu verified the phone number before dialing. After a few rings, he heard a somewhat hesitant and gentle female voice. Hello, who is this? Fang Zhu inhaled softly, striving to ensure his voice sounded calm and warm. Hello, my name is Fang Zhu, and I am an alchemist. Is there something I can assist you with? The voice on the other end still seemed a bit nervous. I am in the process of forming an alchemical research team and would like to know if you might be interested in joining us. Fang Zhu sensed the caution and anxiety in her tone, so he refrained from hastily suggesting a meeting. There was a silence on the phone for a few seconds before she slowly responded, I'm not very good at research. Fang Zhu's tone remained gentle. Could we meet to discuss this in detail? Suddenly, the line fell silent. Fang Zhu remained quiet, patiently waiting. According to the information, this young alchemist named Si Munin possessed a somewhat socially anxious personality. Naturally, her talent was commendable, being a rare-level alchemist with a professional skill that increased her alchemical success rate. Although this talent paled in comparison to Fang Zhu's, it was still considered average within the alchemist community, prompting Fang Zhu's desire to recruit her into his team. Moreover, individuals of such temperament often possess the ability to remain focused, making them more suitable for research. Yunan's claim of being unskilled in research was likely a polite refusal. After an indeterminate duration of silence, Yunan's gentle voice emerged once more. Are you the alchemist who suddenly arrived to form the first team? Fang Zhu raised an eyebrow. Since she was aware of him, the matter would be simpler. Yes, that would be me, he confirmed briskly, then added, I spoke with Yu yesterday. If you have any reservations about me, you may inquire with him. Most alchemists in the capital were familiar with one another, and mentioning Yu's name was intended to reassure Yunan. I will think it over, Yunan abruptly stated before hanging up. Fang Zhu scratched his head, momentarily perplexed by the meaning behind her words. He put away his phone and made his way to the Fate Affinity Hall within the base. Had it not been for the unobstructed fate crystals in the hotel, Fang Zhu would not have chosen to draw cards in the base, where professionals congregated. There was no alternative. At least here he could opt for a private booth. Before long, Fang Zhu arrived at the Fate Affinity Hall at the second base. It was undeniable that the facilities here were significantly superior to those in Dingbei City. The shimmering fate crystals were considerably larger than those in the Dingbei professional base. Fang Zhu selected the innermost booth. Although this location was somewhat secluded, should a black light appear, he would be able to promptly alert others, making it a reasonable choice. 10 minutes later, Fang Zhu emerged from the booth with a serene expression. He walked outward nonchalantly, yet upon closer observation, one could discern the faint tremor in his hands, betraying his inner turmoil. I struck it rich. Truly, I struck it rich. Fang Zhu exulted internally, his right hand instinctively brushing against an area on his chest where a book-shaped protrusion resided, albeit not particularly conspicuous. Name, Alchemical Compendium, Legendary. Description, a tome that records the most essential knowledge of alchemy. Understanding it will establish you as the undisputed master of the alchemical arts. This item is extraordinarily valuable. For Fang Zhu, the worth of this compendium surpasses all that he had previously drawn. This is not to say that the Feihong Stone and the 9-turn Spirit Heart Pill are of lesser value. Rather, it is because he now requires alchemy to fulfill his ambitions and plans, making the arrival of this compendium a veritable key to success. One foot is already poised at the threshold of achievement, while the other rests upon the doorframe, ready to step inside, contingent upon timely support from the government. Fang Zhu took a deep breath, confirming that the alchemical compendium would not be lost. He then turned to head toward his laboratory. Although the paperwork had not yet been fully processed, the base had already prepared laboratories for the 3 research teams. To minimize unnecessary hassle, all 3 laboratories were identical in both equipment and size, which spared Fang Zhu considerable effort. Meanwhile, across the ocean, an unexpected incident occurred within a secret realm in the American Federation, where the professionals stationed inside began exhibiting widespread symptoms of mysterious poisoning. The American Federation swiftly dispatched a batch of antidotes. However, the unknown toxin spread far more rapidly than the authorities had anticipated. Within less than an hour, half of the professionals within the secret realm succumbed to unconsciousness, and some even perished before the antidote could reach them. The urgency of the situation escalated rapidly. Yet the circumstances showed no signs of improvement, and even more dire conditions began to emerge. Several of the initial victims of the poisoning managed to escape the secret realm by unknown means, causing the toxin to spread within military camps and professional bases. 3 hours later, the 3 practitioner bases of the American Federation lay nearly incapacitated, with thousands of practitioners having perished. The authorities promptly made a decision, ordering all pharmacists to abandon their current tasks and devote themselves entirely to the swift production of antidotes. However, the common-grade antidotes were utterly ineffective against this toxin. Only rare-grade or higher antidotes could provide any relief. In an effort to stabilize the situation as quickly as possible, the American Federation had no choice but to seek antidotal solutions from other nations, while simultaneously commencing a sweeping procurement of medicinal materials from the international market. Within less than half a day, every medicinal material related to antidotes was completely depleted from the international market, causing a significant upheaval in the prices of these materials. The rapid succession of these purchasing actions triggered a cascade of consequences, affecting even a nation as substantial as Huagua. The most immediate manifestation of this turmoil was the surge in medicinal prices. Fang Zhu discovered that when he settled the bill for the materials at a private alchemy workshop, he had to pay approximately 20% more than usual. Though the increase was not exorbitant, it nonetheless caused him some distress. However, he paid little heed to it, reasoning that the prices of medicinal materials were influenced by numerous factors. Perhaps this was simply due to the higher cost of living in the capital. Yet, when he returned to his hotel that evening, an unexpected phone call overturned his previous thoughts. Fang Zhu, the captain asked me to inform you that some unforeseen circumstances may arise in a few days, so you need to assemble the research team as soon as possible. The caller was De Yen, who had seemingly become the designated communicator for him. What happened? Fang Zhu furrowed his brow and inquired hastily. I'm not entirely sure. but it seems to be related to medicinal materials, Dian replied somewhat uncertainly. Medicinal materials? Fang Zhu echoed softly, then slowly added, understood. I will expedite the formation of the research team. Also, the captain mentioned that if you cannot find suitable candidates, you should consult Bai Fu for recommendations. Regardless, the priority is to establish the research team, Dian quickly supplemented. All right, thank you. After hanging up, Fang Zhu fell into contemplation. Initially, he had been afforded ample time to establish the team, even to the extent that there was no rush, as many matters required time to percolate from the top down. But why the sudden urgency now? What was truly amiss? Chapter 73. The Unfortunate American Federation in the Hotel. Fang Zhu pondered over Dian's recent phone call while savoring a glass of red wine. This wine was something he had discovered in the mini fridge of his room. He had scarcely indulged in red wine in his previous life, and now he seized the opportunity to sample it. Fang Zhu realized that since arriving in this era, he had frequently encountered experiences he had never had before in his past life, which he considered a silver lining. In truth, Dian's call had not divulged much information. It merely urged Fang Zhu to promptly assemble a team and conveyed a sense of urgency due to impending events. Related to medicinal materials? Could this be connected to the sudden spike in prices over the past few days? As Fang Zhu had yet to fully integrate into the upper echelons of the practitioner community, his understanding of certain situations was limited, compelling him to infer based on the available intelligence. So, let us assume that the prices of medicinal materials were poised to rise. He stroked his chin, murmuring softly. What could be the cause of this increase? Is it due to scarcity or an organized effort by certain nations to artificially inflate prices? It seemed that either scenario would adversely affect his forthcoming research. An artificial price hike would be more manageable, merely resulting in temporary difficulties. However, if there were genuine shortages, it would spell trouble, indicating that something had gone awry in the secret realms. Upon this realization, Fang Zhu's expression shifted subtly. He vaguely sensed that his conjecture might indeed be the truth. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why the higher-ups had suddenly become so anxious. Those who dealt in politics surely possessed a longer vision than he did. Therefore, if it were merely a standard fluctuation in prices, they would not exhibit such emotional responses. Thus, the truth became glaringly evident. Issues had arisen in certain secret realms, leading to various complications concerning medicinal materials in the near future, which would in turn impact his research. The reason the higher-ups wished for him to swiftly establish a team was likely to enlist the assistance of alchemists like himself in addressing some of these challenges, of course. There could also be darker scenarios, but those were beyond Fang Zhu's purview. Having clarified his thoughts, Fang Zhu retrieved his phone, the screen fixed on the dialing page, displaying the number for Yunin. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding against making the call. The girl's demeanor was rather ambiguous, and Fang Zhu feared that his actions might provoke her displeasure, so he resolved to wait until tomorrow to reach out. Thus, he sat at his desk and opened the alchemical tome he had just drawn earlier that day. 10 minutes later, as Fang Zhu gazed at the first page of the tome, he fell into a state of self-doubt. Why is it so difficult? Why can't I even comprehend the first page? Rising from his seat, he stretched languidly to refresh his mind. In truth, he was not entirely incapable of understanding. The text was written entirely in classical Chinese, a style he had not engaged with for over a decade since leaving school, and much of that foundational knowledge had faded from memory. Moreover, there was a significant reason for his struggle. The language within such tomes was often exceedingly vague, seemingly interpretable from multiple angles, which left Fang Zhu feeling disoriented and unable to grasp the correct line of thought. However, he was not one to surrender so easily. After all, this book contained the foundational principles of alchemy, which would be immensely beneficial for his upcoming research. Regaining his focus, Fang Zhu resumed his reading. Minutes ticked by, and he lost track of time, but gradually, he realized that he could comprehend certain phrases and began to identify issues he had previously encountered in his alchemical endeavors. This transformation filled him with delight. Perhaps this was what they meant by reading 100 times. The meaning will become clear. In the dead of night, Fang Zhu set the tome aside and sank into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, 2 hours earlier, within the practitioner base, Yunin traversed the lengthy corridor. Arriving at the door of an alchemy room, she raised her hand, her fingers halting just before making contact with the door. This action felt a bit audacious for her. Typically, Yunin had never ventured out of her own alchemy room. After taking a deep breath twice, she resolutely knocked on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a somewhat disheveled young man. Yunin? One Yu exclaimed in surprise, recognizing her. He was aware that she was a notably introverted and socially anxious alchemist. What could have prompted her to seek him out today? A hint of shyness appeared on Yunin's fair visage as she seemed to summon all her strength to speak. May I ask you something? Of course, Yu replied, though unsure of what she wished to inquire about. Please, come in. He stepped aside, allowing her to enter. Yunin nodded slightly and walked in slowly. Once they were seated, Yu asked, what does junior sister C wish to know? I will answer anything to the best of my ability. His use of junior sister flowed smoothly from his lips, as he had indeed become an alchemist a year before Yunin, and their teachers shared a considerable connection. I wish to inquire about the alchemy research group. Sim Yunen's voice was soft and gentle. The elixir research group? Wan Yu echoed, subsequently asking, what specifically are you referring to? Brother Wan, have you heard of Fang Zhu? Sim Yunen hesitated for a moment before directly posing the question. To her surprise, Wan Yu displayed a look of astonishment upon hearing the name. How do you know this person? Wan Yu instinctively asked, then quickly realized. Did he come looking for you? He didn't seek me out. We merely spoke over the phone. Thus, I wanted to ask you if this person is reliable. He should be trustworthy, Wan Yu replied, though he suddenly seemed at a loss for words. The night in Manhwaadiobook coincided with daytime in the American Federation, and the medicinal herbs procured from various countries had begun to arrive in the American Federation. However, the situation remained dire. Despite the government swiftly sealing off the most severely affected secret realms, the practitioners within could not simply be ignored. Through the relentless efforts of pharmacists, a batch of rare-grade antidotes had been successfully concocted, yet these remedies were woefully inadequate to resolve the crisis, akin to a drop in the ocean. If this continued, the American Federation would inevitably lose nearly 1/5 of its territory, a fate unacceptable to all. In this critical moment, the American Federation decisively opted to deploy all practitioners with purification abilities into the secret realms, determined to eradicate the toxins in the shortest possible time. Yet, the crisis had only just begun. Chapter 74, Agreement to the Invitation. At dawn, Fang Zhu was once again roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his phone. Groggily, he picked it up and glanced at the number displayed on the screen. Wan Yu? Has he come to a decision? Fang Zhu murmured to himself as he answered the call. Brother Wan, calling so early in the morning. I hope you bring good news, he said with a smile, deliberately using a warm tone to foster closeness. Well, it can be considered good news. Wan Yu's voice carried a hint of hesitation, which Fang Zhu could faintly discern. Let us discuss it in person, the usual place, Wan Yu added quickly. All right, Fang Zhu replied before hanging up, though he was somewhat puzzled by Wan Yu's intentions. However, since the other party was willing to meet, it indicated a possibility for further discussion. Yet, what should he do about Sim Yunen? Fang Zhu felt a twinge of concern. After freshening up, he momentarily suppressed his conflicting emotions and departed the hotel. More than half an hour later, Fang Zhu arrived at Chaiyang Cafe. As soon as he stepped through the door, he spotted Wan Yu sitting in the corner, engaged in light-hearted conversation with none other than Sim Yunen. Well, it appears these two have hit it off. Fang Zhu thought to himself, a surge of joy filling him. If Sim Yunen were uninterested in the matter, she would not be present. Her appearance suggested that there was hope. Although Wan Yu was conversing with Sim Yunen, she seemed somewhat reticent, often responding only after he had spoken several times. Thus, he occasionally glanced toward the entrance, eager for Fang Zhu to arrive and alleviate the awkwardness. Upon seeing Fang Zhu enter, Wan Yu visibly relaxed, waving him over and summoning a waiter to order coffee. 5 minutes later, the three sat around a wooden table. Fang Zhu took a sip of his coffee and initiated the conversation. Have you two given it some thought regarding why you called me today? Wan Yu set down his coffee and looked directly at Fang Zhu. I have 2 questions that need clarification first. Go ahead, Fang Zhu encouraged. Firstly, concerning the research project. The group leader has yet to inform us what project you are in charge of. Wan Yu raised a finger to inquire. Fang Zhu's response was a bittersweet smile as he slowly replied, I don't know. You don't know? Wan Yu expressed surprise, mirrored by Sim Yunen's astonishment. The higher-ups have not clearly defined my forthcoming research project, but based on the available information, I suspect it will be quite challenging, Fang Zhu conveyed honestly. Wan Yu and Sim Yunen exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They had intended to inquire about the specifics of the research project before making a final decision, but it appeared they would have to take a gamble. And the second question, Wan Yu sighed softly, continuing, if we join, what kind of compensation can you offer? This was an unavoidable query. Alchemists traditionally ranked lower in terms of remuneration among auxiliary professions. Thus, if Fang Zhu wished to attract other alchemists to join, the compensation must significantly exceed what they currently received. You need not worry about the compensation, Fang Zhu assured with an expression of confidence. This is a state-supported project, and I can guarantee you a satisfactory compensation package. Furthermore, should we achieve research results, there will be additional rewards from the government. Though Fang Zhu's words might sound somewhat vague, Wan Yu and the others were precisely seeking such an assurance. After all, given their qualifications and level, it would be implausible to offer excessively high compensation. So what are your thoughts? Fang Zhu inquired, having gathered some understanding of their mindset. Wan Yu paused momentarily, looking to Sim Yunen for confirmation before continuing. We have decided to join your group, but we have one condition. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu felt a sense of relief wash over him, suppressing the urge to laugh as he replied, feel free to speak. If any circumstances arise during the research that jeopardize our safety, we reserve the right to refuse and withdraw, Wan Yu stated solemnly. Fang Zhu nodded, promptly agreeing, no problem. This was a perfectly reasonable request, and Wan Yu and his companions were acutely aware of their own capabilities. Given their standing, being part of Fang Zhu's research group was already an excellent outcome. Of course, they could seek connections to join other groups, but the specifics of their assignments would remain uncertain. In contrast, within Fang Zhu's team, they would at least engage in core research activities. Fang Zhu's mood was quite complex, a blend of joy and exasperation. He was pleased that Wan Yu and the others had accepted his invitation. Yet he felt helpless due to his lack of connections in the capital, making it exceedingly difficult to recruit researchers. Were it not for Bai Fu, he might have had to seek individuals from the Alchemist Association himself, a task that would have proven exponentially more challenging. Additionally, although the state would arrange for certain practitioners, the core researchers must be those he had personally interviewed or proven capable, as otherwise, mediocre alchemists would struggle to keep pace with his rhythm and research progress, leading to potential complications. Thank you both for your trust. I will arrange the necessary paperwork, and you can await further updates. Once everything is in order, we shall commence. Fang Zhu declared as he rose, extending his right hand. Wan Yu smiled and shook hands with Fang Zhu, while Si Munin hesitated briefly before standing to gently shake his hand as well. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wan Yu and Si Munin prepared to leave, as they had their own matters to attend to and could not linger too long. Fang Zhu escorted them to the cafe entrance, and after watching them depart, he pondered for a moment before deciding to visit Bai Fu at the base. The stunning young woman before him is his direct superior. In simpler terms, Fang Zhu can approach her whenever he encounters difficulties in his work, and at this moment, he seeks to confirm two matters with her. First, he wishes to ascertain the current status of the research group's procedures and when he may commence his studies. Second, he desires clarity regarding the specific research tasks assigned to his group and the preliminary preparations required. Although Fang Zhu is not in an urgent hurry, the ambiguity surrounding many aspects compels him to seek a definitive answer. As noon approaches, Fang Zhu arrives at the base and successfully meets Bai Fu in the administrative building. Today, the elegant woman is dressed in a sleek black stepmother dress, exuding a charm that is both alluring and refined. Ah, it's Fang Zhu, Bai Fu chuckles lightly, covering her mouth. What brings you here? Feel free to share. Aunt Bai will certainly assist you with anything within her power. Chapter 75, Zhou Xiao. Seated across from Bai Fu, Fang Zhu smiles and inquires, I would like to ask you about the research group. Oh, you wish to discuss the procedures? Bai Fu replies with a smile, retrieving a stack of documents from her drawer. Everything is here. It was just issued this morning, and I have only just signed it. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu's expression brightens, and he reaches out to take the documents. Bai Fu continues. Within these papers are the research projects you are responsible for and the subsequent work arrangements. Detailed instructions on how to proceed are included. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Aunt Bai will undoubtedly provide you with unwavering support. Fang Zhu nods earnestly, expressing his gratitude while perusing the documents in hand. The first thing he notices is that he is tasked with the research project concerning the storage of medicinal pills and the feasibility of large-scale refinement. The instant he comprehends the nature of the project, it feels as if a heavy stone has been lifted from his heart. To be candid, this research endeavor is indeed formidable. He had not even contemplated such a direction before. Fang Zhu had assumed he would be directed to continue his research on medicinal pills, specifically to improve those with considerable side effects but notable efficacy, thus enhancing Huagua's national strength in a short time without excessive resource consumption. After all, the potent bone-strengthening pill he had showcased was derived from the body-strengthening pill, and he had experience in this field. Continuing similar research would have been in line with his expertise. However, the state has entrusted him with a different project, one that sounds daunting from the outset. The aspect of storing medicinal pills is somewhat simpler. The challenge lies in the fact that conventional containers cannot inhibit the loss of medicinal potency over time, rendering the pills ineffective. There are two potential solutions. First, to devise a container that can suppress the loss of medicinal properties. Second, to find a method to delay the degradation of medicinal efficacy during the refinement process. These two approaches have been attempted by alchemist associations across the nation, yet none have achieved groundbreaking progress, although Fang Zhu may glean insights from their findings. The true challenge, however, resides in the latter project concerning large-scale refinement of medicinal pills. For contemporary Huagua, this task seems almost insurmountable. Should a method be discovered that merely enhances the yield of medicinal pills by around 20%, it would elevate the nation's strength to a new echelon. Unfortunately, to date, no association or individual has unearthed a similar method due to an exceedingly severe issue, the success rate of alchemists. Ordinary and rare-grade alchemists generally do not exceed a success rate of 40%. Even for the pills they are most familiar with, the success rate seldom surpasses 50%. This reality results in more than half of the medicinal materials being wasted during the refinement process. Consequently, Huagua cannot conduct large-scale production of any single medicinal pill, as each alchemist specializes in different types, yielding varying success rates. Fang Zhu exhales deeply, turning the page to reveal the subsequent content regarding work arrangements and benefits. The state pledges to provide full support during their research, with unlimited funding, as long as results are forthcoming. This is indeed encouraging news. As one of the most powerful nations on this planet, the resources available to Fang Zhu and his team under such unwavering support can only be described as formidable. How do you find the terms offered by the state? Bai Fu inquires cheerfully, sipping her tea. Fang Zhu nods, genuinely expressing, they are exceedingly generous. I almost feel unworthy of such provisions. Haha, then do not disappoint the state's expectations of you. Bai Fu pauses before continuing. Fang Zhu, your first group has received the largest allocation of resources among all groups, which speaks volumes, does it not? Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Fang Zhu's expression stiffens. He is acutely aware of what this gesture from the state signifies, trust and expectation. To be honest, he feels an immense pressure. I understand it, Bai. I will exert my utmost effort, Fang Zhu states with determination, taking a deep breath. After leaving Bai Fu's office, Fang Zhu does not linger but heads directly to the laboratory located at the southeastern corner of the base. The reason this facility is referred to as a laboratory rather than an alchemy room is due to the plethora of advanced instruments within, far surpassing those in the alchemy rooms of Dingbei City. Fang Zhu has previously encountered these instruments. Indeed, they are all novel to him. However, he quickly comprehends their functions and methods of use. After all, legendary runesmiths can almost instantly discern the essence of these devices. Although the mechanical creations of this era have waned, runes have effectively supplanted the role of machinery in many aspects. Nevertheless, Fang Zhu perceives that the practitioners of this era have yet to fully exploit the potential of runes. This extraordinary power could achieve much more. Of course, this is not the primary focus of Fang Zhu's current work. He must promptly commence his research on medicinal pills. The documents he received subtly indicate that Huagua requires the power of medicinal pills to confront potential crises ahead, as the American Federation has already suffered significant losses. And Huagua cannot afford to repeat that fate. Fang Zhu first transfers some supplies stored in the warehouse, and then retrieves a fragment of fate as he exits the laboratory. Today's card has yet to be drawn. He will address that afterward. The Fate Hall is not far from the laboratory, and soon Fang Zhu arrives at the booth where he had previously drawn cards. Just as he prepares to draw, a sudden commotion outside catches his attention. Frowning slightly, Fang Zhu puts away the fragment of fate and opens the door, quickly discerning the source of the ruckus. Not far from his booth, a group of people is pointing and whispering at a man and a woman. Fang Zhu immediately recognizes the girl being pointed at. It's Sim Yunin. What is happening? Initially, Fang Zhu had intended to avoid involvement, but since one of them is Sim Yunin, he feels compelled to intervene. For she is a member of his team and may even become a trusted confidant. It is only right to lend assistance. Thus, Fang Zhu closes the door to his booth and strides over. Approaching the crowd, he overhears a spectator murmuring, I wonder what Sim Yunin is thinking. To refuse Zhou Xiao's invitation and insist on joining a completely obscure group. Fang Zhu pauses, taken aback. What is going on? Why does it feel as though this pertains to him? Indeed, I've heard that this fellow named Fang Zhu has only recently transitioned to being an alchemist. What capabilities could he possibly possess to rival Zhou Xiao? Chapter 76, A Calamity Unforeseen. As various voices of skepticism grew increasingly pronounced, Fang Zhu felt an unsettling dissonance in the atmosphere. Why did this group harbor such strong opinions? Had he ever wronged any of them? After a moment of hushed deliberation, the man standing opposite Sim Yunin, at the heart of the gathering, finally spoke. Xiao Si, I can offer you an opportunity. If you leave that group now, you may join me as a researcher. The man, known as Zhou Xiao, exuded an air of arrogance, as though being part of his group were a tremendous honor. And his words struck Fang Zhu as little more than a condescending gesture towards a stray dog. Could this be tolerated? Fang Zhu's expression shifted slightly. He suddenly pushed through the crowd of onlookers, though he did not immediately approach Sim Yunin, as he wished to hear her response. He could firmly choose another, but only if that person equally chose him in return. After a brief silence, Sim Yunin lifted her head, which had been bowed in contemplation, gazing resolutely at Zhou Xiao. She shook her head with conviction, her voice soft yet clear enough for all present to hear. I have already pledged my allegiance to him, and in the first group, I can accomplish far more than I could with you. A hush fell over the entire Fate's chosen hall, as all eyes widened in astonishment at the girl's declaration. Disbelief rippled through the crowd. Only Fang Zhu smiled as he forcefully parted the throng and slowly made his way to her side. Am I still quite charming? He whispered, meeting Sim Yunin's surprised gaze. Group leader, what brings you here? Sim Yunin blurted out, unable to contain herself. My team member was being bullied, so I came. Fang Zhu replied matter-of-factly. Though this statement bore a hint of bravado, he delivered it with unabashed confidence. Are you Fang Zhu? An irritating voice suddenly interjected amidst their exchange. Fang Zhu turned to face the so-called Zhou Xiao. Admittedly, the man was rather handsome, yet his disdainful demeanor rendered his charm utterly repugnant. Fang Zhu shook his head in distaste and replied slowly, I am indeed Fang Zhu. What do you wish to discuss? Zhou Xiao scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Fang Zhu with palpable contempt, as if sizing up an insignificant insect. I, too, offer you a chance, he declared, extending a finger as he spoke. Disband your research group and leave the capital, and I shall not make things difficult for you. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu nearly erupted into laughter. How could someone possess such an inflated sense of self-importance? Did he consider himself a deity? And if I refuse? Fang Zhu asked, now entirely at ease, finding humor in the confrontation. Nevertheless, he resolved to engage fully, believing it better to strike the first blow than to endure a barrage of attacks. Fang Zhu had anticipated that others might target him. Although the nation's support would deter overt hostilities, covert actions would surely ensue. Yet, he had not expected such a fool to approach him so brazenly, attempting to poach his team member and demanding he dissolve his group. Such insolence was intolerable. You must possess some skill. Otherwise, the higher-ups would not have entrusted you with leading a group, Zhou Xiao asserted, adjusting his attire as he spoke with a sharp tone. I challenge you. If I win, you will disband your group and leave the capital. A challenge? Fang Zhu chuckled lightly, his expression laced with disdain. Do you truly believe you possess the authority to issue such a challenge? Zhou Xiao's fury ignited, yet before he could retort, a voice from the crowd rang out. Zhou Xiao is the grandson of the renowned alchemist Zhou Mu of Huagua. Challenging you is a privilege. Do not mistake it for an insult. What a dutiful sycophant. Fang Zhu mused inwardly. He then replied languidly, while my group and your grandfathers may each lead a research team. Your current standing does not grant you the right to challenge me. We are not of the same caliber. Zhou Xiao inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage as he glared at Fang Zhu. If I lose, I shall offer you 2 alchemical furnace enhancement stones. Is that sufficient? Fang Zhu's heart leaped at this proposition. Enhancement stones were indeed valuable, and though he had drawn 2 previously, who would not desire additional means to bolster their strength? He feigned contemplation before responding. Not enough. Zhou Xiao was genuinely flustered now, even if his grandfather was one of Huagua's most esteemed alchemists. Producing 2 enhancement stones on the spot was no simple task, as they were considered legendary items. Add a classical alchemical formula. Zhou Xiao bit out through gritted teeth. A classical formula would indeed be a fine addition, yet Fang Zhu had come across numerous recipes within the alchemical compendium. If they were redundant, they would merely amount to waste. Thus, he pondered and replied, I do not want the formula. I wish for medicinal herbs, 30% of your group's initial herb allocation. At these words, Zhou Xiao was taken aback. He had no authority to grant such a request, as that was his grandfather's research group, not his own. Even with a degree of influence, he could not possibly offer up 30% of the herbs. Impossible. Zhou Xiao immediately rejected the proposal. Then I shall not compete. Fang Zhu replied languidly. He genuinely had no desire to engage, if the opponent could not present suitable stakes. He saw no reason to squander time on a contest devoid of merit. Yet Zhou Xiao was not as relaxed as Fang Zhu. He found himself cornered. If he acquiesced to Fang Zhu's demands and backed down, he would lose all face in this situation. After grappling with his decision for a couple of minutes, Zhou Xiao ground his teeth and stomped his foot, pointing at Fang Zhu as he bellowed, 20% of the herbs. Do you accept? This was the highest offer he could muster. Technically, that was not entirely accurate, as Zhou Xiao possessed a substantial amount of herbs himself, which he could draw from were he to lose. However, he believed firmly that he would not be defeated. After all, he had been personally trained by Huagua's most powerful alchemist. How could he lose to an unknown youth? Fang Zhu feigned deep contemplation until Zhou Xiao appeared on the brink of exploding before finally nodding slowly. Very well, let us proceed. How shall we compete? How shall we compete? Zhou Xiao retorted through clenched teeth. We will each concoct 3 batches of elixirs, with the victor determined by success rate and quality. With that, Zhou Xiao paused, pulling a formula from his pocket and continuing. This is a formula I recently obtained. I have yet to attempt it. So let us use it for the competition. Fang Zhu did not respond immediately. Instead, he focused intently on the formula. The slightly yellowed paper bore the title Calming Heart Elixir at the top. Chapter 77. Thought Process. Name: Calming Heart Elixir. Description: calms the mind, slightly enhances reaction speed. This elixir, judging by its effects, was purely auxiliary in nature. Its efficacy would depend largely on the quality of the concoction. Though Zhou Xiao claimed to have never attempted the Calming Heart Elixir, no one could ascertain whether he had or not. Yet Fang Zhu was unconcerned with this detail. In his eyes, Zhou Xiao's experience or lack thereof was irrelevant, as failure was not an option for him. Very well, let it proceed as you suggest. Fang Zhu replied with a cold smirk, stepping forward to accept the formula. When shall we begin? At that moment, the crowd erupted in excitement, witnessing an unprecedented competition among alchemists, a spectacle that had rarely, if ever, occurred before. See you in the lab at 8 tomorrow morning. With that, Zhou Xiao turned and departed. Fang Zhu watched the retreating figure without making a move until the crowd of onlookers dispersed. He then turned to the side and glanced at Sim Yunin. I didn't expect you to be quite resolute, Fang Zhu remarked with a smile. I promised you, Sim Yunin replied softly, her eyes cast downwards. Rest assured, we will certainly achieve it. Fang Zhu's words, uncertain in their intent, seemed to serve as encouragement for both Sim Yunin and himself. After a few seconds of silence, Sim Yunin suddenly inquired, Captain, what is our research task? Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu ran his fingers through his hair and replied with a hint of resignation, Follow me. Sim Yunin nodded and slowly trailed behind him. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the laboratory. At that moment, Fang Zhu unexpectedly checked his pocket and discovered that the fragments of destiny he had intended to use were still nestled within. Well, I suppose I shall have to wait until Si Munin departs before drawing cards, he thought. Take a seat. I will contact Wanhua. Fang Zhu said as he picked up his phone to dial. Fortunately, Wanhua had time today. And thus the three members of the first team met for the first time in the lab. Seated around the experimental table, Fang Zhu presented the documents that Bai Fu had entrusted to him and addressed the two, who were sitting upright. Our forthcoming research task is substantial and challenging. Other personnel should arrive within the next 3 to 4 days, and then we shall officially commence our studies. As Fang Zhu spoke, Wanhua and Si Munin began to examine the documents diligently, their educations enabling them to read swiftly. Before long, Wanhua set down the file, his expression betraying an unmistakable shock. How could this be the topic? He exclaimed. Look at the terminology they used. It sounds so professional. All I can say is research project. Si Munin's reaction was slightly more composed than Wanhua's, perhaps owing to her inherently reserved nature. I was taken aback when I first saw it as well, Fang Zhu said with a wry smile. In truth, upon encountering this topic, a fleeting moment of regret washed over Fang Zhu. He wished he had forewarned the higher-ups. For such a complex subject would ideally be tackled after his level had increased. After all, he had only recently surpassed level 10. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world, and given that the nation was evidently at a pivotal juncture, it would be rather unseemly for him to suddenly suggest a change in topics. Thus, he resolved to face the challenge head-on. After a brief silence in the room, Si Munin tentatively asked, Captain, can we truly conduct research on this? Of course, why wouldn't we? Fang Zhu, as the leader, needed to exhibit greater conviction than the others, so even though he felt a twinge of uncertainty, he insisted that they could succeed. Drawing a deep breath, he stated solemnly, before the others arrive, we must first make some preparations. He then retrieved a stack of blank paper from a drawer and continued, since we are all here today, let us discuss from which angle we should approach the storage of elixirs. Upon hearing this question, Wanhua and Si Munin fell into contemplation. They gazed at the documents in their hands, momentarily at a loss for words. Truth be told, they had ideas but were unsure how to implement them. The two approaches Fang Zhu had previously contemplated were known to them. They could either focus on the storage medium or the elixirs themselves. However, while the theory sounded simple, the execution proved exceedingly difficult. If it were easy to identify suitable storage mediums, alchemists would have made breakthroughs long ago. The absence of such solutions indicated that long-term storage of elixirs was an almost insurmountable task. Western apothecaries excelled in this regard, having long understood the optimal storage conditions for various potions, with magic also ensuring the freshness of these concoctions to a degree. Elixirs and alchemical potions constituted two distinct systems, meaning that the experiences of apothecaries could not be directly applied to their situation. They had to navigate uncharted waters. Fang Zhu did not rush them. Instead, he sat beside them, engrossed in reading the elixir compendium. Whenever he encountered incomprehensible passages, he would pick up various herbs for experimentation. As the hours slipped away, it was afternoon before Si Munin and Wanhua proposed several ideas, albeit none were easily achievable, or rather, nearly impossible. However, what ordinary alchemists could not accomplish did not preclude Fang Zhu from succeeding. After contemplating the ideas they had discussed, he remarked, we might begin by focusing on the elixirs themselves. His reasoning stemmed from the overwhelming variety of potential storage mediums, which made it difficult to identify a suitable one in a short time. In contrast, the elixirs presented a different scenario. Although each elixir employed distinct herbs, foundational elixirs were not overly complex, typically requiring no more than 5 types of herbs at most, and as few as 3 at a minimum. By summarizing and synthesizing the information, they might uncover a breakthrough. Thus, Fang Zhu first turned to Wanhua and instructed, please compile all the recipes for foundational elixirs. The more comprehensive, the better. He then looked at Si Munin and added, gather a list of all the items currently available on the market for storing elixirs, also as complete as possible. While Fang Zhu intended to focus on the elixirs, he would not entirely abandon the other approach. Preparation was key, in case it proved useful. Understood, Captain, they replied in unison. Having decided to follow Fang Zhu, they were committed to performing their tasks diligently from the outset. Alright, that concludes today's session. Starting tomorrow, after you've finished your own tasks, feel free to drop by the lab. Once everything is ready, we will officially commence our work. Fang Zhu said with a smile. Chapter 78, the contest begins. After Wanhua and Si Munin left the laboratory, Fang Zhu sat at the table, absorbed in contemplation over the elixir compendium. He had just encountered something intriguing within its pages, an element that seemed applicable to their forthcoming research. Fang Zhu picked up several herbs nearby, ready to begin this experiment. Meanwhile, the Yin Wang team returned to Dingbei City. As their previous exploration of the secret realm remained unfinished, several uncertainties required further investigation for confirmation. Traversing the jungle within the secret realm, De Yin scanned the surroundings with keen vigilance, his abilities ideally suited for reconnaissance and concealment, thus serving as the team's eyes. Captain, why do we keep returning to the secret realm near Dingbei City? De Yin suddenly asked curiously during their walk, having harbored this question without the opportunity to voice it before. After a brief silence, Yin Wang replied. According to the diviner's predictions, there are issues within the secret realm here that may be related to the recent upheaval of the aberrant beasts. Upon hearing this, not only Yin but the others as well displayed expressions of astonishment. They had assumed that the secret realm in Dingbei City housed rare treasures or exceptionally scarce resources, only to discover it was connected to the unrest of aberrant beasts. Typically, Yin Wang refrained from divulging the specifics of tasks to his team, not out of concern for potential leaks, but because certain missions remained shrouded in uncertainty even for him until they commenced. Speaking too much could lead to misunderstandings. As with this mission, Yin Wang himself was unsure if they would uncover the cause of the aberrant beast's agitation, hence his previous reticence. As the group traversed the dense jungle of the secret realm and approached a marshy expanse, a dark mist suddenly surged skyward from the depths of the mystery. The ominous cloud was strikingly conspicuous, visible to all even from a considerable distance. Yin Wang's gaze sharpened, and he halted his steps, turning his head to inquire. Can you discern what that is? Yin held his breath, peering intently into the distance, a flicker of light suddenly igniting in his obsidian pupils. I cannot identify it. It bears an essence akin to that of the abyss, yet it feels distinct. Yin hesitated to respond. Let us proceed to investigate, Yin Wang commanded without hesitation. The group nodded in agreement, advancing in a standard combat formation toward the foreboding mist. Yin Wang had instructed Yin to observe from afar because, in certain instances, the dark mist bore no connection to the abyss, while most perceived it as a hallmark of the abyss. Yin Wang and his companions understood that some high-tier secret realms or formidable beasts could also emit such a dark aura. Half an hour later, they drew closer to the mist, which appeared distant but was, in truth, much nearer than anticipated. However, just as they neared the dark cloud, the ground suddenly convulsed violently, an earthquake striking without warning, enveloping Yin Wang's team entirely. In an instant, mud erupted, the earth trembled violently, and the ground fissured deeply, resembling a spider's web. Yin Wang and his companions reacted swiftly, soaring into the air before the ground collapsed entirely. Yet, not everyone possessed the ability to fly, leading to a rather comical scene. Several flying team members were hilariously burdened with their grounded companions, with teammates clinging to their limbs and even wrapping around their waists. Yin clung desperately to a teammate's ankle, fear etched across his face. Don't flail about. Please, don't. One team member retorted with a sardonic smile, preparing to shake Yin off. No. I'm terrified. Who would have thought that a member of the covert team harbored a fear of heights? Yin Wang, witnessing the scene, shook his head and gently admonished, enough of this, be cautious. Upon hearing his words, the group immediately tensed, yet the earthquake showed no signs of abating, and a remarkable transformation seemed to be unfolding within the dark mist nearby. The following morning, Fang Zhu awoke in the apartment of the second base. Indeed, he had checked out of the Capital International Hotel and would now be residing in the base's accommodations. To be frank, upon first seeing the apartment at the second base, Fang Zhu initially thought he had wandered into the wrong place. The minimalist yet luxurious decor, coupled with seemingly unremarkable yet intricately designed furniture, left him momentarily bewildered. Moreover, the apartment was surprisingly spacious. He found himself inhabiting a 3-bedroom, 2-living room unit, spanning a remarkable 150 square meters. In comparison, the dwelling in Dingbei City resembled a mere doghouse. However, Fang Zhu certainly could not compare the infrastructure of an ordinary city with that of the capital. Upon entering the base's cafeteria, Fang Zhu purchased a few deep-fried dough sticks, munching on them as he made his way to the laboratory. He had arranged with Zhou Xiao to engage in a competition in the lab that day. Although Fang Zhu perceived little significance in this contest, it would serve to silence a few critics, so he decided to invest a modicum of effort into it. At that moment, dozens of people had already gathered at the laboratory entrance, with more spectators en route. Fang Zhu, still chewing on his snack, endeavored to push his way inside. What are you squeezing in for? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Someone grumbled as he was jostled aside. Fang Zhu felt somewhat speechless. He was about to declare that he was the very spectacle they had all come to witness, when someone suddenly exclaimed nearby, "You are Fang Zhu. You're the one competing against Zhou Xiao." Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively turned their heads, countless eyes fixated on Fang Zhu. That's me," he replied, setting down his dough stick and greeting the onlookers with a smile. Thus, amid gazes of disdain, goodwill, admiration, and hostility, Fang Zhu entered the laboratory. The interior was utterly vacant, and Zhou Xiao had yet to arrive. Fang Zhu was not in a rush. He found a chair and settled down. The professionals outside exhibited commendable decorum, merely congregating at the entrance without any intention of entering the laboratory. Fang Zhu was entirely unconcerned about the number of spectators for their competition. In fact, the larger the audience, the faster he would gain notoriety. He retrieved the alchemical formula Zhou Xiao had provided him the previous day and leisurely perused it while seated. Meanwhile, in the administrative building of the base, Bai Fu stood before a massive glass window, gazing toward the laboratory not far away. "Do you favor Fang Zhu or Zhou Hong?" A voice unexpectedly resonated from behind her. Bai Fu turned to see an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire strolling into her office. What brings you here, old Master Zhou? Bai Fu refrained from answering his question, instead covering her mouth with a soft chuckle and posing a query of her own. This is not a perilous secret realm. Why shouldn't I come? The elder's face, marked by wrinkles, bore a gentle smile. Shouldn't you be checking on the competition? It's about to begin. Bai Fu gracefully approached and poured him a cup of tea. The elder maintained his warm smile as he accepted the cup, shaking his head. There's nothing worth watching. They cannot compete. Are you suggesting one cannot surpass the other? A glint of mischief flickered in Bai Fu's eyes. Need I even say? The elder sipped his tea, speaking with a hint of disdain. With my grandson's current abilities, am I unaware? He can manage simple elixirs, but crafting one from an ancient recipe? Huh. The elder scoffed dismissively, clearly lacking faith in his grandson's prowess. Bai Fu chuckled. The elder was indeed forthright. She was well aware of Zhou Xiao's temperament. While his alchemical talent was passable, he was still too young, lacking mastery over many details. In contrast, Fang Zhu was a legendary alchemist, the first of his kind in Huagua, possessing abilities that exceeded imagination. Even Zhou Xiao's esteemed grandfather would not dare claim his grandson would triumph over Fang Zhu. Let the young ones frolic. It is not a misfortune for Fang Zhu. The elder remarked as he settled into a chair. Do you not harbor jealousy toward Fang Zhu? Bai Fu joined him by the sofa. He is so young and gifted. Yet he has seized the resources you are researching. What is there to envy? The elder looked at Bai Fu with confusion. This is a good thing. I rejoice that the nation has promising successors. Why should I be envious of him? At this point, the elder chuckled softly and continued, not just me. Old Wang would not be envious either. Bai Fu nodded, feeling a surge of admiration for the elder. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Zhou Xiao remained blissfully unaware that his grandfather had already deemed him defeated. Currently, he was brimming with confidence, his expression fierce as he addressed Fang Zhu. Come. Let me see what you are capable of. Zhou Xiao had arrived not late, but rather punctually, making his entrance into the laboratory amidst a throng of followers. And he had not hesitated to issue a bold challenge to Fang Zhu. Fang Zhu smiled and rose to approach his designated workstation and the dragon head before him. The alchemical materials had already been prepared by the base staff, and both Fang Zhu and Zhou Xiao had equal access to them. You may be unaware of my innate talent. For me, alchemy is as effortless as breathing. Before Zhou Xiao could finish his second round of taunts, he was interrupted by Fang Zhu. All right, let's commence swiftly. Zhou Xiao's expression momentarily faltered, while the staff member acting as the judge nearly burst into laughter. Originally, a higher-ranking official was supposed to preside over this competition, but the elder, Zhou, discreetly intervened. It is acceptable to experience a loss of face, yet not to such an extent. A private comparison suffices for a few to know. Elevating it to a public spectacle would be detrimental for all involved. Thus, I declare the competition officially begun. The staff member made a downward chopping gesture reminiscent of a racing flag. Fang Zhu chuckled softly, showing no urgency to begin his alchemical endeavor as he gathered his materials, casting a glance towards Zhou Xiao. In a flurry of activity, Zhou Xiao hastily commenced preparing the ingredients, his movements devoid of elegance, instead exuding a sense of panic. Among the onlookers, Wan Yu observed this scene and shook his head gently. In terms of handling the materials alone, Zhou Xiao was significantly trailing behind Fang Zhu, making the outcome of the contest apparent without further observation. Standing beside Wan Yu, Si Munan furrowed her brow as she gazed into the laboratory. Having never witnessed Fang Zhu's alchemical prowess, she was unaware of her leader's true strength. However, she had gleaned some information from Wan Yu, primarily compliments regarding Fang Zhu's abilities. There's really no need to watch. The level of our leader is beyond the comprehension of ordinary alchemists, Wan Yu remarked softly. Si Munan nodded slightly, neither refuting nor agreeing, as she longed to witness the legendary alchemist's prowess firsthand. Reactions among the other spectators varied. Some believed Fang Zhu was merely posturing, while others thought he was underestimating his opponent. Although some hoped for Fang Zhu's victory, his nonchalant demeanor incited quiet criticism among them. Unfazed by public opinion, Fang Zhu waited patiently until Zhou Xiao had prepared half of his materials before he began his process. Most of the onlookers were alchemists themselves, and after Fang Zhu adeptly processed 3 or 4 herbs, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Goodness, is this real? Is he performing magic? How did he accomplish that? That thick herb seems to vanish in the blink of an eye. Does he not even require instruments for processing? The discussions intensified, as nearly everyone was taken aback by Fang Zhu's remarkable technique. Si Munan was no exception, being a meticulous girl herself. She was particularly careful and knowledgeable in handling herbs, yet upon witnessing Fang Zhu's method, she felt utterly bewildered. This must be a joke, Si Munan murmured to herself. Wan Yu chuckled and replied, when I first saw it, I bore the same expression. I couldn't believe it either. At that moment, although Zhou Xiao heard the murmurs of the crowd, he had no time to contemplate what was occurring, as he was at a critical juncture with his materials. Yet, the more anxious he became, the more prone he was to mistakes. While processing one herb that required the preservation of its flower, he inadvertently discarded it, leaving only the stem. Realizing his blunder, Zhou Xiao hurriedly fetched some backup materials. No alchemist could guarantee 100% success, so having spares was indeed prudent. Just as he returned to his workstation, ready to continue, his gaze was abruptly drawn to Fang Zhu, mesmerized by his fluid motions. Though Zhou Xiao often exuded arrogance, he was aware of his own limitations. He might be impressive among his peers, but in the presence of a true master, he felt inadequate. At that moment, in Zhou Xiao's eyes, Fang Zhu's skill in handling herbs was indistinguishable from that of a genuine master. Upon this realization, Zhou Xiao began to question his decision to challenge Fang Zhu. However, he quickly entertained another thought. What if Fang Zhu's talent lay solely in herb preparation, and his actual alchemical skills were merely mediocre? Yet, for Zhou Xiao, retreat was not an option. He couldn't publicly announce his withdrawal, as it would tarnish his reputation. Resolute, he steeled himself and resumed working on the herbs, confident in his own talent. As long as Fang Zhu wasn't a complete prodigy, he believed he still stood a chance of victory. Alas, Fang Zhu was indeed a genius. Chapter 80, Success with 4 Pills. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, both competitors swiftly completed their herb preparations. Although Fang Zhu had begun later than Zhou Xiao, they finished this stage nearly simultaneously, with Fang Zhu exhibiting no errors throughout the process. The processed herbs were meticulously arranged on the table, exuding a unique aesthetic. In contrast, Zhou Xiao's remnants were carelessly discarded, appearing chaotic. Next came the most exhilarating moment, the alchemical concoction. This step was the true determinant of victory. With a flourish of his right hand, Fang Zhu summoned an alchemical furnace into existence. Zhou Xiao mimicked the action, yet the disparity in their furnaces was striking. Just in terms of size, Fang Zhu's furnace was double that of Zhou Xiao's, not to mention the exquisite detailing on its surface. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge could discern the vast difference between the two. At that moment, Zhou Xiao's dwindling confidence evaporated completely. Even if Fang Zhu's talent in alchemy was average, the mere presence of that furnace suggested his success rate would surpass Zhou Xiao's. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Fang Zhu inquired, noticing Zhou Xiao staring blankly at his furnace. Afraid? Zhou Xiao snapped back to reality. How could I be afraid? He feigned confidence, continuing. Your furnace may be larger, but I don't believe you can succeed every time. Fang Zhu shrugged indifferently, replying, then let us put it to the test. With that, he began to add the herbs into the furnace one by one. At that moment, flames burst forth from the dragon head before them, almost in unison. Fang Zhu carefully positioned the furnace over the flames, his movements gentle, as if concerned about ensuring the fire enveloped the furnace completely. Zhou Xiao mirrored his actions, clearly displaying commendable talent in alchemy as well. Outside, the discussions gradually subsided, as the onlookers understood that the final moments demanded silence to avoid disrupting the two within. Inside, Fang Zhu continuously rotated the furnace to ensure even heating, allowing the herbs to be thoroughly refined. In truth, he had no need to be so meticulous. As a legendary alchemist, he could haphazardly place the furnace in the flames and still produce elixirs, but such ostentation would attract too much attention. Zhou Xiao, meanwhile, concealed his face behind the flames, rendering his expression unreadable. Truth be told, his internal composure was far from the calm he exhibited outwardly. Zhou Xiao was indeed formidable, especially among his peers, with few rivals even among those 5 or 6 years his senior. As a rare-level alchemist blessed with extraordinary talent that significantly enhanced his success rate, Zhou Xiao had experienced remarkably few defeats in his short life of over 20 years, which had fostered his haughty demeanor. However, today, after witnessing Fang Zhu's alchemical prowess, the once overflowing confidence of Zhou Xiao began to crumble, leaving him with but a flicker of hope that Fang Zhu would produce fewer elixirs than he. In this regard, Zhou Xiao retained a modicum of faith. Bolstered by his innate talent and professional skills, his success rate soared to an astonishing 70%, an almost unattainable height among ordinary alchemists. Yet, facing Fang Zhu, a mere 70% felt indistinguishable from failure. As the first batch of elixirs neared completion, Fang Zhu ceased to monitor his alchemical furnace, instead turning to gather the necessary herbs for his second batch. Witnessing this, Zhou Xiao was struck with trepidation, and even the furnace before him quaked slightly. Such behavior from a mid-tier alchemist was tantamount to courting disaster. As the final moments of concoction demanded rigorous control over the flame's temperature and intensity, skills only a high-level alchemist could master to perfection. Thus, after his initial shock, Zhou Xiao felt a surge of exhilaration. He sensed an opportunity to seize victory should Fang Zhu make even the slightest misstep. Zhou Xiao inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions within him. Though his gaze was fixed intently on the alchemical furnace, his peripheral vision was keenly attuned to Fang Zhu's movements. Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, Fang Zhu continued to methodically handle the herbs in silence. Si Munin cast a bewildered glance at Wan Yu, inquiring softly, "Is this truly without risk?" Wan Yu scratched his head, hesitating as he replied, "I am uncertain. While the leader is indeed formidable, his rank should not be very high. And this approach is rather perilous." Soon, a soft sound resonated through the laboratory, the sound of Zhou Xiao sealing his furnace. signifying that his first batch of elixirs had been successfully concocted. At this moment, Fang Zhu also set aside his herbs and turned to close his furnace. A faint fragrance of the elixirs wafted through the room, gradually drifting outside. The onlookers inhaled the aroma, feeling their thoughts sharpen and bodies relax. "I wonder who succeeded in this batch," murmured someone. "I believe it was Zhou Xiao. He never left his furnace during the process." Indeed, Zhou Xiao's talent also enhances his success rate. The crowd instinctively overlooked Fang Zhu's remarkable performance while processing the herbs, and they failed to recognize how his sudden nonchalance could affect the outcome. Zhou Xiao removed his furnace, his eyes fixed intently on Fang Zhu. He believed he still had a chance. After all, it was implausible for Fang Zhu to achieve a 100% success rate. Meeting Zhou Xiao's gaze, Fang Zhu smiled and, without a moment's hesitation, directly lifted the lid of his furnace. Zhou Xiao's eyes widened, straining to discern the contents within. But the distance between them and the darkness inside the furnace obscured his view of how many elixirs lay within. "Shall I go first, or will you?" Fang Zhu asked amiably, his expression warm. Zhou Xiao hesitated momentarily, shaking his furnace gently, feeling the sound of spheres colliding within. "At least 3. Zhou Xiao felt a surge of confidence and resolved to dominate the atmosphere, proclaiming loudly, "I shall go first." With that, he tilted his furnace and poured out the elixirs. The onlookers outside were riveted, eager to rush to Zhou Xiao's side, yet restrained by decorum. In the next moment, 4 perfectly round elixirs appeared on the table, rolling momentarily before settling. Chapter 81. I lost. 4 elixirs. I produced 4. Zhou Xiao's face lit up with ecstatic delight, his confidence surging anew. Under normal circumstances, a single batch could yield 5 elixirs, and his luck had held, with only 1 failure. Zhou Xiao raised his head, his gaze intense as he turned to Fang Zhu. "Fang Zhu, it is your turn," he declared, tilting his chin with an air of disdain. He felt assured of his victory in this round. "Wow, 4 elixirs. Zhou Xiao is incredible, starting with such a performance." The onlookers gasped, some even wishing to celebrate Zhou Xiao's achievement, but he waved them off. "Let us not be so frivolous. The contest is not yet concluded." His expression clearly conveyed this sentiment. Although elated, he remained composed, refraining from premature celebrations. At this moment, Fang Zhu observed the crowd's reactions, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gradually tilted his furnace, one elixir after another cascading down like rolling beans. 1, 2, 3, 5. Zhou Xiao silently counted, and when he reached the end, he suddenly leapt up in shock. 5 elixirs, all successful. Zhou Xiao could hardly believe his eyes. He counted once more, and the result was identical to before. Surely, no one could miscalculate basic arithmetic within 10. Impossible. This must be a trick. Is he using some sort of illusion to feign the elixirs? Zhou Xiao exclaimed, disbelief flooding his mind. Instantly, the room erupted in discussion, the spectators unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. While it was not unheard of for an alchemist to achieve complete success in a batch over a lifetime, the impact of such an occurrence during a competition was staggering. Sim Yunan's eyes widened in astonishment, her already endearing features appearing even more charming as she blinked slowly. Muttering in disbelief, is the leader truly this remarkable? Wan Yu, somewhat prepared for this outcome, maintained a calm demeanor compared to the others, though even he inwardly marveled at the scene. Recovering from his shock, Zhou Xiao stumbled backward, bracing himself against the table to steady his balance. You cheated. The accusation tumbled from his lips, a desperate thought taking form. Fang Zhu chuckled lightly, extending a wooden box containing the elixirs toward him. See for yourself. Zhou Xiao instinctively reached out to take it, inspecting each elixir in turn. Initially suspecting that Fang Zhu had employed some trickery to produce a few lookalikes of the Qingxin Dan, he was ultimately left disheartened upon completing his examination. They were all Qingxin Dan, and of exceptional quality. Although Fang Zhu's batch did not trigger his talent for doubling quantity, it did activate his ability to enhance quality twice. In other words, among the 5 Qingxin Dan Zhou Xiao now held, 2 were of the rare grade, an astonishing feat beyond comprehension. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over Zhou Xiao. As the grandson of the most formidable alchemist in Huahua, he had encountered numerous rare-grade elixirs in his life. Yet, his true astonishment lay not in those 2 rare-grade elixirs, but rather in Fang Zhu's effortless demeanor throughout the process. It dawned upon him that Fang Zhu's true prowess far exceeded his imagination. In a contest against such an opponent, he would likely only ever glimpse Fang Zhu's back, much like he did now. Realizing this, Zhou Xiao's face turned ashen. Even if one attributes Fang Zhu's acquisition of the 5 elixirs this time to mere luck, it must be acknowledged that fortune is indeed a component of strength. At this moment, Zhou Xiao had already suffered a defeat. Should he withdraw now, he might salvage some semblance of dignity. However, if he were to persist in the battle and continue to lose, he remained oblivious to his own transformation. Indeed, it was upon witnessing those elixirs that his fighting spirit was utterly extinguished, leaving only dread towards Fang Zhu. Outside, the onlookers were still engaged in their discussions, embodying the quintessential busybodies who thrive on spectacle. Nevertheless, the majority of alchemists present were understandably hesitant to voice any unflattering remarks, given Zhou Xiao's intimidating presence. Fang Zhu had been attentively observing Zhou Xiao's expressions, and upon witnessing the rapid fluctuation of his countenance, he could ascertain that the young man had been thoroughly intimidated by him. He mused silently. I haven't even exerted myself yet. Why is he faltering? However, Fang Zhu refrained from vocalizing such thoughts, as he was not one to relish in taunting his adversaries. Instead, he placed the alchemical furnace aside, awaiting Zhou Xiao's next move. Moments later, Zhou Xiao's expression appeared somewhat less grim. He inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of frustration as he muttered to himself, "This round is lost for me." But Zhou Xiao intended to utter a few more biting words. Although he had resolved to concede, he still wished to maintain some measure of dignity. Otherwise, would he not completely tarnish the reputation of Zhou Xiao, the young master? Despite having already lost face, he was determined to salvage some semblance of decorum. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd of spectators behind him. It was not loud, yet it resonated clearly among all present. All right, let us conclude for today. As he spoke, an elderly gentleman clad in a traditional Chinese outfit approached with an air of vitality, exuding the unmistakable presence of authority. Upon seeing the elder, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway, with some alchemists bowing their heads slightly and respectfully calling out, "Master Zhou." There is no need for formality. I merely came to observe, the elder replied with a genial wave of his hand, before turning his attention to his grandson in the laboratory. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he admonished, "I've been away for just 2 days, and you've managed to create such a situation?" Upon hearing his grandfather's reprimanding tone, Zhou Xiao's countenance fell, resembling a frightened lamb. Fang Zhu, noticing the elder's presence, chose to refrain from excessive displays, politely stating, "Master Zhou, it is an honor to finally meet you." After this courteous introduction, he paused briefly before continuing, "My interaction with Zhou Xiao was merely a friendly exchange. We are both young and learning from one another." Although Fang Zhu appeared youthful, he harbored a mature soul within, quickly discerning the underlying message in the elder's words, which were directed at him as a means to provide his grandson with an escape. Thus, Fang Zhu adeptly followed the elder's lead, recognizing that he now stood on equal footing with Master Zhou and that it was unwise to stoop to Zhou Xiao's level. Moreover, considering future collaborations, it would be counterproductive to sever ties. Chapter 82, Collaborative Research. Master Zhou gazed at Fang Zhu, his smile deepening further. "I extend my apologies on behalf of my grandson. He has acted thoughtlessly and caused you trouble." As the most formidable alchemist in Huagua, Master Zhou not only possessed exceptional skills, but also demonstrated remarkable finesse in social interactions. His words, seemingly a concession of pride, effectively minimized the incident's repercussions. All present understood that continuing the contest held no merit, and Zhou Xiao's admission of defeat or outright loss to Fang Zhu would be too humiliating. In this context, Master Zhou's retreat projected an image of magnanimity and grandeur. Of course, there would always be those harboring malice, given that Zhou Xiao's initial intentions were questionable. However, as time passed, this incident would no longer stir the waters. Despite his youth, Master Zhou had never underestimated Fang Zhu, and after the events of the day, no one would dare to do so again. Therefore, it seemed prudent to genuinely cultivate a friendship with him. Fang Zhu reciprocated with a sincere smile, "You are exceedingly gracious. Zhou Xiao possesses qualities from which I can learn. This is no trouble at all, and is, in fact, beneficial to me." Master Zhou chuckled inwardly, fully grasping the implications of Fang Zhu's words. Yet he chose not to dwell on them. It was best for this matter to conclude here, and Fang Zhu had gracefully accepted the olive branch. A moment later, laughter erupted within the laboratory, emanating from both Fang Zhu and Master Zhou. "Truly, the younger generation is formidable," Master Zhou remarked after a spell of mirth. "I still have much to learn compared to you," Fang Zhu replied, engaging in a mutual display of flattery. Their laughter echoed, leaving Zhou Xiao standing dumbfounded at the side. The onlookers, equally bewildered, were left to ponder how the previously tense atmosphere had transformed into one of camaraderie. Wan Yu withdrew his gaze from the laboratory and, in a hushed tone, remarked to Si Munin, "The captain is indeed impressive." "Huh," Si Munin replied, her large eyes blinking in confusion, evidently unable to comprehend Wan Yu's statement. "After today's events, the captain has received Master Zhou's endorsement, recognized as the leading group leader by Huagua's most esteemed alchemist. This alone elevates our standing significantly." Wan Yu elucidated softly. "Oh," Si Munin nodded, her expression a mix of comprehension and bewilderment. Wan Yu chuckled, shaking his head, choosing not to delve further into the topic with the young lady. Despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, he was a person of sharp intellect and rare talent. Inside the laboratory, Fang Zhu and Master Zhou finally concluded their exchange of pleasantries. They rose together and made their way towards the door. The crowd quickly dispersed, and Master Zhou gestured. "Return to your duties. There is nothing further to attend to here." "Understood." As the onlookers departed, Master Zhou pointed toward the window, suggesting, "Shall we retire to my office for a discussion?" "How could I refuse such an invitation?" Fang Zhu replied, nodding as he followed the elder's lead. Behind them, Zhou Xiao scratched his head, uncertain of how to proceed. Upon exiting the laboratory, Fang Zhu followed Master Zhou through a series of turns within the base, eventually arriving at the administrative building. Master Zhou not only held the title of Huagua's foremost alchemist, but also occupied several other positions, making an office a standard necessity. The office was not extravagantly adorned. However, the rich mahogany furniture conveyed a sense of understated sophistication. It was evident that Master Zhou was a nostalgic individual. As the sofa in front of Fang Zhu was devoid of cushioning, constructed entirely of solid wood, offering a distinctly vintage aesthetic. While the sofa was visually appealing, it could be somewhat uncomfortable to sit upon. Once the three entered the room, Master Zhou turned to Zhou Xiao, feigning displeasure as he instructed. What are you still standing there for? Pour tea for Comrade Fang Zhu. Ah, no need for such formality, Fang Zhu quickly interjected. Zhou Xiao, momentarily taken aback, silently approached a nearby tea station. He realized that he now occupied the lowest status among the three, with his grandfather commanding respect and Fang Zhu proving too formidable to challenge, leaving him with no choice but to attend to menial tasks. You must have other matters to discuss with me, Fang Zhu remarked, redirecting his gaze from the interior back to Master Zhou. Old Zhou nodded, took a sip of the tea his grandson had just poured for him, and said, I wish to inquire about your thoughts on the large-scale alchemical project. Do you have any insights? Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu momentarily halted his tea-drinking action. To be frank, the question felt rather abrupt. Moreover, in a certain sense, the three groups were indeed in competition with one another. The resources allocated by the state were finite, and whichever group produced results first would secure a greater share of those resources. Thus, Old Zhou's inquiry was akin to probing for confidential intelligence. Fang Zhu, uncertain of the true intent behind the question, chuckled lightly and replied, I am merely in the initial stages of contemplation and have no concrete ideas as of yet. Old Zhou chuckled softly and replied, do not overthink it. I have discussed this with Old Wang. This project cannot be accomplished in a single day, and it is quite challenging for one group alone to achieve perfection. Hence, I wanted to gauge your perspective. At this point, Old Zhou paused before continuing, if you agree, then our three groups shall collaborate, sharing resources and research progress, striving to break through this project in the shortest possible time. Of course, if you disagree, that is also acceptable. I will not use my seniority to pressure you. Our priority is the greater good. Old Zhou's words were sincere, and Fang Zhu could sense that. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, I would like to consider it. Your proposal is indeed reasonable, but this is no trivial matter. Old Zhou smiled and nodded, saying, no problem, that is as it should be. Meanwhile, in Dingbei City, the Hell King squad emerged from the secret realm, somewhat disheveled as they collapsed onto the ground. They bore wounds all over their bodies, and one member had even lost his left arm. Captain, what on earth was that? Big Eye asked, still shaken. Yin Wang took a deep breath, turned to face the secret realm, and solemnly replied, that may be the most terrifying entity from the abyss. I have only heard of it, but have never laid eyes on it. Big Eye did not finish his question, but Yin Wang understood his implication. Report this to the higher-ups. Something significant may be occurring, he said, worry evident in his tone. Chapter 83, The Emergence of the Monster. Fang Zhu did not linger in Old Zhou's office for long. The elder held multiple positions and was quite busy with various responsibilities. At this time, Zhou Xiao no longer exuded his previous arrogance. He smiled deferentially at Fang Zhu and escorted him to the door. After departing from the administrative building, Fang Zhu contemplated the situation and decided he should draw the cards he had previously neglected. His contest with Zhou Xiao had been somewhat abrupt, disrupting his card-drawing plans. Now that he had the time, it was prudent to draw the cards to avoid any future interruptions from Lu Xiao or Zhang Xiao. The Fate Affinity building was not far from the administrative building, and Fang Zhu had learned from others that the second base contained an entire building dedicated to card drawing. The place he had visited before was merely the first floor. This was fortunate for Fang Zhu, as he could select a floor that was less frequented, ensuring that his acquisition of a gold card would remain confidential. Additionally, it was crucial to note that he would not choose a completely deserted floor for drawing black cards, as that would leave him without any chance for rescue if he encountered one. After a brief journey, Fang Zhu arrived at the 18th floor of the Fate Affinity building. He deliberately selected this floor as many people held superstitions about the number, resulting in fewer occupants, thus aligning perfectly with his requirements. Standing at the staircase entrance of the 18th floor, he gazed inward, observing the orderly arrangement of rooms along the corridor. Unlike the other floors where people constantly entered and exited, here, individuals emerged only every few minutes. Fang Zhu chose a room in the middle and stepped inside. After closing the door, he retrieved the fate fragments from his pocket. To be honest, ever since the last encounter with the black light and black card, he had to mentally prepare himself each time he drew cards, fearing he might face another life-threatening situation. Taking a deep breath, he approached the fate crystal and placed the fragments upon it. In the next moment, a burst of golden light erupted. Name, Forging Hammer Enhancement Stone. Description, slightly increases the success rate of forging and slightly raises the probability of special attributes appearing. Upon reading the description of the item in his hand, Fang Zhu found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he was quite fated to encounter enhancement stones. Every day it's either this enhancement stone or that one. If not, they might as well just hand me the items directly. In truth, Fang Zhu did not disdain such enhancement materials. He merely felt numb to them due to their frequent appearances. The forging hammer was not immediately useful, and he would prefer an enhancement stone for his alchemical furnace instead. However, Fang Zhu quickly composed himself. There would be plenty of opportunities to obtain gold cards in the future, so he need not dwell on this one. Having come to this realization, he summoned the forging hammer and brought the enhancement stone close. A flash of light, not particularly dazzling, swept through as the enhancement stone transformed into a stream of light and melded into the forging hammer. Fang Zhu observed closely as the enhancement stone integrated. The patterns on the hammer's surface became clearer, and the sense of overwhelming pressure, reminiscent of a primordial beast, intensified. This sensation was familiar to him. Also present in the alchemical furnace and the talisman pen. It seems these three items share a profound connection, Fang Zhu murmured to himself. His previous disappointment over the enhancement stone completely dissipated. He even contemplated drawing 10 or 8 enhancement stones to see what changes might occur. Having completed his card drawing task for the day, Fang Zhu did not linger in the Fate Affinity building. He had experiments to conduct and needed to return swiftly to continue his previous line of thought. Coincidentally, upon returning to the laboratory, he found Wanyu and Si Moon already present. They had little in the way of alchemical tasks today, so they could assist with research on storing elixirs. For ordinary alchemists, their primary source of income came from orders placed by combat professionals. A well-known alchemist might live comfortably, but amassing great wealth was nearly impossible. Unfortunately, the success rate of alchemy limited their achievements. Even someone like Zhou Xiao, whose success rate reached 60 or 70%, could not guarantee profit from every order under normal circumstances. In the laboratory, Wanyu and Si Moon commenced compiling data, as per Fang Zhu's earlier instructions. While Fang Zhu retrieved the alchemical classics to explore an intriguing concept he had encountered previously. After several minutes, Fang Zhu gazed thoughtfully at the experimental table before him. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Wanyu and instructed, "Go to the storage room and bring back 2 of every herb available on the market." Wanyu was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not comprehending Fang Zhu's request. "Just take it literally. Bring me 2 of every herb." "Hurry," Fang Zhu reiterated. "Understood." Wanyu promptly set down the materials he was handling and hurried out of the laboratory. He did not question Fang Zhu's intentions. Their leader would share his reasoning when the time was right. Meanwhile, a portion of the Hell King squad had already boarded the aircraft returning to the capital. After reporting the situation in the secret realm to the higher-ups, it was met with significant concern, prompting immediate directives. 3 members of the Hell King squad were assigned to remain in Dingbei City, while the others returned to the capital for a face-to-face briefing. And Dingbei City was placed on high alert, with nearby military districts reinforcing their presence. The decisive command issued by Yan Wang unmistakably indicates that he and his companions encountered extraordinary circumstances within the secret realm. Even though they have now departed from that enigmatic place, the recollections of their recent harrowing experiences still send shivers down their spines. Seated in a corner of the aircraft, Yan Wang kept his eyes partially closed, projecting an air of normalcy. However, the slight tremors of his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. As the foremost practitioner in Huagua, Yan Wang had participated in countless battles, thus one would expect him to remain unperturbed, yet the events within the secret realm had been overwhelmingly intense. He vividly recalled the moment when the ominous black mist dissipated, revealing a monstrous creature of mountain-like proportions. Its grotesque head bore a pair of horns as dark as ink. While its body resembled that of a human, yet it was adorned with wings of bat-like enormity. The creature's lower limbs seemed disproportionately slender, but the jointed appendages and clawed feet added an extra layer of terror. This abomination bore a resemblance to the demons of Western lore, yet the sense of oppression it exuded eclipsed that of any demon by an immeasurable degree. Yan Wang had encountered demons before. He had once battled a high-ranking demon for 4 grueling hours in a secret realm of a Western nation and was well aware of their capabilities. However, the monstrosity before him was leagues beyond any demon he had faced. Realizing this, Yan Wang wasted no time and led his team in a hasty retreat from the secret realm. However, they were still too slow. The moment the creature appeared, it unleashed an attack, and an endless tide of black mist transformed into grotesque apparitions that surged toward Yan Wang's team. In that critical juncture, these elite practitioners of Huagua exhibited exceptional combat prowess, each fulfilling their role as they engaged the creature with their respective abilities and skills. In that instant, brilliant beams of energy erupted from the team members, some standing firm to deflect the onslaught, others launching counterattacks, and a few obscuring the enemy's line of sight. Though they were unaware of the true extent of their foe's power, they understood that in such a hurried state, their chances of victory were slim. Fleeing was the most prudent course of action. Yet, the exit of the secret realm was far too distant. and Yin Wang soon came to the grim realization that they might suffer casualties before they could escape. Thus, he commanded the others to continue fleeing while he turned back to cover their retreat. This was a situation none wished to witness, yet apart from their captain, the others lacked the ability to confront the creature. Although they were the strongest covert team in Huagua, two other teams surpassed them in combat capabilities. Yin Wang's team primarily focused on investigation and stabilization, leaving the heavy lifting to those other two teams when faced with formidable adversaries. Therefore, only Yin Wang could buy time for his comrades to escape. Watching the deteriorating situation unfold, anxiety gripped his heart as he yearned to contribute with his abilities. However, under the relentless assault of the enemy, his skills would falter in under 2 seconds. Just then, Yin Wang was caught off guard and struck by the creature's black mist, which directly impacted his left shoulder. Contrary to what one might envision, where blood would spatter, the black mist corroded the flesh of his shoulder, creating a gaping wound. In pain, Yin Wang's reflexes faltered, and the creature's next wave of attacks surged forth. With no room to evade, he steeled himself, ready to employ his most costly professional skill. At that moment, a teammate suddenly dashed forward and positioned himself in front of Yin Wang. With a sickening squelch, the sound of flesh tearing echoed as the teammate's arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth, leaving the young man pale and shaken. Regaining his senses, Yin Wang felt a surge of power within him as he protected his teammate while launching a counteroffensive against the creature. Through their collective resolve, they finally managed to break free from the creature's pursuit and successfully exited the secret realm. However, the price they paid was steep, with nearly all team members sustaining injuries from the creature. Fortunately, the government of Dingbei City had preemptively dispatched auxiliary practitioners with healing abilities and provided some rare medicinal pills. Yet, the teammate with the severed arm faced complications in his recovery. The creature's corrosive power had to be neutralized before any attempts could be made to regenerate his limb. The only silver lining was that this exceptionally powerful creature could not breach the gate of the secret realm in the short term, granting Huagua a window to devise a means to eliminate it. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the second base in the capital, Fang Zhu had received the medicinal materials retrieved by Wan Yu from the warehouse. Since his required quantity was modest, the warehouse staff readily obliged, delivering 3 large crates filled with the needed supplies. Fang Zhu required such a substantial amount of materials because he had discovered a remarkable phenomenon through the alchemy compendium. Almost all medicinal ingredients reacted with the juice of the yin-yang flower, exhibiting an array of colors. Fang Zhu astutely discerned a pattern within these colors and believed that uncovering this pattern would significantly enhance his future research. Given the considerable scope of this experiment, he decided to first test a selection of common medicinal ingredients, leaving the remainder to be sorted by the secondary researchers assigned the following day. To streamline his workflow, Fang Zhu decided to categorize the researchers he personally interviewed as Level 1 and those allocated by the base as Level 2, facilitating the distribution and management of tasks. Bai Fu had indeed been quite supportive, as Fang Zhu had just reviewed the profiles of the Level 2 researchers, all of whom were diligent young individuals. However, despite Bai Fu's assistance, Fang Zhu's group still lacked the hard power comparable to the second and third teams led by Elder Zhou and Elder Wang. The disparity in foundational strength was too great to overlook. In truth, Elder Zhou's proposal was beneficial for Fang Zhu, as it represented an opportunity for mentorship and support for newcomers. Yet, like all matters, it had its duality. While others might readily agree to Elder Zhou's suggestion, Fang Zhu, from his perspective, preferred to undertake the research independently due to the multitude of secrets he harbored. The formidable reputation of a legendary alchemist was not fully grasped even by Elder Zhou and his team, should too many individuals become aware. Fang Zhu could find himself embroiled in unforeseen troubles. Nonetheless, the notion of sharing research progress was worth contemplating, given that his group was genuinely under-resourced in terms of researchers, and they might indeed lag behind the other two teams in terms of progress. Of course, Fang Zhu was not inclined to make hasty decisions. The research efforts of each team had yet to commence in earnest, and there was no immediate rush. As evening fell, Fang Zhu concluded his experiments, feeling somewhat fatigued as he leaned back in his chair. The progress made by Wan Yu and Si Mu Nan was not particularly swift. After half a day's work, they had only managed to organize about 1/5 of the materials. At this rate, it would take roughly a week to complete the data organization, and Fang Zhu planned to enlist the assistance of Level 2 researchers starting tomorrow to expedite the process. On his end, progress was even slower, as the reactions between the medicinal ingredients and the yin-yang flower required time. Thus, he had completed less than 1/10 of his work in the same duration. Upon returning to his apartment, Fang Zhu briefly reviewed the day's research progress and the tasks for the following day before collapsing into bed, surrendering to slumber. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, in the Federation of America, it was daytime, with clear skies and radiant sunshine. The mood among the professionals of the United States Federation is far from as pleasant as the weather. An unforeseen circumstance has once again arisen. That inexplicable toxin has mutated in an alarmingly short span of time, rendering the antidote currently employed by the Federation ineffective. Moreover, the previously established isolation measures have inexplicably failed, allowing the toxin to spread rampantly across the Federation's territory. In light of this dire situation, the government is compelled to resort to the most extreme measures. They have instructed a portion of auxiliary professionals to simultaneously employ sealing formations, confining all toxin-infected individuals within a designated area, akin to constructing a cage. However, this is ultimately not a fundamental solution. Left with no alternatives, the Federation has turned to other nations for assistance, hoping that those with resources can devise a method to counteract the toxin. Chapter 85, The Abyssal Sovereign. The leadership of the Hua Nation is acutely aware of the Federation's plea for help. As one of the two great powers in the contemporary world, should the Federation suffer a severe blow, the future position of the Hua Nation would also be jeopardized. While the term "a loss of the lips leads to the teeth's demise" may seem somewhat inappropriate given the vast distance between the two countries, the unpredictable changes within the secret realms are beyond anyone's estimation. What if such a toxin were to emerge within the secret realms of Hua Nation as well? If the Federation is unable to resolve the issue, can we be certain that Hua Nation would fare any better? Thus, in light of these considerations, Hua Nation must take action. Of course, there are dissenting voices. Their reasoning is quite straightforward. If the Federation were to decline as a result, Hua Nation would seize the opportunity to become the dominant power on this planet. However, such actions entail immense risks, which, for contemporary Hua Nation, may not be worth the trouble. Humanity should ultimately unite to confront the secret realms, rather than passively watching their compatriots perish. Naturally, if an opportunity does arise, Hua Nation would not shy away from such a course of action. Yet, at present, there is no pressing need. After all, the Federation still possesses significant utility. Their assistance can help Hua Nation accumulate relevant experience and discern what has truly transpired within the secret realms. The following day, upon arriving at the laboratory, Fang Zhu received an order from above to suspend all research and produce all antidotes, delivering them to the warehouses of various bases within 2 days. This directive applied to all alchemists, and Fang Zhu was no exception. Furthermore, the order he received was more detailed, explicitly stating the specific potions he was to concoct, 2 types of antidotes that typically have a high failure rate among ordinary alchemists. As Fang Zhu examined the formulas in his hands, a wealth of intricate preparation steps instantly filled his mind. For him, no matter how challenging the potion, it posed no issue. His legendary class profession endowed him with unimaginable capabilities. With the arrival of the junior researchers, Fang Zhu no longer needed to personally retrieve materials from the warehouse or send Yu and others to do so. The tasks for these ordinary alchemists were simple. They merely needed to concoct some basic antidotes, thus it was fitting for them to engage in menial labor. Before long, a multitude of materials, both large and small, appeared before Fang Zhu. After meticulously inspecting them, he instructed the junior researchers to begin processing the ingredients. Naturally, he did not remain idle. There were indeed a considerable number of materials, and relying solely on the researchers would take a significant amount of time to complete. The day swiftly passed, and with the enhancement of his legendary profession, Fang Zhu concocted potions at a staggering pace, an efficiency that could only be described as terrifying. Of course, he did not allow any of his team members to be present during his alchemical process, for it was simply too intimidating. In pursuit of efficiency, he disregarded standard procedures, nearly tossing all the ingredients into the cauldron at once and waiting for the potions to emerge. The success buff associated with his profession allowed him to virtually ignore all the conventional principles of alchemy. Yet, such an ability must remain hidden from outsiders. It was an almost rule-defying capability. In a certain sense, as long as Fang Zhu desired it, with fire, a cauldron, and the necessary ingredients, he could concoct potions at any time and place, ensuring the desired outcome. Empowered by this ability, Fang Zhu completed the entirety of the assigned tasks within just half a day. To maintain discretion, he instructed his team members to continue organizing the materials while he utilized the remaining ingredients for experiments left unfinished. The laboratory had ample space, so Fang Zhu designated a room as his personal research area, strictly prohibiting anyone from entering. 3 days swiftly passed, and in the laboratory, Fang Zhu reviewed the data compiled by Yu and Munin, nodding in satisfaction. He had already submitted the required potions to the higher-ups the previous day, and upon confirming that there were no immediate follow-up tasks, Fang Zhu planned to resume his research on potion storage. He was not particularly concerned about the situation in the Federation. To put it bluntly, Fang Zhu was a staunch nationalist, believing that only the people of Hua Nation were truly human, while those from other countries did not count. Thus, whether those Caucasians or Africans survived was inconsequential to him. Of course, such sentiments were not to be voiced openly, as they could easily invite trouble. After reviewing the data, Fang Zhu pondered for a moment, pointing to several materials. Let us experiment with these. Perhaps they hold some potential. He continued. Additionally, inquire with the local alchemist associations about what lower-tier alchemists typically use for potion storage. Oh, and ask those combat professionals as well. They may possess some practical methods. For the time being, that would suffice. Yu, you are responsible for gathering this information. Fang Zhu then turned his gaze to see Munin. Munin, you will assist me in experimenting with these materials. Yes, team leader, they replied in unison. The junior researchers quickly retrieved the materials Fang Zhu had indicated, and a new round of experiments commenced vigorously. As Fang Zhu realized he could not complete the experiments involving ordinary materials and yin-yang flowers in a timely manner, he directed two of the more astute junior researchers to conduct those experiments in his stead, as they posed no significant technical difficulty. Just ensure accurate documentation and that no errors occurred during the process. Meanwhile, the aircraft dispatched to support the Federation had taken flight, comprising 3 colossal vessels laden with a diverse array of antidotes, 300 tons in total. This was certainly not the entirety of it. The cumulative results of all the alchemists in Hua Nation over 2 days exceeded this amount. However, the higher-ups were not inclined to send every last potion. Having expended nearly 30% of their materials to produce these antidotes, Hua Nation would undoubtedly retain a portion for contingency. In a conference room within the capital, the Yin Wang team was reporting directly to the High Command about the situation in the secret realm of Dingbei City. The good news was that the higher-ups had identified information on this monster, and through comparison, they could now ascertain that it was an abyssal sovereign. An entity 3 levels higher than the abyssal entity, it could be considered a ruler within the abyss, one of the most formidable beings. This explained why the Yin Wang team had exhibited almost no capacity for resistance when confronting the enemy. Such a creature had only materialized once in the realms since their arrival on Blue Star, leading to the downfall of the European alliance, with several once prosperous nations teetering on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, it was only through the combined efforts of the wilderness and Zeus that the enemy was vanquished upon the sea's surface. Now, with an abyssal sovereign appearing on the homeland of Hua Nation, this was grim news that kept everyone awake at night. Should the abyssal sovereign break free from the secret realm, the nation would surely face catastrophic consequences. A strategy must be devised. It was imperative to eliminate the abyssal sovereign within the confines of the secret realm. Chapter 86. Iced Antidotes. The individuals gathered in the conference room engaged in a fervent debate, their faces flushed with intensity, with neither side able to sway the other. According to some, given the grave crisis facing Huagua, it was imperative to contact Huang at the earliest opportunity. For he was a citizen of Huagua and could not possibly stand idly by while the nation plunged into turmoil. However, a faction opposed this notion, arguing that Huang was currently occupied with Zeus in suppressing the emergence of an ultra-class secret realm in Agua, a situation that reportedly appeared rather bleak. Summoning him back at such a critical juncture could likely lead to a collapse on both fronts. Furthermore, an essential factor was that the current trio of elders favored resolving the issue of the Abyss Lord through domestic forces. Though this seemed a daunting task, Huagua had never lacked the audacity to defy fate. Thus, after half a day's deliberation, the upper echelons resolved to attempt a solution. Ideally, they aimed to eliminate the threat within the secret realm. If that proved impossible, they would seek to curtail the Lord's powers, ensuring he could not escape in the near term. Naturally, this matter would be reported to Huang, but immediate intervention was not required, so only notification was necessary. As the high-level meeting concluded, orders began cascading down the ranks with remarkable speed. Military districts across the nation swiftly mobilized, dispatching over 100,000 personnel towards Dingbei City within mere hours. Simultaneously, 2 covert teams engaged in external operations were recalled, as their combat prowess surpassed that of the Yin Wang team, positioning them as the primary force against the Abyss Lord. Beyond these combatants, the leadership also sought breakthroughs from non-combat professions, inspired by the collective sealing techniques of the American Federation. When wielded effectively, support professions could prove to be a formidable asset. 2 days later, Fang Zhu concluded a round of experiments, letting out a resigned sigh. Although the data on several materials appeared promising, their practical application yielded unsatisfactory results. Black cherry wood, the most common material for storing elixirs, while cost-effective, lacked the capacity for long-term preservation. Consequently, Fang Zhu and his team experimented by incorporating various herbs into the black cherry wood to enhance its efficacy, yet the maximum preservation duration did not exceed 2 days, after which the elixir's potency rapidly diminished. Additionally, during the experiments, Fang Zhu discovered that the shape of the container also influenced preservation efficacy. In simple terms, bottles outperformed boxes, and boxes surpassed crates in this regard. While this might suffice for everyday use by practitioners, given that the diminished potency of 80 to 90 would not significantly impact outcomes in lower-tier battles, Fang Zhu aspired to create a container capable of preserving elixirs for years. How is the investigation progressing? Any new findings? Fang Zhu inquired, turning to Wan Yu. Yes, team leader, take a look at this, Wan Yu replied, producing a crimson wooden box from his pocket. Fang Zhu accepted it, scrutinizing the seemingly unremarkable box. At first glance, it appeared devoid of any remarkable qualities. Wan Yu then elaborated. This box was sourced from a nearby county, and it is said to preserve blood-stopping powder for over 7 days. Though I have yet to test it. 7 days, you say? Fang Zhu nodded, opening the box to inspect its interior, yet he found nothing particularly noteworthy. What is the material? He continued. I haven't tested it yet, but it seems to be red Polonia, Yu responded. Conduct a material analysis to ascertain whether this box contains any additional components apart from red Polonia, Fang Zhu instructed, placing the box on the table. His brow furrowing in contemplation. He felt as though he were ensnared in a conceptual trap. If a naturally perfect material for elixir preservation existed in this world, it should have been discovered by now. After all, such a material would need to be readily obtainable, otherwise, using it would be impractical if the container exceeded the elixir's value. Despite their attempts with commonly available materials, both singular and composite, they had yet to meet the standard, leading them to ponder a different possibility. Perhaps their efforts were misguided. Continue your experiments, Fang Zhu concluded, rising to leave the laboratory, seeking inspiration outside. Over the past 2 days, in pursuit of evaluating these materials' practical effects, he had nearly exhausted himself, remaining in the lab without respite. Now, sensing a misalignment in his thought process, he resolved to refresh his mind. Aimlessly wandering through the base, he inadvertently arrived at the training grounds for practitioners. The training facility at Base 2 was expansive, equipped with a plethora of training apparatus. Practitioners who were not engaged in secret realm missions typically trained here. As Fang Zhu circled the training area, he noticed a group of practitioners gathered around an unfamiliar device, laughing and joking. Approaching for a closer look, he discovered that the apparatus emitted a chilling breeze from its front nozzle, providing relief to practitioners feeling overheated after their training. Isn't this just an air conditioner? Fang Zhu mused with a chuckle, but in an instant, his expression froze. An air conditioner? Adjusting the temperature? A refrigerator? No, that doesn't apply. Elixirs are not vegetables and do not require preservation at specific temperatures. Fang Zhu sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet there remained an invisible barrier preventing him from fully grasping it. His gaze returned to the training area, where he observed a practitioner suddenly producing an elixir from their pocket and bringing it close to the chilling apparatus. Moments later, a layer of frost enveloped the elixir's surface, and the practitioner, smiling, placed it in their mouth, displaying an expression of satisfaction and bliss. I'm telling you, this feels amazing. It's both cool and exhilarating. Just like eating ice cream, the practitioner remarked, and it was then that Fang Zhu realized he had unconsciously approached the group. Other practitioners began to mimic this behavior, eagerly trying out the icy elixir. Pondering this, Fang Zhu retrieved an elixir from his own pocket and approached. The others barely reacted to his sudden appearance, continuing their banter. Hey, this feels pretty good. It's both hot and cold, refreshing. 5 minutes later, Fang Zhu placed the now frosted elixir into his mouth. A wave of icy sensation spreading through his mouth, and the next moment, the elixir melted, warm liquid cascading down his throat into his stomach. It was indeed a novel experience. Just as Fang Zhu mulled this over, his eyes widened in realization. No, the potency was altered. While ordinary practitioners might not notice any difference when consuming such chilled elixirs, Fang Zhu detected a myriad of distinctions, beyond the disparity in taste compared to direct consumption. The most striking observation was the change in potency. He could discern that the elixir released its effects more gently when chilled, allowing for quicker absorption by the body. This was an unexpected revelation. Normally, alchemists would not consider such an approach, as few would deliberately chill or refrigerate elixirs before consumption. It was a testament to the boundless ingenuity of the working populace. They might have merely found the experience more comfortable. Yet it was only an alchemist of Fang Zhu's caliber who could unveil the mysteries within. It is uncertain whether all medicinal pills can be treated in such a manner. Fang Zhu pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin, contemplating the possibility of inscribing a frost rune upon the container to achieve this effect. Perhaps, for certain volatile elixirs, this approach might lower the threshold for consumption. As he mused over this idea, he made his way out of the training ground, intent on returning to experiment with it, deeming it a potentially valuable discovery. Just as he stepped onto the street, a sudden thought struck him, causing him to freeze in place. If one can inscribe frost runes within a container, why not inscribe other runes as well? Would it not be possible to significantly extend the shelf life of medicinal pills by inscribing a rune with preservation properties inside the container? With this line of thought opened, a myriad of ideas surged through Fang Zhu's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, prompting him to dash towards the laboratory. At that moment, Yu was conducting tests on a wooden box he had retrieved earlier. He noticed that the material of this box possessed some unusual characteristics. In addition to red sandalwood, it seemed to contain other materials as well. Meanwhile, Moon was leading a group of secondary researchers in their initial endeavor, which involved combining different materials to find a suitable means of storing the essence of medicinal pills. Bang! The door to the laboratory swung open with force, drawing the attention of everyone inside. Upon recognizing the visitor, expressions of surprise spread across their faces. Leader, what's the matter? Yu was the first to react, hastily setting down the wooden box and approaching Fang Zhu, who appeared unusually flustered and drenched in sweat. Calm down, everyone. I have an idea, Fang Zhu gasped, excitement radiating from him. 2 minutes later, all work ceased as they gathered around the conference table in the corner of the laboratory, eagerly awaiting Fang Zhu's insights. Having regained his composure, he swiftly articulated his thoughts. I propose we adopt a different approach. Aside from seeking suitable materials, we could attempt to inscribe preservation runes within the container, thereby utilizing their power to delay the depletion of the medicinal properties. He provided an example. Currently, there exists a large rune array in the warehouse of the base, endowed with various functionalities. Certain precious and perishable materials can be preserved for extended periods within this array. If we were to simplify the rune array, retaining only a portion of its capabilities, could we not inscribe it onto the container to achieve long-term storage for the pills? Therefore, I suggest we split into two groups, one to continue the search for natural materials capable of storing medicinal pills, and the other to find cost-effective materials suitable for housing the rune array. What does everyone think? After concluding, Fang Zhu exhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping across the gathered individuals. He had just realized during his return to the laboratory that relying solely on one or two runes would likely prove inadequate, as the energy of individual runes is limited and would dissipate once exhausted. To ensure the rune's longevity, it would be necessary to inscribe a rune array, granting the runes the capacity to absorb energy from the surrounding environment. Only then could the container effectively store the medicinal pills over an extended duration. Momentarily, the group appeared bewildered, struggling to keep pace with Fang Zhu's line of reasoning. However, after a brief interval, Simu Nan was the first to react, her bright eyes sparkling with a newfound understanding. The others gradually expressed their astonishment, but Wan Yu's brow furrowed, as a realization dawned upon him. Leader, I recall that the rune array concept was previously attempted by other alchemists, yet they ultimately failed to create a viable container. Fang Zhu turned to Wan Yu, contemplating for a few seconds before inquiring, do you know the reasons for their failure? Wan Yu shook his head, acknowledging that he was merely a low-ranking alchemist and had not closely followed developments in this domain. Had he not unexpectedly joined Fang Zhu's team, he likely would never have pondered the intricacies of medicinal storage. His recollection of others having tried the rune array stemmed from casual conversations overheard while sourcing materials. Please seek out the experimental records of those alchemists. Even if they failed, we can glean valuable insights from their experiences, Fang Zhu instructed with a nod. Understood. Wan Yu replied. All right, Simu Nan, gather a few individuals and use the equipment to assess the compatibility of commonly available materials with the runes, Fang Zhu continued, issuing commands in an orderly fashion. He held no apprehensions regarding the rune array. What others deemed impossible did not preclude his capabilities, for he was no ordinary rune master. However, the efficacy of the rune array was contingent upon the material's compatibility with the runes. Thus, they needed to identify materials with sufficiently high compatibility to ensure the rune array would not degrade over prolonged use. Before long, 5 days had swiftly elapsed. Throughout this period, Fang Zhu successfully simplified the rune array, creating a version capable of significantly prolonging the potency of medicinal pills. Yet, this was merely the initial step. He now needed to miniaturize the rune array, ensuring it could be inscribed within any container suitable for storing medicinal pills. This task proved exceedingly challenging, as there existed an unknown interference between the runes. Once this interference accumulated beyond a certain threshold, the entire array would become ineffective. The denser the rune arrangement, the stronger the interference. Large rune arrays could mitigate this issue by dispersing the runes, but compact arrays could not. Consequently, Fang Zhu needed to find a balance, ensuring that the interference would not compromise the rune's efficacy. During these 5 days, Simu Nan and her team tested nearly 100 types of materials, ultimately identifying 3 that exhibited a high compatibility with the runes. With this knowledge, Fang Zhu led the group in commencing the next phase of experimentation on these materials. Chapter 88, A New Storm Brews. Miniaturizing the rune array was a daunting endeavor, prompting Fang Zhu to first inscribe a full-sized rune array onto these materials to observe the results. Minutes later, Wan Yu and the others transported the pre-prepared materials to the experimental table. Indeed, they required teamwork to maneuver this material, as Fang Zhu needed a 5-meter by 5-meter board to accommodate the simplified rune array. Neither Wan Yu nor Simu Nan had anticipated that their leader possessed such profound expertise in runes. They had assumed he would seek the assistance of a master from the Rune Master Association, yet here he was, undertaking the task himself and completing the simplification in just 5 days. At this moment, they regarded Fang Zhu with admiration, watching as he firmly grasped an ancient seal script brush in his hand, its brilliance flashing in the light. Prepare yourselves and await my command, Fang Zhu instructed, turning to the group before beginning to inscribe the runes upon the wooden board. This wooden board was crafted from the red sandalwood that Wan Yu had previously discovered. After testing, it proved to have a remarkably high compatibility with the runes, ranking among the top 3 of all known materials. Thus, Fang Zhu decided to utilize it for the experiment. Meanwhile, as Fang Zhu immersed himself in the experiment, a storm brewing against him was quietly gathering. In Huabua, Jinhe City, within a luxurious residential complex, Zhou Xiangyang sat on the sofa, looking haggard while smoking a cigarette. Opposite him, a younger man who bore a striking resemblance to him wore a fierce expression. Dad, are we just going to let this matter slide? The young man questioned in a sharp tone. What else can we do? Zhou Xiangyang replied, his voice heavy. Zhou Xiangyang let out a bitter laugh. The once indomitable spirit of a high-ranking individual having vanished without a trace. Surely, there must be a solution. A fierce glint flickered in the man's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly by his side, the knuckles turning pale from the sheer force. This man was Zhou Xiangyang's eldest son, Zhou Feiyu. That little brat, even if favored by the state, what tempest could a mere auxiliary practitioner stir? Zhou Feiyu spat vehemently. He has brought our family to such ruin. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. Upon hearing his son's words, a look of anguish surfaced in Zhou Xiangyang's eyes. He had never anticipated that Fang Zhu, that little rascal, would be recognized by the state after spending some time in Dingbei City, suddenly ascending to become the head of a research team. Such a development was indeed fantastical. Even a legendary-level auxiliary practitioner should not rise so swiftly. The moment Zhou Xiangyang received this news, he realized the impending disaster, for the state would undoubtedly investigate Fang Zhu's background before his official appointment, making it impossible to conceal their past deeds, suppressing newcomers, coercion, intimidation, and even attempts on the lives of others. Any one of these transgressions would be enough to land Zhou Xiangyang in deep trouble, and he had committed them all in a mere 2 days. Consequently, the higher-ups were wrathful, decisively stripping Zhou Xiangyang of his position. Were it not for Zhou Feiyu pleading with his mentor to intervene, coupled with the efforts of the Zhou family's elders, Zhou Xiangyang might very well have found himself imprisoned by now. This was a heavy blow to the Zhou family, as their once illustrious lineage had nearly exhausted its resources. A fallen family, truly a case of adding insult to injury. It is worth noting that the Zhou family to which Zhou Xiangyang belongs is distinct from the revered Zhou family of the legendary alchemist, Old Master Zhou. After all, Zhou is a prominent surname. With such a vast population in Huagua, it is not surprising to find multiple families bearing the name. At this moment, Zhou Feiyu's heart was ablaze with hatred. He loathed Fang Zhu for initially rejecting his father's request. Had Fang Zhu acquiesced and surrendered the Rune Master identity card, he would now be a Celestial Rune Master. Both being legendary-level professions, the state would have had no reason to target the Zhou family. Zhou Feiyu also resented the state for disregarding past favors. The Zhou family had made significant contributions, shedding blood and tears when the secret realms first emerged. Yet they now found themselves in such dire straits. The Zhou family had utterly lost hope for resurgence. With this realization, Zhou Feiyu cast a determined glance at his father, silently resolving to make Fang Zhu pay dearly. If Fang Zhu were to learn of Zhou Feiyu's intentions at this moment, he would likely scoff in derision. What right had a mere beneficiary of his elder's legacy to blame the state? Were it not for the past connections, how could Zhou Xiangyang possibly evade the law's retribution? Such conduct is precisely why the Zhou family had fallen from grace. Of course, Fang Zhu was oblivious to these machinations, and the state had not informed him of Zhou Xiangyang's affairs. However, truth be told, Fang Zhu had little interest in this former official from Jinhe City who had once troubled him. Their levels had diverged significantly, given Fang Zhu's current stature. Punishing a trivial figure like Zhou Xiangyang was well within his capabilities, yet he had no desire to squander time on such matters. Before achieving significant breakthroughs in his research endeavors, Fang Zhu preferred not to entertain any distractions. After all, opportunities would abound in the future. He was no saint, and would not easily forgive those who sought his life. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, good news finally arrived. The American Federation, after experimenting with thousands of potions and pills from various nations, had discovered the perfect antidote, the 3-transformation poison pill. This concoction, hailing from Huagua, could restore practitioners suffering from mild poisoning to normalcy with its ordinary grade variant, while its rare grade counterpart could cure moderate to severe cases. However, the difficulty of crafting this pill was considerable. Even Huagua would struggle to produce sufficient quantities to heal all moderately poisoned individuals in the American Federation within a short time frame. Nevertheless, this was the Federation's beacon of hope, prompting them to resolve to pay a significant price to procure this antidote from Huagua. The higher-ups in Huagua were naturally pleased with this development, as it represented a surefire profit from any perspective, provided Huagua could deliver the requisite quantities within the stipulated time. On another front, the reinforcements dispatched to Dingbei City had all arrived near the outskirts of the secret realm's entrance. According to the plan, they would launch a tentative assault on the Abyssal Sovereign in 3 days, seeking to gauge its strength while minimizing losses among their troops and practitioners. Zhao Hongwu had been exceedingly busy these days, never imagining that such perilous circumstances could arise in the seemingly inconsequential Dingbei City. Compared to the previous upheavals within the secret realms, the threat posed by the Abyssal Sovereign was on an entirely different scale. If the Abyssal Sovereign were to break free from the secret realm, Dingbei City might cease to exist, necessitating preparations for the worst-case scenario, which involved evacuating the entire city. Chapter 89, Mastery of Array Techniques. Move all the boxes to the corner and mark them accordingly. Record the changes in the medicinal properties of the pills every morning at 10 o'clock, and notify me immediately of any abnormalities. Fang Zhu addressed the gathered individuals in the laboratory with a serious tone. He had just inscribed simplified storage rune arrays on 4 different materials and subsequently crafted 4 large boxes using these materials as the core. The next step involved testing the storage efficacy of these boxes with the pills, a rather tedious yet straightforward task that Fang Zhu preferred not to undertake personally. Once he had assigned the tasks, Fang Zhu retreated to his own room within the laboratory, rubbing his temples in fatigue. To be honest, continuously drawing 4 rune arrays was somewhat beyond his limits, but under the admiring gazes of his peers, he had managed to maintain the facade. The price, however, was a lingering headache. Yet, there was some good news. Fang Zhu's rune master level had officially risen to 10, successfully awakening his first professional skill. At this moment, he was eager to discover what his inaugural skill as a rune master entailed. Taking a moment to compose himself, Fang Zhu focused his thoughts and opened the rune master's professional interface, where he beheld the skill name, Mastery of Array Techniques. Skill name, Mastery of Array Techniques. Skill attribute, Passive skill. Skill description, your understanding and mastery of rune arrays have reached a new level, reducing the consumption and time required to draw rune arrays by 20%. Upon reading the skill description, Fang Zhu's expression brightened. This skill was on par with the alchemist's awakened flame mastery, and it was precisely what he needed at this moment. Not to mention, the enhanced control and comprehension of arrays was exceedingly practical, especially since Fang Zhu had been pondering how to miniaturize rune arrays. This was indeed a timely boon. However, he lacked the energy to delve deeply into how this skill would elevate his capabilities, as his head throbbed intensely. Squinting, Fang Zhu rummaged through the drawer of his desk, eventually retrieving a small porcelain vial containing pills. Upon uncapping the vial, a faint medicinal aroma wafted forth. He sniffed, confirming he had not made an error. This was indeed a spirit-stabilizing pill. With a swift motion, he tipped the pill into his hand and promptly consumed it. The medicinal pill melted upon entry, swiftly cascading down his throat. Yet, moments later, Fang Zhu furrowed his brow, his face etched with sorrow. Alas, the time the god-solidifying pill had spent in storage was excessive. Its potency had dwindled from a full 10 to barely 5%. Such a waste. The god-solidifying pill was among the most arduous to concoct, and even now, Fang Zhu found it difficult to produce, given the scarcity of the required ingredients. Thus, he felt both heartbroken and regretful, solidifying his resolve to hasten the creation of a proper storage container for his pills. As Fang Zhu absorbed the pill's effects, a flying craft gradually descended upon the capital's aerodrome. Moments later, a young man with a stern visage alighted from the vehicle. He raised his gaze to the somewhat dim sky, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fang Zhu, I have come to exact my vengeance, Zhou Feiyu murmured to himself, subsequently boarding a taxi outside the aerodrome, bound for an upscale neighborhood. Though the Zhou family had fallen from grace, they retained some connections. This time, Zhou Feiyu sought the acquaintance of a close friend of an elder relative, a person of considerable influence in the capital, hoping to glean information regarding Fang Zhu. In a luxuriously appointed living room, Zhou Feiyu hesitantly accepted a cup of tea from a servant. He took a delicate sip, casting a glance at the elder seated opposite him. The elder, a portly figure clad in a striking red tang suit, emanated an aura of unspoken authority. Feiyu, how is your grandfather faring these days? The elder inquired, puffing on his cigar and releasing a cloud of smoke. He is well, Zhou Feiyu replied with a smile. He often recounts tales of your exploits together in the secret realms. Ha. The elder chuckled heartily, his mood lifted. He always pilfered my medicinal pills. Do tell him to return them. I shall, Zhou Feiyu declared, thumping his chest. I will procure some high-grade pills for you. The elder nodded with a grin, exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Feiyu before steering the conversation towards the matter at hand. I seek your assistance in investigating someone, Zhou Feiyu stated, revealing the purpose of his visit. Whom do you wish to inquire about? Fang Zhu, Zhou Feiyu candidly replied. I understand he is currently leading the medicinal research group in Huagua. I would like your help in tracking his whereabouts. The elder fell silent for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. I have heard of a person by that name. Do you know him? Zhou Feiyu asked, surprised. Not personally. I have merely heard of certain matters concerning him, the elder replied, taking a drag from his cigar. What do you intend to do with this information? I must inform you, his standing is quite significant now. Zhou Feiyu hesitated briefly before slowly articulating his thoughts. He resolved to share the truth with the elder, believing that his connection to his grandfather would ensure his safety. My father previously suppressed him, and ever since his rise, my father has faced repercussions. Zhou Feiyu trailed off, yet the elder grasped his meaning. Ah, so it is because of him. I wondered why your father was suddenly subjected to such severe punishment, the elder remarked, his tone laced with understanding. Though fully aware of the circumstances surrounding Zhou Xiangyang, he opted to feign ignorance for prudence. From the elder's perspective, the current political climate seemed precarious, and he feared being implicated, hence his previous inaction. However, with Zhou Feiyu now approaching him for assistance, he felt compelled to take some measures. I comprehend your intentions, the elder stated, extinguishing his cigar with a serious expression. I will assist you in investigating Fang Zhu's situation, but for today, you have not been here, and we have had no conversation, understood? Zhou Feiyu's face lit up with joy at the elder's words. He quickly rose to express his gratitude, bowing deeply. Very well, you may take your leave. I will inform you once I have news, the elder waved, signaling the end of their meeting. Zhou Feiyu acknowledged him and departed, following the servant out of the villa. 2 minutes later, the elder remained alone in the room, sighing deeply as if to himself. To target the leader of the medicinal research group, you truly possess audacity. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Fang Zhu slowly opened his eyes, rising to exit the lab. It was mealtime. After all, when it comes to sustenance, it reigns supreme. In the cafeteria of the second base, Fang Zhu encountered members from 2 other teams. Zhou Lao and Wang Lao sat across from each other, eating while discussing their respective research progress. They had no intention of competing in this matter, as it held no significance for them. Both elders had dedicated their lives to serving the nation, their goals remarkably pure. As long as Huagua thrived, they were willing to do anything. Fang Zhu admired such individuals. Yet he found himself in a state of hesitation. If he were to acquiesce to Zhou Lao's proposal, which entailed the sharing of resources and research advancements among the 3 teams, he would inevitably have to showcase certain aspects of his work. Should these elements become known to outsiders, it could invite trouble. Fang Zhu even harbored suspicions that someone might wish him harm. His distrust was not directed at Huagua. Rather, he was wary of other nations. Humanity has never ceased its internal strife, and even in the face of a formidable enemy, some countries would engage in despicable acts. Thus, Fang Zhu consistently concealed his true self, seeking a secure environment to conduct his research rather than living in constant fear of potential threats. However, now that he had encountered Zhou Lao and Wang Lao, he felt compelled to greet them. The 2 elders noticed Fang Zhu and smiled, waving him over. Fang Zhu nodded, collected a meal, and sat beside Zhou Lao. I overheard you 2 discussing large-scale pill production? Fang Zhu inquired after taking a bite. Indeed, Zhou Lao affirmed, proceeding to explain. The higher-ups have secured a substantial order, yet our current capabilities make it challenging to fulfill it within the stipulated time frame, necessitating a technical breakthrough. A substantial order? I was unaware, Fang Zhu remarked with curiosity. Wang Lao chuckled, the playful spirit of an old rascal evident in his demeanor. The specific documents have yet to arrive. I only learned of it through a conversation with Baiyadu. Baiyadu? Fang Zhu found the nickname amusing, as it seemed odd to refer to the stunning Bai Fu as a mere girl. The American Federation requires a large quantity of the 3rd transformation poison pill, yet only a handful of our alchemists possess the ability to craft it. Old Wang and I were just brainstorming ways to increase production, Zhou Lao elaborated. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhu's mind raced with memories of directives previously issued by the higher-ups and the current situation of the American Federation. Oh, it pertains to that unknown toxin issue. He realized. The 3rd transformation poison pill can eliminate toxins, which is why the American Federation placed an order with us. Precisely, Zhou Lao responded, finishing his last bite and wiping his mouth as he turned his attention to Fang Zhu. Do you have any solutions? The deadline for this order is rather pressing. Fang Zhu slowly shook his head, sighing. I have no ideas at the moment. I have been focused on researching storage methods for pills these past few days and have not considered this matter. This is quite troublesome. The American Federation certainly knows how to stir up issues, Wang Lao interjected, prompting Zhou Lao and Fang Zhu to share a laugh at his remark. They all held a disdain for the American Federation, so witnessing one another's misfortunes naturally elicited no feelings of sympathy. Nonetheless, they would endeavor to fulfill the tasks assigned by the state, for this particular order would yield nothing but benefits for Huagua. It was likely that orders would soon be issued, which meant they would have their hands full ahead. Elder Wang, as he spoke, stood up and addressed Fang Zhu. You carry on with your meal. Old Zhou and I shall take a stroll to digest. Very well, take your time. Fang Zhu replied with a smile, subsequently focusing on the meal before him. As evening approached, Fang Zhu indeed came across the task order mentioned by the 2. It contained no additional stipulations, merely instructing all alchemists to produce 100,000 3rd-tier detoxification pills within 10 days. Upon seeing this staggering number, Fang Zhu instinctively thought there must be a mistake in the order. 100,000 pills in 10 days implied that they would need to refine 10,000 pills daily. If it were a basic elixir, perhaps the alchemist could manage it with some effort, but such intermediate-grade pills were not so simple to concoct. Lower-tier alchemists would be incapable of producing them, and even mid to high-tier alchemists would struggle to meet such a colossal demand within a short time frame due to their success rates. Wan Yu furrowed his brow as he contemplated the task order for a long while before slowly voicing his thoughts. I believe producing 50,000 would be the utmost limit. Fang Zhu nodded. In truth, he felt even more pessimistic than Wan Yu, for the available medicinal materials in Huagua might not suffice to meet the consumption of these alchemists. It was possible that they might not even reach 50,000. Moreover, a critical issue loomed. The medicinal properties of the pills would continually degrade over these 10 days. A rare-grade detoxification pill could very well lose its potency to the point of being inferior to a common grade by the end of this duration. This raised significant doubts about the effectiveness of the pills. However, before Fang Zhu could voice this concern, a sudden epiphany struck him. No, that can't be right. The state must be deliberate in this. The higher-ups are acutely aware of the rate at which the medicinal properties diminish. And since they have opted not to send a batch of pills to the American Federation daily, it implies they aim to achieve some objective through this 10-day period. What could that objective be? Fang Zhu pondered for a moment, and a terrifying possibility emerged in his mind. Could it be that the state intends to seize this opportunity to drastically reduce the number of practitioners in the American Federation? Fang Zhu was startled by his own thought. Yet the more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, the state's somewhat suspicious actions were inexplicable. Quite ruthless indeed, Fang Zhu mused, refocusing his gaze on the task order. What do you mean by quite ruthless? Wan Yu, having heard Fang Zhu's last remark, raised his head in confusion. It's nothing. Just a fleeting thought. Fang Zhu waved his hand dismissively, and then inquired, stroking his chin, is there any way to enhance the success rate of refining third-tier detoxification pills? Wan Yu shook his head decisively. As a rare-grade alchemist, he was not particularly high in rank and had never contemplated this issue before, leaving him completely at a loss in that moment. Fang Zhu sighed, patting Wan Yu's shoulder. All right, let us call it a day. We can ponder this matter further tomorrow. Understanding the state's intentions, Fang Zhu no longer intended to exert himself fully in refining the third-tier detoxification pills. Such efforts seemed unnecessary. As long as he could diligently produce a portion each day, the question of whether the quantity would suffice was beyond his control. Meanwhile, in another laboratory, Elder Zhou wore a somewhat sinister smile. Their tactical play is rather underhanded, Elder Zhou remarked with a hint of disdain. Yet even so, we cannot afford to produce too few. Otherwise, we won't be able to account for it to our superiors, Elder Wang replied with a chuckle. I understand. Such matters must not be made too conspicuous. Chapter 91. Methods to enhance success rates? The following morning, Fang Zhu ambled into the laboratory, munching on a fried dough stick. The atmosphere within the lab was quite warm. Around a dozen second-tier researchers stood by the central workbench, handling medicinal materials, while Wan Yu and Sim Yunin were refining the detoxification pills at the Dragon Head. After observing for a while, Fang Zhu realized they were indeed working on the third-tier detoxification pills. Wan Yu, already proficient in refining this particular pill, appeared considerably more adept than Sim Yunin, who was still learning, as he meticulously adjusted the alchemical furnace, engrossed in his task to the extent that he did not notice Fang Zhu's arrival. Fang Zhu gestured for the others to remain silent, ensuring they did not disturb the two alchemists during this critical juncture. He could see that they were at a pivotal moment in their refinement, where even the slightest distraction could jeopardize the success rate. Though Wan Yu and Sim Yunin possessed commendable talent, they were still within the realm of ordinary individuals, necessitating utmost caution at this crucial stage. Fang Zhu silently positioned himself behind them, ready to support as needed. The key to refining the third-tier detoxification pill lay in the temperature of the flames, and both of them still lacked finesse in controlling fire, making the probability of failure significantly high at this final moment. Just then, Fang Zhu noticed the alchemical furnace beside Sim Yunin tremble slightly, a flicker of flame leaping perilously onto the furnace's lid. This is bad. Fang Zhu's heart raced as he dashed forward to extinguish the flames at the Dragon Head. In the next instant, Sim Yunin's furnace belched forth a plume of black smoke, quaking as if some energy within was on the verge of an explosive reaction. Fortunately, Fang Zhu acted swiftly, preventing the flames from further exacerbating the situation, and the impending explosion ultimately extinguished within the furnace. Sim Yunin stood to the side, visibly shaken. Fang Zhu placed her furnace aside and chuckled, patting her shoulder. It's all right. Achieving this level on your first attempt is commendable. He then turned his attention to Wan Yu, who had just extinguished the flames at his dragon head as well. The incident on Fang Zhu's side had not disrupted his refinement. At that moment, he completed the final step, and a faint fragrance of medicine wafted from the furnace. Clearly, Wan Yu exhibited remarkable composure under pressure. How many did you manage? Fang Zhu inquired with a smile. Wan Yu, upon hearing the question, grinned and opened the lid, pouring out the pills contained within. 3. Not bad, he replied. Fang Zhu's eyes brightened. If everyone could achieve Wan Yu's efficiency, reaching 100,000 was indeed feasible. Yet, such proficiency was rare. Sim Yunin was a living example of this disparity. Only 3. Wan Yu frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Sim Yunin, upon hearing his remark, displayed her discontent. Huffing softly, do you expect to be as impressive as the team leader? Such ungratefulness. Wan Yu offered an embarrassed smile, scratching his head and falling silent. Fang Zhu laughed heartily, giving Wan Yu a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Keep going. You're doing well. Understood, team leader, Wan Yu acknowledged, promptly tidying up the alchemical furnace. Sim Yunin also readied herself once more, and the two resumed their alchemical work. Fang Zhu took a moment to inspect the medicinal materials being handled by the second-tier researchers, nodding in satisfaction. The researchers assigned to him by Bai Fu were indeed commendable. They had hardly displayed any signs of slacking off. Reflecting on Bai Fu, Fang Zhu suddenly remembered his earlier promise to provide her with a robust strengthening bone pill. Yet he had been too preoccupied with experiments to consider its refinement. There's no time like the present, he mused. muttering to himself as he moved aside to select the necessary materials for the strengthening bone pill. In selecting the finest quality elixirs for Bai Fudan, Fang Zhu opted not to delegate the task of handling the medicinal herbs to other researchers, instead choosing to engage directly in the process. Over the course of his recent studies, he discerned that the potions he personally refined exhibited a markedly higher probability of activating innate talents. While he remained uncertain if this was merely a figment of his imagination, he was resolute in his commitment to produce the best possible elixirs for Bai Fu. The morning swiftly passed, and once again, Fang Zhu encountered Elder Zhou and Elder Wang in the cafeteria. Both appeared radiant, as if the tasks before them had left no impact whatsoever. Observing this scene, Fang Zhu realized that the nation indeed harbored some undisclosed intentions. Approaching the pair, he donned a somewhat mischievous grin, which immediately elicited hearty laughter from Elder Wang, who chuckled unabashedly. "You're quite quick on the uptake," Elder Wang remarked, laughter lingering in his voice as he finally composed himself and pointed at Fang Zhu. With a cheeky smile, Fang Zhu placed his tray on the table and replied, "I'm merely keeping pace with you two. One may indulge in a hearty meal, but one mustn't speak carelessly," Elder Wang admonished, casting a mock glare at Fang Zhu. Elder Zhou chuckled as well, gently rapping the table to signal that they should temper their conversation. Given that only a select few were privy to the details of their undertaking, and the fewer who knew, the greater the likelihood of success, it was prudent for them to maintain a low profile in their discussions. One wonders what kind of substantial contract has been signed with the Federation. If only we could ascertain the exact figures, Elder Wang mused suddenly. Elder Zhou shook his head in response, saying, "If you were privy to the numbers, could you still maintain your current demeanor? What if you inadvertently revealed it to others?" "Fair point. Let us proceed with caution. Since the higher-ups have not issued further directives, it suggests that regardless of our output, the quantity must suffice," Elder Wang conceded, nodding in agreement with Elder Zhou's reasoning. Meanwhile, Fang Zhu appeared somewhat burdened by his thoughts. "What troubles you, young Fang? Are there challenges you face?" Elder Zhou inquired, noting Fang Zhu's expression with concern. "I am contemplating ways to enhance the success rate of our alchemical endeavors," Fang Zhu sighed, expressing his worry. Regardless of the circumstances, the tasks assigned to them were undeniably substantial. Even if certain intricacies existed beneath the surface, they could not afford to be overtly negligent. Truth be told, Fang Zhu perceived the overarching plan as somewhat precarious. The Federation was not naive, and given sufficient time, they would inevitably become aware of the situation. According to the strategies outlined by Elder Zhou and Elder Wang, they were required to produce over 40,000 elixirs within a mere 10 days. Having recently gleaned this figure during his conversation with the two elders, Fang Zhu mentally calculated and concluded that this remained an almost insurmountable target. Consequently, it became imperative for them to discover methods to boost their success rate in the coming days, which elucidated the furrowed brow of Fang Zhu.